Su Ming, do not even think about letting that useless white fluffy cat of yours out. I am afraid my black scorpion might accidentally chew it up like a spicy strip. On the school bus, the rich kid Wang Jinbao kicked the 2-meter-long, ink jade-like venomous black scorpion at his feet, his face full of mockery. A burst of laughter erupted in the bus. In this era of beast taming with revived spiritual energy, a silver-shaded cat that could only serve as a pet was indeed at the very bottom of the food chain. However, Su Ming paid no attention to the mockery around him. He was gripping the leash tightly, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Because at his feet, Dabo, the harmless-looking silver-shaded cat barely half a meter long, was arching its back and letting out a hair-raising low growl. Its sharp claws pierced right through the alloy floor of the school bus, generating screeching sparks as they scraped. What was worse, Dabo's vertical pupils were locked onto the showy black scorpion, and a long, glistening string of drool was actually dripping from the corner of its mouth. In the system database that only Su Ming could see, Dabo's status panel clearly read: Tamed Beast White Shadow Cat. Personality, bold and somewhat cruel, highly territorial, enjoys hunting. Dabo, calm down, that is not a cat treat, that is a classmate's tamed beast. We cannot afford to pay for it if you eat it, Su Ming roared frantically in his mind. Right then, the level 7 black scorpion, which had been posturing menacingly just a moment ago, suddenly seemed to sense some terrifying bloodline suppression. Its entire body froze and it actually flipped upside down to play dead. The smiles of everyone on the bus instantly froze on their faces. Looking at Dabo's ferocious, drooling, and eager expression, Su Ming helplessly wiped away his cold sweat. The reason things had come to this point started a day ago. Rewind to one day ago. As the sun set, Su Ming walked home with a worried look on his face, carrying his backpack in one hand. His mind was filled with nothing but his homeroom teacher's reminder at the end of class: remember to bring your tamed beasts to school tomorrow for a test. 100 years ago, the world underwent a massive change as an unknown gas triggered wild mutations in plants and animals. The first wave of the beast tide, the mountain disaster caused by mountain giants, was quickly followed by the forest disaster as mutated forests encroached on human territory. Humanity barely held back the onslaught by exhausting all their artillery. This continued until the secret of the blood pact was discovered: feed your blood to a chosen monster, and if it does not resist and accepts you, a runic formation will take shape, sealing the pact. The emergence of beast tamers turned the tide for humanity, even sounding the horn for a counteroffensive. Today, beast tamers hold a transcendent status. Over time, people stopped blindly fearing monsters, and many evolved beasts even entered households to become pets. Su Ming gave a bitter laugh, saying, I just hope nothing goes wrong when I bring Dabo to school tomorrow. He quickened his pace and soon returned to his old residential community. In the courtyard, elderly residents were walking their cats and dogs. Though these massive cats and dogs seemed harmless, they would instantly reveal the ferocity of evolved beasts the moment their owners faced danger. Just as Su Ming reached his building's stairwell, he bumped into an old man walking a big yellow dog downstairs. Back home, little Su, come on, you go first. The old man had graying hair but spoke with a strong, energetic voice. Following his hand gesture, the big yellow dog obediently stood against the wall, showing great understanding of human behavior. Monster Fluffy Yellow Dog. Talent Common. Level 1 Servant. Abilities None. Evolution Condition 1. Evolution Condition 2566. Encyclopedia Entry: a common canine monster, loyal to its owner, highly intelligent, and a very common pet beast. Glancing at the encyclopedia, Su Ming asked with a smile, Grandpa Li, is that a newly bought pet beast? Yeah, I saw everyone in the courtyard keeping them, so I used my pension to buy one. Quite well behaved, is not he? Very well behaved. I will head inside first, Grandpa Li, talk to you later. Alright, Wang Kai, let us go. Su Ming said goodbye to Grandpa Li and headed straight upstairs. Locking the door behind him as he entered, he saw his silver-shaded cat lying quietly on the entryway floor, staring at him. In the iron bowl nearby, there were only a few dried scraps of meat and bone fragments left. Meow burp. Waiting for me here, my Dabo is such a good boy. He had rescued this silver-shaded cat from a roadside ditch during his sophomore year of high school and named him Dabo. When he found it, it was only a dozen centimeters long, soaked and filthy in the ditch. If the spiritual aura revival had not boosted a cat's vitality, it would never have survived until today, let alone grow to nearly 1.5 meters long. Ding, your World Bank credit card ending in 6677 has received a deposit of 2,000 credit coins from Yunhai First High School. Note, scholarship. Ming pulled out his phone to check. Nearby, Dabo was still eating fish, but his eyes secretly darted toward him. 2,000 scholarship money, plus this month's official government subsidy, that makes 4,000. His parents had died during a wilderness exploration years ago, so he relied entirely on subsidies and scholarships to survive. Counting his previous savings, he had about 50 to 60,000. Raising a tamed beast was a money pit, and he did not know if this amount was enough to raise Dabo as one. Ordinary pet beasts were not picky about food and drink as long as they filled their bellies. But to grow and evolve, a tamed beast needed expensive nurturing fluids, and even their daily food had to be highly nutritious monster flesh. Meow. Dabo gave a meow and buried his face in the iron bowl, licking the leftover scraps completely clean. Ming was taken aback. He had purposely left extra food before leaving this morning, but Dabo had actually eaten all of it. Has this little guy's appetite grown? Tamed beast White Shadow Cat. Talent Elite. Level 5 Servant. Ability Swiftness. Evolution Conditions. Encyclopedia entry: a bold and somewhat cruel monster, highly territorial with strong aggressive instincts, who loves and enjoys hunting. After forming a pact with Dabo recently, this encyclopedia had suddenly appeared before his eyes. At first, he thought every beast tamer had one, until he listened to his classmates talking and confirmed it was his exclusive cheat code. The entry saying it enjoys hunting was by no means an exaggeration. Whenever he took Dabo out before, it would drool the moment it saw someone else's tamed beast, looking at everyone like they were rations. And when he put it into the beast space, it would scream frantically in his mind. Ming had no choice but to lock it at home. He had expected it to tear the house apart, but it turned out to be surprisingly well behaved. In this world dominated by beast tamers with an encyclopedia cheat code in hand, Ming would never pass up the chance to climb the ranks. He scratched Dabo's chin and asked tentatively, "Dabo, do you want to come to school with me tomorrow?" Meow. Without hesitation, Dabo rubbed against his palm. Going to school might involve fighting Dabo you. Before he could finish, Dabo suddenly froze in place like a log. Ming looked down and saw clear drool dripping down the corner of its mouth. Ming's lips twitched slightly. Dabo's profile description was brutally savage, and its current greedy drooling only confirmed his worst fears. But things had already come to this, so he could only take it one step at a time. Go play on your own for a bit, I am going to make some noodles. Ming turned and walked into the kitchen. As the gas stove ignited with a click, Dabo, who had been lying on the floor, suddenly stood up straight. It lowered its head to sniff carefully, then walked over to the front door. Staring at the locked door, Dabo slightly arched its body, its pupils suddenly dilating as a fierce, menacing aura radiated from its entire body. Note, those that have signed a pact with humans are called tamed beasts, while the wild, uncontracted ones are called monsters. Additionally, a beast master can receive a 50% physical strength feedback from their primary tamed beast. BZZZ. In the kitchen, Ming, who had just finished cooking noodles, wiped his hands and looked at the caller ID on his phone with a hint of surprise. Homeroom teacher Old Wang. Hello, Mr. Wang. Ming, have you considered changing your beast? A white fluff cat has no offensive capability. It is just a pet for display, not suitable for the path of a beast tamer. White fluff cat. Ming was taken aback. Dabo was a white shadow cat. Although it looked like a white fluff cat, its personality and combat power were worlds apart. Thanks for your concern, Mr. Wang, but my Dabo is doing great. Ming, tomorrow's test is crucial for your future. You cannot just because you have grown attached to it. Mr. Wang, Ming interrupted awkwardly. My Dabo is a white shadow cat. There was a dead silence on the other end of the line for 2 seconds. A white shadow cat? No wonder when you brought it to school last time you asked for leave and went straight home after just a short while, I thought. All right, that is good then. Mr. Wang's tone visibly relaxed. Then I will not worry. There will be a school bus tomorrow. It is best to put your beast into your beast space to avoid causing panic or friction among your classmates. I look forward to your performance tomorrow." Hanging up the phone, Ming gave a helpless, bitter smile. The reason he had hurriedly asked for leave last time was because the moment Dabao stepped out the door, it acted like a wild beast spotting its prey, completely unable to hold back its hunting instinct. "I hope nothing goes wrong on the school bus tomorrow." Carrying the plain noodle soup to the living room, Ming began to eat in big mouthfuls. Dabao lay at his feet, its cute eyes filled with confusion. "Why is Master eating this kind of stuff again? He would not even let me hunt last time. No way, it is a rare chance to go out tomorrow. I have to get Master some good meat to feast on." Ming could not hear his own beast's inner thoughts. A novice beast tamer's mental connection is weak. Only after breaking through to level 11 to become an intermediate beast tamer can one communicate with their beast telepathically. After washing the dishes, Ming leaned back on the sofa and scrolled through the news, when suddenly his eyes locked onto something. The Eagle Nation is actually going to explore the ocean. They are that confident. The authorities had long concluded that the ocean is the most dangerous forbidden zone on the blue planet. Cargo ships and cruise liners often vanish into thin air at sea, and even satellite signals can be swallowed up. Exploring the ocean at this stage is no different from seeking death. Ming casually hit follow on the news article. He glanced at the time. It was almost 10 o'clock. "I would better wash up and go to sleep." He bent down, rubbed Dabao's fluffy head, and turned to go into the bathroom. Dabao remained where it was, unhurriedly licking its paws. Its movements were elegant, but a fierce glint flashed in the depths of its eyes. "Tomorrow I, Dabao, will definitely bring Master some real meat to eat." "Dabao, time for bed." "Meow." Ming called out as he came out of the bathroom. Dabao's eyes instantly became clear and cute, and it happily scurried into its little bed. Ming turned off the lights and went back to his room. The next morning, just as it was getting light, Ming got up to wash. It was not that he wanted to wake up early, but his homeroom teacher, Old Wang, was calling again like a nagging soul. Looking at the group messages, Old Wang was so afraid of anyone being late that he called everyone one by one, and if he could not reach the students, he called their parents directly. Ming could already imagine that some people would definitely be boarding the school bus with handprints on their faces. Ming put on his backpack and called out, "Dabao, let us go." With a flash of a white shadow, Dabao suddenly darted to his feet. "Meow." Ming put the leash on it, feeling much more at ease. The moment the door opened, the scent of the hallway rushed into its nose and Dabao's demeanor changed instantly. Ming did not notice and just went downstairs with Dabao following closely behind. Dabao twitched its nose, its eyes growing fiercer. Those cats and dogs have absolutely no idea who the king of this territory is. Downstairs, there were already elderly residents walking their pets. "Oh, Xiaming, you are taking Dabao out today. That is rare." Uncle Li greeted him cheerfully while waving his fan. Before he could even finish his sentence, the 2-meter-long dog he was walking suddenly got spooked and shrank back to tremble at his feet. "Wang Kai, what is wrong?" Seeing the old man try to pull the dog's head up in confusion, Ming immediately realized Dabao was flexing its dominance and quickly pulled the leash tight. "Uncle Li, talk to you next time." After walking further away, Ming rubbed Dabao's head. "Do not be like last time. If you actually bite someone's beast to death, I cannot afford to pay for it." "Meow." Dabao gave a pitiful meow, and Ming sighed helplessly. "Forget it, as long as it does not actually bite, I will just let it be." Just as he reached the entrance of the residential area, Ming suddenly froze. A giant bus comparable in size to a semi-trailer and twice the size of a normal bus was parked there. Standing next to the front of the bus was a dark-skinned stranger. "This school bus, why is it different from last semester's?" Seeing Ming walking his beast, the dark-skinned man walked straight over, his eyes scanning Dabao up and down. Ming, right. "Grrr." Dabao suddenly let out a threatening growl from its throat, giving Ming a start. Excuse me, Mr. Driver, I am sorry, my Dabao is a bit shy around strangers." The man did not get angry either. He grinned, showing a mouth full of white teeth. "That is a good thing, get on." Ming patted Dabao on the head. Dabao gradually calmed down, but even as Ming led him forward, his eyes remained locked onto the man. Getting onto the bus, Su Ming noticed that the interior was spacious, but very few people had let their beasts out. As soon as he stepped onto the bus leading the fluffy white cat, he immediately drew the gazes of his classmates. "What a cute cat, is it a white fluff cat? I heard that aside from not being able to fight, they make great pet-type beasts." A harsh voice suddenly rang out. "Making such a fuss over a pet beast like you have never seen one before, is not that just beast food?" Su Ming's face darkened slightly as he looked toward the voice. The speaker was a fat guy draped in gold and silver. Su Ming remembered him as Wang Jinbao. His family dealt in beast materials and he loved to show off. "What, never seen my black scorpion before?" Wang Jinbao chuckled and kicked the 2-meter-long black scorpion at his feet. The scorpion's body looked like black jade, its long stinger curled over its back, its 10-odd-centimeter venomous barb glinting with a cold light. Kicked by its master, the black scorpion raised its pair of massive claws in slight discontent and stared at Su Ming. Beast Black Scorpion. Talent Elite. Level 7 Servant. Ability Toxin. Evolution Conditions Pending. Guidebook description: a highly territorial neutral monster with strong offensive capabilities, but only suited for counterattacks. The Black Scorpion was obedient and had decent attack power, making it very suitable for a novice beast tamer to contract. But here lay the question: how was this Black Scorpion, which had been meticulously raised, only 2 levels higher than his own Dabo? While Su Ming was checking the status panel, Dabo had already lowered his body, crouched like a leopard ready to pounce, and crept slowly forward. "This little bug is quite unique. I have never eaten bug meat before, let me have a taste." Su Ming quickly held back Dabo, who was about to attack, scratched his chin, and found an empty seat to sit down. During the struggle, Dabo's sharp claws scraped against the floor, making a harsh, screeching sound that startled everyone in the bus. Wang Jinbao's heart skipped a beat. He loved to brag but was no fool. A white fluff cat was absolutely not this aggressive, nor could its claws make that kind of noise on the floor. "A white shadow cat," Wang Jinbao muttered to himself. As the bus started up again, the dark-skinned driver suddenly spoke up. "In this world, if all you have is money, you are just a meat bun." The bus drove off. While the other classmates were completely confused, Wang Jinbao understood. This was a warning directed at him. He turned his head to look out the window in defiance. Seeing that its master was not moving, the black scorpion at his feet also lay motionless on the floor, playing dead. Since the spiritual energy revival, beast tamers had become strategic resources, and the government strictly banned private beast taming schools. Because high school seniors had reached the age to contract beasts, their campus was separated from the freshmen and sophomores built in the suburbs right against the city wall. The school would hire instructors as practical combat teachers, and some campuses were even built directly next to military bases. Firstly, this was to prevent students' beasts from going berserk, allowing for the fastest possible counter-response to avoid innocent casualties. Secondly, the wild environment was closer to the beast's natural instincts, preventing them from failing to adapt to human society. Dabo scanned the beasts in the bus, his eyes glazed over, and a thin, glistening thread of drool even hung from the corner of his mouth. "So many delicious things, I want to try them all," slurp. Ming sighed helplessly. He knew his Dabo's temperament all too well. Seeing that Dabo was only drooling and not making any hostile moves, Su Ming simply let him be and continued to check his evolution materials. Evolution conditions: reach level 11, elite. 100-year-old wind-riding grass, elite-grade wind element core. 100-year-old beast blood fruit, elite-grade bloodthirsty tiger heart, and elite-grade bloodthirsty tiger spinal marrow. Steps for use, details unavailable. Conventional beast evolution was full of uncertainty. A snake might turn into a flood dragon or degenerate into an earthworm, all depending on the breeder's skill. Yet, no matter how many times he looked at it, Su Ming was certain of one thing: the evolution path provided by the guide was a 100% stable, targeted evolution route. If that was really the case, the utility of this guidebook was ridiculously massive. Su Ming rubbed Dabo's head and suppressed the urge to gather evolution materials. Obtaining them at this stage was too difficult. The top priority was to raise Dabo to the elite class to close the combat power gap caused by differences in rank. Meanwhile, seeing the displeased look on Wang Jinbao's face, a tall, thin guy approached him with a fawning grin. Are you just going to let it go like that? His train of thought interrupted, Wang Jinbao turned to size up the newcomer. The guy was named Liu Hai, a notorious sycophant in the senior division who loved to cling to rich kids for resources. By the looks of it, he had come to flatter him and act as his pawn. Wang Jinbao chuckled. What, you want to stand up for me? Sure, if you pull it off, I will cover a set of evolution materials for your beast. Overjoyed to hear this, Liu Hai made an okay sign and sat back down with full confidence. Looking at the hopeful Liu Hai, Wang Jinbao's gaze became increasingly disdainful. This fool could not even tell that it was a white shadow cat and not a white fluff cat. Having nothing to offer yet dreaming of riding on someone else's coattails, he was truly a joke. With the dark-skinned driver's maneuvering skills, this ridiculous bus darted quickly through the city. It was only because the roads had been widened significantly after the spiritual energy revival. Otherwise, it really would not have been able to accommodate such a vehicle driving in the city. Su Ming rubbed his pet Dabao's tail, his gaze fixed on the scenery outside the window. The city views flashed backward like a slideshow, showing that although the bus was bulky, its speed was incredibly fast. Before long, they drove out of the urban area and entered a modified forest road section. By this time, Su Ming could faintly see his school through the window. Screech. All right, class, we have arrived. Please exit through the back door in an orderly manner. Go one by one and do not get into any friction that causes your beasts to fight. There could be serious consequences. The dark-skinned man chuckled happily, but his smile carried a somewhat ambiguous meaning. Su Ming snapped out of it and leaned down slightly. Seeing Dabao with his head buried, he felt a bit puzzled and gently patted Dabao, who had hidden his head. Dabao, we are here. We need to get off now. Meow. Are we at the dining place? Dabao raised his head excitedly, and only then did Su Ming realize that the spot where Dabao had buried his head was covered in a puddle of unknown liquid, which had even wet his fur. The corner of his mouth could not help but twitch, if he had not known that Dabao would absolutely obey him. Given Dabao's current, slightly disappointed and human-like expression, he definitely would have kept Dabao in the beast space before coming to school. At this moment, Wang Jinbao, who was holding the black scorpion on a leash, seemed to recall something. He looked thoughtfully at Liu Hai. Seeing the eager and restless expression on Liu Hai's face, he wore a cold smile. Big Black, it looks like your rations for today are sorted out. Hiss. The black scorpion did not seem to quite understand its master's meaning, but it knew that there was beast meat to eat again. Over here, Su Ming was trying his best to keep Dabao from running around, completely unaware that behind him, Liu Hai was maliciously gesturing for his own beast to stir up trouble. Sniff, sniff, Dabao's nostrils twitched slightly, probably smelling something. His previously disappointed and patient expression instantly turned into cold ferocity. He immediately spun around and swiped his claws at the gaping maw, attacking from behind. With a sharp slash, sounding like a blade slicing through flesh, warm blood sprayed across the interior of the bus, as well as onto several people and even their beasts nearby. Ow ow woof woof. What is going on? Realizing something was wrong with Dabao, Su Ming quickly turned around. When he saw a deep, bone-deep gash on the face of Liu Hai's husky-like beast, his expression instantly turned grim. Beast green canine, condition laceration. Talent common. Level 3 servant. Abilities none. Evolution conditions unknown. Entry description: a monster with extremely low intelligence but absolute obedience to its master. It has low nurturing value and can hardly survive on its own. Low nurturing value and can hardly survive on its own. Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Liu Hai, what is the meaning of this? Liu Hai, who had been startled by the sudden turn of events, snapped back to reality upon hearing this cold interrogation. By now, many students still inside the bus were looking over, and quite a few who had already gotten off were also looking in. Liu Hai knew that he could not back down and admit fault at this moment. Everything had happened so fast that nobody should have seen it clearly. Watching his beast howling in pain on the ground, Liu Hai decided to take a gamble and shift the blame. What do you mean? What do I mean? I should be asking you what you mean. Why did not you keep a leash on your white fur cat? As a pet beast, do not you know you are supposed to trim its claws regularly? Huh. Su Ming's face turned cold. He let out a dry, angry laugh and loosened his grip on the leash. "You have one more chance to tell the truth." Seeing Su Ming being so confidently aggressive and seeing the expressions of the people around them becoming increasingly strange, Liu Hai felt a sudden surge of anger which made him bolder. "What do you mean? What do I mean? What I just said is the truth." Seeing the looks the onlookers were giving him grow stranger, Liu Hai resolved to play along with the lie to the very end. Su Ming naturally knew what kind of person Liu Hai was. The guy's reputation was notoriously bad in the senior division. Refusing to admit it no matter what, confident that my Dabao has no way to fight back. Looking down slightly at Dabao, who was already preparing to strike, Su Ming's gaze became cold and hostile, and he suddenly let go of the leash. Seeing this, Liu Hai still did not seem to realize the danger. Instead, a strange hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Meow! A sharp cat screech suddenly rang out as a large flash of white zipped past. In an instant, accompanied by the sound of tearing flesh, the green canine that had been howling in pain just a moment ago suddenly stopped screaming. Its throat was suddenly and swiftly torn open, warm blood even splattered onto Liu Hai's face. The once howling green canine fell completely silent, doing its final death struggles on the ground. Liu Hai's eyes widened, the excitement and thrill instantly vanishing from his gaze, replaced by utter confusion and terror. He collapsed onto the ground, hugging his struggling beast with bloodshot eyes. What my green canine, what happened to it?" Standing to the side, Wang Jinbao, who had watched the whole drama unfold, almost burst out laughing. He hurriedly turned around to hide his reaction, but as luck would have it, he bumped right into the driver. "You are not being very good either, are you?" Hearing this, Wang Jinbao's smile vanished instantly. His expression even turned somewhat cowed. Given his family's business connections, he could more or less guess the identity of this driver. And it was highly likely the kind of identity where even if his own father came, he would have to stand there and take a scolding. Seeing its master being intimidated, the black scorpion at Wang Jinbao's feet immediately raised its claws in a show of force. However, the dark-skinned man merely glared at it, and the black scorpion immediately looked terrified, covering its head with its claws and shivering in fear. Only then did the dark-skinned man look at the situation ahead, his eyes filled with mixed emotions. Cannot this batch of students understand human speech? Oh well, just consider it an early start. The man stepped forward and nodded slightly as he looked at Su Ming, who had managed to stop the white shadow cat from feeding after it had finished its hunt. "Your white shadow cat is well trained and you gave this classmate a chance. In a way, you did nothing wrong. In fact, you were completely in the right." Su Ming did not say a word, only nodding silently. But as he looked at Liu Hai cradling the dead green canine, there was nothing but cold indifference in his eyes. Liu Hai looked up at the driver in disbelief. He could not believe that his beast was dead, yet this driver actually said the culprit was in the right. The man looked around at the students who had not gotten off yet and those who were watching from below, and said in a clear, loud voice, "Beast tamers possess infinite possibilities, but being a beast tamer is not some house-playing game you can just play whenever you feel like it. Today, your test is the Novice Beast Tamer Assessment, and you are here as apprentice beast tamers. Those who did not show up have all gone to study academics instead. Since you are here, you should know the score. What does it mean to let your beast attack someone else's beast at will? Do I need to explain it to you in detail, Liu Hai?" Saying this, the man's expression turned cold as he suddenly glared at Liu Hai. That icy gaze, sharp as a knife, made Liu Hai shiver. Instantly, the faces of all the students, whether they had gotten off the bus or not, turned into a picture, and murmurs of discussion began to ripple through the crowd. "Yikes, I remember that if you let your beast attack someone, the other side can fight back freely, right? And the attacker gets a harsh penalty. Tell me about it, seriously, what was Liu Hai thinking?" Hearing the constant whispering around him and feeling the body of the green dog in his arms growing colder, anger surged in Liu Hai's chest, and he could not help but yell. "Why, how is he not at fault?" Instantly, the chatter died down. Su Ming, in particular, looked at Liu Hai as if he were a naive fool, thinking to himself that the crowd had already made it clear enough. The man's gaze grew colder and colder, instantly deflating Liu Hai's anger and sending a chill straight through his entire body. The man snorted coldly, his tone growing rather impatient. What did you think I meant by what I said on the bus just now? There are large storage bags on the bus. You can take your beast and go home right now to prepare for academic studies. Being a beast tamer is not playing house. Any command you give could lead to the death of your beast. With a thud, Liu Hai collapsed weakly onto the dead green dog. Those who had witnessed the entire incident shuddered with fear. By now, how could they not tell that Su Ming's beast was no ordinary white fluff cat? This lecture, combined with the grim scene before them, was burned deep into the students' memories. Seeing that Liu Hai had lost his mind, the man did not bother with him further. Instead, he walked straight off the bus and said, "Follow me, I will take you to the testing grounds." Su Ming picked up the cat leash from the ground. Recalling the instructor's words, he gave it a gentle tug and murmured, "Let us go, Dabo. We only have the right to self-defense, not the right of ownership." Meow. So I cannot eat it. Seeing the aggrieved look in Dabao's eyes, Su Ming felt helpless. He looked over at Liu Hai, whose face was completely dead, and hesitated for a moment. "Are you selling that green dog's corpse? I can buy it from you for 10,000 credits. Wang Jinbao, who had been watching from the sidelines and planning to buy the corpse himself, froze. When he looked at Su Ming again, his gaze turned deeply intrigued. "Su Ming, oh Su Ming, did you figure this out long ago and set this up on purpose, or do you really know nothing at all?" Liu Hai, who had been lying there like a corpse, heard this. Seeing that the instructor had just stepped off the bus, a surge of desperate rage took over and he decided to lash out to vent his anger. "Step Meow. What are you trying to do?" The puzzled yet fierce Meow froze Liu Hai instantly, cold sweat breaking out and dripping down his back. Watching Dabao step forward and seeing Liu Hai's movement, Su Ming immediately knew what the boy was planning. His eyes turned ice cold. Dabao, carry it away. Dabao turned back to look at Su Ming in disbelief, unable to comprehend why his master, who usually would not even let him step out of the front door, was suddenly being so generous today. Seeing Dabao's pupils dilate in excitement, Su Ming felt quite helpless. "Why do not I usually take you out? Do you really have no self-awareness? It is because you are way too aggressive." At Su Ming's helpless nod, Dabao pounced forward in excitement. It easily picked up the green dog, which was a full size larger than itself, in its mouth, and even shot a glare at Liu Hai before leaving, scaring the boy so much that he scrambled backward. Meow. Su Ming did not spare Liu Hai a single glance. He simply led Dabao off the bus as the surrounding crowd stared in shock and even envy. A green dog's corpse like that was worth at least 20 or 30,000 credits, yet Su Ming had basically just walked off with it. The instructor, who was already off the bus, had also been keeping an eye on the situation inside. Seeing how things had turned out, he rubbed his temples in frustration. Still refusing to learn, wait. Inside the bus, just as Wang Jinbao was about to step off, he felt something snagging his pant leg. He looked down at Liu Hai, his eyes filled with pure disgust. "Let go, you idiot." Seeing Liu Hai make no move to release him, Wang Jinbao lost his patience and yanked his leg back hard, sending the boy tumbling to the floor with a thud. Seeing the hurt, shocked expression on Liu Hai's face as he scrambled back up, Wang Jinbao scoffed. "You idiot, you raised a green dog that is barely any different from a common pet, and you had the guts to pick a fight with a white shadow cat. Do you really think my old man's money grows on trees just for me to throw it away on a fool like you?" Ignoring Liu Hai, Wang Jinbao got off the bus with his black scorpion and fell in at the back of the line. At the front of the line, the instructor was telling Wang Chunfa about what had just happened. Wang Chunfa's eyes widened in shock as he listened. "John, are you serious?" Liu Jun smacked his lips. "See for yourself. Am I lying? Look, is not he walking over right now with the green dog in his cat's mouth?" Wang Chunfa subconsciously looked over. Seeing that it was exactly as Liu Jun described, he could not help but rub his shiny bald head. "Well, I will be, so what about his assessment?" "An assessment is an assessment. We play it by the book. Do not think you can pull any favors just because we are close. Not going to happen." Liu Jun waved his hand, dismissing the idea. Seeing that almost everyone had gathered, he stepped forward and cleared his throat. "Let me introduce myself. I am the instructor of the neighboring training camp and also your principal. You can call me Instructor Liu or Examiner Liu." You standing before me come from two different classes, but you all share the goal of becoming beast tamers. However, you saw what just happened on the bus. Being a beast tamer is no joke. Right now, if any of you feel this profession is too cruel, or if you simply do not have the stomach for it and lack confidence, you can turn around and leave. No one will laugh at you. Just go back, study hard, and try to become a breeder instead. As his voice faded, the students exchanged glances. Quite a few showed hesitation, and in the end, about a dozen of them hung their heads and walked away. Out of nearly 60 people, only about 40 remained. Although Wang Chunfa and Liu Jun showed no emotion on the surface, there was no telling what they were thinking. Munch crunch crunch. Oh, what is that noise? The sudden noise drew the attention of Liu Jun and Wang Chunfa, who immediately looked toward its source. Dabo Dabo, stop eating for a second, they are looking at us. Meow meow meow. They're just watching me eat, right? Let them look all they want. Su Ming looked up, and by pure coincidence, his eyes locked with those of his homeroom teacher, Wang Chunfa and Liu Jun. The protagonist will keep secrets is somewhat self-serving, and there is no female lead. If this is not your cup of tea, feel free to leave. Su Ming's face darkened, and he gently nudged Dabo, who was still gnawing on a bone, with the tip of his toe. In just a short moment, a fifth of the green hound was already in Dabao's stomach, and the thick stench of blood had spread across the area. Su Ming had already noticed that some of his classmates' faces had turned pale and uneasy. He figured examiner Liu and teacher Wang were looking at him for the same reason. Realizing it was being nudged by its master again, Dabao raised its head in confusion. The white fur around its cheeks had turned crimson, with bits of meat still hanging from the corners of its mouth as it looked up at Su Ming with a puzzled expression. Meow. You want to eat some too, master? Dabo held a piece of meat in its mouth and placed it right at Su Ming's feet, then gently nudged his pant leg. Su Ming fell silent. He slowly shook his head and met the gazes of the two men with a fearless expression. Is this really a white shadow cat? How on earth did you train it to be so obedient and protective of its owner? Liu Jun watched, beginning to question his life choices. He really did not know how a white shadow cat, known for its cruelty and definitely not the first choice for rookie beast tamers, could be so obedient here. Hey, you cannot put it that way. Su Ming has always been a hardworking kid, though I must admit I am quite surprised too. Liu Jun rolled his eyes at Wang Chunfa. He had obviously noticed that many students were already starting to feel uncomfortable, but combat was something that would accompany a beast tamer for life. Teacher Wang and I will be leaving for a short while. All of you stay here quietly and no running around. And absolutely nothing like what happened on the bus is allowed, understood? Understood. Hearing the fairly uniform response, Liu Jun left satisfied with Wang Chunfa, talking about something as they walked away. With the two authority figures gone, chatter immediately broke out. Many looked at Su Ming's Dabao as it fed, their eyes filled with envy. A whole green hound, think of how much money that is going to save Su Ming. Our school is out in the wild, so there are probably monsters around. You could go try your luck, who knows, maybe you will hit the jackpot. Get lost, let us just focus on finishing the assessment first. Hey, I was in class 1 before. Which class were you guys merged from? Want to introduce yourselves? Su Ming watched his Dabao eat with focus. The loud smacking sounds were actually making him a bit hungry. He wondered what this so-called novice beast tamer assessment would be like. Hey Su Ming, how about you join me? A familiar voice reached Su Ming's ears. Dabao was the fastest to react. Having eaten its fill halfway, it immediately stood in front of Su Ming, its pupils slitting as it glared fiercely at the approaching Wang Jinbao. The fresh blood splattered on its body added an extra layer of terror to Dabao's presence. Meow. Are you trying to cause trouble for my master again? The approaching Wang Jinbao was startled by this sudden development and took a step back, stepping on the black scorpion by his feet. Hiss. The black scorpion hissed twice in annoyance. Even so, facing Dabao's provocation and hostility, it understood the threat and crawled forward to shield its master. Not to be outdone, it waved its pair of massive, pitch-black pincers, making constant noises from its mouth. The commotion instantly drew everyone's attention. Seeing that Su Ming's Dabao was still bursting with battle intent and hostility, quite a few people swallowed hard. Why was Su Ming's beast still so fierce? Did not the textbook say that beasts would become gentler once they were full? Why did it look like that was not the case at all here? Wang Jinbao had been startled. Recovering himself, he let out a slightly stiff laugh. Do not be nervous, do not be nervous. I just want to discuss a partnership between us. Wants to partner with me. Su Ming's expression turned slightly odd. That was not what he had just heard. What was this guy Wang Jinbao up to? Do you know what the assessment is, and what kind of partnership do you want? Let us hear it. Unsure of Wang Jinbao's intentions, Su Ming let go of the cat leash in his hand. Seeing this, Wang Jinbao's face darkened. But when he saw that Dabao did not attack immediately like it did on the bus, his expression softened a bit, though he was still quite puzzled. If he remembered correctly, white shadow cats were absolutely not recommended for novice beast tamers to contract. They were indeed powerful, practically dominating the early stages, but the drawbacks were severe. They would not obey their masters, they fought with a cat-and-mouse playfulness, and there were even cases where they turned on their owners. How on earth did Su Ming raise this white shadow cat to be so obedient? It was bizarre. Suppressing his doubts for the moment, Wang Jinbao straightened himself up. Without a doubt, the assessment will just be about commanding beasts in battle, which we can obviously pass. But have you thought about what you will do after you become a beast tamer, how you are going to make a living? When he said this, not only Su Ming, but also many other classmates looked at Wang Jinbao in confusion. Seeing that he had captured their attention, Wang Jinbao cleared his throat pretentiously. You are my classmate, Su Ming, so you definitely know what my family does. And your family's situation definitely will not support you to become a beast tamer without any obstacles. When it comes to wilderness exploration and resource gathering, I know more than all of you combined. But exploring the wild alone is definitely a no-go. So I need teammates, how about it, interested? Resource gathering. He thought about how Dabao's evolution materials and cultivation upgrades would require tons of resources. With the little money he had, it would be impossible to get Dabao to the elite rank. Wang Jinbao despised sycophants, was rich and liked to brag and show off, but these were actually pretty normal traits. At this moment, Su Ming's resolve was actually wavering. Having grown up in a merchant family, Wang Jinbao naturally spotted Su Ming's hesitation. He immediately slapped his chest generously and said, "No rush, take your time to think about it. Just give me an answer before we head back today." His black scorpion was not suited for offense and could easily be kited, especially by speed-oriented beasts like Su Ming's. His scorpion would not stand a chance. If you cannot beat them, pay them to join you. He had already seen how successfully this white shadow cat had been trained. So Su Ming was absolutely worth recruiting. It was just a few resources, it was not like his family could not afford them. Besides, merchants chase profit. His old man had told him since childhood to make friends with capable people, so spending a bit of money was nothing. Looking at the generous Wang Jinbao, Su Ming was still somewhat suspicious and remained in a state of hesitation. He reached out his hand, and Dabao obediently picked up the dropped leash in its mouth and handed it to Su Ming. Meow. Are we not going to fight? Knowing his Dabao's temperament, Su Ming slowly shook his head upon hearing the meow. Seeing this, Wang Jinbao felt even more convinced that his initiative just now was absolutely right. A beast that perfectly obeyed and followed commands. For a beast tamer, especially a novice, this was incredibly crucial. And if this person was his teammate, it would be even better. Wang Jinbao started the conversation and revealed quite a bit of information. He needs friends, whether that is true or not. He is definitely short on business partners. In the car, Liu Jun was absolutely right. In this world, if you do not have strength, having all the money in the world just makes you a sitting duck. It is a perfect illustration of the saying, when others stockpile food, I stockpile weapons. If Wang Jinbao wants to follow in his father's footsteps, his strength must at least reach his father's level. Before that, he needs a partner who can grow with him and explore the wilderness together to improve his strength. This piece of information gave many people in the crowd ideas, and some even started to make their move. However, without exception, they were all deterred by Wang Jinbao's rejecting look before they could even get close. Looking at their disappointed expressions, Wang Jinbao felt a bit of disdain. Did these people even check if they had any investment value before crowding around him? I do not like to gamble, I like to see real results. Watching all of this play out, Su Ming felt a bit helpless. He sat directly on the ground and vigorously rubbed his pet, Dabao, twice. "Is it good? Are you still hungry?" It was meant to be a teasing remark, but to Su Ming's surprise, Dabao actually stopped eating and nodded at him with a serious face. This made Su Ming gasp deeply, and he gave Dabao's head a frustrated pat. "Just eat until you burst." Meow meow meow. Really, is there actually such a good deal? At this moment, Su Ming truly realized that Dabao had indeed suffered quite a bit by following him. His gaze as he looked at Dabao grew complicated. "In the future, I will make sure you eat your fill, grow beautiful, and become strong. We will advance together." Meow. Got it. Su Ming let out a soft chuckle, comfortably petting his cat. Suddenly, a vibration and a low hum moving from far to near reached everyone's ears. Instantly, they all perked up and looked in the direction of the sound. Soon, a massive truck gradually drove into view. Faintly, the roars and wails of some kind of creature could be heard. Dabao immediately stopped eating, stood up on high alert, and stared intently at the truck as it came to a stop. Seeing Dabao's reaction, Su Ming seemed to understand. Right at that moment, Wang Jinbao gave him a knowing smile. "Is it really a combat assessment?" After getting out of the vehicle, Liu Jun and Wang Chunfa did not even look at the students. Instead, they walked to the back and pulled open the cargo doors. As the soundproof cargo door opened, the faint sounds from before were amplified 1,000-fold, becoming almost deafening. A huge iron cage was pushed out from inside the truck, and pushing it out was actually a giant bear nearly 6 meters long, covered in an armor of soil. Tamed Beast, Earth Armor Bear. Talent Excellent. Level 35 Lord Tier. Element Earth. Abilities Colossal Strength, Earth Armor. Evolution Conditions Unknown. Illustrated Guide: a neutral monster with extremely high strength and defense. It will attack any creature that strikes it. A level 35 Lord Tier monster with excellent talent. Is this Examiner Liu's Tamed Beast? Currently, he only knew of 4 monster aptitudes: Common, Elite, Excellent, and Rare. Talent was fixed at birth and was extremely difficult to improve afterward except through evolution. As for cultivation level, it was said to go up to level 100, with every 10 levels representing a major stage. Just this Earth Armor Bear alone was at the 4th major stage, which was enough to tear their entire senior high school division to shreds in a day. Su Ming found it hard to believe. Would an examiner really have such a strong tamed beast? Or was this man really just a simple examiner? And what kind of monster required a beast of this caliber to keep under guard? Are we sure the monster locked in this cage is for our exam? Ignoring the expressions of the students present, Liu Jun patted the Earth Armor Bear's head. "Go on, push this thing in front of the students." The Earth Armor Bear made a human-like okay gesture. Then, as easily as a child pushing a toy, it nudged the 5-meter-tall square iron cage covered in a black cloth right in front of everyone. Looking at the deep tracks dragged into the ground, many of them stared at the Earth Armor Bear in fear. Seeing this, Su Ming's eyes widened. No wonder they used such a massive truck to transport the exam targets. It turned out they needed to keep this big fellow inside to serve as a deterrent. After pushing the iron cage, the Earth Armor Bear shuffled aside, flopped onto the ground, and scratched its mud armor with its heavy claws, sending debris flying. Soon, its breathing seemed to grow louder and louder. Is it snoring in its sleep? Su Ming squinted. He could faintly see a subtle, earthy yellow glow radiating from the Earth Armor Bear. This was the elemental mastery that only Lord-tier creatures began to grasp, and it was also the hallmark of a Lord-tier monster. The students, who had been deeply shocked a moment ago, now wore bizarre expressions. Acting as if he did not notice, Liu Jun walked straight to the iron cage. To everyone's confusion, he did not pull off the black cloth but instead opened the cage. A 30-centimeter-long ant immediately scurried out the moment the cage opened. At the same time, the Earth Armor Bear's snoring stopped and the ant's body began to tremble violently. Monster Black Soldier Ant extremely panicked. Talent Common. Level 3 Servant Tier. Abilities None. Illustrated Guide: serving the Queen Ant is its sole duty. It has low attack power but is relatively fast. After closing the iron door and covering it with the black cloth again, Liu Jun frowned and kicked the trembling black soldier ant twice in dissatisfaction. He only stopped once the ant scrambled forward a couple of steps. As a beast tamer, commanding your tamed beast in battle is a required course. Who wants to come up first and demonstrate for the other students?
Anyone? I will.
Looking in the direction of the voice, Liu Jun immediately saw Wang Jinbao stepping forward with his black scorpion and nodded expressionlessly. Command your beast and defeat this black soldier ant. Wang Jinbao pursed his lips and softly muttered a few words.
Black scorpion, go.
Once the command was given, the 2-meter-long black scorpion did not hesitate. It raised its claws and quickly scurried toward the tiny creature in front of it. Faced with the aggressive black scorpion, the black soldier ant's mouthparts trembled and its antennae flailed wildly. However, the intense pressure from behind forced it to move forward.
Hiss.
Seemingly annoyed by the black soldier ant's hesitation, the black scorpion let out an irritable buzz. Its long tail shot out like a spring, and the stinger at the end pierced straight through the ant's head. A blackish-white fluid dripped down the penetrating stinger. The black soldier ant, which was alive just a second ago, was instantly killed in their very first exchange. Liu Jun nodded to Wang Chunfa, then he said to Wang Jinbao, "Take your spoils and step down." Su Ming was not surprised by this outcome. Instead, he looked at the iron cage thoughtfully. Holding the list, Wang Chunfa made a few checkmarks, then looked up and said, "Next." Postscript readers, feel free to comment more and tap the update reminder. Thank you.
End of chapter.
He could be certain there was more than one monster in that cage, which was why the earthen bear was being used to prevent them from fighting each other. The question now was there a target in that cage with a higher level that Dabo could kill without getting injured? The crowd watched the black scorpion drag back the black soldier ant with looks of envy, thinking they would have stepped up had they known it was this easy and that the spoils belonged to them. Unlike the others, Su Ming was pondering the possibilities he had just imagined when Dabo suddenly tugged on the cat leash, signaling that he wanted a turn too. "No rush, let us wait and see if there is a better one."
Meow.
"All right, more food to eat." Liu Jun skillfully opened the iron cage again, and a dark green python over 4 meters long and as thick as an adult's calf slithered out voluntarily. Even though it was a monster under the pressure of the earthen bear, it was more obedient than a tamed beast. Is there anyone else who wants to take the assessment?
Monster green poison python. Talent common. Level 3 servant class. Ability paralyzing toxin.
Encyclopedia entry: a common venomous snake that injects toxin through its fangs. Its toxicity is not strong and it prefers to constrict and swallow its prey. The people who were eager to try after seeing Wang Jinbao's success immediately lost their nerve at this sight. Wait, it was just a tiny black soldier ant a moment ago. How did it suddenly become such a giant python? Do you not get it? This python was not prepared for us. Did you forget what happened on the bus? With that explanation, the others who had not figured it out immediately understood the situation. Su Ming's eyes lit up when he saw the size of the python, and he immediately unfastened the leash from Dabo.
Dabo, go. Meow.
Dabo's voice sounded very confident. Su Ming dropped the leash on the ground and walked behind him. Facing the slowly approaching Dabo, the green poison python immediately coiled its body, flicking its tongue incessantly in a posture ready to strike. Monsters have a mutual sense for one another, allowing them to roughly feel if the opponent is a threat, a perception that becomes more precise as their strength increases. Dabo licked his lips and stretched his body into a pouncing position. This single movement made the green poison python act as if it were facing a formidable enemy. Its coiled body began to writhe continuously. If I remember correctly, in this situation, snakes basically rely on their body muscles for catapult acceleration to achieve a rapid strike in an instant. However, the speed, flexibility, and reaction time of feline monsters can be said to completely crush that of snakes. Without hesitation, Su Ming gave the command, "Dabo, kill it." Receiving the command, Dabo did not hesitate at all. Trusting Su Ming completely, he charged toward the enemy like an arrow leaving a bow, turning into a white shadow.
Hiss.
Watching the approaching white shadow cat, the green poison python did not move but continued to flick its tongue at several times the previous frequency. Sure enough, this monster was also waiting for an opportunity. It was waiting for Dabo to get close. The crowd watched even more intently, some even clenching their fists in excitement. Seeing that both sides were about to collide and the python was ready to attack, Su Ming felt anxious, but his eyes could barely make out Dabao's shadow. The rushing Dabao suddenly halted his momentum and shifted direction to the left with fluid motion. The green poison python, which had already prepared its strike, had its head fully extended. Dabao's instantaneous turn caught it off guard, leaving it momentarily dazed. Witnessing this fluid action, Liu Jun nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, this kid has some ideas. Recovering, the green poison python immediately turned its head to locate Dabao, but in its vision, a red mass of intense heat crashed directly into it. In the next moment, it felt a flash of pain in its neck below the head, and its head fell toward the ground, out of control. After the successful strike, Dabao landed and immediately moved 5 meters away, sitting down to elegantly lick his claws, which were stained with snake blood. He had executed Su Ming's command perfectly. The crowd watched as the twitching green poison python struggled to lift itself up. A chill ran through them when they saw a wound deep enough to expose the bone on its neck. Is it not dead yet? But then again, a snake's nerve centers are not all in its head. Watching the python rolling, coiling, and stretching in its death throes, Su Ming was not worried at all. That strike was definitely fatal. It was just a matter of waiting for the python to stop moving. There was no sound on the field except for the dying python. Dabao sat obediently on the ground, staring at the snake until it stopped moving completely before turning his head to look at Su Ming. The students were shocked by Dabao's behavior. Is this really the white shadow cat known as the rookie Beastmaster Killer? How did Su Ming train it to be like this? Su Ming said nothing and carefully observed the python. About 10 minutes had passed and someone finally asked impatiently, "Hey, was that python not just insta-killed by your white shadow cat? Why do you not have your beast drag it away already?" The first to react to these words was not Su Ming but Dabao. He immediately turned to glare at the speaker, walking toward the person with slow, deliberate steps. Anyone familiar with felines knows this is a classic sign of aggression, indicating you have been targeted by the big cat. The man targeted by Dabao felt a chill run up his spine and instinctively stepped back, trying to hide in the crowd. However, he turned to find that the people around him were much faster. They had already distanced themselves from him the moment Dabao locked eyes on him. After all, everyone had witnessed the power of this white shadow cat. If that earthen bear did not intervene, likely no one here could stop it. At this, Su Ming looked at Dabao and said softly, "Dabao, come back." Meow. Dabao gave a soft cry and immediately ran back to Su Ming's feet, looking up at his master with curiosity. Su Ming then looked coldly at the man who had just spoken. Do you not know that a snake's nervous system is throughout its body, not just in its head? Or have you never seen the news about severed snake heads biting people? I do not blame you for being ignorant, but keep your mouth shut next time. Rebutted by Su Ming like that, the man's face flushed bright red with shame and anger. He wanted to snap back, but was pinned in place by the intense glare of the white shadow cat at Su Ming's feet. He did not dare to utter a single word of rebuttal. Su Ming pondered for a moment and then looked at Liu Jun. Examiner Liu, let us just start the next test. This is not going to resolve in an hour or two. Liu Jun did not say anything, but his gaze at Su Ming grew increasingly satisfied. He thought to himself, this kid's mind works pretty fast. Chubby, get to work. The earth-armored bear, who was still snoring just a moment ago, rolled over and stood up upon hearing its master's command, slowly waddling toward the green poison python whose head and neck were mostly severed. Reaching the python, the bear reached out its heavy paw. The green poison python, which had seemed completely dead, suddenly experienced a deathbed surge of energy. Its head snapped up from the ground, its wide-open jaws revealing sharp fangs as it bit down hard on the earth-armored bear's paw. This scene startled many of the students. They had clearly seen the python's condition with its bones showing, so how was it still so fierce and swift? Looking at the green poison python clamped onto its hand, the earth-armored bear backhanded the snake beast, smashing it into mush on the ground, then flicked its paw to toss the remaining body over a dozen meters away onto an empty clearing. Watching the earth-armored bear amble back to its sleeping spot, lie down again, and start scratching its belly, the students could not help but gulp. Is this Examiner Liu's beast? It is ridiculously strong. Did you see the glow on that earth-armored bear? That is a lord-tier beast. In the wild, it can claim territory and rule over it. With that bite just now, I bet the python's teeth shattered completely and its head is in pieces. It totally saved Su Ming some time. Witnessing all this, a smile finally appeared on Su Ming's face. Simply put, the reason he hesitated to let De Bao handle it was his lack of combat experience. What if this green poison python's post-mortem nerve reactions were faster than when it was alive? What if De Bao got bitten? These are monsters, not animals from before the spiritual revival. They retain their habits, but their abilities can change. This was also why Liu Jun thought highly of Su Ming. Besides, Su Ming had already won, waiting for the python's nerve spasms to fade over time. It would have been a huge waste of time. Alright, who is next? To avoid what just happened, this time you step up first and I will pick a monster accordingly. Liu Jun rubbed his hands together and looked at the students below with anticipation. Seeing no response, he frowned slightly. This is an assessment, the assessment for you to become true beast tamers. Think carefully about it. These words acted like a warning. Not long after he spoke, a student stepped forward leading his beast. Hello, examiner, I am Wang Kang. The person stepping forward was a sturdy-looking young man, followed by a red-furred rat only about 40 centimeters long. This scene caught Su Ming's attention. Beast red-furred rat. Talent common. Level 3 servant. Abilities none. Evolution requirements unknown. Description: a common type of rat, slightly timid with very sharp teeth. A red-furred rat. If I remember correctly, this kind of rat is quite common even in the city, right? Su Ming glanced at Wang Kang's red-furred rat, then looked over at Liu Jun, who was opening the cage. As the cage opened once more, a pig squeezed out. Yes, a pig over 2 meters long with 4 tusks. Su Ming was dumbfounded the moment the pig appeared. How on earth did that cage fit so many monsters? However, when Su Ming saw the pig's entry in his database, he seemed to realize something, and the way he looked at Liu Jun shutting the cage became rather strange. Beast four-tusked wild boar. Talent elite. Level 13 elite. Element earth. Abilities great strength. Evolution requirements unknown. Description: lives in the forest and likes to crash around to improve its physical strength. When sprinting, it can fight opponents of a higher level. The database shows it as a tamed beast, not a monster. Is this also Examiner Liu's beast? Wang Kang's face went pale when he saw the four-tusked wild boar. He looked down at the red-furred rat at his feet, his eyes filled with hesitation. Why did you come down? Go away. Liu Jun turned around and realized his own beast had come down. No wonder Wang Kang's face had gone pale with fright. Not just Wang Kang, but the other students' expressions changed as well. It was just a basic test, so why did a monster that looked completely unbeatable appear? Fortunately, this one was also Examiner Liu's beast. Otherwise, they might as well just turn around, go home, and hit the books. At this moment, Su Ming seemed to understand Liu Jun's intentions and smiled awkwardly. The old guy is really young at heart, still finding a way to show off a little. Annoyed, Liu Jun gave the four-tusked wild boar a few kicks to drive it aside before opening the iron cage again. The four-tusked wild boar obediently lay down next to the earth-armored bear and started sleeping too. As the cage opened once more, this time Wang Kang stared intently at the monster coming out. When he saw that the opponent was also a rat and only about 2/3 the length of his own beast, he breathed a sigh of relief. Meow. Can I go? No, you cannot. Su Ming dismissed De Bao's idea without a second thought. Monster large-toothed rat. Talent common. Level 1 servant. Abilities none. Description: lives in the forest. These monsters are gentle by nature but extremely hostile to their own kind. With their 2 incisors exposed, they will attack with all their might upon seeing their own species. Glancing at the large-toothed rat, Liu Jun noticed Wang Kang's nervousness and offered some comfort. Wang Kang, let your beast fight, there will not be any danger. Squeak squeak. Wang Kang nodded heavily. Just as he was about to give the command, he heard an angry squeaking. For some reason, the large-toothed rat opposite suddenly seemed to go crazy and charged straight at Wang Kang's red-furred rat. Wang Kang froze for a split second, then quickly shouted, "Red-furred rat, do not be afraid." However, a strange scene occurred.
After Wang Kang gave the command, the red-furred rat did not act immediately. Instead, it looked around for a moment before finally following the order. Looking at the red-furred rat that had hesitated before charging out, Wang Kang looked displeased and somewhat helpless. Liu Jun, watching from the side, was not surprised. Wang Kang's situation was actually the norm. How could everyone easily command their beasts like Wang Jinbao and Su Ming? That requires a long period of training to achieve. A contract is a mutual choice. A successful contract does not mean absolute obedience. What if coercion, bribery, or sheer necessity were involved? Soon, the two rat monsters, one large and one small, were about to collide. But at that moment, the large-toothed rat suddenly opened its mouth, aiming its two sharp white incisors at the oncoming red-furred rat. Oh no, red-furred rat, dodge. However, a shocking scene unfolded. Instead of dodging, the red-haired rat opened its mouth wide, a move clearly intended for close-quarters combat. Wang Kang turned pale at the sight, his hands clenched into fists as he watched the two monsters collide in a daze. The moment they collided, a loud crash echoed and they immediately began clawing at each other, looking for an opening to bite. Although the big-toothed rat was smaller, its teeth were longer and sharper. The big-toothed rat clamped its jaws onto the red-haired rat's arm, and instead of tearing, it used all its strength to drag it backward. With just one tug, the bitten area was instantly ripped open. Thick blood splattered everywhere. The intense pain in being dragged backward made the red-haired rat unable to counterattack, and its hind legs were completely drained of strength. Squeak, squeak. The piercing shrieks of the red-haired rat grated on Wang Kang's nerves, his eyes becoming dull. How could this be? How did it end up like this? Why? Thinking that he could not even pass the simplest test on the path of a beast tamer, and that his beast might even be bitten to death by the examination monster, Wang Kang could not stop shaking his head. No, this will not do. I have to think of something or my beast's arm will be bitten off. Scratch the big-toothed rat's eyes. The panic-stricken red-haired rat suddenly heard its master shouting commands. The biological fear of death made it choose to trust its master this time. The excruciating pain in its arm stimulated its nerves, and following its master's instruction, it launched a counterattack. Its sharp, short claws dug directly into the big-toothed rat's eyes, and with a fierce downward rip, blood and fur were torn away by the red-haired rat. Squeak, squeak. The blinding pain forced the big-toothed rat to let go and roll on the ground. Seeing the massive amount of blood streaming from the monster's wound, Wang Kang was overcome with joy. Then, the red-haired rat, dragging its limp arm, glanced back at Wang Kang and resolutely charged forward, sinking its sharp teeth into the back of the big-toothed rat's neck. Seeing his beast succeed, Wang Kang was flushed with excitement. Victory was right before his eyes. The red-haired rat did not disappoint him, shaking its head wildly. The struggling big-toothed rat quickly went still, and when the red-haired rat finally let go, everyone could see that the bite had snapped the creature's spine. Squeak. Watching the red-haired rat respond to him, Wang Kang excitedly clenched his fist in triumph. Well done. Clap, clap, clap. Sudden applause reached everyone's ears. They looked over with suspicious eyes to see the examiner, Liu Jun. Prompted by him, the others began to applaud as well, and the thunderous sound echoed through the examination grounds. Thank you, everyone. Liu Jun looked at Wang Kang with great satisfaction and lavished him with praise. Although you are not as skilled at nurturing and controlling your beast as Wang Jinbao or Su Ming, your refusal to give up has closed the distance between you and your companion by a huge margin. That is exactly what allowed you to lead your beast to a desperate counterkill. If you had given up just now, you would be collecting your red-haired rat's carcass instead. That kind of willpower is crucial for becoming a powerful beast tamer. Take your trophy and step down. Squeak. At that moment, the red-haired rat, dragging its front limb, walked back to Wang Kang with its prize, even placing the big-toothed rat's body in front of him. This is your trophy, it does not belong to me. The red-haired rat paused in a human-like way, then tentatively started taking small bites. Seeing that Wang Kang had no intention of stopping it, it began to eat heartily. Su Ming watched this scene filled with nostalgia. Had not Dabao been exactly the same once? A beast is like a child. As its master, you must play the role of a parent to guide and lead them. What Su Ming found a bit puzzling, however, was how skilled his Dabao was at combat. It was not like other students' beasts which were all raised from little ones. By all accounts, creatures of similar levels should behave similarly when pushed to the limit. Students whose beasts were injured can come here to collect medicine to bandage and treat them. Wang Chunfa, who had just returned from somewhere, came back carrying a large bag. He pulled out a small packet and handed it to Wang Kang. Here, treat and bandage your beast. I hope you keep up that attitude you showed earlier. Yes, I will, Teacher Wang. Accepting the medicine, Wang Kang slowly approached the red-haired rat's injured front limb. The rat showed no signs of stress, instead letting Wang Kang apply the treatment. The most important thing between a tamer and their beast is trust. After this battle, Wang Kang had built a solid foundation of trust with his companion. It was a great start, and Wang Chunfa believed this child would go far on the path of a beast tamer. Liu Jun lifted a corner of the black cloth to peek at the situation inside the cage before turning to face the crowd. Is there anyone else left to be examined? Not many remain. Those who have not been tested yet might have to wait until tomorrow. Anyone else? As time went on, the students preparing for the assessment shifted from their initial nervous observation to eager competition. One student actually passed the assessment despite failing to defeat the monster, and Liu Jun provided an explanation for this. It is normal to lose. You are all first-time beastmasters commanding your beasts in battle for the first time. There is no such thing as guaranteed victory in your first fight. Having the courage to step forward and challenge the monster is already a great improvement. It was this very speech that ignited the students' passion for the assessment, and the purpose of that four-tusked boar became clear whenever students could not handle the test monsters. If there was any risk of a student's beast being killed, the four-tusked boar would immediately charge in to scare off the assessment monster. It was exactly this situation that made Su Ming look from time to time at the ground-armored bear, which was snoring loudly. If the four-tusked boar acts as a security guard, then the purpose of this ground-armored bear must be for deterrence, right? After all, we are in the wild. The aura of a Lord-tier beast is enough to keep any monster below that rank from stepping within a radius of 10 miles. It still serves as a deterrent. The difference is that the ground-armored bear deters the entire school area, while the four-tusked boar deters the monsters inside that iron cage. While observing his classmates' assessments, Su Ming suddenly heard a sound of something breaking and instinctively looked down at his own Dabo. Beast White Shadow Cat. Talent Elite. Level 6 Servant. Ability Rapid Speed. Evolution Conditions. Compendium Introduction. A bold and rather cruel monster with strong territorial awareness, intense predatory drive, and it loves and enjoys hunting. Did it level up? Su Ming could not help but laugh out loud. He immediately squatted down and gently rubbed his Dabo's round, full belly. Only a third of that green hound was left. Meow. So full. Dabo lay comfortably on the ground, exposing its round belly, letting Su Ming stroke it while showing an expression of pure enjoyment. Patter, patter, footsteps sounded from behind Su Ming, and Dabo, which had been resting, stood up immediately. Su Ming, I noticed your white shadow cat does not seem to eat the internal organs. How about selling them to me for 10,000 credits? My black scorpion likes them. That black soldier ant does not have much meat and is mostly shell. The person who arrived was Wang Jinbao. He wore a friendly smile, completely shedding the arrogance he had on the bus, appearing instead like a reasonable, ordinary student. You want to buy these internal organs? Su Ming hesitated for a moment. He did not rush to agree, as he was not sure if his Dabo disliked them or was just saving them for last. In the past, he could not afford to feed it this kind of stuff. This was the first time it actually had enough. Dabo, do you want to eat these organs? Just as Su Ming asked, he saw Dabo push the things away with its paw in clear disgust. Seeing that his Dabo did not want them, Su Ming decisively took his phone out of his pocket. All right, go ahead and transfer the money. Great, I will go bring my black scorpion over. Receive 10,000 credits. Looking at the notification on his phone, Su Ming felt a surreal sense of disbelief. 10,000 credits? It would take him almost a year to save that much, and since raising Dabo, his expenses had skyrocketed. If the green hound's organs can sell for this much, then that green poison python. Su Ming muttered to himself, looking at the headless green poison python that was still over 4 meters long, and his mind immediately started racing. Just then, accompanied by the sound of scuttling arthropod legs, Wang Jinbao arrived with his black scorpion. Seeing the familiar big black scorpion approach and noticing the black scorpion was on high alert with its pincers slightly raised, Dabao gave it a disdainful glance and moved out of the way. Wang Jinbao raised an eyebrow at this. "Su Ming, how did you train your white shadow cat to be so obedient? My black scorpion has been with me since it was small and is not this well behaved." "Ah, my Dabao, it has gone through thick and thin with me, eating bitterness along the way, though I have raised it since it was a kitten." Eating bitterness together. Wang Jinbao fell into thought. What Su Ming said seemed perfectly logical. His own big black had been fed according to a breeder's recommended menu since it was young and had never lacked food or drink. Beasts are not just cute pets, their intelligence grows with their level. Under these circumstances, the bond forged through shared hardships is undoubtedly deeper. Wang Jinbao looked down at his black scorpion, which was crunching away happily, wondering if he should cut its food supply when they got back. "Wang Jinbao, are you interested in buying the corpse of my green poison python?" "Green poison python? I will buy it for sure. How do you want to sell it? Give me a price and let us see." Distracted from his thoughts, Wang Jinbao agreed immediately upon hearing Su Ming wanted to sell the python corpse. It was over 4 meters long with only one spine for bones and that skin layer removed, plus the thickness of an adult's calf. With the innards, it probably weighed 100 or 200 pounds. "I give you a price?" Su Ming was stunned. "This is my first time selling something like this. I do not really know. Just offer what you think is fair. I can give you a discount." "You want me to name the price?" Wang Jinbao's eyes narrowed upon hearing this, and coupled with his smile, he looked quite like a smiling tiger. "You will let me decide? Well, seeing as you trust me so much, how about a portion of low-grade nutrient solution? I will bring it to you at school tomorrow." Upon getting this answer, Su Ming let out an instinctive exclamation of surprise. This was something he never expected. "Low-grade nutrient solution, sure, it is a deal." Without hesitation, Su Ming reached out and shook hands with Wang Jinbao. A low-grade nutrient solution is worth 200,000 credits on the market. While Su Ming did not know exactly what the python was worth, it should not exceed 150,000 credits at the absolute maximum. Wang Jinbao was naturally willing to spend money to make a friend like Su Ming. What does a beast material merchant lack? They lack goods. A beastmaster friend or business partner with a good relationship is a great source of supply. A little loss is fine, just think of it as an investment. Do not you see how happy Su Ming is? If he has anything good in the future, will not he come to me first? Both men smiled and agreed on a pleasant partnership, each feeling they had come out on top. "All right, it is settled. I will call someone to haul the green poison python away and I will bring your stuff tomorrow." Su Ming did not say anything, just nodded with a smile before sitting on the ground to pet his cat. As for whether he feared Wang Jinbao would stiff him, only an idiot would consider that. Where are we? How many people saw what just happened and heard their conversation? Wang Jinbao's family made a name for themselves in Beiyan City as a monster material merchant based on their reputation. Wang Jinbao is clearly not the kind of son to sabotage his father. On the contrary, Su Ming thought Wang Jinbao was very smart. Because from this moment on, all the students on this field could potentially become sources of goods and customers for the Wang family business. At what stage do Beastmasters spend the most? Undoubtedly when they are newcomers who have just become Beastmasters. P.S. I ask readers to add this to your bookshelves, click for updates and leave comments. Thank you. Not bad, the assessments were all completed within the morning. After taking the grade sheet from Wang Chunfa, Liu Jun gave a slow nod. Zhang Ye, Lilin, Su Hua, Zhao Yu, you 4 failed the assessment. You can head home and hit the books. The 4 of them were still busy with their own affairs, but upon hearing they had failed, they stood there stunned and at a loss for words. Wait, Instructor Liu, why did we fail? We did put up a fight, we just did not win, that is all. Liu Jun put away the grade sheet and glanced at the person who spoke. It was a girl. Zhang Ye, is it? None of you 4 were an exception. You treated commanding your beast pets like a game of house, regardless of whether they listened to your commands or whether your commands might lead them to their deaths. I saw an attitude of indifference in all 4 of you. It is true that losing a fight is just losing, but your lack of seriousness will make you pay a painful price on your future path as beast tamers. I have to be responsible for you, and I have to be responsible to your parents. Go home. The four of them were choked by these words. Their classmates who had been chatting with them moments ago instantly began to watch them with cold indifference, and any plea for help they might have hoped for died in their throats. Glancing at the four who left in low spirits, Liu Jun's eyes showed no emotion. This situation happened every year, and everyone knew that all it took to pass this assessment was to fight seriously. To not even be willing to put on a show when it has come to this, that is not just being irresponsible to themselves, it is being irresponsible to their parents. It was impossible for Liu Jun to soften his heart and pass them. That would be sending them to their deaths. From now on, forget your old classes. You are now Class 1 of the Beast Taming Program, 40 students in total based on the ratings on the grade sheet. Su Ming will serve as the monitor of Class 1 and Wang Jinbao will be the deputy monitor. The two of them are responsible for teaching you how to build bonds with your beast pets and how to train them. I hope you all learn well from them, study their strengths, and learn how to command your beast pets perfectly. At this point, Liu Jun paused. Seeing that no one below challenged him, he nodded in satisfaction. This was the authority brought about by Su Ming and Wang Jinbao's own strength. As a class monitor of the Beast Taming Program, you receive 1 bottle of primary cultivation fluid every month. If you feel confident enough to fulfill the role of monitor yourself, submit a challenge request to me. Beast tamers only speak through strength, do you understand? Understood. Su Ming was initially resistant to being the monitor, thinking it would be a waste of time, but his eyes crinkled with joy when he heard about the bottle of primary cultivation fluid. Adding the one Wang Jinbao would bring tomorrow, it should be no problem for Dabao to break through to level 7. Remember, this place is your practical training field. Follow me now, I will take you to the classroom where you will spend the next year. Ignoring his 2 sleeping beast pets, Liu Jun walked ahead with Wang Chunfa to lead the way. Su Ming subconsciously tried to walk at the back, but Wang Jinbao grabbed his arm and pulled him forward. You and I are the monitors now, we have to walk at the front of the class. Oh, why, what is that supposed to mean? Su Ming did not understand and even found it a bit bizarre. How had he never heard of such a thing before? However, Wang Jinbao did not answer Su Ming's question, but instead signaled him to look ahead. In front of them were 3 other classes also led by their respective instructors. But besides the instructors and teachers, the monitors leading the columns were all walking with their heads held high, looking incredibly smug. Su Ming was stunned. Why is that? Wang Jinbao rolled his eyes. Why do you think I like to show off and act tough? It is to leave an impression on others so I can be the monitor, though I did not expect you to swoop in and take it. This time, Su Ming seemed to sense something. He whispered, besides the primary cultivation fluid you just mentioned, are there hidden perks to being a beast taming class monitor? Wang Jinbao did not answer but gave a solemn nod. Ordinary families cannot access these things. The monitors of the beast taming classes are basically all people from families with money or power. It is not about foul play, but only families like those can select better beasts for their children and provide superior cultivation. I do not know how you raised your shadow cat to make my black scorpion fear it, but look at the beast pets of the others in our class, they look malnourished. I get all that, tell me the important part. At this moment, Wang Jinbao's expression turned serious. For those who graduate as class monitors, the school guarantees 1 evolution for one of their beasts. All materials and evolution plans are provided by the school, and they are absolutely guaranteed to be successful. They will also have a breeder plan out the materials and strategy needed for the next evolution, which is also a guaranteed service. The school guarantees an evolution, and it is absolutely guaranteed to be a success. Su Ming never expected the school to be this bold. With a background like Wang Jinbao's, after the first semester, the beast should be at the elite level, meaning the school would have to provide elite or even lord-level evolution materials and plans. That would start at 1 million at the very least, and that is not even counting the difficulty of gathering materials. And what if the beasts of these wealthy children all required extremely rare materials to evolve? At that moment, Su Ming fully grasped the sheer value of this guaranteed evolution.
That is just one thing. As for other minor details, I do not know much either, just that there are more and it is related to class competitions. Keep your head high, give them that look you gave Liu Hai, and glare back. Su Ming frowned. He really did not know about all this, but regarding the guaranteed evolution, he had to admit he really needed it. Dabo get fierce. Dabo, who had been following at Su Ming's feet looking lazy and well-fed, instantly stood alert. Its pupils narrowed, scanning the beast pets of the other classes like a predator picking out its prey, and the scent of blood still on it was intentionally projected through its aura toward the other classes. Instantly, many beast pets began to grow restless. Although their owners tried to soothe them immediately, this situation still caught the attention of the instructors and monitors of every class. Seeing that their own students' pets were frightened by another class's pet, the instructors did not look pleased at all, though Liu Jun turned around with some surprise to look at the calm Su Ming. I thought Su Ming and that kid Wang Jinbao would not get along, but this actually saves me some extra trouble. A guy who looked like a young noble turned his head and looked at the shadow cat at Su Ming's feet, looking somewhat surprised. Is that a shadow cat? When did we ever have such an obedient shadow cat in White Cloud City? The deputy monitor next to him, who looked like a street-smart youth, shrugged indifferently. Good question, I do not know either, but it looks like he is the monitor and that guy Wang Jinbao is the deputy. Now that is interesting. Ouyang Li took a look at Zhao Guang, who was acting as if he did not care about anything. This guy was still so unreliable, he probably would not realize how wrong he was until he got beaten up. Oh well, he is the type who only learns to behave after a good thrashing. I hope someone in these classes can teach him a real lesson. After the scene Dabo caused, the students from the other three classes had their eyes on Su Ming. This outcome was exactly what Su Ming had expected. He finally understood the school's goal. While ensuring students in the beast-taming classes steadily improved, they also wanted to cultivate a batch of elite beast tamers through situations similar to peaceful competition. I have to say, it is a great idea, though whether it can be executed perfectly remains to be seen. Before long, the four classes that had just met dispersed again, each led by their own instructor to their respective classrooms. Su Ming had not expected each class to have its own detached teaching building. Has senior year changed this much? A whole building just for one class? As the class monitor, Su Ming, along with Wang Jinbao, naturally had to sit in the front row with their tamed beasts. After everyone was seated, Liu Jun placed the report card on the podium desk. Students, first of all, I want to congratulate you on becoming real beast tamers. Your credentials are being printed now and you will receive them shortly. Secondly, I will briefly explain your curriculum regarding the cultivation of tamed beasts. Liu Jun paused, took out his phone and connected it to the classroom projector. A large chart appeared on the screen. When the students saw the schedule, they were all stunned, Wang Jinbao included. From Monday to Sunday, we only have class for 2 days, and only one session per day. Am I misreading this? This question arose in every student's mind at that moment. Such a schedule was unheard of, they had not even dared to imagine it. It was the complete opposite of their usual all-day classes. Seeing the shock on the students' faces, Liu Jun nodded very seriously. You did not misread it, that is exactly how it is. 1 day for academic theory, 1 day for training. It is very simple. If anyone has questions, ask now. No sooner had he finished speaking than Wang Kang immediately raised his hand and stood up. Instructor Liu, besides those 2 days of class, how is the rest of the 5 days arranged? How is it arranged? Liu Jun's gaze became meaningful. It is arranged by you, of course. Does anyone else have any points of confusion? They looked at each other, but this time there was not even any whispering. As for why, everyone knew the answer in their hearts. Very well then, the cultivation of tamed beasts does not refer to what you feed them but to the training of command and combat skills, similar to the situation Wang Kang faced during his assessment. It is quite easy to understand. It seems no one has any questions. Good, next, Mr. Wang will conduct today's academic lesson for you. Liu Jun nodded silently and stepped aside, giving the podium to Wang Chunfa, who had been acting like he was not even there the whole time. As Liu Jun left, the image on the projection screen changed to a new one. The moment Su Ming saw it, he perked up. As the first academic lesson of senior year, what you need to learn is the basics of cultivation.
The goal is to prevent you from feeding your beasts random things and accidentally poisoning them to death. There are real cases of this, so listen carefully. Everyone listened to the lecture with great concentration. It only lasted an hour, so it passed by in no time. Just before the end of the class, Liu Jun returned with a stack of small cards and two vial-like objects in his hand. These are your primary cultivation fluids and your beast tamer credentials. Do not lose them, they are very hard to replace. After handing the items to Su Ming and Wang Jinbao, Liu Jun walked toward the back to distribute the others' credentials in order. Item Primary Cultivation Fluid. Illustrated Guide Description. Provides a good level-up effect for level 1 to 10 servant class monsters. As he touched the cultivation fluid, an illustrated guide unexpectedly popped up. This discovery brought joy to Su Ming. It seemed he would not make the mistake of choosing the wrong items and poisoning his beasts anymore. Looks like the benefits have been upgraded. The vice monitor gets a share too. Here, take it, it is just right. Seeing the cultivation fluid suddenly handed to him, Su Ming's eyes lit up. He smiled slightly and said, "That settles the trade then. By the way, you have not sent anyone to drag away that green poison python's corpse yet, right? Will not that cause problems?" Problems? What kind of problems could there be? Do not worry, there will not be any issues. Seeing Wang Jinbao's confident look, Su Ming nodded slowly. Unconsciously, he glanced at the black scorpion playing dead at Wang Jinbao's feet, thought for a moment, then took out his phone and searched for something. Black scorpion. Wang Jinbao, who was examining his beast tamer credential, found this odd and looked at Su Ming with surprise. What is wrong? By the tone of your voice, there is a hidden meaning behind that. Do not tell me you actually know how to cultivate it. When he finished, Wang Jinbao laughed with a look of disbelief. Su Ming just responded with a smile and did not argue. And that single smile made Wang Jinbao sense something was off. But guided by his merchant's instinct, he chose not to press for details, deciding instead to forget it for now and check back later. Tamed Beast Black Scorpion. Talent Elite. Level 7 Servant. Ability Toxins. Evolution Condition 1, Elite Grade Poison Core X, Soul Breaking Herb X, Elite Grade Insect Monster Molt X, Blood Frog Poison Sac X. Usage Steps. Evolution Condition 2. Evolution Condition 3. Illustrated Guide Introduction, a neutral monster with strong territorial instincts. It serves its master and has high attack power but is only suitable for counterattacks. Su Ming's eyes showed a hint of contemplation. The materials used in the illustrated guide were evolution methods not published by the authorities. The ones the authorities did publish were basically at the bottom of the 1,000+ evolution routes. Maybe the one at the very top is the strongest evolution path, who knows? After all, the appearance of this illustrated guide was absurd enough as it was. After finishing the distribution, Liu Jun nodded to Wang Chunfa, who was still on the podium, and left the classroom. Alright, everyone has received their beast tamer credentials. Today's lessons are over. There will be no school bus picking you up tomorrow morning, so remember to take the public bus to school. Class dismissed. As the words "class dismissed" were spoken, the students left the classroom spontaneously, still chatting and laughing. However, just as Su Ming and Wang Jinbao were talking while walking to the school gate, they were stopped by someone. P.S. Readers, please tap the button to urge for more updates, and if you like the book, leave a review. The author would be deeply grateful. The person blocking the path was a lad who looked incredibly energetic. His smile revealed a set of pearly white teeth. Though he looked like a sunny, upbeat youth, his behavior felt a tad eerie. "Oh, you must be the class monitor of Class 1, right? Let me introduce myself. I am Zhao Guang, the vice monitor of Class 2. Su Ming hesitated for a moment before extending his hand. Class 1 Monitor Su Ming. Wang Jinbao, standing by the side, understood the other guy's intentions the moment he saw Zhao Guang. Su Ming, he is here to challenge you to a duel. This guy is a notorious energetic nut in our circles. He has not sparred with us any less. Su Ming, who had just shaken hands, frowned. So he is a battle-hungry fanatic. That suits me just fine. Meow. Is there a fight to be had? Dabo, who had been following Su Ming, heard there was a fight and immediately darted in front of Su Ming, scaring Zhao Guang into taking a few subconscious steps back, staring at Dabo in surprise. Geez, I only caught a glimpse before, but it really is a well-trained white shadow cat. That guy's white shadow cat is not trained nearly as well as yours.
That guy's white shadow cat.
These 3 words instantly caught Su Ming's attention. It seems he is not the only one in school with a white shadow cat. That makes sense though, those from well-off families usually choose the best available beasts.
Meow meow.
There are other white shadow cats, call them over so I can spar with them. Dabao's cry suddenly turned a bit irritable. Seeing this, Zhao Guang narrowed his eyes. This white shadow cat is not ordinary, this hostility is clearly not directed at its owner. Interesting, this is the kind of opponent that makes a fight worth having. Let us go straight to the arena. Without any further nonsense, Zhao Guang tossed his head and walked off in front. Will there be a lot of this in the future? Also, who else in our school has a white shadow cat? I am quite curious. Well, Li has one, but her white shadow cat is far worse than yours. There is no comparison, you will know once you see it. Wang Jinbao started laughing for no apparent reason as he spoke, and the 2 of them followed along behind. The other students who had not left were also itching to watch. Dueling is something they will likely encounter quite often in their upcoming 3rd year, so they figured it would be good practice. Soon, the group arrived at an open space. Wang Jinbao's black scorpion tugged at his pant leg with its pincers and let out an impatient chirping sound, looking as if it were hungry. Why are you hungry again, or is it that you are about to molt dahe? Considering this possibility, a look of joy flashed in Wang Jinbao's eyes. Do not worry, we will head back right after watching this match. On the field, Su Ming and Zhao Guang put 15 meters of distance between them. Seeing the distance was sufficient, Zhao Guang raised one hand and layers of obscure, rune-etched arrays appeared behind him, rotating and pulsing.
Riot monkey, come forth.
As Zhao Guang finished speaking, the array behind him began to fluctuate, much like a drop of water hitting a calm lake, causing ripples to spread. The motion of the array stopped, and a monkey with black and red fur flew out and landed in front of Zhao Guang.
Beast riot monkey. Talent elite. Level 6 servant. Ability frenzy. Evolution conditions.
Field guide, a monkey-type social monster. Struggles for leadership in the troop inevitably lead to death. The more severely it is injured, the more it enters a frenzied state, gaining all-around stat boosts but losing its sanity. It has no obvious weaknesses and is a difficult beast to command.
Roar roar.
The riot monkey was about the same size as his Dabo. It looked a bit like a drill monkey, though it lacked the vivid patterns on its face. The previously lazy Dabo saw the riot monkey appear and its fur bristled slightly. As its back arched, it stretched its body, moving with its front paws crossed, eyes locked firmly on its opponent. Seeing this, Zhao Guang let out a soft exclamation. No active attack yet, then I will start.
Riot monkey, go.
The riot monkey did not hesitate and immediately ran towards the nearest tree, using all 4 limbs at great speed. Su Ming did not say a word, just glanced at Dabo. Dabo immediately turned into a blur and charged forward, its speed significantly faster than the riot monkey's. Just as it was about to reach the riot monkey's back, Dabo suddenly pulled off a sharp stop, its body arching and launched itself backward at an odd angle, its eyes still staring fixedly at the riot monkey. As Dabo jumped back, the riot monkey crossed its hands into fists and, controlling its body to accelerate backward, slammed its clenched fists into the ground, creating a pit nearly half a meter in diameter.
Hi.
Zhao Guang looked as if he had seen a ghost, his eyes widening as he rubbed his hair in frustration. Damn, it really hit. Is that guy Aoyang Li capable of precognition? Hearing a name he did not recognize, Su Ming kept it in mind. Watching the riot monkey climb up from the ground, Su Ming naturally would not let this opportunity slip. The battle then fully exploded. In the previous interception, Su Ming could still find strike points, such as specifically ordering attacks on the opponent's legs. But thanks to the structural advantages of feline anatomy and talent which were fully displayed at that moment, Dabo, who had just landed, launched out again the instant it heard the command. Seeing this, Zhao Guang felt his scalp tingle. He was so anxious his heart nearly jumped out. However, Dabao's speed was so high that by the time he saw it, it was already too late to think of a counter. The riot monkey, having just climbed up, subconsciously tried to dodge, but it was still unsteady on its feet. Dabo seized this opportunity and a line of blood sprayed from its calf.
Roar.
The riot monkey stared in astonishment at the claw marks on its calf and the blood streaming out. Its black pupils became veiled in a layer of red. Zhao Guang frowned. He could not give this white shadow cat too many more opportunities. If his riot monkey took any more damage, things would get out of hand. The injured riot monkey's movement speed was noticeably faster than before. By the time Su Ming's gaze returned to it, the riot monkey had already begun picking up chunks of dirt and running. Does not this monkey feel pain, or does that frenzy ability have a way to mask pain? If that is the case, we need to end this quickly. This is a spar, not a deathmatch. Just inflict enough damage to make it unable to continue. Dabao finished this quickly. Zhao Guang was stunned for a moment before returning to normal. He knew exactly what his beast was capable of. His riot monkey's pain tolerance was second to none. While it might be slower than the white shadow cat, its power was absolutely overwhelming. Watching the white shadow cat zip past his own riot monkey, Zhao Guang's breathing grew heavier, his eyes fixed intently on his opponent's beast, filled with shock. That speed is way too fast, is not it? It was not just Zhao Guang who had this thought. The surrounding crowd and even the riot monkey in the arena felt the same way. Even though the riot monkey had been prepared for a long time, it could only estimate Dabao's next landing spot before fiercely throwing the mud chunks in its hands. The mud chunks made a violent sound the moment they left its grip. With a sharp whistle, the mud flew toward the oncoming white shadow cat like an iron bullet tearing through the air. But that is okay, the real show is only just beginning. The flickering white shadow made Zhao Guang's eyes tired, so he rubbed them instinctively. In the brief moment he looked away from the battlefield, the fight had basically come to an end. Roar! As its attacks were dodged again and again as if in mockery, and it even sustained injuries itself, the riot monkey's abilities were gradually being revealed one by one. Seeing the strategy was working, Zhao Guang felt a bit more at ease. As long as you get close to my riot monkey, your white shadow cat will not stand a chance of winning. Seeing that the strategy was working, Zhao Guang felt a bit more at ease. As long as you get into close quarters with my riot monkey, your white shadow cat cannot win. Watching the riot monkey charging toward him like a cannonball, Su Ming also felt a fair amount of pressure. Relying on brute force definitely would not work. That was not his Dabao's advantage. Seeing this, Dabao instantly crouched low to the ground, its forelimbs pushing off to start a low-profile dash that stretched out its body, and Dabao's target was naturally the riot monkey now within reach. Zhao Guang, who had just opened his eyes after rubbing them, could not wrap his head around what he was seeing. His own riot monkey was already inches away. What was the purpose of this move? A scene happened that was completely unexpected by Zhao Guang and all the students who had come to watch. The white shadow cat's body seemed to be like a silk ribbon. They only saw the crouching cat twist its body, and the riot monkey, which had already raised its fist, flew several meters over the cat's head. Zhao Guang stared in disbelief, unable to accept the result, shaking his head repeatedly. How is this possible? How could my riot monkey be sent flying? Even if my beast does not have absolute control over its power, it would not make such a low-level mistake. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, Zhao Guang looked sharply at Su Ming. Wait, what was that twist your white shadow cat just did? Did your cat do something in that instant? Wang Jinbao could not help but gasp as he exclaimed, "My God, it really did something with that twist just now, did not it?" That happened too fast, I could not even see it clearly. The other students realized it too at this moment, looking at Su Ming with fiery eyes. They were very curious, but as bystanders, they could not speak up or interfere with the duel. Or do something like Wang Jinbao, which was pretty much like throwing money away. Su Ming took a deep breath and took a vial of primary nutrient solution out of his pocket. The twist my Dabao just made was likely using its claws to sever the tendon at the heel of the riot monkey's right leg, causing it to suddenly lose strength and balance. Silence. As soon as those words were spoken, an endless silence filled the field. The students who came to watch looked at Su Ming and the paw-licking white shadow cat as if they were looking at ghosts. Truth be told, the ruthlessness and decisiveness of the white shadow cat is exactly why it dominates among beast tamers in the early stages. Add to that Su Ming's perfect control over his beast, and for the other students it was like watching a horror story. To twist its body right when they were about to collide and directly cut the opponent's tendon, causing the opponent to lose balance and fly off. Who could have guessed that? As for Zhao Guang, he ran to his beast to check on its condition the moment he heard the answer. He discovered that it was exactly as Su Ming had said. The tendon on his riot monkey's right leg was indeed severed by claws and was still oozing blood. His beast's eyes had returned to clarity, the red tint of its rage gone, and it was looking at him with a puzzled expression, as if asking why its right leg would not work. Finding the situation to be exactly as described, Zhao Guang let out a bitter laugh. It really is. If your white shadow cat had followed up on that, my riot monkey would be dead. But it is just a severed tendon. My family has a healing-type beast, so it will not cost much, and I have to thank you for showing me the shortcomings of my beast. Having said that, Zhao Guang stood up, pretending to be relaxed. I lost. It seems my beast still has significant weaknesses when facing fast enemies. Su Ming paused for 2 seconds. They both have their pros and cons. Pattering applause rang out, eventually filling the entire arena. Only then did Zhao Guang turn around, summoning a formation to recall his riot monkey into its beast space, his eyes filled with helplessness and even a hint of panic. Crap, when I get home this time, my parents are going to lecture me again about how I could not beat them and got myself all injured. Wang Jinbao and Zhao Guang were in the same circle, so he naturally understood what he was thinking, and this was not the first time he had seen such a situation. Dabao also walked over slowly, holding its head high as if asking for a reward while looking at Su Ming. Meow meow. Was my reaction fast? Was I cool? Su Ming leaned down to pet Dabao, laughing contentedly. You were great, my Dabao is the best. Su Ming, let us go. That guy is usually dazed for a while after something like this, there is no need to wait for him. After praising Dabao, Su Ming looked at Wang Jinbao and asked the question that had been on his mind. I crippled his beast's leg and that is it. The duel ends and the grudge is forgotten. Hearing this, Wang Jinbao scoffed. It is hard to say with others, but Zhao Guang is not like that. He may be arrogant, but he respects those he treats as opponents, and he has sparred with me plenty of times before. You did not know this, but as long as you do not have your white shadow cat kill his riot monkey or rip off its limbs, he will not hold a grudge. Su Ming was a bit surprised by this answer. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he saw a handsome young man walk out of the crowd and head toward Zhao Guang. Hit a brick wall, have not you? Still acting high and mighty? I told you to keep a low profile long ago. Did you really think this Su Ming was a pushover like that guy Li Li? Zhao Guang turned his head to look at Ouyang Li and gave a dismissive scoff. How can you improve if you do not fight people at your own level? What is the matter? You want to go out and test your skills in the wild? It was a blatant, in-your-face insult, but Ouyang Li's expression remained calm as if he did not take the remark to heart at all. It is good that you know there is no comparison. I saw the whole fight just now. Your mom is playing mahjong at my place right now, so go home and prepare for your punishment. Zhao Guang's eyes widened slowly. How is she playing mahjong at your place with your mom again? Is not she the dean of the Beast Hospital? She is not working, playing mahjong all day long. Ouyang Li remained light and breezy, as if these words could not provoke any emotion in him, or perhaps as if he had no emotions at all. As for the hospital, your father as vice dean is enough. My mom just called to rush us, let us go. After saying that, Ouyang Li turned and walked away without looking back. Zhao Guang wore a look of annoyance but followed him anyway. That person is Su Ming, having witnessed everything, was curious why Zhao Guang's attitude had changed so much and asked instinctively. Ouyang Li, his father is the president of the White Cloud City Beast Breeding Association. Due to their professions, their family has always been very close with Zhao Guang's parents. Do not be fooled by the way they bicker. They are best buds who grew up wearing the same pair of pants. Whoever believes appearances and tries to drive a wedge between them will definitely end up in a world of hurt. Seemingly recalling something, Wang Jinbao's smile took on a cold and cruel edge. Su Ming nodded slowly to show he understood and touched the 2 vials of primary nutrient solution in his pocket. Thanks, I will head back now, see you tomorrow. Wang Jinbao watched Su Ming leave with a squinting smile. Only after Su Ming and his white shadow cat were gone did he take out his phone and make a call. Hey, send some people out to the senior year section outside the city to haul away a green poison python carcass. Yeah, hurry. Meanwhile, Liu Jun, hiding in the shadows, stroked his chin. Beside him was that four-tusked boar from the assessment. Did this kid Su Ming only start commanding his beast in battle today? Old Wang, do not try to pull my leg. Wang Chunfa, who looked proud, rolled his eyes and looked at Liu Jun with utter disdain. Pull your leg? What good would that do me? Does bluffing work on the path of a beastmaster? Is it so hard to admit the kid is talented? Liu Jun's face darkened immediately upon being retorted and mocked like that. When did I say the kid was bad? I am just curious. This kid's talent is ridiculously good, especially before the riot monkey entered its berserk state. He had many chances to let the white shadow cat kite the riot monkey and attack repeatedly, yet all he thought about was restraining the monkey's movements. Oh my, Wang Chunfa shook his head in surprise. I did not expect someone as thick-browed and big-eyed as you to be thinking about seeing blood in a sparring match. Liu Jun's thoughtful expression froze for a moment before he looked helplessly at his friend and arch-rival. Look at what I do for a living. Do not you understand what habitual thinking is? Ah yes, right. Seeing Liu Jun looking a bit unconvinced, Wang Chunfa immediately became sarcastic. Suddenly, he noticed someone in uniform walking toward them and narrowed his eyes. Looks like you have got work to do. I will take my leave. Seeing that there was official business, Liu Jun nodded slightly and said nothing, letting Wang Chunfa leave. The person approached after Wang Chunfa had gone. Report: a medium-scale disturbance has occurred in the forest 40 miles east of the school. Analysis suggests it may have been caused by more than one battle leader-level monster. More than one battle leader-level monster. Liu Jun narrowed his eyes. Why would more than one battle leader-level monster show up to cause trouble at the exact moment of the senior exam? I must be overthinking it. It is normal for monsters in the wild to fight over territory, especially since hunting each other happens all the time. What am I worrying about? But even thinking this, the grave look on Liu Jun's face did not fade at all. I cannot get away. Is Team 1 at the base? Are any of their beasts injured or currently under treatment? Report: Team 1 is at the base on standby. There are no injured beasts undergoing treatment. Liu Jun nodded slowly upon hearing this, and the heaviness on his face eased a little. No problems are allowed within 50 miles of the school. Pass the word down, have Team 1 prepare and depart immediately to clear up the issue, but they are not allowed to go beyond that 50-mile radius. Even if the target escapes beyond that range, they are not to pursue. Do you understand? Understood. Dismissed. Until the messenger left, Liu Jun stood tall, a look of distress on his face. Every single day there is just so much trouble. I will have to get Fatty to patrol again. Saying this, Liu Jun kicked the four-tusked boar beside him. Go tell your big brother to do a few laps around the school and our base before you sleep. The four-tusked boar nodded anthropomorphically. It took off on all fours and disappeared in a flash, with only the sounds of its departure fading into the distance. Liu Jun stood there for a while longer before slowly walking away. Elsewhere, Su Ming, who had already boarded the bus at the school gate, curiously flipped through the primary Beastmaster certificate in his hand. So this thing gets me free rides on the bus. Why did not anyone tell me that before? There is only one road from the city to the senior section outside the city, and it can be said that buses are on standby at the school gate 24/7, specifically to shuttle students who have become Beastmasters. At this moment, Su Ming finally understood why so many people were desperate to become Beastmasters. The first benefit was already clear, and now Su Ming was curious about what else was in store. Stowing his certificate, Su Ming looked at Dabao, who was lying quietly at his feet, resting with his eyes closed. Fortunately, Dabao was not drooling or looking at everyone like they were food, like he was on the way here. He must be full from eating that green dog. The green dog has not been digested yet, so there is no way to use this primary nutrient solution today. Its effectiveness might not be fully realized. It looks like I will have to wait a few days. Thinking of the 2 vials of primary nutrient solution in his pocket, Su Ming felt a sense of comfort. The beginning of his day at school might not have gone smoothly, but the ending was a happy one for everyone. But then, thinking about the evolution materials for Dabao, his face fell. He stopped what he was doing and took out his phone. I will ask Wang Jinbao how much an elite tier wind element core goes for on the market. Back at the school, Wang Jinbao was directing his employees to move the carcass of the green poison python when his phone suddenly vibrated. Su Ming, generally speaking, what is the market price for an elite-level wind attribute beast core? Elite-level wind attribute beast core. Wang Jinbao muttered it subconsciously. Is he already preparing the evolution materials for his white shadow cat this quickly? It seems the investment is worth increasing a bit more. Wang Jinbao, once a monster reaches the elite level, it condenses an attribute core in its body. This is the most valuable part of any monster. After sending this message, Wang Jinbao's fingers paused as he looked thoughtful. It was only after a few seconds that he replied. Wang Jinbao, the price for an elite wind attribute beast core fluctuates between 80,000 and 100,000. The stronger the monster was while alive, the better the quality of the core, which also provides a greater bonus to the success rate of a beast's breakthrough and a more significant boost to its strength. Su Ming, who had just stepped off the bus while leading Dabao, felt speechless at the price. Better quality means a bigger boost for the beast. Since he had chosen the path of a beastmaster, he naturally wanted the very best for Dabao. He already knew the price of century-old wind travel grass, 10,000 per stalk, which was not too expensive. Now, he just did not know the price of a century-old beast blood fruit. Su Ming, what about the century-old beast blood fruit? Back at the school, Wang Jinbao, who had just finished supervising the loading, nearly had his eyes pop out when he saw the message. A white shadow cat needs a beast blood fruit to evolve, and a century-old one at that. Are you kidding me? Does Su Ming actually know how to cultivate beasts? Young master, everything is loaded. Please get in the car. Stunned, Wang Jinbao was interrupted by his subordinate. He tried his best to regain his composure, nodded slowly, and got into the car. As the car started, Wang Jinbao sat inside, completely baffled. His brain was working overtime, and he could not recall a single case where a beast blood fruit was required for a white shadow cat's evolution. In his experience, beast blood fruit was used by power-type or defense-type monsters. It was not that other monsters could not eat it, but the results would be negligible. But if one were to use the fruit as an ingredient mixed with others to make an evolution serum, a single mistake could easily poison the beast to death. No, I cannot let Su Ming end up killing his beast like that poor kid before. If that happens, would not everything I have done be for nothing? Thinking of that idiot from the Baiyun City Senior Year 3 department, Wang Jinbao felt his scalp tingle just imagining it, and his fingers immediately flew across the screen. Wang Jinbao, there does not seem to be any published evolution chain for the white shadow cat that requires beast blood fruit. Are you planning to prepare evolution materials for it? Su Ming was not surprised that Wang Jinbao had figured out his intention, but he was slightly surprised that he had been so direct about it. Seeing that the other party had already said as much, he could not openly tell him that he truly intended to use the century-old beast blood fruit as an evolution material. Su Ming, you are overthinking it. I am just buying it to nourish Dabao. After that last fight, I felt its speed and power were still a bit lacking. Nourishing the white shadow cat. Wang Jinbao was confused. He recognized all the words, but why did not they make sense when put together? It turned the tide of battle in an instant and disabled the riot monkey, and that is not enough. It needs nourishing, and with a century-old beast blood fruit. What is going on in Su Ming's mind? How can I not guess it? Wang Jinbao scratched his hair in frustration. He began to hesitate whether to give a friends and family discount for the century-old beast blood fruit. After agonizing for a long time, he gritted his teeth, edited a message, and sent it out. Wang Jinbao, a regular beast blood fruit costs about 2,000, but the century-old ones are much more expensive, costing around 650,000. Su Ming, who had returned home, put down his bag and was petting his cat while searching for information on his phone, was stunned when he saw the message. He swiped his finger to switch screens, opening the official beast material shop. Product: century-old beast blood fruit. Price: 1 million. Description: a fruit produced when mutated spiritual plants grow in areas where monster corpses and blood remain after spiritual energy recovery. It can comprehensively improve a monster's strength, recommended for power and defense-type monsters. Su Ming's pupil shrank slightly after seeing the price. 1 million, and he is quoting me 650,000. Am I really worth that much? Will Wang Jinbao's dad beat him if he finds out? But soon, Su Ming realized the problem was not there. A quick calculation showed that evolving Dabao would cost around 760,000 credits. And that was only thanks to the rock-bottom price Wang Jinbao gave him. Otherwise, the fruit alone would have cost over 1 million. This Wang Jinbao fellow is really going all out. Su Ming, alright, I see. What about an elite-level bloodthirsty tiger heart and its spinal marrow? Wang Jinbao, who was drinking water in the car, had a look of deep confusion on his face. Is Su Ming planning to evolve his white shadow cat into a tiger? But if so, it conflicts with the elite-level wind attribute core he asked about earlier. Filled with curiosity, Wang Jinbao answered the question. Wang Jinbao, if sold separately, they are over 300,000 each, but if you take both, I can give them to you for 500,000. Su Ming, okay, got it. Thanks for telling me all this. I still have to cook, so let us stop here for now. Wang Jinbao, if you have any questions or need anything regarding materials, just let me know. I know more about this than you do. Having received the reply, Wang Jinbao breathed a sigh of relief, turned off his phone screen and absent-mindedly stroked the tail of his black scorpion. The creature did not seem surprised, just lay there obediently. It clearly was not the first time. Young master, you seemed troubled just now. Should I tell the head of the family? Wang Jinbao paused slightly, his eyes cold as knives as he glared at the man sitting in the passenger seat. Since when do you get to manage me? Are you worried about my affairs? What, can you solve problems my old man cannot? The man was clearly terrified by Wang Jinbao's attitude and immediately sat up straight, not daring to tilt his head even a little. Seeing the man's quick change in demeanor, Wang Jinbao snorted unpleasantly. Do your own job, speak less and do more. Since this is your first offense, I will not give you a hard time, but next time you can pack your bags and leave. Yes, I understand, young master. While Wang Jinbao was lecturing the man, the driver did not dare say a word and did not even dare to glance into the rearview mirror. The guy in the passenger seat was a rookie, and he had forgotten to explain the rules of the trade to him today. Thank goodness the young master was in a good mood, otherwise he would have kicked the guy out halfway there. Regardless, he had never heard of anyone getting a second chance in this industry. The beast material business requires one to keep their mouth shut, speak less and do more. That guy was just lucky. Meanwhile, back at Su Ming's house. While the water was boiling, Su Ming took the 2 bottles of primary culture fluid out of his bag, stored one away and took the other to Dabao. Come on Dabao, open wide and drink this syrup. Meow. Syrup. Dabao looked at the liquid with curiosity. Although it was the first time it had seen it, it trusted its master completely not to harm it, so it obediently opened its mouth. Dabao, not knowing what it was, opened its mouth directly, but as soon as the white-blue liquid entered its mouth and slid down its throat, Su Ming clearly saw its pupils shrink into pinpricks. The internet was not lying to me. All these growth serums are incredibly bitter, and aside from a few unique beast companions, none of them can actually swallow it. Dabao, do not spit it out. It is good stuff, really good stuff. This one sip is worth 10 or 20,000, you cannot waste it. Meow. Master does not love me anymore, feeding me this kind of thing. Looking at Dabao, who was shedding tiny pearls of tears but no longer struggling, Su Ming hurriedly wiped them away and stopped pinning it down, letting it lie on the floor. Beast Companion White Shadow Cat improving. Talent Elite. Level 6 Servant. Ability Quickness. Evolution Requirements. Bestiary entry, a bold and rather cruel monster with a strong sense of territory. It has a high desire for attack and enjoys the thrill of the hunt. Did the status bar update? There is an extra note saying improving. Su Ming had realized when he got into a conflict with Liu Hai after getting off the bus that the bestiary would show the real-time status of a beast or monster next to its name. Now that Dabao had drunk the primary growth serum, its status was displayed as improving. Not long after, Dabao, who was previously lying on the floor with vacant eyes looking like a goner, suddenly perked up, its big eyes filled with big questions. Meow. My stomach feels so good, I feel like I have become stronger. I drank that awful strange liquid and nothing happened to me. What did Master feed me? I want more. In just a moment, Dabao, who had been so resistant earlier, was now clinging to Su Ming's pant leg, blocking him from going to the kitchen. What is it, Dabao? The water is boiling, I need to go cook the noodles. Hearing the sound of boiling water, Su Ming, who was about to head to the kitchen, found his pant leg grabbed by Dabo and he looked down at it in confusion. Meow. Master, I want more. Su Ming could not help but pause. As a cat he had raised since it was tiny, even if they could not have a proper telepathic exchange, he had seen this scene countless times, too many to count. Convinced that Dabo was just being a glutton, Su Ming could not help but smile bitterly. Dabo, you cannot have too much of that stuff at once. You have still got that green dog meat in your belly and you have already had a bottle of primary growth serum. You will have to wait until the day after tomorrow for the next one. Otherwise, the effects will not fully manifest and it will just be a waste. Dabo paused for a moment upon hearing this, and after a while, it reluctantly let go of Su Ming's pant leg. Meow meow. You said it yourself, master, do not you forget. Haha, I will not forget, I will not forget. Su Ming quickly promised, then headed straight to the kitchen. After a while, he returned to the living room with a bowl of noodles topped with a fried egg. However, just as Su Ming sat down with the bowl, his phone in his pocket chimed with a notification. Who is messaging me? He expected it to be a classmate or a group chat message, but it was actually a news alert he had followed the previous evening. When he saw the headline clearly, Su Ming was stunned. Shocking, the ocean exploration team led by Eagle Kingdom's king-rank beast tamer Thompson Pad has lost contact today. Seeing this headline, Su Ming was taken aback for a second, and then he felt a bone-chilling coldness. What is a king-rank beast tamer? A beast tamer can only contract 6 beasts in their lifetime, and a king-rank tamer has reached that limit 6, with the strongest being a king-rank beast at level 51 or higher. Even today's Instructor Liu's main beast, the Earth Armor Bear, is only a level 35 Lord-rank beast. That means Instructor Liu is a master-level beast tamer, and levels 41 to 50 correspond to Domain Lord rank monsters, which are handled by Grandmaster-level beast tamers. If a Lord rank can learn to harness the power of its own element, then a Domain Lord can mobilize the elemental power within its own territory. And a king-rank beast can mobilize the power of heaven and earth within its territory. Or perhaps it is more accurate to say that king-rank monsters have begun to merge with nature. Monsters of this level can already communicate with humans through brainwaves, and even against such a monster, even missiles can barely penetrate its defense. A team of beast tamers that powerful just vanished into the sea without a trace, and it was confirmed as a total loss in just one day. To be able to annihilate such a team so easily, the enemy must be at least a king-rank monster of level 60 or higher. The further Su Ming read the news, the more terrified he became. The signal was lost after sailing only 173 nautical miles. But how far is 173 nautical miles in the vast, boundless ocean? It is like getting knocked out by a car just a few steps out of your house on the way to the supermarket. Monsters this strong are appearing just this far out. What level must the hegemon of the deep ocean be? Could they really be over level 90, but is not that just a speculative, made-up level range? After reading the article, Su Ming could only think it was utterly absurd. Bizarre to the extreme. Dabo, resting on the floor, noticed the noodles were getting cold, but its master was still sitting blankly on the chair without taking a bite. Strange. Not wanting its master to go hungry, the stuffed Dabo got up and nudged Su Ming's calf with its head. Meow meow. Master, eat, rice is iron, steel is rice, that is what you told me. Feeling the nudge, Su Ming snapped out of it and looked down at Dabo, who was still rubbing against his leg. He touched the bowl and realized the noodles were lukewarm. Oh, seriously, why think so much? We cannot do anything about it anyway. If the sky falls, there is someone taller to hold it up, we just need to live our own little lives well. Seeing Su Ming suddenly return to his indifferent self while scrolling through his phone, Dabo went back to lying on the floor, unfazed. In its memory, this was not the first time the master had spaced out like this. It is so weird, how can those monsters outside be cuter than me? Would not it be better to look at me more? Seeing Su Ming suddenly get up and take the bowl to the kitchen, Dabo knew the day was about over and it was time to go back to its bed for a rest, so it beat Su Ming to its den and got comfortable. When Su Ming finished washing the dishes and came out of the kitchen to call for Dabo, he saw it had already tucked itself in. With a light chuckle, he finished up in the bathroom and headed to his room to rest. As the living room light was turned off, time slowly ticked by, reaching the small hours of the night. A pair of moving flashlights suddenly lit up in the pitch-black living room. Meow meow. Why am I so hungry? Is it because of that jar of honeyed liquid I drank? For some reason, a silver thread of drool leaked from the corner of Dabao's mouth. Unable to bear the hunger, it ran to the window and skillfully opened it. Its cat eyes, like flashlights in the dark, scanned the scene below as if searching for prey. P.S. Readers, please give the book a boost. If you like the story and think the author is doing a decent job, could you leave a review to show your support? The author would be immensely grateful. Dabao stretched its body out by the window like a cheetah, its claws gripping the window frame tightly. Its sharp, piercing eyes constantly scanned the area below, as if it were about to leap onto the external air conditioning unit and head all the way down at any moment. A pair of feline eyes glowed with an emerald sheen in the night. Soon, Dabao locked onto a black shadow scurrying around the residential courtyard. With a longing flick of its tongue to moisten its lips, it leaped directly onto the neighbor's external AC unit downstairs. Despite its considerable weight, it landed with only the faintest sound. Maintaining this momentum, Dabao descended another floor in a flash. Such speed clearly came from practice. In just a few seconds, Dabao had gone from the 7th floor window all the way down to the ground level, and the shadow, appearing to have spotted Dabao, even stood upright. As it drew closer, it was clearly just a common filth rat that hid in sewers or pipes, coming out at night to scavenge for food, though it would not dare enter a home where people kept beast pets. This one was about 30 centimeters long. Faced with Dabao's approach, the filth rat showed no fear at all, simply glancing once before continuing to munch on food scraps left behind by residents who had been walking their pets earlier in the day. Looking at the unfazed filth rat, a touch of human-like confusion appeared in Dabao's eyes. Meow. This rat is not afraid of me. How is it different from the ones I have met before? Meow. It actually dares to look down on me. A sharp, piercing meow rang out through the courtyard. This time, the filth rat was startled. It dropped its food instantly, turned around, and took off running. Seeing that the creature knew to run, Dabao's anger subsided slightly as it followed along at a leisurely pace. Every time the filth rat was about to run out of breath, Dabao would speed up, repeating this process until the rat was exhausted and its pace slowed significantly. Then, a white blur lunged forward. Grunge crunch. Not long after, the sky began to brighten and Ming was woken up right on time by his 5:30 a.m. alarm. The first bus was at 6:00 and getting up at 5:30 meant he could reach the senior high department before 8:00. However, when Ming stepped out of his room, he froze in place upon seeing Dabao walking out of the bathroom with its fur completely soaked. Dabao, what is going on with you? Why is your fur so wet? Did you sneak a bath again? Recalling that his cat had a habit of bathing itself, Ming asked subconsciously. Dabao nodded naturally. Meow. Just washed off some dirt I got on myself. Ming glanced at the dripping wet bathroom, sighed helplessly and rubbed Dabao's head. Tell me next time you want a bath and I will help you. Watching Ming enter the bathroom to wash up, Dabao lay down at the doorway and let out a satisfied burp. Soon, a fully prepared Ming headed out with Dabao, but they had not gone far before they saw a mysterious, foul-smelling pool of red liquid in the courtyard. And beside it, there seemed to be some bits of red flesh and some unrecognizable animal fur. Whose beast pet got out and stole a snack again? No telling who will end up having to clean up this mess. Ming shook his head and sighed at the dried liquid, then led Dabao toward the bus stop on its leash. He completely failed to notice that Dabao, following behind him, was keeping its head low and staring at the ground the whole time. Just as they walked out of the residential complex, Ming saw a new R tank parked across the street and felt a bit puzzled. Where did this vehicle come from? It is my first time seeing one. Ming, where are you going? Come here, come here. Wait, is that voice Wang Jinbao? He turned his head abruptly. The driver's side door of the R tank was open, and Wang Jinbao was standing by the roadside waving at him. Ming was completely baffled. What kind of trick is this? Out of curiosity and politeness, Ming walked toward the other man with Dabao. Dabao, sensing something unusual, stopped walking with its head down. It reached Ming's side in 2 steps. Get in first, put your Dabo in the back is specifically for beast pets, it has got plenty of space. Seeing Su Ming reach him, Wang Jinbao turned and got into the driver's seat, closing the door. Before Su Ming could react, the back door opened. What is all this about? Looking through the windshield, he could see Wang Jinbao was the only one in the car. Still puzzled, Su Ming did not rush to get in but asked from outside. Hold on, tell me what is going on first, let me see the situation. I feel a bit awkward with you being so enthusiastic. Wang Jinbao, coming from a family of merchants, naturally understood what he meant. He was not annoyed but laughed instead. Do you know why there is a 6-story building for every class? The top 5 floors are all student apartments, single rooms. I am driving to school because of today's business. It is a long story and we are pressed for time. Just get in. Today's business is the school announcing something else. Su Ming was still doubtful, but knowing it is best not to snap at a smiling face, he figured out the general situation and put Dabao in the back. Wang Jinbao's black scorpion was there too. But as soon as Su Ming got in and closed the door, Wang Jinbao handed him a food bag and started eating a bun himself. I assume you have not had breakfast? It is a meat bun, the filling is made from that green venom python from yesterday. It tastes pretty good. Fasten your seatbelt and have a bite. Su Ming was still a bit confused, and no sooner had he fastened his seatbelt than the car started. Let me tell you about the school situation. The senior high department outside the city is different from the first and second years in the city. Boarding is mandatory. The reason we could go home yesterday was mainly to tell our families about the assessments and such. Hearing this, Su Ming nodded slightly. I know that. I just saw the group message from Teacher Wang. Yeah, and you know the furniture on the 6th floor is already provided, so you do not need to bring anything. The purpose of mandatory boarding is also clear. They want us to focus on training and nurturing our beast pets, and it makes it easier for classmates who do not understand things to come and ask us. Su Ming, his mouth full of oil, suddenly realized. So that is what Instructor Liu meant when he said to ask the class monitor if we did not understand something. If everyone lives together, of course you would ask the class monitor. At this point, Wang Jinbao paused and gave Su Ming a subtle glance. Also, going home on weekends is not forbidden, but it is from Monday to Friday. Upon hearing this, Su Ming thought back to yesterday's schedule. Only 2 days of classes out of the week with 1 session each day. Looks like the school is also testing our self-discipline. Think about it, 38 students in the class, being the class monitor is no easy task. Does that primary nutrient solution act like a bit of a hardship allowance? Seeing that King Xiao Ming had gone quiet, Wang Jinbao curiously glanced at him. How do you like the steamed bun? Su Ming snapped back to reality and paused for a moment. Not bad, it tastes a lot like chicken, but way better. Receiving this assessment, Wang Jinbao nodded slowly, deep in thought, and after a while he continued. We only have training sessions this morning, there are no classes in the afternoon. Our senior year department is just outside the city. How about we head out and explore from the school's location? Do you have time? Explore the wild? If I remember correctly, this is one of the main reasons Wang Jinbao is trying to win me over. He also needs to get stronger and he needs to do it fast. Just as Su Ming was about to blurt out an agreement without thinking, Dabo, who was sitting in the back, went absolutely wild and started howling. Meow meow meow. Master, I want to go, fight fight fight. He turned his head to look at his overly excited cat, only to find the black scorpion on the side huddled up in fear and felt quite speechless. Wang Jinbao also glanced at the rearview mirror, looking a bit confused. Your shadow cat is incredibly aggressive. Normally, shadow cats are not this fierce. It is not like the ones I have seen before. Yeah, that is why I brought her to school once during sophomore year and had to bring her right back. Wang Jinbao fell silent. He seemed to recall something like that, but he had not taken it seriously at the time. If he had noticed it back then, maybe things would have been different now. Watching Dabo pacing around anxiously, Su Ming could not have been more speechless. I never said we were not going, I was just about to agree when you could not wait anymore. We still have the morning training session, you know. Wang Jinbao had actually anticipated that Su Ming would agree to his request. Su Ming was not naive and he knew exactly what his purpose was. Meow. It is fine, we do not need training. Watching Dabao settle down, Su Ming let out a slow sigh of relief. This kid, her temperament is getting a bit restless. Thinking about heading into the wild this afternoon, Su Ming felt a little bit of concern. After all, it is the wilderness, and the news reports on it are basically just stories of fire and brimstone. The general message is for ordinary people and newly contracted beastmasters to stay away from the wild. And even in the wild near the senior department, the patrols only clear out beasts at the warrior level or higher, while elite level beasts are only cleared out periodically. Otherwise, how are students supposed to train? Do they just fight servant level monsters all day? What is the point? If it is just the two of us, is that enough? Wang Jinbao, who had stopped the car at a red light, was stunned by the question and turned his head to look at Su Ming in surprise. What are you thinking? Neither of us even has an elite-level beast. If we go just the two of us, we will basically end up dead out there the moment anything goes wrong. The class monitor and vice monitor of Class 2 will be teaming up with us. I already talked to them yesterday when I went back. The monitors from Class 3 and Class 4 will also cooperate, so it will be 4 people in 2 teams. Hearing this, Su Ming felt a little more at ease. Remembering the other shadow cat Wang Jinbao mentioned yesterday, he became interested. What is the deal with that person named Li Li you mentioned yesterday? Li Li. Wang Jinbao looked at Su Ming and nodded slowly. True, beginner beastmasters would not usually contract a shadow cat because this type of monster is extremely picky. Generally speaking, the probability of them killing their masters fluctuates between 10 and 50%. Of course, it is not like there have not been beastmasters like you who can command a shadow cat perfectly, but the probability is only 1 in 1,000. In Li Li, the class monitor of Class 3, her shadow cat is actually okay, but compared to your Dabao, it is quite lackluster. Speaking of which, Wang Jinbao seemed to recall something, and his brow suddenly furrowed. If you run into Li Li, keep an eye on her best friend Wang Hui. She is not a good person, just treat her like an enemy. Su Ming, who had been listening seriously, saw his expression change instantly. Wang Hui, a female version of Liu Hai, only she succeeded, but why do I have no memory of this person? The light turned green and Wang Jinbao started the car, his expression unusually calm. Do you think someone who can comfortably move into someone else's house and live off them can be a good person? I do not know what kind of nonsense that woman fed to that idiot Li Li. If it were not for the fact that we grew up together, who would want to deal with an idiot like her? That woman's beast was even a wind wolf pup that Li Li paid for out of her own pocket. Su Ming. After hearing Wang Jinbao's story, Su Ming was a bit dazed for a moment, but he felt it was acceptable since he had seen crazier stuff in the news. Thinking back on Wang Jinbao's personality, he could understand why he disliked Wang Hui so much. I always thought kids from wealthy and powerful families were smart. Mostly, but there are always a few dummies. Hearing this, Su Ming could not help but wonder. If Li Li is like that, do not her parents stop her, or is it that trying is useless? Lost in thought, Wang Jinbao drove into the school campus and parked. The moment he did, the expressions of both people in the car became quite interesting. Su Ming looked surprised, while Wang Jinbao looked annoyed. Meow. Where did this silly cat come from? Dabao, preparing to get out of the car, saw a shadow cat lying on the ground in front of the vehicle through the windshield. Seeing that shadow cat and the 2 girls, Su Ming immediately realized who they were and muttered to himself. What a coincidence. Dabao, that is one of your kind. Dabao looked at Su Ming in disbelief. Meow meow. One of my kind, that is not one of my kind. This time Su Ming only understood the gist. His Dabao was very disgusted with that shadow cat. It is normal for them to come looking for you since your Dabao is so obedient. Just ignore that Wang Hui later. Hearing this special instruction, Su Ming frowned slightly. Will she cause trouble? How will she? Wang Jinbao scoffed. She is latched onto Li Li, and now she looks at everyone with snobbish eyes. Suddenly Wang Jinbao seemed to think of something, his eyes lighting up instantly. Do not give this poser any friendly faces later. Tell your Dabao to ramp up the pressure on both of them at the same time. Dabao looked at Wang Jinbao in shock. She did not expect this little fatty to understand her Lord Kat's thought so well. As the car door opened and Su Ming pulled Dabao out with the leash, he felt a gaze surveying him. He turned his head abruptly, his eyes meeting Wang Hui's. The truth was, Wang Hui was not as unbearable as Wang Jinbao had made her out to be. Although she was scrutinizing him, there was no hostility. He did not sense any malice, it felt more like observation. This discovery made Su Ming feel confused. When he looked at Wang Jinbao with a puzzled expression, he only saw a sneer on Wang Jinbao's face. Su Ming was baffled at this moment. Was Wang Hui actually the scheming type? But soon, Su Ming was distracted by a wolf cub over a meter tall at her feet. Beast Wind Wolf. Talent Elite. Level 4 Servant Grade. Ability Hard Bone. Evolution Requirements. Bestiary Introduction, Copper Head, Iron Bones and Soft Waist. A hunter of the grasslands with excellent mobility and offensive capabilities. Suddenly Wang Jinbao sneered. What are you looking at? Never seen the master's white shadow cat before. As soon as he said this, the expressions of Li Li and Wang Hui turned sour. Su Ming, not knowing the situation, decided to sit back and observe first. The situation suddenly shifted. When Wang Hui looked at Wang Jinbao, her eyes showed unconcealed disgust. At that moment, Su Ming seemed to understand something. Is it possible that something happened to make these two despise each other, so they are both bad-mouthing the other to those around them? And when he saw Li Li wearing a look of exhaustion, Su Ming felt this was highly likely and prepared to slip away. He would wait until the afternoon to ask Zhao Guang, then everything would be clear. He was not part of this circle and Zhao Guang was. After all, the bystander sees more than the player. He did not know the specifics, but someone else definitely would. This kind of awkward scene was no place to stand out. He was, for now, just a squad leader who was a bit different from the others. Wait, Su Ming, could I ask you for some advice on raising a white shadow cat? My Dabai sometimes does not listen to my commands. When it came to white shadow cats, Dabao was the most reactive. He immediately turned around and glared at the better-looking member of the same species at Li Li's feet. Su Ming glanced at the pretty girl with the pleasant voice before fixing his gaze on her beast. Beast White Spirit Cat. Talent Elite. Level 6 Servant Grade. Ability Sharp Claws. Evolution Requirements. Bestiary Introduction, a variant of the white shadow cat. No obvious external difference, but possesses high attack power and is lazy and reluctant to hunt. Su Ming. White Spirit Cat? I seem to have heard of it. It was discovered not too long ago. No wonder Dabao was resistant when we got off the car earlier. Turns out he was saying this was not his own kind. Are you sure it is a white shadow cat? Are you sure it is a white shadow cat? Upon hearing this, Wang Hui and Li Li were both stunned, looking at Su Ming with odd expressions. Su Ming, however, remained calm. I cannot say for sure if it is a white shadow cat, but its habits do not feel like one to me. Have you ever seen a strange beast get right in your face? Is the white shadow cat supposed to just change from lying on the ground to sitting on the ground? What are the habits of a white shadow cat? Do you really think a white shadow cat would change its inherent habits because of you? Wang Jinbao frowned, confused. What is that? Could it be a white velvet cat? Heh, Wang Jinbao, just shut up. What do you know? Is your beast even a white shadow cat, or are you just trying to show off your background again? Can you have some shame? Su Ming looked at Wang Hui, who had started berating him, with some surprise. He seemed to have guessed something about the situation between these two. Ignoring the two who had started arguing, Su Ming took out his phone to search for information on the white spirit cat. At this moment, Li Li stepped forward, looking anxious as she held her white spirit cat. It is not a white shadow cat. Can you tell me how you figured that out? Su Ming lifted his eyes. Wang Jinbao's concern actually was not wrong. This girl was too trusting and indeed could easily be deceived. And the role Wang Hui played was more like the thorns on a rose. It was fortunate that he had not blindly believed Wang Jinbao's words, otherwise Dabao might have been eaten by now. Half a month ago, a new variant was added to the monster manual. A variant is not considered a completely new species because the variant's abilities do not change much from the original. But their personality is hard to say. Yours is a white spirit cat, not a white shadow cat. It belongs to the master and also has the excellent offensive capabilities of the white shadow cat, but the problem is it is lazy, which is the opposite of the white shadow cat's cruel and warlike nature. It is not that it does not want to follow your commands, but in the absence of a crisis, the situation you are facing is simply that it is too lazy to move. And I was just looking at my phone because I recalled this while checking the description of the white spirit cat. Meow. As Su Ming said this, the white spirit cat let out a lazy meow in perfect sync, causing both of them to look down subconsciously. Meanwhile, Su Ming's Dabo stepped back with a look of disgust. What is this thing? It is not a white shadow cat? Then it looks like my training method was wrong from the start. Is there any way to make my Dabai less lazy? Looking at her hopeful eyes and then covertly at his own Dabao's disgusted expression, you have to say there might actually be a way, even if it is not a conventional one. But with class about to start, it clearly was not the time. With that thought, Su Ming shook his head slowly. Not for the moment, you can look it up online yourself. Class is about to start, so I will not chat anymore. Oh, okay. Seeing her looking a bit dejected, Su Ming just took one more glance before planning to go over and pull Wang Jinbao away. You just wait, if I do not give you a taste of my power, my name is not Wang Jinbao. Wang Hui, being mocked like this, was not going to have it. The wind wolf at her feet immediately stepped forward, and the black scorpion behind Wang Jinbao also stepped forward in sync. Looking at this, the misunderstanding between these two was truly profound. Seeing them about to fight, Su Ming knew that just trying to persuade them was useless. He wore the same look of exhaustion that Li Li had at the beginning. I might know who the problematic one is now, but it is not my place to say. Feeling exhausted and helpless, Su Ming could only wave his hand at his Dabo. Dabo put some pressure on those two. As soon as he spoke, Dabo darted between the two beasts without hesitation. After pausing for a few seconds, he lay down and began to elegantly lick his paws. The black scorpion and the wind wolf were stopped in their tracks by this, standing motionless or looking back at their respective masters for further instructions. Watching this scene from the side, a flicker of envy crossed Li Li's eyes. As she looked down at her white spirit cat, her heart burned with fire. Come on, Li Li, you can definitely do it. Su Ming, tell your beast to back off. I am going to show this Wang Hui what I am really made of today. Wang Jinbao, oh Wang Jinbao, you never learn until you see the coffin, do you? Both their beasts had stopped moving, yet the two of them were still shouting at each other from a distance. Did not they notice Dabao lying there looking completely speechless? We need to reach the training ground in 10 minutes. In that case, fine, go ahead and skip class, I am leaving. Dabao, let us go. With a whoosh, Dabao, who had been lying on the ground, scrambled away as if fleeing for its life, even glancing back at the two of them with a look of utter disdain. Meow meow. If you are going to fight, just fight. Stop wasting time with all this empty talk. Seeing that look of contempt from Dabao, the two who had been arguing were left stunned on the spot. After staring at each other for a few seconds, they stammered, unable to get another word out. Eventually, they both snorted coldly and led their respective beasts toward their training grounds. After leaving the area, Wang Hui noticed that Li Li had already walked some distance away, so she quickly jogged to catch up. Li Li, how was it? Did you ask about raising the shadow cat? I saw that shadow cat's situation just now. It is certainly very obedient, the complete opposite of your Dabai. And also, why did not you wait for me? At this point, Wang Hui stopped and looked down at Li Li's spirit cat. Li Li rolled her eyes at the comment. Did not you hear what they said? We have 10 minutes left before it counts as late, and being late is marked as skipping class. Besides, my Dabai is not a shadow cat, it is a spirit cat, a variant of the shadow cat. Here, let me show you. Confused, Wang Hui took the phone and found that the page displayed the monster handbook entry for the spirit cat, and it was listed as a subspecies of the shadow cat. Huh, since when was this added to the guide? Well, if that is the case, it makes sense. I guess I was right when I suspected it was not a normal shadow cat. Li Li took back her phone with a sigh. I hope this little guy's future evolutions will change things. After all, there are infinite possibilities in evolution. And as for you, Wang Hui, tone down that reckless personality of yours. It is no wonder Wang Jinbao misunderstands you. I will explain it for you when I have the chance. No way, do not you dare, I have to beat him until he begs me for mercy. You absolutely cannot interfere. Seeing her best friend say this, Li Li was left completely speechless. I do not know what is wrong with Wang Jinbao. Even Su Ming, who just met him, saw the problem and did not bother with it. How does he still not get it? Hearing Li Li's complaint, Wang Hui could not help but snort coldly. What else does Wang Jinbao do besides business? He is an idiot who likes to look at people through tinted glasses, but it is fine, a good beating will make him understand. Late. Meanwhile, Wang Jinbao, moving at a slower pace, took a moment to catch up to Su Ming. I just heard you say Li Li's beast is a spirit cat, not a shadow cat, such a coincidence. Su Ming glanced at Wang Jinbao and seeing that the guy had lost his shrill, combative attitude, he nodded slowly. That is right, a spirit cat, I knew the moment I saw it. A shadow cat would not just lie on the ground like that. It is no wonder my Dabao reacted so strongly when I told it that the other one was its kin. That was not the case at all. Wang Jinbao nodded silently. I was going to say I have never seen such a lazy shadow cat. It is just a coincidence. The spirit cat info was only released by the authorities a week ago. I never expected she would have one. Su Ming squinted his eyes, looking at the crowd standing ahead, and spoke softly. All right, we are at the field. Looks like we are the only ones left. Keep quiet. As class monitors, the two walked calmly to the front of the class and stood in line, immediately receiving praise from Liu Jun. As class monitors, arriving right on the dot, very good. Both their expressions stiffened. The truth was definitely not something they could tell, so Su Ming changed the story. We had a verbal confrontation with a passerby on the way, and it took some time to offer an apology. Liu Jun looked at the two with surprise upon hearing the explanation. A confrontation with a passerby, it took time to apologize, that is a pretty novel excuse. But even knowing it was an excuse, Liu Jun nodded in agreement. Well, it is good that you knew to apologize. Since everyone is here, let us begin today's training. Have all your beasts stand in front of you, not by your side. As Liu Jun issued the training command, many students present completed this simple maneuver with ease. But there were a few individuals who took a few extra seconds. Liu Jun saw all of this but did not rush to point it out. He only spoke once everyone had finished. Good, I saw how things went just now. To be honest, I am quite satisfied. Just a few seconds for you at your current level, it is not a major issue. Today's training is very simple. Learn to make your beasts obey your commands. I am not saying it has to be absolute, but at the very least they must obey for important matters. For instance, when commanding your beasts in battle. As soon as Liu Jun finished speaking, the four-tusked boar from yesterday emerged from the bushes, huffing and puffing, and plopped down not far in front of them. The goal for today is simple: command your beasts to attack the four-tusked boar. Go ahead, monitors, lead the way. Su Ming and Wang Jinbao exchanged a look, and finally decided that Wang Jinbao would go first. Hey, go up there and give this fat pig a sting. Liu Jun's face darkened instantly, and the four-tusked boar lying on the ground stood up, its huffing and puffing becoming even louder. Su Ming slowly turned his head to look at Wang Jinbao with an unreadable expression. Wang Jinbao seemed to realize he had not fully adjusted his attitude and coughed twice. Hey, attack. The black scorpion did not hesitate. Its legs began to move and it scurried toward the four-tusked boar, its massive, pitch-black claws already open. Unexpectedly, after the four-tusked boar stood for a moment, it saw the black scorpion approaching and simply laid back down. This sight left Wang Jinbao speechless. The black scorpion felt provoked. Its feeding mouthparts let out a harsh noise, and upon closing in, it immediately snapped its huge claws toward the target's body. Click, click. Hiss. Does this feel wrong? The black scorpion looked in confusion at what its claws were gripping, a clump of hair, and it could not even snap through it. A deep sense of humiliation washed over the black scorpion. At that moment, it extended its tail stinger, but then the unexpected happened. When the stinger hit the four-tusked boar's thick fur and tried to penetrate deeper, it was bounced right off by the boar's belly. Wang Jinbao sucked in a sharp breath as he witnessed this. One full rank difference, let alone breaking defense, it could not even cut the hair. Liu Jun, standing at the front and witnessing this scene, nodded slowly and said in a loud, clear voice. Next. Seeing Black Scorpion walking back with an expression of complete disillusionment, Su Ming also understood Liu Jun's intentions. Dabao go. Having learned from Black Scorpion's experience, Dabao crouched down with a solemn expression this time. Under the gaze of everyone, it suddenly bolted forward, streaking past the four-tusked boar like a white shadow. The movement was so fast that no one could see it clearly, they could only faintly hear the metallic clinking sound of several brownish hairs falling to the ground. That was the sound of metal hitting the ground. Is this four-tusked boar in a defensive state? Realizing this, Wang Jinbao immediately felt better. He had thought his black scorpion could not even cut a hair, but it turned out the opponent had activated a skill. That makes perfect sense now. Liu Jun glanced at Wang Jinbao. The lesson one want to teach you all is this: do not hold onto the idea of fighting above your rank the moment a battle starts. Crossing levels is one thing, crossing ranks is another. To be honest, everyone gathered here is just an ordinary person. In truth, none of you are particularly special or anything like that. But every year, there are plenty of fools who think they are destined for greatness, running into the wild alone, only for others to find nothing but tattered rags and broken bones. I do not know if any of you are like that, but remember, if you encounter a monster of a higher rank than you while exploring the wild, turn around and run. You only have one servant rank beast, you do not have the capital to risk it all. Next. As Liu Jun finished explaining his reasoning, many thought this was the sole purpose of today's lesson, yet new problems quickly emerged. When it was one student's turn to command their beast to attack, the beast stood trembling in place, hesitating. This situation left the owner standing there, blushing in embarrassment. Su Ming looked up at Liu Jun, who remained motionless, then thought for a moment and turned to look at the student. When facing high-level monsters, your beast can sense the threat, but if its obedience is high, it will still attack. This is actually a type of crisis warning for the Beastmaster. The person was slightly stunned and subconsciously looked up at Liu Jun. Surprisingly, Liu Jun turned his head away and did not even look. Helpless, the student had to lead his beast away. At this moment, Wang Jinbao also understood Liu Jun's intention and immediately shouted, "Next." Soon, with the arrangements of the two, all the students in the class finished the so-called test. By then, when everyone's gaze remained on Liu Jun, he still had not made a move. Su Ming, as the class monitor, arched an eyebrow. "Everyone, you are dismissed to head home." Liu Jun. Seeing that the students did not listen to Su Ming, Liu Jun glared at him. "Alright, now you all know the gap between monster ranks. I hope you will not do things you should not. Do you see this field? It is quite large, is not it? This entire area is where you will conduct your beast training for this lesson. For example, you can command your beasts to attack tree trunks to train for precision, power, and speed. Or you can continue attacking the four-tusked boar to train your beast's obedience. The class lasts for 2 hours. We can continue attacking the four-tusked boar." Having received this information, Su Ming fell into deep thought and leaned toward Wang Jinbao to ask quietly. "Wang Jinbao, is the hair of the four-tusked boar valuable?" Wang Jinbao, who was preparing to train his black scorpion's tail spike firing speed, paused, and his eyes lit up. "It is all right. This stuff is used in medicine and for making armor. The cheapest is 3,000 credits per jin. I will buy it for 2,500. How about that?" Hearing this price, Su Ming gave a subtle nod. Dabao, continue attack. Dabao, who was lying on the ground, thought this class was over for it, but that turned out not to be the case. "Meow meow. Master, I cannot break through that pig's defense. Should I still fight?" Facing Dabao's inquiry, Su Ming nodded without hesitation. "Fight, that pig's hair can get you plenty of food and drinks. It is worth a lot of money." Liu Jun, standing at the front checking messages on his phone, had keen ears and happened to hear this, causing him to grip his phone a little tighter. Plenty of food and drinks. In just a moment, Dabao began to imagine all sorts of things, and drool started to form at the corner of its mouth. Without further hesitation, Dabao darted out in a flash. The four-tusked boar, already preparing to sleep, suddenly felt its belly being brushed against. It opened its eyes slightly, only to see the large white cat from earlier running back with its hair in its mouth. Although it did not understand the situation, it had to admit that the scratching force was just right. Soon after, a rain-like massage spread across its entire body. The comfortable sensation caused it to drift off to sleep, completely unaware that the hair on its body was rapidly decreasing. Many students training their beasts saw this scene and stopped their own movements. Su Ming crouched down and held the pile of brownish hair, which was nearly a meter high. "It is about 20 jin, you try it." Wang Jinbao immediately reached out to take it, then weighed it up and down before putting the hair down. A little less than 30 jin, counting it as 30 jin, that is 75,000, I will transfer it to you. Liu Jun just watched silently, his expression as calm as water, revealing not a trace of emotion. Meanwhile, the students looked at the smooth-skinned, sleeping four-tusked boar and at Su Ming, who had made quite a bit of money from Wang Jinbao, feeling a wave of envy. It is a pity their beasts did not have this ability, so they did not really begrudge Su Ming for making the money. Alright, it is transferred, I will call my family to come pick it up. Wang Jinbao, nodding to indicate the transaction was complete, had just put his phone away when an acquaintance walked over with a red-haired mouse. Hello class monitor, hello vice monitor. My red-haired mouse lacks actual combat experience, could you please help me train it? Beast red-haired mouse. Talent ordinary. Level 4 servant. Abilities none. Evolution requirements. Pokédex description, a common type of mouse slightly timid with very sharp teeth. Level 4, so it leveled up after eating that big-toothed mouse yesterday. No wonder it came to seek excitement from us. Seeing the Pokédex entry for the red-haired mouse, Su Ming realized, so it was confident because it knew its beast had leveled up. However, its talent and level were still low. This strength was indeed quite good among the average students, but having seen that all the class monitors had elite-grade talents and higher levels, Su Ming could only say it was a bit overly ambitious. Su Ming could only conclude that it was aiming too high. Help you train this red-haired mouse. Wang Jinbao just saw the wound on the red-haired mouse had healed and knew what the situation was, so he chuckled. Go find Su Ming. Su Ming's white shadow cat is a specialist in cat and mouse, why not try it? It was meant as a joke, but unexpectedly Wang Kang took it seriously. Alright, no problem. P.S. Readers, please add this to your shelves and click to urge updates. The author is immensely grateful. Wang Jinbao and Su Ming were both taken aback by this, looking at the serious-faced Wang Kang with some surprise. Dabao silently shifted his gaze, and with just a look, Wang Kang's red-haired mouse stumbled back in fear and hid behind its master. Seeing this, Su Ming fell silent, then looked again at Wang Kang's determined expression. Are you sure this is a duel with a foregone conclusion? Faced with Su Ming's persuasion, Wang Kang instead adopted an attitude of absolute confidence. It is fine, I trust my red-haired mouse. What was that? Did I hear that wrong? Wang Jinbao frowned slightly. This Wang Kang is getting quite arrogant. Su Ming just gave him some routine praise yesterday and he is already like this. This issue was not just clear to Wang Jinbao, Su Ming could also see it clearly. The guy's mindset has become severely twisted. If he cannot fix it, he is going to end up in big trouble out there. From the moment Wang Kang led his red-haired mouse over, Liu Jun, who was standing in front observing the students, had noticed them, especially when Wang Kang became dead set on initiating the duel. Liu Jun's expression was grim. A rat-type pet that has been completely suppressed in every aspect dares to attempt an uphill battle against its natural predator. Is this confidence? This is stupidity. Cannot he see that his own pet is already clearly avoiding the fight? Su Ming took a deep breath. Your pet is already showing signs of avoiding the fight. As the class monitor, I hope you address your own problems. Do not destroy the trust and bond you have worked so hard to build. Once these words were out, Wang Kang's expression shifted, looking somewhat dissatisfied. You are the class monitor, Coach Liu said before that this is your responsibility. At this moment, Su Ming's earnest look changed, while Wang Jinbao sneered and could not stop shaking his head. I get it now, some people have turned green with envy and are gunning for your position as class monitor. This time, Su Ming did not try to persuade him further. Given the state the other side was in, his motives were crystal clear. He gave a slight nod to accept the duel, then looked at his own pet Dabao, who was already irritated. Dabao, standard duel, get ready. Meow. You little rat, do not let me catch an opening. Faced with Dabao's fierce gaze, Wang Kang's red-haired mouse shook even harder, clutching Wang Kang's pant leg tightly with no intention of moving. Seeing this, Su Ming said calmly, do you need me to create some distance? Wang Kang's face stiffened at the remark and he dragged the red-haired mouse away to create distance. The sudden shift in events immediately caught the attention of other students. This Wang Kang was not he fine yesterday. Even just a moment ago he was talking harmoniously. Why the sudden desire to duel the class monitor? I do not know, but I can feel that Su Ming has been very dedicated to being the class monitor. Whatever the case, we will see once the fight is over. Glancing at the reluctant red-haired mouse, Su Ming had no intention of commanding Dabo. Aside from the fact that it could not win anyway, in this situation it would be extremely difficult for it to even track Dabo's movements. Meow. I ate a little mouse last night, shame I cannot eat this one today. Su Ming did not pay too much attention to Dabo's remark. Go on, but do not cause any serious damage. Dabo moved forward without looking back, giving a slight nod, while Wang Kang crouched down and talked at length before convincing his mouse to be less resistant. Just as they were about to begin, Su Ming glanced at the still trembling red-haired mouse. Are you sure you want to fight, regardless of the consequences? Wang Kang, who had not realized the gravity of the situation, waved his hand dismissively. It is nothing more than a loss, let us get started. Nothing more than a loss. Upon receiving this answer, Su Ming flashed a rather sunny, light smile. In that case, Dabo advanced slowly and applied pressure. The next second, Dabo began to pace forward step by step, its feline eyes holding a playfulness that even Wang Kang could clearly see. Coupled with the faint laughter from the surroundings, his face flushed red. Feeling he was losing face, he hurriedly shouted. Red-haired mouse, charge, show them what you are made of. After yesterday's events, the earlier persuasion and now the blind confidence in his master's tone, the red-haired mouse chose to trust the command. Watching the charging mouse, Su Ming shook his head and waved his hand casually. Seeing the gesture, a look of delight appeared in Dabo's eyes. It lay down on the ground, front paws crossed, watching the charging mouse like a tiger eyeing its prey. This single look made the instinctive fear buried deep within the mouse surge forth, and its speed slowed down involuntarily. Wang Jinbao, watching from the side, was not at all surprised by this scene. The white shadow cat enjoys and delights in the hunt of cat playing with mouse. After this fight, Wang Kang still wants to be a beastmaster. I am afraid Su Ming's white shadow cat might just toy with this red-haired mouse until it turns against its own master. Opposite them, seeing his pet lose speed due to fear, Wang Kang took a deep breath and began to shout. Red-haired mouse, go, the opponent is completely off guard, this is a good opportunity. That one sentence left everyone else watching the duel speechless. What do you mean off guard? Are you genuinely ignorant of the white shadow cat's habits, or are you just pretending? The students who were originally interested turned away and went back to training their own pets. As for Su Ming, he was talking to Wang Jinbao about something, and seeing them occasionally smiling, Wang Kang felt ashamed, annoyed, and helpless. Because this situation was allowed by the rules, and for the opponent to do this, it could be summed up in 4 words. Contempt and humiliation. Charge, red-haired mouse. Wang Kang, his face flushed with anger, yelled again to encourage his pet, and it seemed to actually work. The red-haired mouse regained its previous speed and charged toward Dabo. Su Ming, who had been watching the battle, clicked his tongue in silence, thinking, you cannot save those who are determined to court death. Since when is speed a talent for rat-type monsters? Is not it rapid tunneling and sudden surprise attacks? Heh, you make it sound like common knowledge. Wang Kang's performance yesterday actually made me respect him a little. At this, Wang Jinbao's voice paused, and his expression toward Wang Kang became incredibly disdainful. Now it seems he is just a grandstanding clown, craving attention from others or seeking investment from elders. After Wang Jinbao finished, he looked at Liu Jun, but to his surprise, Liu Jun was not even watching Wang Kang but rather the other students training their pets, nodding from time to time. Seeing this, Wang Jinbao spread his hands. No one even cares about guys like this. Let us discuss the exploration route for this afternoon. On the battlefield, faced with the incoming red-haired mouse, Dabo's front paws blurred as it struck, sending the opponent flying 5 or 6 meters away, then slowly stood up. Meow meow. The mouse has teased the cat, now the cat and mouse game begins. In an instant, the red-haired rat, having been sent flying, had not even managed to climb back up when it heard those 2 cat calls, and its body began to tremble uncontrollably, even more violently than before. Wang Kang was stunned at the sight, but then he noticed the white shadow cat approaching step by step. That gaze, meant for its prey, made him feel inexplicably terrified, even though the target was not him. Swallowing hard, Wang Kang tried to pull himself together and shouted again. Come on, red-haired rat, you can do it. The second the words left his mouth, Dabao suddenly picked up speed, trotted over just as the red-haired rat was trying to stand up and create some distance, and smacked it away again with another swipe. Wang Kang stood frozen, watching his own beast get swatted away the moment it climbed to its feet. Fear was preventing his red-haired rat from even attempting to flee. He seemed to realize now why Su Ming had tried to advise him, and wondered what he himself had been doing all this time. Su Ming, class monitor, I give up. I concede, is that all right? Su Ming, who had been talking with Wang Jinbao, paused for a moment. Both of them turned to look, their eyes lingering for a second on Wang Kang's idle hands before they ignored him and continued their conversation. This contempt and indifference made Wang Kang burn with rage. Looking down on me, I refuse to believe it. My red-haired rat cannot even put up a fight. Red-haired rat, counterattack, fight back, just like you did yesterday, go for the vitals. A flash of speechlessness crossed Su Ming's face, and he slowly shook his head with a look of pure mockery. Wang Jinbao's laughter also died down. After calmly glancing at Wang Kang, he lightly kicked the black scorpion beside him. The black scorpion understood its master's intent and silently crept toward Wang Kang's back. Dabao, do not hold back. Meow. Having been so offended by the opponent, Dabao, who was naturally cruel by nature, unleashed its instincts the moment Su Ming gave the order. The white shadow turned into a grim reaper, instantly flashing past the red-haired rat. A streak of blood splattered out, and the force of the strike sent the rat, which had been trying to run, flying. The intense pain made it difficult for it to even stand again. Wang Kang's expression stiffened. Before he could make a move, Dabao flashed past again. This time there were 2 deep, bone-visible wounds across the red-haired rat's 4 legs. Squeak, squeak. Only then, upon hearing the miserable cries of his beast, did Wang Kang finally lose his composure. I give up, I surrender. Su Ming, make your beast stop. Su Ming just swept a glance at Wang Kang's useless, idle hands and remained unmoved, watching the cat play with the mouse. The next second, the red-haired rat was swatted high into the air. Dabao tracked the target, jumped from where it stood, and landed a precise blow on the rat's last remaining functional leg. At this rate, the white shadow cat's next attack would be on the red-haired rat's body, and that strike would pose a fatal threat. Liu Jun could not sit by any longer inside. End the battle, Wang Kang. These words were like a wake-up call. No wonder he kept looking at my hands when I said I surrendered earlier. That was the reason. But why did not he remind me? Even though I was too nervous because of my beast, he was still being so aggressive. Coming to his senses, Wang Kang immediately performed the gesture to end the duel and ran toward his red-haired rat without a word. Stop, Dabao. Dabao, having already planned to blind one of the red-haired rat's eyes and being all set to do it, heard the command to stop and walked toward Su Ming, looking somewhat unhappy. Meow meow. Why stop? Would not it be better to just eat it? Seeing his Dabao looking aggrieved, Su Ming smiled and rubbed its unhappy face. You silly thing, the opponent just had a bad attitude. He did not do anything truly unforgivable. This lesson was harsh enough, and it is not like there is any big-toothed rat meat for his beast to nourish itself with. And even if there were, it is unlikely his beast would level up right now to recover from its injuries. Having received this explanation and comfort, Dabao became happy again, enjoying Su Ming's petting and purring contentedly. No matter how many times I see it, I really envy your white shadow cat. I wonder if my black scorpion could ever be that obedient. Wang Jinbao, who had been envying Su Ming's beast, suddenly saw something and hurriedly leaned over to tap Su Ming on the shoulder. Wait, stop petting the cat for a second and look at Wang Kang. Su Ming blinked. Wang Kang, what is there to look at with that guy? But he followed the suggestion and looked over anyway. Worried about his beast's condition, Wang Kang had run to the red-haired rat's side immediately and scooped it into his arms. Red-haired rat, how come you could not even touch his cat? Looks like we need to step up the training. Seeing the 4 deep, bone-visible wounds on the red-haired rat's limbs, the hatred in Wang Kang's heart grew, and he failed to notice the rat's eyes turning a deep crimson red. Squeak, squeak. Taking advantage of the moment Wang Kang was distracted by his own thoughts, the red-haired rat seized the opportunity, used all its remaining strength, raised its claws, and swiped fiercely at Wang Kang's throat. Wang Kang, lost in thought, was startled out of his trance and let out a loud shout. Red-haired rat, what are you doing? Before Wang Kang could toss the rat away, he luckily realized what was happening just in time to tilt his head back, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike, though a bloody scratch was still left on his neck. When the rat's attack missed, it remembered the fear it felt earlier, the hesitation to fight, and its master's coaxing and empty words. It had gathered the courage to fight, but every time the white shadow cat swatted it away, there were long intervals of inaction. As a result, its master was not even willing to lift a finger to help. Up to that point, it had endured it all, but that last remark was not comfort, it was blame. All the fear, despair, and helplessness from this battle erupted at once. With the first strike missed, the murderous intent flooded the red-haired rat's mind, and it lunged forward to bite Wang Kang's arm with all its might, just as Wang Kang threw it away. The time between the injury and being thrown was wasted on his own shock. Betrayal of its master. Su Ming widened his eyes, staring in disbelief at this legendary scene, and even Dabao stared in shock. Suddenly, a pitch-black, whip-like object shot out from behind Wang Kang, pierced the red-haired rat's head, and hooked it away. The red-haired rat's hot blood splattered onto Wang Kang's stunned face. He looked down at the blood on himself, and a sense of absolute helplessness washed over him. My beast, is it dead? In contrast to Wang Kang's helplessness and confusion, the black scorpion, having succeeded in one strike, scrambled back with the prize hanging from its tail stinger, its mouthparts clicking constantly. You could tell it was very happy. Su Ming could not help but gasp, asking without even turning his head. You guessed that Wang Kang's red-haired rat would turn on its master, so you had your black scorpion ready in advance. That is sharp. Wang Jinbao, standing behind Su Ming, was stunned by these words, his eyes filled with confusion. He remembered signaling his black scorpion to sneak up and sting Wang Kang once he conceded, just to knock him out. That would have at most cost him a bit of money. But what he had not expected was for his scorpion to instantly shoot its tail hook, pierce the red-haired rat's head, and drag it away. This was completely beyond his expectations. Oh right, like I just said, your Daba was going to beat Wang Kang's red-haired rat into turning on its master, though the main problem lies with Wang Kang himself. His beast was heavily injured due to his recklessness, and instead of comfort, he gave it blame. Trust had only just been built, so of course it would turn on him. Seeing that Su Ming had already set the stage, he just had to play along and look cool. Sure enough, as soon as he said that, Su Ming gave him a thumbs up in admiration. Truly worthy of a merchant family, your foresight is long-term. I am not as good as you. He did not expect this praise to make Wang Jinbao feel a bit embarrassed. After all, he was feeling guilty. Looking at the black scorpion that had returned to his side as if showing off a treasure, Wang Jinbao coughed twice to compose himself. Alright, just eat it, no need to show it to me. The next second, something neither of them expected happened. The black scorpion placed the red-haired rat's carcass in front of Dabao, who was currently enjoying being petted, leaving them both bewildered. Dabao listened to the clicking sounds from the black scorpion's mouthparts, its eyes widening slightly in surprise. Then it did not stand on ceremony and started eating. Meow meow meow. You are sensible, knowing I did the heavy lifting. I will leave the organ pack for you. Hiss. Meow. Do not worry, I have your back. You can walk around here like you own the place. Su Ming and Wang Jinbao looked at each other, both completely dumbfounded. As junior beast tamers, they could not accurately communicate with their own beasts. Let alone understand a conversation between two beasts. That was even harder. They only knew that the two beasts seemed to have exchanged something, and now Wang Jinbao's black scorpion seemed even happier, standing guard like a sentry as Dabao ate. Why does it look like it is paying protection money? Hearing Su Ming's guess, Wang Jinbao's face darkened, and he immediately crouched down to give his black scorpion a firm tap on the head. Are you stupid, paying protection money? Hiss. You like eating organs? Fine, your meat portion for dinner is cancelled, but the organs remain. Hiss. While they were laughing, Wang Kang was lost in a daze. My red-haired rat, why would it turn on its master? Why? No, that is not right, it was Wang Jinbao's black scorpion. Why was it behind me? No, wait, how dare Wang Jinbao kill my beast? He planned this all along. Thinking more and more absurdly, Wang Kang stood up, intending to find Wang Jinbao and force him to compensate for his lost beast. However, just as he rose to his feet, Liu Jun's booming voice froze him in place. Alright, stop the training for a moment. Everyone, eyes on me. Seeing that the students were all looking, Liu Jun nodded slightly, preparing to speak, but Wang Kang suddenly blurted out. Instructor Liu, Wang Jinbao killed someone else's beast recklessly. He should compensate me. Wang Kang expected sympathy for his plight, but instead, he only received cold stares and sneers. Even Instructor Liu only glanced at him without giving an answer. Listen up, everyone. Do not force your beasts to fight, especially when trust has only recently been established, and do not force them to fight an impossible enemy. Especially when the beast is clearly showing signs of fear. This is not cowardice. Since you have started building trust, it is not truly being afraid, but a reality that they simply cannot win. If you force them, the worst outcome is not just your beast dying in battle, it is the beast turning on its master afterward. That is the most terrifying part. At this point, everyone looked at Wang Kang as if they had discussed it beforehand. This invisible pressure bore down on him, leaving him unable to move, his face pale and cold sweat breaking out all over. Only then did Liu Jun look at Wang Kang in a serious manner. Wang Kang, in the situation just now, your beast was already prepared to turn on its master and had taken action. The wound on your neck is the best proof of that. If it were not for Wang Jinbao's black scorpion, you would be dead. Do you understand the situation now? Liu Jun paused. Wang Kang's behavior was a case of returning good with evil, which was technically something that could be tolerated in the senior year department. To be honest, he really wanted to expel him, but his actions did not quite meet the criteria for expulsion. Your beast has died. Go back and rest for a while to calm down. Once you have bonded with a new one and cleared your head, then you can come back. The subtext was, junior beast tamers can bond with new beasts, but even if you do not come back. Class 1 does not want you, and neither do I. Wang Kang did not seem to understand. He just ran off, shouting about bonding with a new beast. Tusk, idiot, we already have no room for him in Class 1, can he not tell? Faced with Wang Jinbao's sneer, Su Ming had no opinion to share. Regardless, he did not want to live or study alongside someone like that. Liu Jun checked the time. Alright, this training session is over. Regarding your dormitory assignments, Teacher Wang has already posted them in the class group. Check it yourselves. Liu Jun paused, his gaze landing on Su Ming and Wang Jinbao. Class monitor and deputy monitor, come with me. The two were startled and hurriedly called their beasts to stop eating. Dabo, stop chewing on that bone for a second. Black Scorpion, you two, stop eating that stuff. Come back, we have business to take care of. As their beasts looked on reluctantly, they were taken away by their masters. After the two left, quite a few students who had not left yet looked at each other. One of them observed the situation and smiled meaningfully. What, you all want your beasts to eat and get some nutrition, then go ahead, but let me say this first. Think about why they are the class monitors and why the instructor only called the two of them away instead of anyone else. If you still want to eat after hearing that, then go right ahead. That person walked towards the Class 1 building without looking back, and the dormitory was located just above the classroom on the first floor. The others hesitated for a moment, and eventually reason prevailed over their desires, and they left one by one with their beasts. Su Ming and Wang Jinbao followed Liu Jun into the classroom, which was completely empty at the moment. Wang Jinbao, do not just stand there grinning. Do not think I do not know what you were planning when you had Black Scorpion circle behind Wang Kang just now. Wang Jinbao, still smiling, immediately lost his grin upon hearing this. Liu Jun could not help but let out a cold snort. If it had not been for that stroke of luck that saved Wang Kang's life, I would not be praising you at all. Instructor Liu, is there something you needed us for? Liu Jun glanced at Su Ming. Do you have something very urgent to do? After a brief silence, Su Ming nodded slowly. Wang Jinbao said he wanted to introduce two friends to me. I am quite curious about who they are, whether they are men or women, and if they look good. Instantly, Liu Jun's expression darkened again. I just realized you are full of nonsense too. Is that really what is going on? Su Ming's expressionless nod left Liu Jun completely speechless. Alright, the reason I called you here is to talk about the fact that there are no classes at school for now, so do not just stay cooped up here all day long. Within a 10-mile radius of the school, it is very safe for every one of you. Go out more often when you have nothing to do and see what the outside world is like.
As soon as he said this, Wang Jinbao and Su Ming exchanged strange looks. Within a 10-mile radius of the school, it is safe for us class monitors. What does that mean? Does it mean there are no elite-tier monsters within these 10 miles, and even the servant-tier monsters are low-level? Watching the two of them deep in thought, Liu Jun knew he had achieved his goal and began to show them the door. Do not go around spreading what I just said, understand? And do not you two have new friends to meet? Go on then, do you need me to invite you? Coming to their senses, the two immediately said goodbye to Liu Jun and hurried out of the classroom. If it is already settled with class 2, then it is settled, and what was that about making new friends? Actually, it sounds about right. Liu Jun suddenly froze, his expression slowly turning into one of helpless resignation. Are young people today all this sharp? Wang Jinbao's love for bragging is easy enough to guess, but how come Su Ming's words were a mix of truth and lies? Shaking his head, Liu Jun picked up his phone and began a call with someone. Since the path to the dormitories was behind the classroom, they did not run into any other students after leaving and headed straight for the school gate. Yang Li and Zhao Guang are already waiting for us at the school gate. Su Ming glanced at Wang Jinbao, who was busy replying to a message, his eyes filled with confusion. The school gate, are not we supposed to climb over the wall to get out? Wang Jinbao, who was typing away on his phone screen, paused for a moment. Climb the wall? Why would we climb the wall? We can just follow the end of the road. Why would we climb the wall? Behind our school is the training base. You would get scolded if you climbed over there. Su Ming fell silent upon hearing this. He had assumed that going out to explore the wilderness required climbing the wall. It turns out you just need to follow the road. It seems the school openly and secretly encourages students to explore the surroundings but strictly forbids leaving the designated area. Like the 10-kilometer radius instructor Liu just mentioned. Soon, the two arrived at the school gate and saw the other two waiting there. You two are here, let us go, let us go. My riot monkey cannot wait any longer. The riot monkey beside Zhao Guang also responded to its master, letting out an excited roar. Roar! Dabo only took one glance at the riot monkey before turning its gaze toward Aoyang Li's beast, and Su Ming's eyes followed as well. It was a crow, its claws so sharp they seemed to glint coldly in the sunlight. It perched on Aoyang Li's shoulder, its claws only lightly gripping his clothes. It had only one scarlet eye and its feathers were jet black, yet they shimmered with a faint trace of purple under the sun. Beast One-Eyed Death Herald Crow. Talent Excellent. Level 8 Servant. Abilities Sharpness Eagle Eye. Evolution Requirements. Bestiary entry, a crow with only one eye that can see the world in 720 degrees. However, it is considered a sign of misfortune and disaster by the world, and its appearance is always accompanied by death. Misfortune and disaster, appearance accompanied by death, excellent quality. I must say, Aoyang Li's beast is the best Su Ming has seen among the people he knows. Its talent and level are likely top tier in the entire senior year. Suddenly, Aoyang Li and Su Ming locked eyes, and then both gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. Wang Jinbao surveyed the situation. Everyone's here and they all seem to be in good shape. Let us head out. Black Feather go. The Death Herald Crow jumped directly from Aoyang Li's shoulder. With the sound of flapping wings, the crow, with a wingspan of nearly a meter, soared into the sky and turned into a black dot in everyone's sight. Su Ming was shocked by this. In less than 10 seconds, it climbed hundreds of meters into the air and became just a tiny dot. Black Feather will help us scout for threats on the ground from the air. Its dive speed is very fast. It can come down in a few seconds, so there will not be much delay in intelligence. Su Ming was stunned for a moment. Was he explaining this for my benefit? He is actually a pretty good guy. I know, One-Eyed Death Herald Crow. Its beak and claws are very sharp and its eyesight is no worse than an eagle's. Liangli gave Su Ming a slightly surprised look. The One-Eyed Death Herald Crow is a rare monster that is usually killed on sight. Its reputation for being a bad omen is deeply ingrained in people's minds. Even though officials have clarified that it is not, the inherent prejudice is hard to clear. The naturally sociable Zhao Guang walked right up to Su Ming with his riot monkey. Hey Su Ming, do not mind that Aoyang Li does not talk much. He was actually similar to me before, but because of this beast, he stopped smiling much. Meow.
Dabao suddenly shrieked in agitation, startling the four of them. They looked closely and saw a few white hairs in the riot monkey's hand. Wang Jinbao subconsciously looked at Su Ming. Sure enough, his face was already black. Zhao Guang, keep your wild monkey in check. It is always so clumsy and careless. Zhao Guang, annoyed, slapped his riot monkey on the head and pulled 2 hairs out. The monkey was not happy about that, so Zhao Guang slapped it again and it finally behaved. That is a white shadow cat, not a white velvet cat, you idiot. After the lesson, Zhao Guang was clearly exhausted. Sorry about that, my monkey does not have a great memory, especially when it comes to the times it gets disciplined. It never seems to learn. It does not remember being disciplined. Hearing this, Su Ming felt as if he had thought of something, but his train of thought broke after a few seconds, so he changed the subject. Our team composition is actually quite well balanced. Offense, roaming, scouting, defense, we have basically got it all covered. The other 3 did not say anything, just nodded silently. Because the road had ended. The path came to an end. Ahead was a patch of shorter, scrubby trees, and beyond that lay the real forest. Right in front of them stood a banner and a warning sign. Danger ahead, entry forbidden. What is the point of this sign? Our instructor told Aoyang Li and me to come this way. What about you guys? Wang Jinbao was silent for a moment. Same here. It must be to keep others from wandering in. After all, school just started a few days ago. The other students' beasts are too low level and their obedience is not guaranteed. It would definitely be dangerous if they just wandered around. Ouyang Li just took a glance at it and stepped right over. The others do not have enough strength, so the coach did not explain it to them. Hurry up and keep up. Wang Jinbao followed closely behind Aoyang Li while Su Ming and Zhao Guang walked at the back. Soon, the group entered the forest, where the branches were so thick and intertwined that very little sunlight filtered through. Seeing Wang Jinbao and Aoyang Li walking ahead, Su Ming moved a bit closer to Zhao Guang. Zhao Guang, what is the deal with Wang Jinbao and that girl Wang Hui? Wang Hui, you mean Lily's best friend? Hearing Zhao Guang's question, Su Ming nodded in confirmation, while Zhao Guang flashed a mischievous smile. That is all a misunderstanding. Wang Hui comes from a poor family and just wants to change her situation through hard work. Lily has a very talented older brother, so her parents have high expectations for her. Based on what I know of Lily, that is exactly how it is. They met at the Baiyun City Library and became friends just like that. But that situation made Wang Jinbao think Wang Hui was deliberately getting close to Li to climb the social ladder, even though Wang Hui is actually just working hard. Once, when I was at the mall with Wang Jinbao, Li happened to be buying Wang Hui some new clothes. Wang Jinbao saw how excited and thrilled Wang Hui looked, and the misunderstanding just deepened. At this, Zhao Guang shrugged speechlessly. She came from a small place and has not seen nice things, so that reaction is normal, let alone when it is a gift from a friend. But that is not how Wang Jinbao sees it. He does not believe me even when I try to explain it to him, so I just decided to sit back and watch the sparks fly. Something feels wrong here, does not it? Su Ming looked at Zhao Guang with suspicion, and fell into deep thought when he saw the gleeful expression on Zhao Guang's face. Is it really as Zhao Guang said, that he was trying to explain it to Wang Jinbao, rather than intentionally stirring the pot to see Wang Jinbao and Wang Hui clash? Just then, Wang Jinbao, walking in the front, sensed something was off and looked back at them with a strange expression. What are you two whispering about so quietly? Do not tell me you are talking about something shady. Suddenly, Aoyang Li's expression stiffened, and his usually calm face wore a rare look of seriousness. My black feather is diving, we have found an enemy. A second later, the one-eyed morning crow flew through the branches and landed on Aoyang Li's shoulder. Hearing there was a target, the 3 of them immediately had their beasts enter combat readiness. Squeak squeak. Rustling sounds came from the forest, and the group grew increasingly solemn. Aoyang Li, did your beast see what the enemy is? Su Ming gently patted Dabo. It looks like a squirrel, here it comes. A half-meter-tall beast suddenly leaped down from the branches above, targeting Aoyang Li, who was at the front. The beast descended so fast that they only saw a black shadow plummeting down. Aoyang Li stood his ground without a change in expression, even slowly raising a hand as if to adjust his glasses. Gah! With a crow's cry, a spray of blood erupted from the descending shadow. With a heavy thud, the creature crashed to the ground, landing just a meter in front of Aoyang Li. Only then could everyone see what it was. Monster Shadow Demon Rat. Talent Common. Level 5 Servant. Abilities None. Evolution Requirements. Bestiary Entry: Shadow Demon Rats are monogamous and inseparable. The male is larger than the female and acts as the primary defender of the nest and the main hunter. They live in dense forests, use their massive tails to deliver ton-level strikes, and enjoy preying on all living creatures. At this moment, the one-eyed morning crow was standing on the back of the shadow demon rat's head, feeding. Looking at this dark-furred rat, over half a meter tall with a huge tail, Zhao Guang's eyes nearly popped out of his head. My god, is this a squirrel? How is it almost the same size as my rampage monkey? And those claws, they look disgusting. As Zhao Guang spoke, he walked up and lifted the shadow demon rat's paw. Although it was only half the size of an adult human hand, the claws on it were rugged and blackened. Su Ming, who had just finished reading the bestiary, saw this and his pupils constricted as he shouted urgently. You idiot, get back, these things come in pairs and are never apart. Zhao Guang looked up suddenly, his carefree grin replaced by pure shock. Squeak roar. The familiar roar sounded again. Compared to the last one, this roar carried a clear note of rage. A shadow demon rat, more than twice the size of the one before, plummeted down directly on top of Zhao Guang. With the one-eyed morning crow feeding right next to Zhao Guang, it was too late to dodge or strike. This time, Aoyang Li's gaze was visibly urgent. Black Feather intercepted. Dabo ram it. Simultaneous to Aoyang Li's command, Su Ming barked his own. Dabo turned into a blur, leaping up to collide with the male rat just as it was about to land on Zhao Guang. Phew, that was close. Seeing Zhao Guang shaken and still, Aoyang Li's expression darkened. He strode forward, grabbed him by the hair, and yanked him back. Stop staring blankly, send your rampage monkey. Zhao Guang, ignoring the pain in his scalp, immediately commanded his rampage monkey to move forward. Rampage monkey, go, show this damn squirrel what we are made of. However, when Zhao Guang gave the order and turned around to get a clear look at this shadow demon rat, his eyes widened even further. Compared to the half-meter-tall one from before, that one was like a baby. Because this one was roughly 1.5 meters tall. Looking at the creature baring its teeth and its visibly muscular arms, Zhao Guang began to doubt himself. Is that a gorilla? Monster Shadow Demon Rat. Talent Elite. Level 7 Servant. Abilities None. Evolution Requirements. Bestiary Entry: the male is larger than the female and acts as the primary defender of the nest and the main hunter. They live in dense forests, use their massive tails to deliver ton-level strikes, and enjoy preying on all living creatures. Roar. Meow. How dare a puny rat act so insolent? Level 7 Elite. Seeing the stats, a bead of cold sweat rolled down Su Ming's forehead. The tail power mentioned in the entry must refer to this male. The male rat's eyes were bloodshot, and its tail, nearly as long as its height, slapped against the ground with every movement, creating thunderous echoes. Su Ming would have believed anyone who told him those massive arms belonged to a kangaroo or a gorilla. Squeak roar. Meow. Facing the shadow demon rat's killing intent and roars, Dabo was not afraid at all. Instead, it responded even more ferociously, a side of it Su Ming had never seen before. White Shadow Cat, bold, fierce temperament and strong aggression. Thinking of his own Dabao's situation, Su Ming could not help but take a deep breath. Dabao is only as gentle as a kitten when facing him. Now what he has to do is command Dabao as it is waiting for him. Su Ming, that was my fault just now, let me help you. No need, just have your riot monkey stand by to cover. My beast wants to try a solo kill. Su Ming reached out to stop Zhao Guang's good intentions. Seeing the trace of guilt on Zhao Guang's face, he decided to explain patiently. Look at the situation right now. Before Zhao Guang could even look over, the back of his head was slapped. You fool, do you still think this is the safe city or school? Tone down your careless attitude. You do not actually think the White Shadow Cat is some gentle and kind monster, do you? It was Wang Jinbao who landed the slap, unable to hold back his frustration as he scolded Zhao Guang. Yang Li, seeing that his beast was fine, let it fly up to a tree. Hayu, cover us and keep a lookout on the surroundings. Koko. Black Scorpion, come over to our side and stand guard. Watch out for other beasts attacking us or any trouble from underground.
Yes.
Zhao Guang stared blankly at his quick-moving companions. This scene spurred him to enter his own battle state immediately. I am no coward either. Riot Monkey, cut off the Shadow Demon Rat's escape route and keep an eye on what is behind us. The Riot Monkey, which felt like it had nothing to do, had been pacing anxiously, but upon receiving the order it scrambled off on all fours.
Roar.
Just as the Riot Monkey started running, the Shadow Demon Rat set its sights on this creature, which looked like the easiest target, and tracked its movement. Su Ming's eyes sharpened. Dabo, watch out. The three were startled and hurriedly looked toward the Shadow Demon Rat. The Shadow Demon Rat, having just turned its head toward the Riot Monkey, suddenly realized that the white shadow cat it had been staring at had vanished. Just as it wanted to look away, it felt a sharp, piercing pain in its hind heel. Watching the Shadow Demon Rat wince and drop to one knee with a heavy thud, Zhao Guang's expression turned fearful. This, going for the heel tendons again. Wang Jinbao glared at him. What? Do you want the white shadow cat to go head-to-head in a brute force contest with a thing like that? Zhao Guang, at a loss for words, shut his mouth and focused on his Riot Monkey, ready to issue commands at any moment. Dabao's form gradually reappeared after the hit. It was positioned behind the kneeling Shadow Demon Rat, creeping closer with measured steps. Su Ming, noticing his beast's intent, felt his pupils shrink. No, back away, stay away from the Shadow Demon Rat's tail. Just as Su Ming gave the order, both the Shadow Demon Rat and Dabao moved simultaneously. The Shadow Demon Rat tilted back, pushed off with its healthy leg and shot backward while its meter-long tail swung up, preparing to slam down. Being a cat, Dabao reacted faster than the rat. The moment the rat moved, it arched its back and leaped backward to create distance.
Boom.
The powerful strike made the four of them feel as if an earthquake had occurred. Looking again, the mist strike had carved a large crater into the ground. Looking at the crater, Su Ming felt a sense of pressure for the first time. Wild monsters may not have beast tamers commanding them, but their combat experience is beyond anything we currently have. In the wild, fighting is just a part of their daily life. With that kind of power, if that had hit Dabao, it would not necessarily be death, but certainly a grave injury.
Meow. Bold.
Dabao let out a furious roar and turned into a blur, charging at the Shadow Demon Rat. The Shadow Demon Rat landed on its healthy left leg and tried to use its tail for support to stand, but the severed tendon in its right leg caused excruciating pain with every movement. It was precisely this pain that caused it to pause at this crucial moment. A sharp, cold glint flashed by and warm blood splattered into the air along with an angry feline cry. The tail, which had looked so powerful just a moment ago, went limp. White bone was visible at the root where it connected to the body, marked with clear claw gashes. A second later, blood gushed out to cover the white bone, and having lost its source of leverage, the Shadow Demon Rat collapsed toward the ground. At that moment, Su Ming could clearly see the Shadow Demon Rat panic, its paws flailing as it tried to find something to grasp. The cold glint flashed once more, and a snowy white figure stained with red streaked across the rat's body.
Thud.
There was a gaping wound on the fallen Shadow Demon Rat's neck, with blood gurgling out continuously. Seeing this, Zhao Guang could not help but gasp. Is the white shadow cat's fighting style really that simple and brutal? Simple and brutal? Su Ming raised an eyebrow. This is delicate work. My Dabao is not like your Riot Monkey, which can break through everything with sheer strength. For some reason, Zhao Guang found this comment a bit strange. My Riot Monkey can break through everything with sheer strength. Is not that an exaggeration? You and Aoyang Li have both fought, so let me try the next monster. Go away, I will take the next one. Wang Jinbao pushed Zhao Guang aside. Just watch and learn for now. Zhao Guang frowned, thought for a moment, and slowly nodded. You have a point. A teachable kid. Seeing Zhao Guang humble himself, Wang Jinbao nodded with satisfaction. Then let us have our respective beasts start their meal. Aoyang Li's crow likes eating monster brains, Su Ming's Dabao likes gnawing on bones with plenty of meat, and my Blackie likes the organs. That leaves the rest for your Riot Monkey. Zhao Guang thought the distribution was fair and agreed. That is fine, my Riot Monkey is an omnivore and is not picky. After saying this, Wang Jinbao pulled a small knife from his pocket, walked over to the male shadow demon rat, circled it twice and looked up at Zhao Guang. This shadow demon rat's tail is over a meter long. If you strip the meat and bone, you could craft it into a decent staff. Do you want it? Zhao Guang's eyes lit up immediately, and he turned to ask Su Ming. Su Ming, are you selling this thing? How much? Su Ming, who was just about to lead Dabao to eat, was taken aback and instinctively looked at Wang Jinbao. Wang Jinbao, misunderstanding the situation, immediately pretended to be profound and pondered. Su Ming does not know much about these things. Considering we are all comrades in arms, why do not you transfer him 50,000 credits? 50,000. Su Ming was stunned. Seeing Wang Jinbao quietly raising his eyebrows at him, he knew the other party had misunderstood. If you like this tailbone, just take it. We are out in the wild, so it is not easy to sell anyway, and I have no use for it. We are all classmates. If you want it, just take it. Wang Jinbao froze. After the realization hit him, he fell into silence. Zhao Guang tapped his own face lightly and looked at Su Ming in surprise. Su Ming, are you really just giving it to me like that? Yeah, if you want it, just take it. Seeing that the other party kept confirming with him, Su Ming nodded without a second thought, and it just so happened that Ouyang Li also looked over in this direction. And Su Ming knew this was no coincidence. The other party was also surprised by his behavior and had deliberately taken a look. Zhao Guang's parents were the director and deputy director of the White Cloud City Beast Hospital. Since there is only one officially operated beast hospital in every city, it is an institution you simply cannot avoid. He really had no use for this item, and even if he sold it, it would only fetch 50,000. 50,000 is a mere drop in the bucket compared to the materials needed for Dabao's evolution. But for Zhao Guang, this tailbone club was a necessity, no less helpful than providing fuel in snowy weather. Since selling it would not be of much use, it was better to give it to Zhao Guang as a favor, which might make it easier to ask for his help in the future. Once confirmed that Su Ming was genuinely giving it away, Zhao Guang did not know what to say. After patting his chest to show his gratitude, he happily ran over to Wang Jinbao's side. Look at how happy you are. Tusk, all right, stop grinning and let me continue stripping the meat for you. Wang Jinbao shook his head in disgust and refused. But Zhao Guang was in no mood to bicker with Wang Jinbao at the moment. However, when he saw Wang Jinbao's small knife, he could not help but let out a surprised cry. The material for this knife of yours, it is not simple, is it? Yeah, about 400,000 or 500,000. It is made from the claws of a war-level Gale wolf. Tusk, no wonder your family are material dealers, you really are rich. Listening to Zhao Guang's clicking tongue in admiration, Wang Jinbao did not refute him. He stripped the tailbone out and tossed it directly to him. It is all right, just a bit thick. No worries, my rampage monkey can still grow, and if it is too much, it can just carry it with both hands for now. With the work finished, the four beasts were all in the middle of eating, and the four of them, having nothing else to do, had to chat. After the beasts finish eating, are we going deeper or what? Zhao Guang, bored, glanced at the beasts feeding like savages and played around by swinging the bone club. Ouyang Li checked his phone. It is only 1 o'clock in the afternoon, we can continue to go a bit deeper. The beasts have almost finished eating, and the smell of blood here is spreading in all directions, so let us get moving. Briefly explaining the situation, the four immediately set off again with their respective beasts, and Ouyang Li's one-eyed funeral crow had already taken to the sky once more. Less than a quarter of an hour after they left, a rustling sound of movement through the grass arose near their original position. The next second, a sharp, sickle-like limb easily severed the thigh of the male rat, which still had plenty of meat on it, and carried it away. On the way forward, everyone was kept on edge, but soon, an open space appeared before them. This was an open space in the true sense of the word. There were no trees here, and even the weeds seemed to have been deliberately trimmed, but the air was filled with a thick, rotting smell. It stinks, something is not right here. Realizing this, everyone immediately covered their noses and mouths, and the beasts also reacted in their own ways. They began to survey the surroundings, seemingly wanting to find the source of the stench. Soon, they discovered it in the shadows of the forest opposite the clearing. There was a plant that looked just like a rafflesia, but the diameter of its flower opening was less than 20 centimeters, and it seemed to be puffing out a white, powder-like substance into the air. Zhao Guang, who could still smell the stench despite holding his nose, looked at Wang Jinbao. "Is this thing a spiritual item or some kind of plant-type monster? Wang Jinbao, your family is in this business, give us a straight answer." Wang Jinbao squinted as he looked at the thing. "This looks familiar, as if I have seen it somewhere before." Ouyang Li, standing aside, remained silent. Su Ming had already figured out the situation regarding this on the road. He was not acting cold, he was just silent because he did not know. Spiritual item, stinky poison rafflesia. Illustrated guide, a plant that grows in the jungle and looks like a rafflesia. The white powder it releases into the air is incredibly foul, and the liquid accumulated in its mouth is a highly corrosive poison, but it is an extremely beneficial supplement for poisonous crawling insects. This description. Su Ming looked at Wang Jinbao with some surprise. It is a spiritual item called a stinky poison rafflesia. The liquid collected in that opening is a massive supplement for your black scorpion. You can let your black scorpion crawl inside and have a taste. Upon being told this, Wang Jinbao decisively slapped his thigh. Right, stinky poison rafflesia. I was wondering why it looked so familiar. I dealt with one once, but it was so stinking that I only ever did it that one time. Dahe, go eat it up. No sooner had Wang Jinbao finished speaking than his beast scrambled forward happily. And at this point, Zhao Guang was a bit confused. Then what is up with this clearing? Why does it look like it was pruned? Wang Jinbao cast a glance at him. You will understand in a moment. The black scorpion hesitated for a moment upon reaching it, then pierced a hole with its tail stinger, and the liquid inside poured directly into its mouth through the hole. As the liquid level dropped, the flower stopped puffing out the stinking powder. The group had just caught up when they saw the black scorpion suddenly turn around and start chewing on the grass. Zhao Guang was dumbfounded. What is going on? Seeing Zhao Guang looking bewildered, Su Ming, who had been observing the surroundings, frowned. The liquid of the stinky poison rafflesia is bitter, foul, and possesses a strong corrosive toxicity. Except for poisonous insects that can eat it, it is not particularly picky. After consuming the liquid, it just eats some grass to rinse its mouth. Most importantly, looking at this area, monsters often use this as a spot to hunt for snacks. Wang Jinbao, have your beast finish up and let us get out of here. Upon hearing Su Ming's explanation, the group did not dare to linger and immediately continued walking forward. I do not know how much time passed before this clearing welcomed its next guest. It was a brown-colored, crawling insect about 1.3 meters long. Beneath an exterior resembling a mantis, it had a pair of sharp, serrated sickles, and on one of the sickles hung the thigh of that male shadow demon rat. Dragging its food, it headed straight for the stinky poison rafflesia with a clear objective. When it stuck its head into the flower opening to take a drink, as was its habit, it lifted its head in confusion after a short while and began to look around. It finally discovered the hole at the bottom of the stinky poison rafflesia, and its brown eyes were instantly veiled with a layer of red light. It is almost 4, why do not we call it a day? If we head back now, it will probably be 6 or 7 by the time we reach the school. Zhao Guang looked annoyed as he slapped a mosquito that was 5 or 6 centimeters long, then shook his hand in disgust. Monster blood-sucking mosquito. Talent common. Level 1 minion. Abilities none. Evolution conditions. Bestiary entry, a species of egg-laying, blood-sucking mosquito mutated from common mosquitoes before the spiritual energy resurgence. They have low attack power, are extremely difficult to breed, and possess little practical value. Since there are blood-sucking mosquitoes, there might be a stream nearby. Waterside areas in the wild are the most dangerous at night. Let us just turn back. Wang Jinbao, who had also just slapped a mosquito, immediately analyzed the situation. The night looks quiet and peaceful, seemingly a good time to relax, but it is actually filled with far more peril than the day, especially near sources of water. It is fine during the day, but at night, who can see what is lurking in the forest or under the water? Su Ming raised his head and narrowed his eyes. Indeed, the sunlight is almost gone and it is getting darker by the minute. Let us head back. Sure, Ouyang Li adjusted his glasses in agreement, though Zhao Guang looked somewhat depressed, staring at his riot monkey holding a large bone club. It is a shame I did not get to break in this big bone club with my riot monkey. Forget it, you will have plenty of chances to break it in later. Dabao tilted its head in confusion and nudged Su Ming's pant leg. Meow. Are we going home? Well, not exactly home, but back to school. We will be staying at the school for a while instead of going back home. Dabao paused, clearly stunned by what it heard. Meow meow. What about my den? What about food? Looking at Dabao acting cute with blood stains still on its mouth, Su Ming knew exactly what it was thinking. Yes, of course there will be. After all, they are dorms specifically built for students and their beast companions. Everything we need will definitely be there. Wang Jinbao was already used to the seamless communication between Su Ming and Dabao, but Aoyang Li and Zhao Guang found it quite intriguing. Especially Zhao Guang, you can communicate with your shadow cat without any barriers. Is not that an ability for intermediate beast masters? It is nothing special, it is not exactly barrier-free, it is just that practice makes perfect. Zhao Guang was left speechless by the reply, not knowing how to respond. Seeing Zhao Guang's reaction, Su Ming gave a polite smile, ruffled Dabao's cute cheeks, and prepared to head back with the group. Just then, something unexpected happened. Dabao, who had been enjoying Su Ming's petting and acting cute, suddenly had eyes as sharp as blades. It lunged forward and twisted its head to look behind the bushes to the front left. Dabao's sudden change left the three of them stunned, but Su Ming felt a chill run down his spine. Bad news, there is a very dangerous target watching us, and it is extremely hostile. Oh my god, your shadow cat is like a radar, it could actually spot that. Zhao Guang's shock was confirmed a second later by Aoyang Li. In the wild, never doubt the intuition of a shadow cat, because they are born hunters and assassins of the wilderness. My black feather could not gain any vision just now because of the lighting, which is why I agreed to head back. Hearing that it was a monster so dangerous even Su Ming's shadow cat sensed it, the group felt even more tense than they did when fighting the shadow rat. A layer of cold sweat broke out on Wang Jinbao's forehead. In this forest, apart from the faint wind, he could not hear a single thing. Su Ming, can your shadow cat tell how far away it is? Su Ming did not answer, instead lowering his body slightly to touch Dabao's chin. It is to our front left, and it is constantly getting closer. Wait, you can just feel it by touching it. Zhao Guang hesitated and touched his riot monkey's chin, only to be met with a confused look from his beast. Zhao Guang. Monster Assassin Mantis. Talent Elite. Level 7 Minion. Abilities Sharp Blades Blood Poison. Evolution Conditions. Bestiary entry, a mantis that has shed its wings to specialize in ground-based ambushes. Its body and appearance have changed, and its skin color shifts according to its environment. Its pair of sharp, tough scythes can be perfectly hidden on its body, and the blades secrete a toxin that causes excruciating pain. Su Ming blinked, rubbed his eyes to be sure, and realized he had not seen wrong. The creature was slowly moving toward them. It is to the front left. It is an assassin mantis. Zhao Guang, have your riot monkey swing that bone club to sweep the area and force it to reveal itself. Hearing he needed to force it out, Zhao Guang did not hesitate and immediately commanded his riot monkey to do as Su Ming said. Roar! The riot monkey carrying the bone club suddenly bit itself, its eyes turned red, and it began swinging the massive club with incredible force. The giant bone swept across the grass to the front left at high speed. Su Ming was surprised to see the riot monkey swinging the heavy bone like a ribbon. You can trigger its berserk state like that. Hearing the question, Zhao Guang laughed sheepishly. I thought about it after we got back yesterday and came up with this move. It is a little trick I prepared specifically because I felt my burst damage would not be enough if I had to fight your shadow cat. Su Ming. The serious atmosphere lightened up quite a bit, and Wang Jinbao could not help but laugh out loud after hearing the explanation. Great idea. Yang Li's face twitched, but his eyes stayed locked on the front. Black Feather, attack as soon as you see it. We cannot give the assassin mantis a chance to react. Before Aoyang Li even finished his sentence, the black feather on his shoulder had already shot out. Before a shadow could even be seen, they heard a crisp clang. 4 meters ahead of the riot monkey, a patch of grass suddenly seemed to move. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. Found you. Remembering something, Su Ming hurriedly looked at Zhao Guang. Tell your riot monkey to stop swinging and come back. Zhao Guang did not hesitate and immediately called the riot monkey back. My black feather can see the assassin mantis, and I reckon only your shadow cat can keep up with its speed. Ming understood exactly what Aoyang Li meant and nodded solemnly. All right, have your black feather guide the way, and my Daba will follow behind to attack. With the tactics tentatively decided, Aoyang Li did not dawdle and had his one-eyed morning crow dive in. Dabo, keep up. Wang Jinbao, who had not done much throughout the entire time, felt uncomfortable. Watching the crow guide the way and the shadow cat attacking, he felt a bit left out. Looking down at his black scorpion, his eyes suddenly lit up. My black scorpion can dig. Dahe, dig, go underground and tunnel straight to the murder mantis. I will have Su Ming's white shadow cat force it into position near you. Hiss. Watching his black scorpion looking puzzled with its large pincers raised, Wang Jinbao squatted down and patted its head. Do not worry, it will be fine. After the black scorpion's mouthparts made a strange sound, its massive pincers aimed at the ground, seemingly confirming the direction. The next second, the black scorpion's pincers plunged into the soil first, and its 8 legs began to kick away the surrounding mud rapidly. In the blink of an eye, half its body had burrowed in, and after a few moments, it had vanished completely. Seeing this, Wang Jinbao knew the plan was set and immediately wanted to explain it to Su Ming, but was stopped by Su Ming raising his hand. I heard you, but will not the murder mantis be on guard? Wang Jinbao laughed and said, you are overthinking it. Low-level monsters do not understand human speech unless they are tamed beasts. Besides, the murder mantis is fast, but its main strength lies in its stealth and those scythes. Your tamed beast just needs a high attack frequency. My black scorpion is not stupid either. It will adjust its position itself, and its digging speed is incredibly fast. Su Ming nodded silently and immediately exchanged a look with Aoyang Li to confirm the plan. Black feather, increase your thrusting speed. Dabo, follow closely, do not give it any time or opportunity to react. Following the commands of their masters, the 2 tamed beasts coordinated like a machine gun. The one-eyed funeral crow's beak is hard and sharp. Although it could not pierce the murder mantis's scythes directly, it could vibrate its arms until they went numb, and with enough hits, it could pierce through. Dabo followed closely behind the crow, launching into the air after its attack, seizing the opportunity to strike from the side and try to cut the enemy in 2. The murder mantis spotted Dabo's position accurately. Despite its arms being numb, it quickly spun halfway around, blocking Dabo's cat claws. Watching Dabo retreat immediately after failing the strike, the murder mantis never took its eyes off the cat. It was not that the murder mantis did not want to attack, it was already on the defensive. The murder mantis tilted its head slightly, as if weighing the situation. The one-eyed bird in the sky kept charging and pecking. The power of one arm was not enough to block it, so it had to use both together. And if it tried to run, there was a high probability of getting pierced, and then combined with that big cat, the chance of death would be high. Realizing the situation was extremely unfavorable, the murder mantis really wanted to vent its frustration on the poisonous stink overlord flower, but if it kept fighting, it would be the one to die in the end. So with every block of the one-eyed funeral crow's attack, the murder mantis would use the force to retreat toward the bushes behind it. All 4 of them actually noticed this, and Zhao Guang blinked, giving his riot monkey a signal. Receiving its master's command, the riot monkey immediately shouldered its tailbone club and gave Zhao Guang an okay gesture. Just as the murder mantis felt it was about to escape, it suddenly felt the mud beneath it move. Almost instinctively, the murder mantis tried to leap backward, but it was too late. The movement of the soil was caused by the sudden ejecting force of the black scorpion's tail from underground. By the moment the murder mantis felt the earth shift, the black scorpion's tail hook had already breached the surface. It had only leaped back about 30 centimeters when its abdomen was pierced by the jet black tail, and its whole body hung on the tail hook. The black scorpion's tail hook, along with the segment before it, drove straight into the murder mantis's abdomen. Seeing that the expected opportunity had arrived, Zhao Guang could not help but shout, "Riot monkey, now's the time." Roar roar. Thinking about how it had been toyed with by this mantis earlier, the riot monkey roared and sprinted toward the murder mantis, clutching its tailbone club. Even with its abdomen pierced, the murder mantis did not give up. opening its scythe arms to strike at the tail beneath it. The moment it raised its scythes, a massive white bone club smashed directly onto its head, and in an instant brown-green slime splattered everywhere. The murder mantis's head was smashed off and its upper body was almost detached from the lower. It went completely limp. The black scorpion, still hidden in the mud, sensed the enemy had expired and climbed out, wagging its tail triumphantly at the sight of the dead mantis. This bizarre scene made Su Ming's expression turn a bit strange, and he instinctively looked at Wang Jinbao, who was still laughing. "Not bad, I will give you an extra meal when we get back." Hiss. Su Ming, why are you looking at me like that?" Suddenly, Wang Jinbao noticed Su Ming looking at him with a strange expression, and he instinctively asked about the doubt rising in his heart. "Oh, nothing, just wanted to ask if there is any part of this murder mantis that can be sold." Su Ming, having realized his slip, hurriedly shook his head to deny it and changed the subject, silently thinking to himself. "Like master, like beast, is that actually true? How does it get transmitted?" Through the mental connection with their tamed beasts. Su Ming was not sure, but that question was not all that important. Murder mantis, this thing is not worth much, it is a total money loser. Su Ming. Receiving this answer, Su Ming looked at the still laughing Wang Jinbao in confusion. "You were laughing so happily, it is not because the murder mantis is valuable." Seeing Su Ming like this, Wang Jinbao knew immediately that the other guy was thinking about splitting the loot, but unfortunately the murder mantis really was not worth anything. The scythes of the murder mantis are indeed useful, but no one uses that kind of stuff, and the toxin is secreted by the scythes themselves. Once the body dies, the toxin evaporates rapidly. As for the meat, this thing only has a bit of meat in its abdomen, the rest is just shell and meat threads. Otherwise, Aoyang Li and your beast would not have failed to strip its scythes off after so many hits. After hearing this explanation, Su Ming sighed deeply. If it is worthless, then so be it, at least the harvest is here. But wild monsters are really a different breed from the ones in yesterday's assessment. No wonder the instructor only told us on the down low. And if I did not see it wrong, this murder mantis was trying to retreat into the bushes by using the attacks from Aoyang Li's beast toward the end, right? Aoyang Li was consoling the one-eyed funeral crow, which had not got to eat the bug brains, and nodded silently at Su Ming's words. Yes, although yesterday's monsters were also captured from the wild by the instructor, there were elite-level beasts watching nearby, and those monsters were not very high-level either. But today when we came out, there were no elite-level beasts following us to provide a buffer for deterrence. We have to rely on ourselves. At this point, Aoyang Li looked at Zhao Guang, who had taken out his phone to take a selfie with the murder mantis corpse, and frowned directly. "Idiot, stop taking pictures, we need to go." Interrupted, Zhao Guang chuckled and said, "No need to get beaten up when we get back this time, let me see." "Alright, let us head back." Seeing Zhao Guang taking pictures with his phone, Su Ming suddenly thought of a question. "Have we traveled more than 10 kilometers? After all, we have been walking since noon and it is almost evening now." Facing Su Ming's doubt, Aoyang Li answered the question directly. "You are overthinking it. If we reached 10 kilometers, there would be a warning line, and this line is checked twice a day at 12 noon and 12 midnight. The first check happens around the time we finish our lessons. Since we are in the forest, every step we take is slow and cautious." Su Ming understood a lot more after this explanation. "Alright, let us go back and take a shower. We class monitors have quite a few perks, like being able to order food directly at school." "We can order food directly at school?" Su Ming turned his head to look at Wang Jinbao, his expression full of astonishment. "Yeah, this has been a tradition for years. It is a special benefit for class monitors. After all, considering what you went through this morning, what is a few school meals?" Su Ming was stunned, thinking Wang Jinbao made sense. He nodded subconsciously in agreement. Indeed, encountering that kind of mess makes being a class monitor truly frustrating. Just then, Zhao Guang, who was looking at his photos, suddenly laughed out loud. "You guys had a rough time this morning too, was it someone in your class causing trouble?" Wang Jinbao and Su Ming were taken aback and looked at Zhao Guang, gesturing for him to continue, while Aoyang Li simply turned his head away. Before speaking, Zhao Guang gave Aoyang Li a pointed look, a look that made the other two feel a different kind of atmosphere. This morning there was a girl in my class who wanted to pursue Aoyang Li. Aoyang Li refused and the two of them ended up fighting. At this point, Wang Jinbao and Su Ming instantly lost interest. Wang Jinbao even pushed Zhao Guang's face away impatiently. Alright, given Aoyang Li's stone-cold face most of the time, Su Ming and I had already guessed the outcome. Boring. Let us focus on the road, it is getting late. The scene quieted down and the four of them carefully made their way back, even if they did not remember the path their respective beasts did. The dim, yellowish sunlight filtered through the dense forest onto their path, and fortunately no further incidents occurred along the way. About an hour later, they left the dangerous wilderness and arrived back at the familiar road, where the billboard was still in its original position. However, the air seemed to be filled with a strange, foul stench. All four of them smelled it and guessed what was going on. With a nod to say goodbye, both sides tacitly went their separate ways toward their own dorms. When they reached the back of the teaching building where the dormitory entrance was, Wang Jinbao and Su Ming could faintly hear considerable noise and arguing. For some reason, Su Ming had a bad feeling. Do we have a responsibility to break up fights? Wang Jinbao, who was just about to go upstairs, turned back and looked at Su Ming strangely. You seem to be overreacting. Not only do we not have that responsibility, but the school actually encourages students to spar. Their arguments usually end in a beast battle, and they rarely result in a beast's death unless it is like what happened this morning. Su Ming felt a bit relieved hearing this. He almost thought the class monitor job was like being a nanny. Fortunately, it was not. It seems they only need to help classmates with questions or things they do not understand during class hours. As the two went upstairs, Su Ming learned how large the class monitor's dormitory was. The staircase was in the middle of the building, and both Su Ming and Wang Jinbao lived on the top floor. There was a passcode door at the entrance to the 6th floor which required both of them to unlock it using their Junior Beast Master certificates. The top floor only had 2 dormitories located to the left and right of the stairs. When he entered the room, Su Ming was stunned. Why was it so big? However, after observing it carefully, Su Ming relaxed. It was not much different from a standard home, around 100 square meters. It just felt large because there was only 1 room and 1 bathroom. Dabo, do not you like to shower by yourself? You go first, I will go make the bed. After saying this, Su Ming left Dabo and went straight to his room. It had to be said that the specifications of this dorm were much better than where he lived before. After Dabo and Su Ming took their turns showering, the fatigue of the day finally caught up, and they collapsed into bed and fell fast asleep. Soon, as time drifted by, the lights in the dormitory building went out one by one. However, at the training camp in the back of the school, Liu Jun listened to his subordinates report with a strange expression. Class 1 and Class 2 killed a pair of shadow demon rats and even dismembered a murder mantis. The man below checked the documents in his hand and nodded firmly. Yes, this was confirmed by the comrades checking the warning lines tonight. There are clear claw marks and paralyzing neurotoxins, and security footage shows Zhao Guang's riot monkey carrying the tailbone of a male shadow demon rat. Having received the confirmation, Liu Jun rubbed his scalp with a troubled expression. Are they that fierce? Li and her group went home after killing just one. I guess youngsters working as a team really makes a difference. The conversation seemed to have ended and the room went quiet. After a moment, Liu Jun looked at the reporter with a serious gaze. What about the situation at the big lake on the other side of White Cloud City? Did teams 2 and 3 find anything unusual? Report, servant and elite level aquatic monsters are constantly coming ashore, and there are even general level iron-boned dragonfish and waterfall-tearing alligator turtles. Although they were intercepted and wiped out by teams 2 and 3, both team leaders suspect that there might be a lord-level monster sleeping inside the lake. Hearing this, Liu Jun closed his eyes tightly, his face wrinkling in concern. Liu Jun thought back to when he took over 5 years ago and said helplessly, "Oh my goodness, no way, has not that lake been quiet for nearly 5 years? Why, the moment it makes a sound are we talking about a lord-level monster?" After speaking, Liu Jun looked at the reporter who was keeping his head down. He knew it was not the man's fault, the monster at the bottom of the lake was just hidden too well. Composing himself, Liu Jun looked at the reporter sternly. "Notify teams 2 and 3 now, they must guard that lake strictly. I will notify Team 1 to provide support immediately. If energy fluctuations exceeding the general level appear, retreat immediately.
Yes.
Watching the reporter salute and leave, Liu Jun sat in his chair and rubbed his temples.
What kind of mess is this?
After a while, Liu Jun's eyes became sharp. I need to find a way to confirm what is in the lake so I can lure it ashore and kill it. Otherwise, I will not be able to sleep at all. Time flies like a white horse passing a crack in the wall, and the night passed in silence. Early the next morning, Su Ming stretched comfortably after waking up, then hurriedly sat up to check on his precious pet. Seeing his precious pet still sleeping by the bedside and making a soft purring sound, Su Ming could not help but show a smile. Still sleeping, yeah, that makes sense. The kid must have been exhausted yesterday. Su Ming instinctively wanted to get out of bed, but as soon as he put on his slippers, he realized this was a school dormitory, not his home. Apart from daily necessities, there was truly nothing else in the room. Thinking of what Wang Jinbao had said to him yesterday, Su Ming impulsively walked to the front door of the living room. Because he had noticed a display screen next to the main door when he came in last night. A display screen? This must be what Wang Jinbao meant by ordering food, right? Su Ming tentatively swiped a few times on the screen. The moment his fingers touched it, the screen lit up instantly, turning into something like a restaurant menu, and Su Ming stared blankly for a moment. There were 3 main categories: breakfast, lunch, and dinner. After figuring it out, Su Ming ordered a bowl of long-haired beef noodles. Seeing the screen display "Please wait" without charging him, he sat curiously on a chair to wait. Just as Su Ming thought it would be delivered to his door, he already had his Junior Beastmaster certificate ready, prepared to open the door and get the food at any moment. After about 10 minutes, his dormitory door made a sound.
Tap 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 tap.
It did not sound like knocking, but rather like something sharp poking at the door.
Meow. What is that thing?
His sleeping pet was awakened by the noise, jumped up from the ground with red eyes and ran all the way to the living room. It paused when it saw Su Ming.
Meow. Master.
Ding dong, your meal has arrived. Please open the door. The screen suddenly emitted a sound. Su Ming looked at his bristling pet. The dormitory building did not have security windows and was not sealed off. You could look at the scenery from the doorway like a small balcony. Su Ming had already guessed what the school was using to deliver meals.
A flying-type beast.
The dorm room had no peephole. As soon as Su Ming stood up, his pet immediately entered a combat stance, crouching beside him, which made Su Ming feel much bolder. After all, the beast was not his own. Who knew if it would go crazy? Having his pet nearby was definitely reassuring. With a click, the door opened. When he saw what was outside, Su Ming's pupils shrank, and even his aggressive pet suddenly became cute, the red in its eyes fading away like a tide in an instant. Su Ming had guessed right. There was indeed a bird standing outside, and it was indeed a flying beast. But this bird was 2 meters tall, its feathers as white as snow, and its pitch-black claws glimmering with a luster like obsidian. What was even more unique was its beak, as beautiful as jade, and his bowl of long-haired beef noodles was hanging from its beak in a plastic bag. It stood right at his doorway like a living painting, though the noodle bowl ruined the scene a bit.
Beast white jade obsidian claw crane. Talent excellent.
Level 31, Lord rank.
Element wind.
Abilities eagle eye blade feather piercing strike.
Evolution conditions.
Field guide, a terrifying monster combining beauty and power. Its obsidian-like claws are extremely fearsome and can easily shred the defenses of monsters at the same rank. Lord, another lord. There are 2 lords in the senior department, and such a strong and beautiful lord is used to deliver takeout, huh? The white jade obsidian claw crane looked at the stunned Su Ming, lowered its head slightly, and handed the packed noodles to him, bringing Su Ming back to reality. Thank you. Su Ming hurriedly took the breakfast, feeling incredibly shocked while wondering whose beast this crane-like creature was. Instructor Liu, that is possible. Instructor Liu's earth-armored bear is Lord rank, so he must be a Master rank Beastmaster who can contract 4 beasts. But 2 Lord rank beasts, that would be an astronomical figure to raise. I have heard that for Lord rank training, tens of millions might not even be enough for one. The white jade obsidian claw crane, having handed the food to Su Ming, directly spread its wings and flew away. Su Ming stared fixedly at the crane with a wingspan of over 5 meters, not even blinking. No wonder, if the earth-armored bear dominates the ground, then something must dominate the sky. I thought the earth-armored bear could deter nearby aerial monsters. It seems that is not the case. It is because there is this lord-rank flying beast. Are there other hidden lords in this senior department? With a setup like this, forget studying in the wild. You could even retire in the wild here, as long as you do not go too deep. Recalling the scene just now, Su Ming could not help but sigh from the bottom of his heart. As he shook his head in admiration, he saw his pet staring straight at him. Are you hungry, little one? Should I order a portion for you too?" The pet lay on the ground, feeling aggrieved, and let out a soft cry. "Meow. Do you not love me anymore?" No, I was just curious and shocked. After all, it is a new lord rank one I have never seen before, so I was just marveling at it." The pet looked up at Su Ming, half doubting Meow. Really, I promise, before I evolve you, I will not consider a second beast. You silly little thing, do not worry." The pet was just like a child. Hearing this, its mouth curled up instantly like a victorious little cat. "I will order a portion for you too. When I was ordering, I saw a beast option, black shadow demon rat meat." Seeing that it was the only option, Su Ming widened his eyes in disbelief. Black shadow demon rat, and only this kind? Su Ming did not believe it was a coincidence. It was likely dragged back by soldiers when they went into the wild or when they checked the perimeter at night. Seeing this, Su Ming understood. The Beastmaster's food was provided for free. After all, how much can a human eat? But beasts are different. It seems like however many they kill in the wild, that is what you can order here. Too bad that mantis killer had no meat. After placing the order, Su Ming ate his noodles in the living room while his pet lay by his feet, rubbing against his calves. A few minutes later, the familiar knocking sound rang out again. Before Su Ming could get up, his pet zipped to the door, opened it, grabbed the meat, and kicked the door shut with a light tap of its back leg. All this happened in a few seconds. Su Ming had not even reacted yet. Seeing his pet return with the meat, he could not help but laugh. "All right, you have got yours too. Honestly, they even prepared a feeding bowl in this dorm. Go ahead and eat, I am going to watch some news." After saying that, Su Ming picked up his phone to check the news. It was a habit he had always kept, watching news while eating. The news might not sound like something young people would watch, but that is not true. News after the spiritual energy recovery is much more interesting than before. A high-ranking member of the world-class evil organization, the Church, the Joker, has appeared in the Dragon Kingdom. P.S. Please keep updating, please review, comment, give gifts, add to bookshelf, everything. If anything is wrong, feel free to speak up. The author will not delete comments and will actively admit and correct mistakes. All books by this author are not harem. They are either single heroine or no heroine, so readers can watch with peace of mind. Su Ming's first impression upon seeing the headline was that it had the distinct, sensationalist vibe of a typical clickbait factory. He had seen the organization known as the Church more than once. Beyond their well-known acts of burning, killing, and pillaging, their main method of wrongdoing was theft. The problem was that they did not steal human belongings, they stole from monsters in the wild. Some monsters would guard spirit plants, waiting for the right moment to consume them and strengthen themselves. Or some monsters had a habit of collecting things that were beautiful but useless to them, even though those things were highly valuable to humans. The first two scenarios were manageable, and if those were the only reasons, the Church would not have become a world-class wanted organization. The most serious issue was that they stole monster cubs to sell them or consume them for their internal purposes. And the first 2 points were basically just side jobs done in service of this third objective. From the cubs of level 10 elite monsters to those of level 60 emperor-level monsters, as long as someone was willing to pay a high price or they needed them themselves, there was nothing they would not dare to steal. The higher the rank of the parents, the greater the cubs' talent and potential, and the stronger they would become. This was one of the reasons why the Church had been so difficult to eliminate. After all, you just need to pay and someone else will do the dirty work for you while you secure a bright future for your own child. Why would not you do it? As for being discovered and reported, once the beast tide is already over, would reporting them even matter? Getting on your high horse at that point would just be cutting off your own arm. This was the reason why the organization became a global criminal enterprise. The theft of Emperor-level monster cubs on one hand revealed the terrifying reach of this organization. On the other hand, it highlighted the sheer depth of their sins. When a cub is stolen, the Emperor-level monster will trigger a beast tide, attacking human cities like a lunatic and slaughtering people. The beast tides that erupt around the world from time to time are basically problems created by the church. Countless lives have been indirectly taken by the church because of this. Although Ming had never witnessed a beast tide started by an Emperor-level monster, he had read the vivid descriptions in the news. Skies changing color, countless elemental energies surging and pouring into the air, gathering into the Emperor-level monster like water flowing into the sea, those kinds of absurdly dramatic descriptions. While they sounded outrageous, they actually fit Ming's mental image of an Emperor-level monster. Now, looking at this headline again, a sense of inexplicable worry began to stir in his heart. Joker, this is the first time I have heard of such a high-level figure in the church organization. As he thought to himself, Ming scrolled down. Most of it was about how they tracked the target's movements into the Dragon Kingdom, but he could not find any specific directions or locations. It mentioned that they had dispatched Emperor-level beast tamers specifically to track the scent and trail, but Ming was not worried. If something did go wrong, he would be doing well just to keep himself out of the way of the government. Besides, there were 3 countries where the church would not dare steal monster cubs. It was not out of the kindness of their hearts, but rather sheer fear. First is the Dragon Kingdom, second is the Bear Kingdom, and third is the Eagle Kingdom. It is rumored that these 3 countries have legendary-level beast tamers, though no one knows if that is actually true. After browsing the news casually with a calm heart, Ming slurped his noodles and scrolled on, looking for something that caught his interest. Soon, Ming locked onto a target, not a news article but a recruitment ad. Tiania Security Company is hiring, details as follows. Must be at least an elite-level beast tamer, have a strong sense of responsibility and the determination to face death for money. On top of the base salary, after completing each mission, you will receive a bonus of 20 to 50% of that mission's fee. Ming fell silent after reading it. What are ordinary people supposed to do if they want to be beast tamers? They basically join these security companies, earn protection fees, and any loot they find while out on missions belongs to them. When these security companies first appeared, cases of murder for loot were common, until the government enacted a law. If the employer dies and you return alive, you will be sentenced to 20 years of forced service. It sounds nice to call it service, but in reality it means being forced to the front lines of terrorist riots or border skirmishes. Whenever there is a beast-related chaos or battle, these people are the first to be thrown into the fray. 20 years sounds like a term, but almost no one actually survives it, because the battles they are sent to become increasingly dangerous. By the time he finished his noodles, Ming had not found any other news to his liking. After tidying up the table, he looked at Dabao, who had finished eating early and was resting on the floor. Ming knew he could not keep going like this. He had to find a way to make money. Just one of Dabao's evolution materials, the 100-year beast blood fruit, cost $1 million. The money he had saved was not even a fifth of the price of that single item. Not to mention the elite-level wind attribute core, or the 100-year wind-walking grass. If he went out to fight in the wilderness near the school, small materials were easy to carry, but what about the large ones? What about the monster carcasses? He could not do this alone, and Wang Jinbao and the others definitely would not bother for such small change. So he had to take an unconventional path. Ming sat blankly on his chair, staring indifferently at Dabao licking its paws when the interface border popped up. His eyes suddenly lit up and he jumped to his feet. Right, why not get a breeder's certificate? Breeders make good money. Dabao, lying on the floor, blinked its eyes, looking at its master in confusion, and gave a tentative meow. Meow. What is wrong, master? Dabao, I am going to take the breeder's certification exam. I will see if I can skim off some materials for you along the way. Why do not you stay here at home? Coming to his senses, Ming called out to Dabao, grabbed his primary beast tamer certificate, and walked out of the dorm room. It was not that he did not want to bring Dabao to the exam, but beast pets were not allowed during the breeder's test. This was to prevent cheating using beasts and to avoid friction between the pets of different examinees. Dabao looked confusedly at the closed door before turning back to curl up and sleep. Meow. Looks like there is a place master is going where I cannot follow. Those people are really mean. Meow. Sooner or later, I will go visit all the places I am not allowed to go. At this moment, Su Ming, having already left the dormitory building, was walking briskly toward the school gate. Logically speaking, since it was Wednesday, students were not allowed to leave campus. They could only leave on weekends. But the class monitor was the exception. Not only could they leave campus, they did not even need to report what they were doing to teachers or coaches as long as they were back by class on Monday. If they were not seen, not only would the monitor's position be revoked, but they would be barred from running for it again. This truly allowed Su Ming to experience the convenience that came with status and authority. Su Ming was waiting for the bus at the school gate when he ran into Wang Hui, who was also waiting for the bus. Oh, is Monitor Su also heading out of school for something? Yeah, I am planning to go take the breeder certification exam. While answering Wang Hui, Su Ming noticed she was holding a book. The Beginner Breeder Compendium. When Su Ming saw the book title clearly, he paused for a moment and asked subconsciously, "Are you going to take the breeder certification exam too?" The words were barely out of his mouth when Su Ming remembered what Zhao Guang had said yesterday. Wang Hui's family background was poor, so it made perfect sense for her to want to get certified as a breeder. Wang Hui did not put on airs when she saw Su Ming noticing her, and she nodded candidly. Yeah, my family does not have much money. My parents passed away early and I live with my grandparents. I want to earn more money to help out with household expenses, so I thought I would give the path of a breeder a try. Su Ming's mouth hung open slightly as he listened. He now understood just how serious Wang Jinbao's prejudices really were. From these words, it was easy to see that she was a lively and cheerful girl. As for why he used should be, it was because he was not sure if she was genuinely putting in the effort or just pretending. But at the very least, she was not as awful as Wang Jinbao had described her to be. However, Wang Hui did not find Su Ming's distraction strange and simply went back to reading her book intently. I know that guy Wang Jinbao said a lot of bad things about me to you. Wang Jinbao is not a bad person at heart, but his prejudices are a bit extreme. Just like I said last time, he needs to be taught a lesson, which is exactly why I want to get my Beast Tamer certification. Although many materials for beast evolution are public, the refining processes and proportions are not. You have to pay a breeder to get them configured. These words echoed exactly what was on Su Ming's own mind. He thought the same, but he had the guidebook. Taking the exam was just to get some practice and make some extra money. The step-by-step refining processes for Dabao's evolution fluid were all in his guidebook. Is that so? Then let us both do our best. Wang Hui just smiled back and continued reading. Before long, the bus arrived. It was empty and they were the only ones waiting, so the bus started moving as soon as they boarded. It was quiet on the bus. Once they had been driving for a while and had even entered the city, Wang Hui looked at Su Ming in surprise and could not help but ask, Su Ming, are not you going to look at your book and do some revision? Su Ming, who had been deep in thought, was startled and wondered how to answer her. Reading a book, he was planning to cheat his way through the whole thing with his system, who needed to read books for that. After a few seconds of silence, Su Ming decided to just make something up. I am reciting it in my head. Reciting it. Wang Hui was a bit confused by this answer. Can you really memorize all of that? She was just reading through it to get familiar with everything. The bus for the senior year students had several fixed stops. The school, the Breeder Association, the Beast Hospital, the Beast Inspectorate, and the Beast Material Street, with several other stops in between. We have arrived at the Breeder Association. Please exit from the back door in an orderly fashion. As they got off, they were not greeted by magnificent architecture, but by a long queue of people, mostly adults and students just like them. There was a huge, empty square in front of the Beast Tamer Association, and it was now packed with people waiting for the exam. At a rough glance, there must have been nearly 10,000 people. At the front of the square, where the line ended, there was a group of staff members issuing serial numbers. It was Su Ming's first time here, and seeing so many people lined up gave him the illusion of being back in freshman year participating in military training. Just then, Wang Hui walked over and tapped Su Ming lightly with her book to signal him to snap out of it. Surprised, right? If it were not for the fact that you have to wait a month to retake the exam if you fail, the road next to the square would be completely jammed. I have to say, the authorities' predictions are remarkably accurate. At this, Su Ming, having snapped back to reality, felt something was a bit off. How do you know that so clearly? Did you look it up on purpose? Not really, this is my second time here. I came once before the semester started and almost passed. Also, what I just mentioned does not apply to students who already have their beast tamer certification. Wang Hui did not seem to care at all and candidly shared her past failure with Su Ming. Being trusted like this felt really good. No wonder Li was willing to spend money on her, pure personal charm. Did you bring your beast tamer certification? Wang Hui had just finished speaking when she saw Su Ming pull it out. I brought it just in case. If it were not for the door to the stairwell, I probably would not have brought it. Does not matter as long as you have it. Just show it to those staff members handing out numbers. Su Ming was not very familiar with the process, so he just followed Wang Hui's lead without having to overthink it. When Su Ming handed over his beginner beast tamer certification, the staff scanned it, gave him a green tag with the number 160 and signaled for him and Wang Hui to go straight in. The two of them took a side passage that very few people were using, and the others in the line looked at them with pure envy. In that moment, Su Ming saw that the tags held by the people in the regular line were white. Entering the hall while it was orderly outside, it was a chaotic crowd inside. Everyone was standing in front of the screen and loudspeakers in the center, waiting quietly. Just as Su Ming was curiously looking at the content on the screen, Wang Hui suddenly tapped his shoulder. Su Ming, that guy over there is looking at you weirdly, an enemy of yours. Before Su Ming could ask what was wrong, her words caught him off guard. My enemy? I am just a student, where would I get an enemy? Wang Hui did not answer, just pointed in a direction. Su Ming looked over and saw someone indeed glaring at him with hatred. This person was not a stranger, it was the malicious Wang Kang. He had been sent home, but his beginner beast tamer certification had not been revoked. Seeing it was Wang Kang, Su Ming did not find it surprising. It is him, that makes sense. So did something happen between you two? Hearing this, Su Ming noticed the gossip in Wang Hui's eyes and could not help but find it amusing. Do not you think it might have been me who provoked him first? Wang Hui's eyes widened a bit at that. Huh, why would I think that? You hang out with people like Wang Jinbao and Aoyang Li, you could not possibly be as petty as you are making yourself out to be. Su Ming, you must have heard about that incident in Class 1 where a beast killed its master, right? That is him, Wang Kang. He was sent home, but his beginner beast tamer certification was not revoked. Upon hearing this, Wang Hui realized the truth, and her eyes filled with disgust when she looked at Wang Kang. What a lowlife, you were being kind, but he is a snake in the grass. Wang Hui's voice was not particularly loud, but several people around them looked over curiously. Wang Kang's face turned green, he had clearly heard her. Just then, the central broadcast crackled to life, drawing everyone's attention. Examinees with green tags numbered 101 to 160, please proceed to room 303 on the third floor for your examination. Examinees with green tags numbered 161 to 220, please proceed to room 304 on the third floor for your examination. The announcement played twice, and then the central screen displayed 303 and 304 with seating information. Let us go, it is time for the exam. They had only walked 2 steps when Wang Kang moved as well. Being closer to the stairs, he had already headed up. Whoa, talk about a small world. I am number 161, different exam room from you. Su Ming, do your best and crush him later. I hate these despicable people who bite the hand that feeds them. Go for it. Watching Wang Hui cheer him on in such a unique way, Su Ming felt a little embarrassed. He had never expected that Wang Hui, who was quite pretty and had a nice, slightly plump figure, was actually such a tomboy. Thank you, I will do my best. Facing the encouraging Wang Hui, the two went upstairs together, only to find Wang Kang waiting for them on the 3rd floor. Heh, is class monitor Su here to apply for a breeder's license too? Are you even qualified? This single remark drew the attention of the others on the 3rd floor who had not entered the exam room yet. Since they had 5 minutes, catching some drama at the door was no problem. Suddenly, Su Ming felt a sense of helplessness for not having Daba with him, but the Breeder Association's exam did not allow for beast pets. It was a dead end. Wang Hui, however, could not hold back. Her eyes were filled with nothing but disgust and disdain as she looked at Wang Kang. Yo, what is this? A villain getting cocky? Su Ming tried to help you out of kindness, and look at your attitude. Are you even ashamed? Plotting shady things in the dark while he kindly tried to warn you that continuing to fight would damage the trust between you and your beast. Well, look at it now. You pushed your beast to kill its master, did not you? Is your beast dead now? In an instant, the people who were just there to watch the show looked at Wang Kang with utter contempt. They lost interest in the drama and filed into their respective exam rooms. Hearing this and feeling the stares from those around him, Wang Kang flushed with shame and anger. You are the vice class monitor of class 3, right? I have heard of you. You always had decent grades in high school. But if I remember correctly, some people had mediocre liberal arts grades, just average, right? Instead of clinging to Wang Jinbao's coattails, why are you here taking the breeder's exam, do not you think? Su Ming never expected Wang Hui to be so savage. She was practically the ultimate spokesperson. Seeing she was about to continue, Su Ming immediately stopped her. Do not bother with him, it is just barking from the incompetent. If my Daba were here, he would not be able to utter a single word. Do not let someone like this affect your state of mind. The exam is what matters. Right, the exam is what matters. Let us do this together. Wang Hui closed her eyes and took a deep breath, flashing a smile as she held out her hand. Su Ming did not hesitate and high-fived her. Good luck. Wang Kang was stunned. Seeing the two ignoring him and heading into the exam room, he could not take it and reached out to grab Su Ming's arm. Stay right there. As soon as he spoke, Wang Kang saw Su Ming turn around and was frozen in place by fear. Su Ming's eyes were deep and cold like a ghost, sending an inexplicable chill through Wang Kang's heart. Think carefully, the one I raise is a white shadow cat, not a pet white fluff cat. Wang Kang shivered and did not dare to stop Su Ming again. Wang Hui, having reached the door, laughed out loud at the sight. After they had both entered, Wang Kang finally regained his composure. He glared viciously at Su Ming's back and followed them into the exam room, deep in thought. Numbers 160 and 123, right? You are the last two, take your seats. On the podium was a middle-aged examiner wearing glasses. He pushed up his frames upon seeing Su Ming and Wang Kang enter, then continued to observe the room. Taking his seat, Su Ming simply ignored the occasional looks from Wang Kang and began observing the room instead. The classroom was large, with each desk spaced a meter apart, but there was only one examiner. Was that enough? Just as Su Ming scanned the corner of the room, a guide popped up. Beast Hidden Lizard. Talent Elite. Level 15 Elite. Element Wood. Ability Invisibility. Evolution Conditions. Description: a gentle, neutral monster with extremely strong dynamic vision. It stays invisible when not moving, and its attack method involves launching its tongue, which can strike 100 times a second. This big guy was lurking in the corner. No wonder there was so much empty space in the back. It was just to house this hidden lizard. At that moment, the examiner moved, holding a stack of papers and asking the front row to pass them back. Open the drawers of your desks. Inside are the materials you will need for today's written exam. Cheating is prohibited during the exam. Anyone caught will be disqualified and banned from testing for a year. After speaking, the examiner scanned the room and left. Su Ming, having just received his paper, immediately opened his drawer. Inside there was a pen and some spiritual plants. Su Ming was slightly confused upon seeing the plants and instinctively looked at the paper on his desk. Question: if a green-haired silkworm suddenly has convulsions and spits silk, which spiritual plant in the drawer can provide effective treatment? Please describe the appearance of this plant and provide details. Su Ming suddenly understood, so that is why Wang Hui said to get familiar with them. Is it testing both the identification of spiritual plants and their efficacy? Taking each plant out of the drawer and reading their brief introductions, Su Ming soon confirmed the answer. He looked at a small piece of bark with astonishment. Spiritual item: green bark. Description: a common tree type. The bark is bitter but rich in nutrients. It is a favorite food of herbivorous monsters and can be used as medicine to treat epilepsy or convulsions in both humans and monsters. Can it also be used to treat human illnesses? Strangely, Su Ming felt as if he were studying traditional medicine. Copying the description from the guide, Su Ming finished the first question in minutes and started the second. Question: among the evolution materials for a red-furred mouse, which item in the drawer is the most likely candidate? Red-furred mouse. This question surprised Su Ming. He pulled the corresponding plant from the drawer almost instantly, having spotted it earlier. Spiritual item: hair grass. Description: looks like a clump of hair. It secretes plant oils and is commonly added to the evolution serum for monsters with fur. So it is like a universal answer, but the first question tested common sense while the second tests potential evolution materials. That is quite a leap. As Su Ming scribbled away, he could feel something staring at him. He was certain it was that hidden lizard. Others were still trying to identify the plants or were hesitant, with only a few having finished the first question. Su Ming, already onto the third, stood out like a sore thumb. 5 minutes later, third question, fourth question. By now, some eyes were fixed on the boy whose pen had barely stopped moving. The sound of his writing tapped against the other's nerves. Fifth question, sixth question. By the fifth question, the examiner returned with a water cup. He noticed Su Ming had not stopped writing once and felt a hint of surprise. But since the hidden lizard had not intervened, the candidate could not be cheating. As time went on, not only were the other candidates frequently staring at Su Ming in shock, but even the examiner began squinting in suspicion. Suddenly, Su Ming stood up. His chair screeched as it slid back, piercing through the tension of the room. The candidate behind Su Ming finally could not hold back, eyes wide as they asked, "Dude, are you serious? Turning it in less than an hour?" Less than halfway through the exam time, Su Ming's decision to hand in his paper early caused such a stir that the examiner above walked right down. "Give me your paper." The examiner took the paper with a skeptical look and started reading it. His confusion quickly turned into shock. He instinctively glanced toward the hiding lizard at the back of the classroom, nodding slowly as if he had confirmed something. Folding the paper and tucking it into his pocket, the examiner gave Su Ming a look of extreme complexity. "You passed the exam. Come with me, I will arrange the second round for you." Under the incredulous gazes of the other examinees, Wang Kang saw Su Ming about to follow the examiner out of the room and crushed the pen in his hand. "I want to report this. I suspect he is cheating." This caused an uproar, and Wang Kang's words immediately perked everyone up. However, quite a few had been watching from the sidelines earlier and did not fully believe him. "Cheating." The examiner glanced at Wang Kang in surprise. Seeing the resentment on the student's face as he glared at Su Ming, he seemed to understand something. "Examinee, I must remind you that cheating in an exam here is even harder than stealing from the inspection bureau. Do you understand?" Examinee 123, focus on your work and stop causing trouble. After reprimanding Wang Kang, the examiner turned his head towards Su Ming. Examinee 160, do not let this disturb your focus. Adjust your mindset to prepare for the next round and come with me now. Yes. He has not handed in his Junior Beastmaster certificate yet. He must be planning to earn some money as a junior breeder so he can sign his first beast again, right? With this thought in mind, Su Ming left the classroom with the examiner, his face expressionless, though he took one last look at Wang Kang near the door. "If someone respects me, I will repay them tenfold. If someone harms me even a little, I will retaliate with everything I have." Wang Kang's eyes met Su Ming's as he left. That calm, ripple-less gaze gave him the inexplicable feeling that he was looking at a dead man. This made the hand he was holding his pen with start to tremble slightly. What did that look mean? I do not even have a beast anymore. He is not still planning to come after me, is he? Su Ming naturally had no idea how tormented Wang Kang felt inside the classroom. After leaving the exam hall, he followed the examiner up to the 5th floor. The decor there did not look like an exam room, it looked like a breeding lab. With curiosity and doubt in his heart, Su Ming followed the examiner into a room. As soon as Su Ming closed the door behind him, he heard the examiner's voice. "This is a plant-type monster sent in for breeding today. You are to take care of its breeding process." There are plenty of materials in the lab. You need to find the right ratio, refine them, and complete the breeding process for the beast. You have 1 hour. I will stay here until you finish to ensure you do not make any mistakes. Also, keep in mind that you have no room for trial and error or failure. Many have fallen here, so please cherish this opportunity. Ming was stunned after hearing the explanation. He is staying here. Does one examiner really dedicate himself to just one student? Not understanding, Ming asked subconsciously, "What if someone else in the exam hall finishes early?" The examiner checked his watch. There is over an hour left for the written exam. They will just have to wait a little longer. Besides, it is common for no one to pass the written portion in any given round. Your question time counts as well. The exam began the moment I finished explaining the rules. 4 minutes have already passed. Ming went silent and looked at the plant sitting on the table. It was over a meter tall and looked a bit strange, resembling a small sapling that weirdly grew winding branches covered in sharp thorns. Beast tentacle thorn tree unconscious. Talent elite. Level 5 servant. Ability none. Evolution conditions. Bestiary entry, strong territorial instincts. It can extend its branches to entangle opponents and grow sharp thorns on its vines. It can also control leaves to attack. The stronger it is, the higher the chance of it attacking. It uses these methods to attack any creature that encroaches upon its territory. After looking at the panel, Ming examined the evolution conditions and found that breeding was involved. Breeding essentially means intensive care. Most beasts do not need such meticulous care. If all else fails, you can just buy some nutrient solution. However, some monsters have no mouths and cannot eat, such as this tentacle thorn tree. They cannot improve themselves through feeding, and since nutrient solution is expensive, people often choose to concoct a special growth serum instead. Breeding method 1. Mix 100 ml of natural water with 10 g of rock ash for initial melting and purification. After purifying, add 10 drops of green tree caterpillar juice, stir thoroughly until fused, and pour from the roots upward. Breeding method 2. Boil 1000 ml of natural water, mix in 20 drops of green tree caterpillar juice, stir well, and pour from the top down while hot. Looking at the 2 breeding plans, Ming remained silent. Did the client say which aspect they want to cultivate? The examiner looked at Ming in surprise. Plant breeding is different from normal beast care. For him to see the nuance after just a quick look, this examinee clearly knows his stuff. The employer had no special requests. Upon hearing that, Ming nodded slowly. He picked up a measuring cup, walked to the sink to get water, and noticing an induction cooker, he did not hesitate to place the cup on it and turn it on, then started searching for the green tree caterpillar juice. The examiner's face froze as he watched Ming use the induction cooker to heat the measuring cup. He instinctively glanced at the refiner on the shelf. He usually used that induction cooker for midnight snacks. The ventilation in the breeding room was excellent anyway. Seeing this, he almost stopped him to offer a reminder. But the next second, he realized the logic. This kid's understanding of breeding must be purely theoretical. Even if he were given the proper equipment, he probably would not know how to use it. Did he just choose the induction cooker because it was effective and would save time? Unconsciously, a hint of approval appeared in the examiner's eyes. Found it. Ming found the test tube labeled green tree caterpillar juice on the shelf. Reagent: green tree caterpillar juice. Bestiary entry: created by filtering the blood of the green tree caterpillar monster and mixing it with an equal ratio of natural water. Seeing the description, Ming was taken aback. This stuff is diluted. He thought it was pure squeezed juice. However, right next to the reagent, Ming saw a measuring cup heater. After a momentary pause, he grabbed a dropper and waited by the soon-to-boil measuring cup. Ming stared intently at the boiling cup, a trace of bitterness rising in his heart. To be honest, he really had not noticed the heater. When he saw the induction cooker, he thought boiling it was all that mattered. Plus, these measuring cups were specially made to be highly heat-resistant, so he had just set it on there. Gurgle gurgle. Watching the water reach a boil, Ming quickly opened the cap of the reagent in his hand, took out a dropper, and dripped the sap of the green-furred caterpillar into the boiling water. The originally transparent water turned green the moment the first drop hit. Once the required amount was added, Ming picked up the measuring cup with tongs and walked toward the tentacle spike tree.
Green steam rose steadily, carrying a distinct scent of leaves. I need to douse it from head to toe while it is still hot, right? Muttering to himself, Su Ming poured the liquid onto the top of the tentacle spike tree. The moment the culture solution touched it, it was as if a chemical reaction occurred between the liquid and the pet beast. Massive amounts of green fog billowed upward, and the quick-witted examiner immediately turned on the exhaust system. You have the courage to think and act. Very good. Your assessment is complete. Give me your junior beastmaster certificate and I will go process your junior breeder certificate. Thank you for the trouble. The examiner took the beastmaster certificate and nodded. You have a bright future, young man. Keep it up. By the way, do not wander off, just wait for me here. Watching the examiner leave, Su Ming immediately took out his phone and started searching for storefront rentals on the Beast Material Street. He did not know until he checked, and he was shocked once he did. 10,000 credits a month. Is this even considered the outskirts of the Material Street? The price jumps by 10,000 for every little bit you move forward. This is just ridiculous. The outskirts of the Material Street do not get much foot traffic. The capable shops are all further inside, and those renting on the outside are just hoping to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. But that is basically unrealistic. If he wanted to rent a storefront with decent traffic, it would cost over 100,000, which is almost all his savings. And that is not even including the supplies needed for shop renovations. It looks like renting a shop is not feasible. I need to think of another way. How about I post myself on the forum to see? Su Ming, who surfed the internet often, suddenly thought of this idea. He could not stop himself, so he found a breeding-related forum, polished his personal profile, and posted his services. After all, not every breeder has startup capital. Many started online before gradually developing their offline businesses. White Cloud City High School Senior, a junior breeder who finished all assessments in under an hour. Fair and affordable prices. You will regret not checking it out. Interest is better than action. Click my avatar to chat privately. Okay, now I just wait for someone to reach out. After sending the message, Su Ming began to observe the tentacle spike tree, which was still in a coma. Looking at this, the anesthesia dose was quite strong. It still has not woken up. As the forum with arguably the highest daily traffic for beast breeding, Su Ming's personal profile changes were immediately noticed by many. Breeder price affordable, these were all keywords. Su Ming's profile was quickly seen by the seniors at White Cloud City Beast University. In White Cloud City, Liu Ting, who was struggling with the cost of her pet's evolution fluid, was browsing the forum in distress. Her beast was a level 12 giant horned sheep. She already had the evolution materials ready and just needed a breeder with a reasonable price to mix them. Offline mixing starts at 100,000, and after spending a fortune on materials, she simply could not afford it. Since she was about to team up with friends to go into the wild, she hoped to evolve her beast as soon as possible to mitigate risks. So she started looking for a needle in a haystack online, and she quickly discovered a local little genius. She read the other party's profile and subconsciously muttered, "High school senior, a junior breeder who finished all assessments in under an hour. Fair and affordable prices. You will regret not checking it out." For some reason, seeing this profile gave Liu Ting a glimmer of hope. Holding onto the idea of just giving it a try, she clicked on Su Ming's avatar. At the Breeder Association, Su Ming watched the tentacle spike tree for a while, then started scrolling through his phone out of boredom. Suddenly, a notification popped up on his forum account. Su Ming was stunned for a moment before clicking on it immediately. "I love riding sheep. Hello, is your profile true? Someone reached out to me so quickly. It has only been about 10 minutes, right?" Su Ming hesitated for a moment after seeing the message, then sent a photo of the tentacle spike tree over. Evil Silver Gradient, image. Evil Silver Gradient, it is authentic. I just finished a breeding session. What service do you need? Are you looking for someone to replan an evolution route or for standard breeding? Liu Ting was a bit confused when she saw this message. The state-published evolution conditions were the most common paths intended to save ordinary people from wasting money. Of course, there were some good or even excellent published paths, but such beasts were not something ordinary people could own. If you want your beast to evolve into something more powerful and unique, you have to go to an excellent breeder for a custom evolution route.
Replan an evolution route. Are today's junior breeders this confident? I love riding sheep, no need for that. I have already prepared the evolution materials, I just need you to help me refine the evolution fluid. My beast is a giant horned sheep that has recently entered the elite stage. How much is the refining fee? Level 12 elite grade big horned sheep. Do you have the materials ready? It looks like you are using the universal evolution chain published by the authorities. Ming did not rush to answer the other party's question. Instead, he switched screens to search for the big horned sheep, carefully observed the materials needed for its evolution, and fell into deep thought after looking up the prices of those materials. After some deliberation and considering the cost of the materials, Ming provided his response. Evil Silver Gradient, if you have the materials ready, the refinement fee for the evolution liquid is 100,000 credits. We can trade in person, how about it? Liu Ting was lying at home, feeling inevitably nervous. After all, the offline market price was basically around 100,000, and this online contact was her only opportunity right now. Just as she was biting her fingers waiting for a reply, Liu Ting felt a wave of irritation when she read the content of the message. I love riding sheep. Are you serious? 100,000 credits, that is the same price as offline. Is this what you call economical and affordable? Ming looked at the instant reply, but instead of frowning, he wore a smile that suggested he had everything under control. I knew it would be like this. Everything is proceeding as expected. His fingers tapped on the screen, and he quickly sent out a new message. Back at home, Liu Ting felt a pain in her chest after sending her message, her breath hitching uncontrollably. You call this economical and affordable? I admit it is impressive to pass the junior breeder assessment in 1 hour and even start breeding beast pets, but what does this price have to do with being economical? Unable to suppress her anger, Liu Ting prepared to turn off her phone and go out to clear her head, but the next second, the notification sound caught her attention again. Seeing that it was still a message from Evil Silver Gradient, she could not help but sneer out loud. She had seen this scenario many times offline. Those people would immediately start bragging the moment they saw her preparing to leave due to the price. She had visited many shops and it was basically always the same, a stereotype that had been deeply etched into her mind. I want to see just how you're going to brag and talk yourself up. But when she saw the actual content, her pupils suddenly contracted. Evil Silver Gradient, 100,000 credits does not sound cheap, and it might be about the same as the offline shops you have visited. Evil Silver Gradient, but you have to understand one thing, the refinement process involves risks. Errors can lead to failure, resulting in the total loss of all materials, and the other party will not compensate you for them. Evil Silver Gradient, some people even mess up the proportions, and the resulting evolution liquid can cause irreversible damage to your beast pet. Evil Silver Gradient, the reason I charge 100,000 credits is that I provide full compensation for the materials if the refinement fails, and I guarantee the evolution liquid will not cause any harm to your beast pet. Thump thump. After reading this series of messages, Liu Ting felt like she was dreaming. Full compensation if the refinement fails, and a guarantee that the liquid will have positive effects. Is this still a breeder? Are they really that kind-hearted? At this moment, Liu Ting felt incredibly tempted by the offer and wanted to agree right away, but her reason told her she needed to clarify things further. I love riding sheep. Where is your laboratory? I want to go to your place for an offline transaction. Ming. Oh no, what do I do if I do not have a laboratory? Ming felt inexplicably anxious, thinking that this deal should not just fall through like this, right? Clatter! The laboratory door opened, and the examiner returned with the freshly minted Junior Breeder Certificate and Junior Beast Tamer Certificate. The moment Ming saw the examiner, he felt as if the light had returned. After taking the certificates, Ming immediately asked, "Examiner, may I ask if I can borrow this laboratory? I want to prepare some nutrient liquid for my own beast pet. My equipment at home is not enough, yours is better and more comprehensive." The examiner, who was just about to tell Ming he could leave, paused for a moment. Prepare nutrient liquid for his own beast pet. After checking his watch, the examiner's expression became serious. Someone is scheduled to use this laboratory for an assessment in 45 minutes. Can your family bring the materials here, let you finish the refinement and tidy up the laboratory before then? Ming blinked, picked up his phone and started editing a message. Evil Silver Gradient, I am at the Breeders Association. I will be heading back soon. Can you deliver the materials to me within 25 minutes? Liu Ting, who was drinking water at home preparing to leave to meet this evil Silver Gradient, nearly choked to death after seeing the message. The Breeders Association, the official one. Looking at the message, Liu Ting's eyes were both shocked and curious. The Breeders Association is an official organization that also accepts requests for the refinement and preparation of nutrient and evolution liquids. But the price is much higher than elsewhere. For instance, this evil Silver Gradient offered a price of 100,000 credits and guaranteed all those conditions. To refine the same evolution liquid, the Breeders Association starts at 300,000 credits, and they only guarantee that the refinement process will not be messed up. Is this person from the Breeders Association an official member? Wow, I really struck gold. Realizing this, Liu Ting's voice turned shrill with excitement. She grabbed the bag with the materials left immediately and managed to reply to Ming. I love riding sheep. My home is nearby. I will be there within 10 minutes. Evil Silver Gradient, okay. So she lives nearby. Looks like this first deal is going to happen. Putting his phone away, Ming nodded at the examiner. No problem, examiner. My sister said she will be here in 10 minutes and I am confident I can finish the preparation before the written exam is over. The examiner nodded. I will come back in 40 minutes. Ming chose to go downstairs with the examiner, though one was heading to the third-floor exam room while the other was going to the first floor to pick someone up. Not long after reaching the first floor, Ming saw a woman in casual clothes carrying a large bag, looking around the crowd anxiously. Ming checked the time on his phone, saw it was about right and walked straight towards her. When he got close enough, he called out, "Are you? I love riding sheep." As soon as he spoke, Ming clearly saw the other person pause for a moment before rushing over to him with the big bag. When Liu Ting reached Ming, she did not hand over the materials immediately but remained cautious. "Are you evil Silver Gradient? Let me see your junior breeder certificate." Ming was not surprised by this and showed her the newly minted certificate. After confirming it was genuine, Liu Ting handed the materials over to Ming. After taking the materials, Ming first opened the bag to check them. Satisfied that everything was correct and that the other party had no intention of ripping him off, he opened his payment QR code. "You can wait in the lobby on the first floor or stay here. It will take about 30 minutes. I will contact you when it is ready so you can come back down to find me." "Okay, by the way, which lab are you in?" Ming paused as he was about to turn around and said, 5012. Seeing that he had provided the lab number, Liu Ting's last bit of wariness vanished, and the people queuing nearby just glanced over before losing interest. Once Ming got the materials, he raced back to the lab where he had just completed his assessment. He pushed the tentacle thorn tree on the table aside and quickly took out the equipment he needed. He lined up the materials one by one. Then he took out his phone to search for pictures of an elite-grade bighorn sheep. As the images loaded, the guidebook entries refreshed as well. He found the evolutionary branch that Liu Ting had chosen among the many possibilities. Evolutionary Condition 807, External Application. Crush beast blood fruit into a jam, mix with an elite-grade metallic inner core and 3,000 milliliters of natural water and heat or stew it into a paste of about 500 milliliters. Apply this evenly to the bighorn sheep's horns. The refining or stewing time is 30 minutes at 2,000 degrees. During this process, you must constantly add refined gold liquid no less than 10 milliliters at a time. Oral administration. Mash the stems and leaves of diamond grass and the beast blood fruit into a paste, add 20 milliliters of natural water and stir for 1 minute. Repeat this 10 times, then purify for 10 minutes to produce about 50 milliliters of the oral evolutionary serum. The margin of error must not exceed 1 milliliter. Ming could not help but gasp after reading the series of requirements. No wonder private breeders do not guarantee the success rate of their cultivation serums. These requirements are too precise. A single moment of distraction and it is all wasted. These requirements for the oral evolutionary serum are for real, tusk. Ming shook his head and got straight to work. He used an automatic mortar and pestle to grind all the materials for the external application into a paste, poured everything into the refining furnace, and started the refining process after switching on the device and his phone's stopwatch. The external application was not that strict, but now came the serious part. He prepared the 10 portions of water beforehand and started adding them to the mashed material one by one. Time passed slowly. Ming watched the pale gold liquid being purified, his heart beating a little faster. Now he just had to measure the purified liquid. Using tweezers to hold the test tube, he slowly placed it onto the specialized measuring instrument. 50 ml. Seeing 50 ml on the digital screen, not a drop more or less, Ming finally let out a sigh of relief. After packing everything away, he cleaned the tools he did not need anymore and silently waited for the final paste to finish. Downstairs, Liu Ting checked the time. It had been nearly 40 minutes. Had Ming still not finished refining it? Unaccountably, she began to worry that she might have been scammed. Just then, a hand tapped her on the shoulder. Thinking about something? I did not expect you to be waiting right at the door. Your items are ready. The external application and the evolutionary serum, exactly 50 ml. Okay, it is done. Startled, Liu Ting hurriedly turned around. When she saw the cultivation serum in Ming's hand and the bag containing something that looked like pale red mud, a smile broke out on her face. Seeing this, Ming took out his phone and opened his payment QR code. 100,000 credits received. A smile finally appeared on Ming's face as the notification sound rang. Making money is fast, is not it? Right, have it take the oral serum first, then spread that paste evenly on your big-horned sheep's horns and do not let the sheep move. Liu Ting could not stop nodding as she took the items. I am heading back now, goodbye. After drinking it and applying the paste. Having paid, Liu Ting did not linger for a second. She turned and vanished into the crowd of people queuing up. Ming smacked his lips. I wanted to ask if she needed my help and I had not finished my sentence yet. Well, since she is in such a rush, never mind. Seeing her disappear into the crowd, Ming went back into the lobby, intending to wait for Wang Hui and incidentally, wait for Liu Ting. Ming could be 100% sure that since she ran off in such a hurry without listening, she would definitely be running back soon. Meanwhile, Liu Ting panted as she rushed home. She put down the things she was holding and immediately communicated with her beast-taming space. Ripples appeared on the floor in front of her. A sheep more than 3 meters long, standing 1.2 meters at the shoulder with soft, silky fur, emerged from the formation after 3 seconds. The most peculiar thing was the sheep's horns. They were rough and covered in spikes over 10 centimeters long. And the horns did not grow upwards but towards the sides of its body as if someone had parted them down the middle. They grew over a meter long on each side. Oh, stop buying, drink this quickly. Liu Ting uncorked the vial and poured the evolutionary serum into the big-horned sheep's mouth. After feeding it, she saw her pet smacking its lips, so she started applying the paste to its horns. About 10 minutes later, Liu Ting noticed a fragrance in the air that smelled exactly like roast lamb. This discovery scared her so much that she leaned in close to her beast to sniff it. When she realized the scent was indeed coming from her big-horned sheep, her head started ringing. I have been scammed. Losing her footing, Liu Ting collapsed to the floor. With red eyes, she got up and headed back out. The loud bang as she slammed the door showed the turmoil in her heart. She rushed back in a frantic hurry. Her red eyes and fierce demeanor drew sidelong glances from many who were still waiting for their assessments. You have to be here, you dead scammer, you have to be here. Do not you dare run away. Liu Ting prayed internally, and soon she spotted Ming standing at the door, waiting with a helpless expression. Back already. Did you smell a scent like roast lamb? Liu Ting, who had a whole speech prepared, was stunned, speechless. She pointed a finger at Ming, unsure of what to do next. Seeing this, Ming shook his head, speechless. You did not let me finish what I was saying, and now you have made a mess of things. Did you hear what I said at the very end before you rushed off? What I said at the end. Liu Ting hesitated, deep in thought. After a moment, she shook her head blankly, but the anger in her eyes had faded significantly. Smelling that scent is normal. Let me ask you, can you control your beast? Who are you looking down on? My command is perfect, okay? Su Ming nodded silently. Let us go, let us head to your place. I hope your house is still standing. What is that supposed to mean? What do you mean you hope my house is still standing? A terrible, unexplained premonition welled up in Liu Ting's heart. You chose the publicized evolutionary route for the golden horned sheep, and after the great horned sheep evolves into a golden horned sheep, it will not be able to stop itself from using its horns to rub against everything around it to get used to its new post-evolution state. So what I said just now is literal. Since you rushed back so anxiously, you probably did not recall it into your beast space, which means your house might be gone. With a thud, for some reason, Liu Ting felt like she could hear her own heartbeat at that moment. Quick, come with me and take a look. Su Ming, who was ready to go back and find the examiner, suddenly felt his hand being grabbed. Go together, why should we go together? Before Su Ming could break free, he was already being pulled along to run. Liu Ting, who was weaving through the crowd while dragging Su Ming, answered without even looking back. I'm afraid you are lying to me. Su Ming was speechless upon hearing this. It seemed this first cultivation job had its own little hiccups and had not gone as smoothly as he thought. Su Ming could not be bothered to struggle against her anymore. He could just ask her to help him promote his services later. Soon, he was dragged to the front of her house. Vaguely, he could hear the loud crashing sound of wood breaking, and he felt a strange sense of schadenfreude. Oh, it seems your furniture has already suffered. Liu Ting did not dare to hesitate for a second. She quickly opened the door and rushed in first, with Su Ming following close behind. As soon as he stepped inside, Su Ming saw wood shavings on the floor and a sheep over 4 meters long and nearly 2 meters tall at the shoulder, almost touching the ceiling. If its horns had not been growing out to the sides of its body, the ceiling would likely have been pierced through by now. Beast Golden Horn Sheep. Talent Elite. Level 14 Elite. Element Metal. Abilities Horn Pierce Iron Guard. Evolution Conditions. Pokédex Description. A bold yet gentle solitary monster that loves to rub its horns against things that look hard, which makes it very difficult for it to survive alone in the wild. Su Ming was a bit surprised to see the description. A solitary but bold sheep, the reason for its mortality is quite peculiar. Seeing her beast start to target her television, Liu Ting, in a panic, directly connected to her beast space, and just as the golden horned sheep was a meter away from the TV, a magic circle appeared directly beneath it and swallowed it up. Looking at her home in shambles, Liu Ting wanted to cry but had no tears. If she had known it would turn out like this, why did she even bother? With a thud, Su Ming looked at Liu Ting, who had collapsed to the floor, and instinctively shook his head slowly. You chose this evolutionary route yourself. Did you not check what would happen after your great horned sheep evolved? I did not read that far. Sorry, I have made a fool of myself in front of you. Hearing her weak voice, Su Ming curled his lips. If you can recommend me to your friends around you. I will give you a discount on the service next time you come. Whether it is customized evolution, refining special cultivation fluids, or refining evolution fluids, anything like that works. Liu Ting, who was still feeling a bit heartbroken, felt much better after hearing these words. Thinking about her future cultivation needs, she nodded silently. It was my fault for misunderstanding you. Even if you did not say it, I would have helped you promote. Do not worry, there is more than just my beast in my circle of friends that needs cultivation and evolution. Su Ming's eyes lit up when he heard this, and the corners of his mouth curled higher and higher. All right, if there is nothing else, I will be going back. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Su Ming did not stay long and turned around to head back toward the Cultivator Association. As soon as he returned to the gate of the Cultivator Association, Su Ming saw the examiner from earlier standing there waiting for him. The moment he saw him, a bright smile appeared on Su Ming's face. Sorry to bother you, Brother Zhang, but how many credits can the remaining materials sell for? Zhang Sheng, the examiner, took out his phone silently when he heard Su Ming asking while still at a distance. We buy Vajra grass without stalks for 30,000 credits at our Cultivator Association. Want to sell? 30,000 credits, that is not bad. I will sell, sorry for the trouble, Brother Zhang. Zhang Sheng nodded and transferred the money for the materials to Su Ming before going back inside. Being a cultivator is really different, you can earn from both ends. Seeing his phone balance break through 200,000 and start approaching 300,000, Ming felt even happier inside. As for the sold Vajra grass, it was the surplus from the materials Liu Ting brought over. Only the stems were needed for the evolution fluid he prepared, the rest was not necessary. And it was this remainder that made Ming decide to flip it and sell it immediately. You might make a small profit, but a cultivator never loses. After receiving the last payment, Ming did not choose to leave but instead waited here for Wang Hui. As it turned out, he did not wait for Wang Hui but instead for a wilted Wang Kang. Just by his appearance, one could tell he had not passed the examination. Ming frowned and turned his body to find a new spot to keep waiting. Unexpectedly, as soon as he moved, as if driven by fate, Wang Kang happened to look up and see him. The decadent Wang Kang's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. The betrayal, killing of his master, and the death of his beast caused him to turn from envy and wanting to take his place into pure hatred. Because at that time, he clearly could have spoken up to warn him, but he just did not. That was what led to everything his beast caused later. Combined with his failure in the exam just now, he simply exploded and charged at Ming with bloodshot eyes. Ming! The huge shout attracted the attention of all the passers-by. When they saw a young man with bloodshot eyes running towards another young man, they instinctively made room while staring intently. The sound naturally drew Ming's attention. Turning his head to watch Wang Kang charging like a madman, Ming took a deep breath and the veins on his forehead bulged. Watching the punch coming at him, Ming dodged to the side, pushed the arm away with his palm, and followed up with a straight punch to the face, instantly knocking him down. The fight ended in an instant, leaving the surrounding crowd feeling like they were left hanging. And Wang Hui, who witnessed this and was about to come over to help, kindly took out her phone to call the police. This Wang Kang is quite the talent. Can someone who trained a white shadow cat from a young age be a pushover, and he chose to throw hands with this guy? What a dummy. Listening to the sighs and whispers around him, Ming also noticed Wang Hui hanging up her phone and walking over. How did the exam go? Seeing her being asked about the exam, Wang Hui shook her head slowly. I lost on the written test last time and I lost on the practical side this time. Hopefully, I will pass the next one. What about you? You came out of the exam room early. Just as Ming was about to take out his junior cultivator certificate, two uniformed inspectors walked in with a canine beast, 3 meters long and 1.4 meters tall at the shoulder, who called the police saying there was someone causing trouble here. It is a large dog with pure black fur, tongue lolling out and panting, giving off a vibe similar to a husky. Beast Storm Thunderhound. Talent Elite. Level 18 Elite. Element Lightning. Ability None. Evolution Requirements. Illustrated Guide Description. A monster with impeccable speed, strength, and tracking abilities. Although it lacks special abilities, its own elemental attribute is its most powerful offensive weapon. Attacks are accompanied by the sound of rolling thunder, and it is extremely protective of its master. Storm Thunderhound, a lightning attribute beast. This is the first time Ming has seen a beast with this attribute. Some attributes are quite rare, but the Storm Thunderhound is an exception. There are many of them, but they are not traded externally. Once monsters with such rare attributes reach the elite level, they can freely use their own elemental power to form various terrifying attacks. The servant level is just a foundation. The elite stage is where the true potential of a beast begins. After reading the entry, Ming looked at the two inspectors who had arrived and raised his hand. Over here. The two men turned their heads and noticed Wang Kang lying on the ground almost instantly, then immediately walked over, leading the Storm Thunder Hound. When one of the inspectors squatted down to check and confirmed that the other person was just unconscious, he stood up and looked at Ming and Wang Hui with a serious expression. What happened here? He failed his breeder exam and wanted to take it out on me. I had no choice but to defend myself. I was terrified at the time and do not know where I hit him on the head, then he just passed out. People around here and the surveillance cameras can all testify to this. This guy came running over from far away, screaming with a red face and thick neck. Terrified at the time, and you hit him in the head with one punch. Almost instantly, the two inspectors understood what was going on with this defense. One of them took out a notepad and pen and began to ask questions. I will believe this for now, we will check the surveillance later. Now tell me your name and his name. Seeing that the other party had taken out paper and pen as if to record a statement, Ming fell silent, then slowly pulled out his junior breeder certificate and his own junior beastmaster certificate from his pocket. The inspector stared at Ming's actions, then slowly took the certificates to read them. It did not take long before his expression became rather strange. You are Ming, the monitor of Class 1 in the 3rd year. Yes, Ming was a bit puzzled. Was there a need to be so specific about the class and position? Is the guy on the ground named Wang Kang? Now, let alone Ming, even Wang Hui was baffled. What is going on? Do they know each other? Yes, that is him. Alright then, it is none of your business now. We will contact you if there is anything else. Once these words were spoken, both Ming and Wang Hui were stunned, but the inspectors did not give them a chance to ask questions and directly had the Storm Thunder Hound carry Wang Kang away. Seeing this, Ming fell into deep thought. If the inspectors knew Wang Kang and after seeing my credentials chose to take him away immediately without even checking the surveillance, there can only be one explanation. Did Instructor Liu give the inspectorate a heads up in advance, anticipating that something like this might happen? At this moment, Wang Hui had also snapped out of it, her eyes blinking as she looked at the junior breeder certificate in Ming's hand. You finished the exam, did you pass? Yes, I was waiting to tell you because I need to go home for a bit to pick up something. Wang Hui shook her head hurriedly upon hearing this. That is nothing, you go home and get your stuff, I will head back to school. See you next time. Ming blinked. Things were developing faster than he expected. Wang Hui was certainly quick and straightforward. Putting his certificates away, Ming hailed a ride home and found the junior breeding fluid he had stored there. The junior, intermediate, and senior breeding fluids sold on the market correspond to the universal nourishing solutions for the servant, elite, and commander stages respectively. They can be used for any monster in those 3 stages. The effects are mild and common, making them the optimal choice for ordinary people who want to speed up their beast's improvement. If you want faster results, you need a customized one. After all, the situation of every beast is different, and even those of the same breed will have variations in their digestion speed and capacity. At that point, a breeder acts like a doctor for the beast, refining the solution based on the specific condition. Having retrieved the junior breeding fluid, Ming hurried back to school without looking back. Meanwhile, at Liu Ting's house, the aftereffects of the golden horned sheep's evolution had faded, and it had returned to its normal state, lying on the ground while someone was stroking its horns. Liu Ting excitedly took photos of her beast and sent them to her beast taming group chat. I love riding sheep. Image, what do you think? Is it cool? The refining fee was 100,000 credits, including a compensation guarantee. One-shot kill, really? No way, it even includes a compensation guarantee. Spicy rabbit head? Oh, looking at it this way, you were hired by the other party to promote them. Seeing that her goal was spotted, Liu Ting was not surprised at all and immediately edited the message and sent it. I love riding sheep. Rabbit, were not you worried that your beast's appetite had decreased? Why do not you try? He accepts custom evolutions, adjusts breeding fluids, and refines evolution fluids. Spicy rabbit head, are you serious? Is he trustworthy? Spicy rabbit head, pick up the phone. Beep beep. Just after reading the message, Liu Ting received a video call from her friend and answered without hesitation, aiming the camera at her golden horned sheep. What do you think? Is it cool? After this evolution, the horns, which were originally fuzzy, have turned this silvery gray color. They feel warm to the touch and have even grown small spikes. The other party fell into a silence after seeing the state of the golden horned sheep. You have his contact, right? Send it to me. I will add her after I finish what I am working on. Okay. After hanging up, Liu Ting smiled and sent Ming's contact information to her best friend, and then sent a message to Ming herself. I love riding sheep. Silver Gradient, I recommended my best friend to you. Her beast is a flash rabbit. She should be looking for you to prepare some breeding fluid. She will add you in a bit. Sitting in the car, Ming saw this message and felt as if a wonderful life was beckoning to him. It looks like I can start preparing breeding fluid for my own Dabao. That way it will improve even faster. Seeing that a newly met client had already recommended another one, the frustration caused by Wang Kang was much improved. Evil silver gradient, next time you come to me I will give you a 12% discount. The more you introduce, the bigger the discount. Cheering gif. I love riding sheep, okay. After chatting, Su Ming intended to watch the scenery outside the window to relax, but just then Wang Jinbao sent him a message. Wang Jinbao, did you really take the junior breeder exam, and you passed it? Wang Jinbao sent this message. Has Wang Hui already relayed her news back to the school? After a moment of thought, Su Ming replied. Su Ming, yes, do you want to customize an evolution route? I will tell you alone, keep it a secret. In the dormitory of the vice class monitor of the first class of the senior year, Wang Jinbao was lying on his bed when he saw the message. He sat up in shock. Customized evolution route, what he told me in class before was not a joke. Wang Jinbao's pupils dilated, and his heart rate kept accelerating. I bet right, I really bet right this time. He is not just a source of goods but also a talented and capable newcomer in beast breeding. Wang Jinbao was extremely excited at this moment. Before he could even think about whether to let Su Ming help cultivate his black scorpion, Su Ming sent 2 more pictures. Su Ming, tentacle thorn tree, this one is for the assessment. The culture solution needs to be formulated. Su Ming, gold essence horned sheep, this is the evolution liquid I extracted in my spare time. Trust me, it will definitely cultivate your black scorpion to the best level. Wang Jinbao's nervous mood instantly became excited again. He got up and kept encouraging himself, whispering to himself. My vision is really impeccable. For a junior breeder, it is generally possible to formulate culture solutions and evolution liquids for some common pet beasts. That is generally speaking, but for a talented contestant who finished the written test early. Why would a customized evolution route be impossible? Should I try it? Even if there is a mistake, I will not lose much, just think of it as an investment. Who knows if Su Ming will become a top-level breeder in the future, then would not my family's shop spread all over the country? Thinking of it, he acted. Wang Jinbao in one go edited a message and sent it. Wang Jinbao, alright, you customize it for me first. I will go ask my family to prepare the materials. How much does it cost? Xinju Ming, still in the car, was surprised that Lu Jinbao agreed so readily, so he sent the materials he had seen and needed last time. Su Ming, Elite Level Poison Type Inner Core X, Soul Breaking Grass X, Elite Level Insect Monster Shed Skin X, Dead Blood Frog Venom Sac X, Beast Blood Fruit X. After sending this message, Su Ming opened the forum and searched for the cost of customizing Elite Level Pet Beast Evolution for others. 500,000 to 1 million. As for why there were 5 extra Beast Blood Fruits, just to avoid revealing the specific evolution materials. Su Ming, I had already planned this for you last time, but you were very hesitant, so I did not say much. As for the cost, 100-year Beast Blood Fruit. Wang Jinbao was stunned when he saw the materials. 100-year Beast Blood Fruit? Is he using me to gather the evolution materials for his white shadow cat? But these evolution materials were indeed not announced by the authorities. It really is a custom job. It is just 100-year Beast Blood Fruit. If it fails, I will just treat it as a failed investment. Wang Jinbao, alright, can you formulate a culture solution for my black scorpion? Tell me what materials you need. Su Ming, let us talk about that when I get back. I need to see the specific condition of your black scorpion. Seeing that Su Ming did not agree immediately but wanted to check the condition before prescribing the solution, it actually made Wang Jinbao feel relieved. With just this sentence, the possibility of losing money on the investment was greatly reduced. Wang Jinbao, alright. After chatting with Wang Jinbao for a while, the car arrived at the school. After getting off, he took the general-purpose primary culture solution and walked towards the dormitory. Meow. Master, why have you been out for so long? As soon as he opened the door, Dabao trotted over and rubbed against Su Ming's feet. After closing the door, Su Ming took out the primary culture solution he was holding. When Dabao saw it, it sat down on the ground obediently. Come, open your mouth. Compared to the last time when he had to use a bit of coaxing, this time it was fed easily. Looking at Dabao's smacking lips as if it still wanted more, Su Ming shook his head with a smile. Do you remember the expression you had when you ate this thing last time? Dabao was stunned for a moment, then tilted its head slightly, looking at him with a confused look. Meow. What kind of expression? Seeing that his Dabao started to play dumb, Ming could not be bothered to expose it and let it be. 2 bottles of primary culture solution plus the meal from yesterday and today, Dabao should be able to reach level 7. Knock knock. Ming opened the door. It is Wang Jinbao. After the door opened, the black scorpion dashed in first. I heard the door lock in the hallway and guessed you were back. Take a look at my black scorpion. Ming looked at the black scorpion, which was holding its pincers and looking impatient, and nodded slowly to Wang Jinbao. Wait a moment. After saying that, Ming squatted down and pretended to observe it, his eyes becoming increasingly weird. Which direction do you want to cultivate your black scorpion towards? I will not even mention the general purpose and ordinary ones sold outside. I have 2 suitable ones right now. One is to strengthen burrowing and sneak attacks, the second is to strengthen counterattack stinging with poison, or both. Wang Jinbao's mind went blank when he heard this. 2, or both, although his black scorpion is still a servant level, are not people with this ability, at least intermediate breeders. Holding a nervous feeling, Wang Jinbao cautiously probed. Is it that intense? Tell me about the materials for having both. After glancing at the guide again, Ming's tone was very certain. 1 stalk of blood-melting grass, the liquid of 1 entire poisonous stink overlord flower, the bone marrow of an elite-level earth-type monster and the bone marrow of a poison-type monster, and 1 portion of 10-year Lingjai. The level increase and the ability improvement will not delay each other. As Ming spoke, Wang Jinbao calculated the costs. Seeing that the final amount was as high as 960,000, his eyelids could not help but twitch. With so many materials, can I only make 1 portion, or how much? Is he asking about the success rate? It can make 3 portions, enough for your black scorpion to use until it evolves. 3 portions, is it this cheap? Why can the others only produce 1, and it is only a single item? Hearing this price, Wang Jinbao was shocked. He immediately contacted the employees of his shop to start preparing the materials while asking Ming about the price. Although we are friends, even brothers should clear their accounts. How about 200,000 credits per unit for the formulation fee? What do you think? 200,000 per unit. Ming's eyes moved, but he did not agree immediately. Instead, he looked at what his Dabao needed for cultivation. After reading it, Ming fell into deep thought while Wang Jinbao was still explaining the situation to his shop. Seeing Ming silent, he could not help asking. What is wrong? Do you want to swap for your white shadow cat's evolution materials or culture materials? It is fine, I will cover all the materials your Dabao needs before evolution. Regarding this matter, Wang Jinbao was extremely ambitious. The investment has already paid off, so why not invest a little more? Hearing this, Ming, who had been silent for a long time, spoke. Alright then, 10 pounds of wind attribute elite level flesh and blood, and 1 portion of cat fruit. Wang Jinbao, who heard the last material, froze. Cat fruit, huh? Wait, Ming, are you serious? Are not cat fruit meant for those who play with skeletons or spirit monsters? You are actually mixing cat fruit with cultivation liquid for your white shadow cat. Cat fruit is essentially a feline embryo that died in the womb, specifically one that has already basically taken shape. This material is usually used for the evolution or brewing of medicinal liquids for skeleton or spirit-type monsters. And because of that, it is quite expensive, with elite tier 1 starting at 200,000. What shocked Wang Jinbao was the target of the usage, as cat fruit is basically used for dead monsters while the white shadow cat is a living creature. Dabao, who could understand human speech, had been teasing the black scorpion. The 2 beasts were already familiar with each other and were having a great time. But when it heard what Wang Jinbao said, Dabao suddenly lifted its head, eyes wide with disbelief as it stared at Ming. It did not even bother playing with the black scorpion anymore, dashing over to Ming's leg and started tugging at his pants. Meow meow meow. Master, I do not want to turn into a skeleton monster. Ming sighed and bent down to pat Dabao's head. It is not turning you into a skeleton monster, do not worry, it is just to brew a medicinal liquid. Dabao looked up skeptically and let out an inquiring cry, and Taisheng Ming nodded affirmatively. Oh right, remember to have the cat fruit mashed into a paste when you send it over. Wang Jinbao looked at Su Ming quite strangely now. It was not that cat fruit was expensive or weird, the strange part was using this stuff to brew nutrition liquid for a white shadow cat. Also, I need a portion of heaven cold water, about a liter. Wang Jinbao opened his mouth, but eventually he sent the list of items to his shop's employees. Cat fruit, heaven cold water, and 10 pounds of meat from an elite tier wind element monster. What a strange combination of materials. Wang Jinbao shook his head. He did not know much about this, and it was for Su Ming's white shadow cat anyway. Su Ming had a great relationship with his beast, he was just curious about what this formula was intended to improve. While waiting for the delivery, Su Ming and Wang Jinbao chatted about what happened at the Cultivator Association today. Wang Kang, is not human nature just like that? They cannot stand to see others doing better than them, not to mention he already had a grudge against you. As Wang Jinbao was talking, his phone suddenly rang. After checking the message, he stood up and said, "Let us go, the materials are here." "But are you serious? An induction cooker, a measuring cup, and a pressure cooker are all you need." Thinking about what equipment to use for extraction and brewing, Wang Jinbao felt it was a bit incredible. That is how it is for poor folks. Otherwise, the specialized equipment alone would cost hundreds of thousands, and better ones are even more expensive. I do not need that kind of stuff for now. Wang Jinbao nodded silently. The two of them went to the stairwell where two people were waiting outside the door with several large bags. "Young master, we have brought the items." Wang Jinbao immediately opened the door, and he and Su Ming took the bags from them one by one. After getting the items, Wang Jinbao did not hesitate to tell the two to leave. "Alright, you guys can head back." Watching the iron gate close again, the two of them exchanged looks before heading downstairs. The newcomer from a while ago had told them a lot of things. It is better to ask nothing and say nothing. Back in Su Ming's dorm, after putting the items away, Wang Jinbao clapped his hands and turned to leave without hesitation. "Alright, I have left the items here for you. Su Ming, I will take the black scorpion and head out first, you get to work." For a cultivator, knowing the materials is not a big deal. What matters is the control, the dosage, and the sequence of addition. "Sure." Su Ming nodded at Wang Jinbao before setting up the induction cooker and the pressure cooker. They were both small, and the dorm had a built-in gas stove. He opened the bag containing the materials. The moment it was opened, a thick, putrid smell quickly invaded every corner of the room. Su Ming frowned in disgust, while Dabo approached with bright eyes, its cat pupils fixed on a pitch-black jar in the bag. "Do not rush, eating this directly will not be as effective, it needs to be paired with other things." He took out the black jar labeled cat fruit, then the jar of heaven cold water, and patted Dabo on the head. "This elite tier monster meat is for you to snack on, go ahead and eat." Seeing Dabo start devouring the meat, Su Ming made 3 trips to get everything else into the kitchen. Item heaven cold water. Illustrated guide, water from within a cold pool after the recovery of spiritual energy. This extremely cold water can separate flesh, blood, and bone marrow when heated. He turned on the induction cooker, poured the cat fruit paste into a 5-liter measuring cup, and then added the heaven cold water. Unexpectedly, after the heaven cold water was poured in, it did not mix with the paste to form a slurry. Instead, they remained as distinct as oil and water. Ferocious cultivation liquid, cat fruit plus 1L heaven cold water, steps, heat to extract a slightly viscous scarlet liquid until it stops bubbling. Only take the viscous liquid, the residue at the bottom and the scum are unusable. Ferocious cultivation liquid should enhance the white shadow cat's ferocity. Cultivators usually would not think of doing this, after all, taming a white shadow cat is not easy. But he was different, he had a strong bond with Dabo. He was not worried about Dabo killing its master. On the contrary, if it could make Dabo stronger, a little outward ferocity was fine. In fact, a more ferocious appearance might even be better. Listening to the bubbling sound, Su Ming started preparing the cultivation liquid for Wang Jinbao's beast, the black scorpion. Poisonous cultivation liquid. 1 blood-melting grass, the liquid of 1 whole toxic stink overlord flower, bone marrow of an elite tier earth attribute monster, and bone marrow of a poison attribute monster. Steps: throw everything into a pressure cooker, add natural water until it covers the ingredients, then add 1 more liter of natural water. Boil for 15 minutes after it reaches pressure, then take only the surface layer of separated liquid. Everything else is waste and unusable. With everything ready, Su Ming waited in the kitchen, scrolling on his phone. Even the test tubes and EQUIPMENT Chinese letter were all arranged by Su Ming in the kitchen. As the stewing began, the putrid smell gradually turned into a meaty aroma that drifted from the kitchen to the living room. Living room. Dabo, having eaten 7 pounds of meat, was preparing to take a rest. Sniff, sniff. What is that? It smells so good. Dabo, lying on the floor, suddenly sat up. The aroma in the air made it restless. A drop of silver-white liquid dripped from the corner of its mouth and it walked toward the kitchen in a daze. So fragrant, slurps, what delicious thing is master making? Oh, did you smell something delicious and come over? Hold your horses, it is not ready yet. Seeing that Dabao's attention was not on him, Su Ming quickly explained and tried to persuade it. Meow. How much longer until I can eat? Looking at how impatient his Dabao was, Su Ming felt a bit helpless. This little guy had been a glutton since it was small, all due to some issues in its early life. Su Ming assessed the situation. The heating beaker was still bubbling but not as vigorously as before. It was down to about a quarter of the initial amount, so he estimated it would be finished in another 10 minutes or so. Watching the red substance being extracted and blended into the sky-cold water after heating, Su Ming thought it was a marvelous sight. His journey of cultivation had only just begun, and he had no idea what other mind-blowing scenes might appear in the future. Seeing that Su Ming was not moving, Dabao lay down obediently at his feet to wait, though its gaze never left the cat fruit being refined. In Su Ming's view, Dabao's behavior was perfectly normal. It would be weirder if this little guy was not greedy for food. Glancing at Dabao, whose drool had already formed a small puddle on the floor, Su Ming could not help but sigh in resignation. It just ate so much meat, so why is it still so hungry? Or are these nutrient solutions just naturally that appealing to beasts? About 15 minutes passed. The toxin travel nutrient solution had been ready a few minutes ago and was set aside to cool, and Dabao's cruel nutrient solution was just about done too. But when Su Ming poured it out, he found the jelly-like liquid looked somewhat familiar. Why does this look so much like a cat treat? Meow meow. A cat treat? I have not had those in ages, I want some. Upon hearing the words cat treat, an impatient Dabao rushed forward and even tried to climb onto the stove to get a taste, but Su Ming tapped it on the head and knocked it down. After getting tapped on the head, Dabao immediately jumped off the stove, looking aggrieved as it lay on the floor, covering its head with its paws and looking up at Su Ming. Meow. Master, I am hungry. Hearing the familiar pitiful sound, Su Ming sighed helplessly. It is just right, but it is very hot. You have got a sensitive cat tongue, so wait until it cools down to eat. Dabao understood that its master still loved it. It licked its lips and sat down obediently, staring intently at the cooling nutrient solution. Su Ming glanced down at it, cleaned up the residue from the 2 batches of nutrient solution, and picked up the 3 vials of toxin travel nutrient solution. I am going to take this nutrient solution to the black scorpion. The one you are staring at is for your dinner later, in 2 hours. Dabao. Dabao's pupils dilated as it stared at Su Ming in disbelief. Seeing Su Ming grab the vials and head for the door, it lunged forward and grabbed onto his pant leg. Meow meow. 2 hours, master, did not you say I could eat it once it cooled down? Meow. Master, how could you be like this? Feeling the furry and comfortable sensation against his leg, Su Ming patiently crouched down and rubbed Dabao's face and chin. You just finished eating the meat of an elite wind elemental monster. If it were not for how greedy you are, I would have made you wait until tomorrow. Hearing this, Dabao looked like it had been struck by lightning, flopping over onto its side in one smooth motion. With dull eyes, it stared at the kitchen ceiling and let out a heartbreaking, mournful cry. Meow meow. There is no love left, master is not feeding me anymore. Seeing Dabao act like this for the first time, Su Ming could not help but chuckle. You drama queen, alright, you can eat it once it cools down, okay. Meow. Master is the best. Watching Dabao, who just a moment ago seemed to be acting like it was being abused, jump up with excitement upon hearing his agreement, Su Ming found it amusing. Su Ming shook his head with a smile. In fact, he had intended to let Dabao eat it once it cooled all along. He was just teasing the little guy. He did not expect to see such a reaction, as Dabao had never acted like this before. Carrying the 3 vials, Su Ming left the room and walked to the door of his neighbor, Wang Jinbao, knocking on it. Knock knock. Click. Almost the moment he knocked, the door opened. Su Ming saw the black scorpion lying right by the doorway with its tail hooked onto the door handle. Seeing Su Ming holding the nutrient solution, the black scorpion raised its keely and excitedly pointed at its own mouth. Hiss. Ready so soon? Oh, you are that greedy. Wang Jinbao walked out of the room upon hearing the commotion, shocked to see his black scorpion being so eager for the nutrient solution in Su Ming's hand. Seeing Wang Jinbao, Su Ming ignored the black scorpion begging for the solution on the floor and stepped right over it, heading straight toward Wang Jinbao. Finding itself ignored, the black scorpion followed obediently behind Su Ming. I have looked for breeders before, but I have never seen my black scorpion act like this. Wang Jinbao marveled at the sight, his shock growing deeper. He had consulted an intermediate breeder from the Breeders' Association back then, after all. The black scorpion's reaction told him that the energy signals from the solution in Su Ming's hand were incredibly attractive to it, and not just a little bit. Su Ming did not pay it much mind. He handed the 3 vials of toxin travel nutrient solution to Wang Jinbao and started giving instructions. Remember, this stuff reeks when it cools down and carries a certain nerve-numbing toxin. The liquid is also highly toxic and should not come into contact with human skin. It is sealed in the tube right now. Remember to wear a gas mask when feeding it. If that is too much trouble, just shove the vial directly into your black scorpion's mouth. Let your black scorpion consume the vial along with it. The black scorpion's digestive system is very strong, so a little bit of glass residue will not burden its stomach at all. Just step back a bit after you finish feeding it. Wang Jinbao listened quietly until Su Ming finished before reaching out to take the vials. Touching the warm glass, he could tell they were fresh off the press. Reeking must be because of the toxic stink flower, right? I will see just how bad it smells. With his mind made up, Wang Jinbao returned to his room with the black scorpion following him closely, while Su Ming waited in the living room. In no time, Wang Jinbao came out with one of the toxin travel nutrient solution vials. Let us try that whole vial feeding method you mentioned. After explaining it to Su Ming, Wang Jinbao crouched down and patted his black scorpion's head. Are not you greedy? Come on, open your mouth. The sudden turn of events made Su Ming's expression change instantly. Without any hesitation, he turned and ran out of Wang Jinbao's room, slamming the door shut behind him. What is going on? Still feeling curious, Wang Jinbao did not understand why Su Ming had run out, thinking to himself that they had found a toxic stink flower a few days ago, right? However, as the black scorpion impatiently crunched the vial and tilted its head back to keep the liquid from spilling out, an indescribable foul stench, accompanied by the sound of crunching glass, began to permeate Wang Jinbao's room. Oh my god, why is it so smelly? Even that toxic stink flower was not even a tenth as bad as this. Blech. Hee, such a strange feeling. My body feels all cool and chilled, haha. Hiding outside the door, Su Ming rubbed his temples with a headache and muttered to himself. They had to be so fast with it, did not they? Sigh. That stuff is not only smelly but that nerve toxin. Though it will not have any malicious side effects, I hope Wang Jinbao learns his lesson. Su Ming took out his phone and started a timer. He needed to be the first to observe the effects of the black scorpion's treatment to see if it was as good as the manual described. Su Ming stood waiting in front of Wang Jinbao's dormitory door. About 10 minutes passed, and hearing that there was still retching inside, he waited another 10 minutes. Only when he no longer heard the retching did he knock on Wang Jinbao's door. Unlike the immediate opening from before, Su Ming waited for over a minute this time before the door was opened. Then Su Ming saw Wang Jinbao's pale face and the vomit on the living room floor. Next time, move a little faster. I had not even finished speaking, and do not go looking for thrills next time either. You should just be thankful that the materials needed for your black scorpion were not that toxic. Otherwise, next time it would be me calling Instructor Liu to have him tell your old man to come and collect your body. Hearing this, Wang Jinbao hurriedly waved his hands, looking so weak that he seemed like he would collapse to the floor in the next second. No, it will not happen again. I will not go looking for thrills ever again, and I will definitely listen to you. Quickly, come in and take a look at my black scorpion. After it drank the nutrient solution, it was thrashing its calycery and tail around so wildly it nearly hit me, but now it is lying on the ground motionless, just like it is dead. Lying on the ground motionless. Su Ming walked past Wang Jinbao and entered quickly, catching a glimpse of the black scorpion just as Wang Jinbao had described. Its tail and calycery were hanging limply on the ground, and even its pincers were spread wide open. It really did look exactly like a dead scorpion. Beast Black Scorpion Comatose. Talent Elite. Level 8 Servant. Ability Toxin. Evolution Condition 1, Elite Level Poison Core X, Soul Breaking Herb X, Elite Level Insect Monster Molt X, Dead Blood Frog Poison Sac X. Steps for use. Evolution Condition 2. Evolution Condition 3. Manual Entry, a neutral monster with a strong sense of territory, loyal to its owner, with strong offensive abilities but only suitable for counterattacking. After consuming the special nutrient solution, the body has fallen into a coma but is undergoing a terrifying mutation. Seeing the contents of the manual entry, Su Ming hesitated for a moment. Terrifying mutation, how terrifying could it be? However, since there was nothing wrong with the black scorpion, he decided to say so first to keep Wang Jinbao from worrying. Alright, your black scorpion has leveled up. Did not you feel it? This nutrient solution is a bit potent. Your black scorpion could not handle it and passed out, but the improvement is still ongoing. Do not touch it, it will be fine by tomorrow. Hearing Su Ming say that his black scorpion had leveled up, Wang Jinbao fell into recollection. Just now, when he was vomited on by the smell, he did indeed hear a sound in his head like something shattering. At the time, the smell was so overwhelming and caused nerve paralysis that he thought it was just an illusion. It seems that was indeed the case. I feel much more at ease now that you have said that, thank you. Seeing that everything was normal and there were no issues, Su Ming nodded silently. Alright, feed it the remaining 2 doses of the potion when the black scorpion reaches level 9 and level 10 respectively. The effects will be even better. I will be heading back now. Wang Jinbao smiled and gave Su Ming a goodbye gesture. 15 minutes ago. Su Ming's dormitory kitchen. The moment Su Ming left the room, Dabao jumped straight onto the stove. Its cat face was only a few centimeters away from the vicious nutrient solution that was left there to cool. Meow. What on earth is that cat fruit stuff? Why does it smell so good? Dabao's eyes were filled with confusion and curiosity. Unable to help itself, it extended its tongue to lick the side of the bowl containing the potion and took a taste. Finding that it was not that hot anymore, Dabao's eyes immediately lit up. It is not quite ready yet, still a bit hot on the tongue, but it is acceptable. Then, as if it were guilty of a crime, it kept looking back and forth from time to time. Even though it could not smell Su Ming's scent, it just had to confirm it for itself. And so the following scene unfolded. Dabao poked its head in, pulled it back, poked it in again, and pulled it back again, its eyes full of conflict. Should I just sneak a taste? It is not hot anymore anyway, and it will be ready to eat soon. Sneaking a taste, that should be fine, right? Embracing a strong sense of guilt, Dabao gingerly leaned toward the edge of the bowl and slowly extended its tongue to lick it once. Slurp. The nutrient solution, somewhat resembling a thin meat sauce, was brought into its mouth by its tongue. It had smelled so fragrant earlier, feeling like a rare delicacy. But after Dabao tasted it, it wore an expression of extreme confusion. Meow meow. It is not hot, but why does it taste so weird? Why does it feel less fragrant in my mouth than it smelled? A bit puzzled, Dabao did not believe it and poked its head in to lick it again. The smacking sound of it savoring the taste echoed continuously through the kitchen. No, that is not it. It still feels a bit strange. Let me taste it again. Smack smack. Why does it seem like the cooler it gets, the harder it is to taste anything? Let me try one more bite. Smack smack. No, this will not do. I have to eat a few more bites. Smacking sounds and meows rang out continuously from the kitchen. The initial licking sounds soon turned into sounds of large mouthfuls of chewing, and the noise grew louder and louder. Meow meow. Delicious, delicious, this is so much better than that other meat. Master really does love me, Dabao. Inside the kitchen, Dabao had buried its entire head into the bowl with the fur on its head coated in the vicious nutrient solution. A full bowl weighing several pounds was eaten clean by Dabao in less than 2 minutes, and it even licked the bowl until it was spotless. After eating, Dabao licked its lips, still wanting more, then hopped off the stove and walked wobblingly into the living room. Meowhick. So full, so sleepy, Dabao needs to take a nap. Master said that for sleeping you have to go to the bedroom. Stepping shakily, Dabao arrived at the room where Su Ming had prepared its bed. Right next to the bed Su Ming himself slept in. Meow. Master is so kind. With a soft meow, a satisfied Dabao lay down on its cat bed and fell asleep the moment it collapsed. Shifting the perspective back. Su Ming, having returned from Wang Jinbao's place, opened the door and saw that Dabao had not come over. Remembering the sound in his mind just moments ago, he figured that Dabao must have eaten the nutrient solution and likely fallen into the same condition as Wang Jinbao's black scorpion. I need to find Dabao and see how it is doing. Is it in the kitchen? He subconsciously assumed Dabao ate in the kitchen and would surely be passed out there, but before he even reached the kitchen, he saw red traces on the floor, dripping all the way to the bedroom. The bedroom. Su Ming had not realized it at first, but when he instinctively walked into the room, he discovered that Dabao had already curled up on its little bed and was fast asleep. Hey, you still knew enough to crawl back yourself, huh? Seeing that Dabao was still covered in the nutrient solution, Su Ming grabbed a wet towel to wipe its fur while checking its condition. Beast White Shadow Cat Comatose. Talent Elite. Level 7 Servant. Ability Agility Fear Eyes. Evolution Condition. Manual entry: a bold and slightly cruel but absolutely loyal monster with a strong sense of territory, strong desire for attack, loves and enjoys hunting, is entering an unknown and terrifying mutation. Unknown and terrifying mutation, is it different from Wang Jinbao's? But that makes sense, the materials used were all cat fruit, so it would be normal for it to be different. Su Ming thought this to himself, but while wiping the nutrient solution from Dabao's fur, he noticed something strange. The color of Dabao's fur seemed to have started changing. If it had been snow white before, it was now a pale, grayish white like wall dust, and a little bit of black seemed to have appeared at the corners of its eyes, extending outward as black lines. Seeing these black lines, Su Ming realized that a new ability, Fear Eyes, had appeared in the ability box of Dabao's manual entry. Is this a change brought about by the new energy? If a single dose of nutrient solution could grant his beast an extra ability, would Wang Jinbao's black scorpion have one too? If so, then why was not there an explanation for it on the black scorpion's manual entry? Su Ming felt it was a bit strange. Perhaps he would know once he checked on Wang Jinbao's black scorpion tomorrow. Gently stroking the sleeping Dabao, Su Ming got up to wash the towel in the bathroom, thinking that the next thing on his agenda was to order some food and check the news. Ding ding ding. My phone is ringing. Huh, what is this? A friend request, Spicy Rabbit Head. Recalling what Liu Ting said during the day about her best friend wanting to add him, Su Ming clicked accept without hesitation. Evil Silver Gradient, are you Liu Ting's best friend? After sending the message, Su Ming focused on washing his towel, but just as he finished and put it away, the other person replied. Spicy Rabbit Head, yes. Liu Ting told me that you were the one who refined the evolution serum for her golden-horned sheep. She said you can customize evolutionary paths. Su Ming's eyes popped out after reading the message as if he suspected he had misread it. He rubbed his eyes and read it again. Customize evolutionary paths, a big client. Evil Silver Gradient, yes, I can. What is your beast? For custom evolution, do you have any specific ideas about what kind of creature you want it to evolve into or what abilities you want it to possess? The moment Su Ming sent the message, the other person replied immediately, clearly having had the text ready just waiting for his response. Spicy Rabbit Head, I do. What about the direction of a moon rabbit? Su Ming. Evil Silver Gradient. Seeing this, Su Ming fell into a state of disbelief. Moon Rabbit, the mythical Moon Rabbit, is this really Liu Ting's friend? Why did she start talking about something from a myth right off the bat? The Moon Rabbit is a divine beast from myths. There have been precedents of successfully cultivating and evolving such monsters, but even when successful, they were not exactly fully realized. There was someone abroad whose dog evolved into a two-headed hellhound instead of a three-headed one. Compared to the Cerberus that guards the gates of hell in Western mythology, you could only say it was half successful. There are plenty of such cases, enough to add up across the whole country. It is rumored that some people in the Dragon Kingdom have dragons as their beasts, but no one really knows if they are actual dragons or what kind of dragons they might be. Anyway, Su Ming, who watches the news every day, does not know either, or perhaps the authorities have blocked the news to keep it hidden. Seeing the other party's request as so absurd, Su Ming basically assumed the person was just pulling his leg. Besides, it was getting late and he did not have the energy to deal with such nonsense. He had been sitting in a car all day and was tired. He had not even had lunch yet and had to rush to get dinner. Evil Silver Gradient, did you drink fake liquor? You ask for a jade rabbit right off the bat. Are you actually here to customize an evolution? In a villa in White Cloud City, a woman was teasing her beast with a carrot. It was a rabbit, but its front teeth were exposed, giving off a pale yellow luster under the lights. Its fur was not a common color but a pale yellow tint mixed in with the white, and its eyes were a pure blood red with no other color at all. The rabbit even had claws about 4 or 5 centimeters long, and the tips were extremely sharp, as if they could tear through refined iron with a single swipe. It looked like a rabbit, but once all these features were combined, it felt like it did not have much to do with a normal rabbit. Seeing her phone ring, the woman threw the carrot out. The rabbit's eyes were locked on the carrot. It stood up on its hind legs, swiped slightly with its right forelimb past the carrot, sliced it into many pieces, caught them easily, took them into its mouth and started chewing. No arrogance or conceit. It seems this junior breeder introduced by Liu Ting actually has some substance. But this little junior is quite easily annoyed, getting triggered at the slightest thing. Seeing Su Ming's reply, the woman's hands began tapping on the phone screen. Spicy Rabbit Head, my beast is a blood-eyed rabbit. It is not fast, but its physical structure such as its claws, incisors, and dynamic vision are all designed for close-quarters combat. Spicy Rabbit Head, I hope you can preserve its existing strengths and customize an evolution serum that compensates for its weaknesses to help it complete its evolution. Spicy Rabbit Head, by the way, my blood-eyed rabbit is currently an 18th level elite monster. I have tried many breeders, even several intermediate level ones. Can you give me a satisfying answer? Credit points are not an issue. Senior Year Department. Su Ming was just about to delete the user when the message arrived, interrupting his action. Know how to send something normal now, I thought you were still dreaming. Seeing the normal message, Su Ming could not help but sneer. He did not know if he could use the encyclopedia to cultivate mythical creatures, but even if he could, he did not think Blue Star would have the materials to truly raise one. He even felt that breeders like those who only produced two-headed hellhounds might not lack the skill, but rather the materials. However, when Su Ming finished reading all the messages the other person sent, his sneer disappeared involuntarily. Evil Silver Gradient, it is already 5 o'clock. I am at the senior department and do not have time to meet in person to inspect your beast and customize an evolutionary path. Let us do it tomorrow. Spicy Rabbit Head, I will bring my beast to find you. You come pick me up later. Su Ming. He read it again and was sure he had not misread it. His mind did not react at first, but after thinking about it, it seemed reasonable. Normally, a beast can evolve once it reaches the 11th level of the elite tier. Could it be that she had not found a suitable breeder to customize an evolutionary path even after reaching the 18th level? If that is the case, her urgency is understandable. Understanding the basic situation, Su Ming began searching for information on the blood-eyed rabbit. Blood-eyed rabbit, very strong in close combat, but its sturdy forelimbs lead to insufficient explosive speed and stamina in its hind legs. It is severely polarized, a major weakness. A major weakness. Seeing this, Su Ming's eyes lit up. Major weaknesses are good. If there are major weaknesses, it means more materials will be needed, which will be more expensive, allowing him to charge more. Plus, he could bring Wang Jinbao along to make some money. Consider it returning the favor. Su Ming was a person who acted as soon as he thought of something. The moment the idea hit, he could not wait to head out and arrive at Wang Jinbao's door again. What is wrong? Is something up? You are in such a rush. I am eating here. Wang Jinbao, still chewing, opened the door and moved aside, gesturing for Su Ming to come in. Su Ming did not stand on ceremony, went straight in and closed the door behind him. He noticed that the black scorpion was still lying in the same spot, not having moved, which he found a bit strange. Did you clean up the vomit? Why are not you putting the black scorpion on the bed? Hearing this, Wang Jinbao raised an eyebrow. Does your dabao sleep on the bed? Su Ming. Wang Jinbao laughed. Just kidding, why are you so quiet? I thought about moving the black scorpion, but it started growing little spikes and they keep increasing. I am afraid of getting scratched and poisoned, so I did not dare to touch it and just let it stay there. I am getting more and more curious about how strong my black scorpion will be after its cultivation ends. Your dabao should be the same as my black scorpion now, right? After they finish tomorrow, shall the two of us go out to the wilderness to test them? Just the two of us. Su Ming hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Wang Jinbao had already returned to his seat and continued shoveling down his pig's trotter rice. Right, why did you come to find me at this hour? Listening to his muffled voice, Su Ming explained the situation. Right, I did come to find you for something. I just took an order for a custom evolution for an 18th level blood-eyed rabbit. It was explicitly for customizing a fix for its speed deficiency, and they emphasized that money was no object. I came to see if you could have them buy the materials from you. If there is money to be made, let us make it together. Wang Jinbao, who was still shoveling rice, widened his eyes to the size of bells. Blood-eyed rabbit and a custom evolution to fix its speed, and it is an 18th level one. Wait, is there really someone that hard-headed in White Cloud City? Why have not I heard anything about it? Hard-headed. Su Ming did not understand. Why? Is it because of the difficulty of evolving at higher levels? Wang Jinbao swallowed his rice and nodded slowly. You are right, but that is not the most important problem. The important thing is, a blood-eyed rabbit, even at 18th level, is even worse in speed than your white shadow cat. The blood-eyed rabbit's specialization is serious. Its claws are very sharp and it can control each claw freely, and its strength is also quite high. But its speed is ridiculously abysmal, so I find it strange. Would a rich person really contract such a monster? Su Ming nodded silently and said dismissively. What has that got to do with me? The blood-eyed rabbit is also jokingly called the violence rabbit. Its developed forelimbs lead to great strength, while its weak hind limbs lead to poor speed. I am just a breeder. They pay, you sell the materials, I provide the technology. Is not that it? Wang Jinbao was stunned for a moment, blinked, thought for a few seconds, and then nodded firmly. That is true. The more of these little cuties, the better. P.S. I ask the dear readers to click the reminder button. If you think it is readable, I beg you to add it to your bookshelf, and if you think it is pretty good, please leave a review. If there is anything wrong, please point it out in time and mention the author. The author will fly over. Beep beep. After reading the message on his phone, Su Ming turned his gaze toward Wang Jinbao. She says she has arrived and wants us to meet her at the entrance of the senior year department. Wang Jinbao, who had just finished his pork trotter rice, wiped his mouth. Let us go then. While we are at it, let me see who is brave enough to do this. When the two of them walked downstairs to the school gate of the senior year department, they saw a car similar to Wang Jinbao's parked there. Oh, why does this license plate look so familiar? Wang Jinbao felt something was off as he recognized the license plate, and Su Ming glanced at him in surprise. What is it? Do you know this client? Hearing this, Wang Jinbao went silent for a moment before shaking his head uncertainly. I am not sure, it just looks familiar. We will know once we get over there and take a look. As he said this, Wang Jinbao was frantically searching his memory, but when they reached the car and the owner stepped out, Wang Jinbao stared at her in astonishment. Kan Yo-yu. Wang Jinbao actually knows her. Su Ming looked curiously at the open door. Stepping out of the car was a trendy girl wearing a pinkish-purple bolero jacket, a pale yellow knee-length skirt, and black high boots. After getting out, she took off her sunglasses and looked at Wang Jinbao with a light chuckle. Yo, is not this little gold nugget? It has been a while. Did you miss your big sister? Wang Jinbao's mouth twitched. His resistant expression made it clear that he did not want to answer her question. If he had known it was this woman Kan Yo-yu, he would not have brought her here at all. Seeing her greeting ignored, Kan Yo-yu did not seem angry. Instead, she looked directly at Su Ming and raised an eyebrow. "Junior, are you bringing an acquaintance along to earn money from your senior?" Su Ming pondered briefly. It seems she was also a student of the senior year department, a level 18 blood-eyed rabbit. "I just wanted to make it more convenient for the guest. After all, with a merchant present, the quote for materials will be more accurate." Kaian Yu raised an eyebrow but did not answer. Instead, she opened the back door and a rabbit roughly the same size as Su Ming's white shadow cat hopped out. Strangely, while its front limbs were visibly muscular and powerful, its hind legs were unexpectedly thin and weak, looking completely out of proportion to its front. Beast blood-eyed rabbit melancholic. Talent excellent. Level 18 elite. Element earth. Abilities claw mastery super strength. Evolution condition 1. Evolution condition 2. Evolution count 1 not evolved. Pokédex heaven does not favor any one creature. The blood-eyed rabbit's muscles and strength are extremely powerful, but its hind leg issues stem from innate genetic defects in the species, which cannot be significantly altered later in life. The blood-eyed rabbit sat beside Kaian Yu without making a sound. Even though it had congenital genetic defects in its hind legs, that did not mean it could not move or run. It was just very slow. Despite its brute strength, it was hard to utilize. Generally, it requires coordination with other beasts. For some reason, Su Ming spotted a key point, but making money was the priority now. Senior Kaian's blood-eyed rabbit looks a bit melancholic. It seems to be worrying about its leg problem. As Su Ming said this, he began to perform a perfunctory physical examination. Kaian Yu glanced at Wang Jinbao with slight surprise before answering Su Ming. Yes, this child is worried that it needs other beasts to cooperate with it in battle, and it fears that it will not be able to help much on its own. To diagnose my beast's emotional issues so quickly, you have got some real skills, Junior. The blood-eyed rabbit looked curiously at Su Ming as well, seemingly sensing a glimmer of hope. The previous intermediate breeders had not noticed its emotional state so quickly. When Su Ming finished reviewing all the evolutionary paths, he gently patted the blood-eyed rabbit on the head. "I have some ideas about the evolutionary materials. Want to hear them?" As soon as Su Ming said this, both the reluctant Wang Jinbao and the hopeful Kaian Yu were stunned. Wang Jinbao was so startled that he rushed up, grabbed Su Ming's hand and whispered, "Su Ming, this woman is not to be messed with. Do not look at her human appearance, she really goes crazy. Let us take another look, observe for a bit more and think it through slowly. No rush." "Hi." Hearing the trembling panic in his voice, Su Ming gave a strange look between Wang Jinbao and Kaian Yu, and things started to click. "Junior, are you serious?" Kaian Yu frowned slightly, seemingly unhappy with how quickly Su Ming had reached a conclusion. Su Ming looked at the skeptical Kaian Yu. It was actually normal. After all, reaching a conclusion so fast would seem weird if it was not suspicious. After about another half hour, Su Ming confirmed that the 296th evolutionary path in the Pokédex met Kaian Yu's requirements. 1 core of a battle commander level mountain earth stone man, 1 core of an elite level wind chasing tiger, 200-year beast blood fruits, 1 blood jade radish, and 2 liters of wind calling tree sap. I looked at the blood-eyed rabbit's data before you arrived, and I have been brainstorming for over an hour. Checking your rabbit was just to confirm whether it was suitable or if adjustments were needed. Brainstorming in advance. Wang Jinbao blinked, thinking to himself that they had just been chatting the whole time. Could Su Ming be doing 2 things at once? Wang Jinbao did not get it, but he was deeply impressed. Brainstorming the whole time, Kaian Yu hesitated. If that were the case, then the speed could be explained. Fine, I believe you. Little gold nugget, have your family send the materials over. Su Ming. When Wang Jinbao felt Su Ming's suspicious gaze, he could not hold it back anymore. You pay for it, you take things from my family every day without paying, how am I supposed to sell them? Just as Su Ming was utterly shocked by what he heard, a wave of fragrance suddenly hit his nose. He saw Kaian Yu hook her arm around Wang Jinbao's shoulder and pinch his face without any hesitation. Alright then, give your big sister a price. Su Ming consciously backed away. Now he understood, the relationship between Kaian Yu and Wang Jinbao was more than just acquaintances. At the very least, they were childhood sweethearts. This made him curious about their identities, so after stepping back, he quietly observed the two. Hearing Qian Yu's words, Wang Jinbao's expression improved significantly, and he began to calculate the bill on his phone. 200-year beast blood fruits are 2 million credits. The battle commander level Mountain Earth Stone Man core is 500,000 credits. The elite level Wind Chasing Tiger Inner core is 150,000 credits. The Blood Jade Radish is 50,000 each, and 2 liters of Wind Calling Tree Sap is 10,000 credits. Seeing the final total, Wang Jinbao's eyes clearly lit up, and he cleared his throat. That is a total of 2.71 million credits. I will round it down for you to 2.7 million credits. 2.7 million. Qian Yu frowned in annoyance, so do I have to thank you for that? After taking a dig at Wang Jinbao, Qian Yu turned her attention to Su Ming. Is it because of the level that my blood-eyed rabbit requires so many materials? That is correct. After answering her question, Su Ming began to explain. When a pet beast reaches the time to evolve, it is best to do so quickly. The longer you delay, the more the beast will overadapt to its current grade, which will make future evolution increasingly difficult. Generally, evolving between levels 11 and 15 is fine, but your blood-eyed rabbit is at level 18, so the materials required are naturally more expensive and numerous. Of course, wild monsters are different. They have no contracts with humans, so whether they evolve or can evolve is entirely up to their own fate. Qian Yu nodded from time to time while listening, seemingly quite satisfied with Su Ming's explanation. Alright, 2.7 million it is. So, Junior, what is the total fee for the customized evolution serum and the customization service? Having finished discussing the material costs, it was time for his own refining fee, and Su Ming chuckled. Seeing as you and Jinbao are such good friends, I will charge you 1.3 million in total. 1.3 million. Junior, is not that price a bit high? Tingting told me you were economical and affordable. Qian Yu could not help but exclaim in surprise at the quote, and even Wang Jinbao could not stop himself from giving Su Ming a thumbs up. He is ruthless. Su Ming is truly ruthless, starting at 1.3 million, and that is even after a discount. Impressive. Even Qian Yu's own blood-eyed rabbit felt something was wrong. Its food only costs 30,000 to 40,000 a month, so why doesn't evolution cost 4 million? That is 10 years worth of food. Su Ming was not surprised by Qian Yu's shock at all. It would be strange if someone was not shocked by such a quote. A standard elite-grade monster evolution root plus material refining usually costs between 500,000 and 1 million. Just because someone is rich does not mean they are a pushover. Seemingly thinking of something, Qian Yu could not help but ask with a smile, then Junior, tell me, what will this customized evolution turn it into? I forgot to ask earlier, can the speed issue with my blood-eyed rabbit be resolved? If you can, never mind 1.3 million, even 3.1 million would be fine. Wang Jinbao, who was still being held by Qian Yu, turned his head away in disgust. This woman is loaded, but his own parents just will not take her money. It is a good thing he was doing business this time, otherwise he would have suffered a huge loss again. Before Su Ming could speak, Qian Yu's blood-eyed rabbit leaned in with a hopeful look, silently watching Su Ming. Seeing the blood-eyed rabbit like this, Su Ming fell into deep thought. Servant-grade beasts have roughly the intelligence of a human infant, while elite-grade ones have the intelligence of a small child. This blood-eyed rabbit is also eager to become stronger, so it will not hold Qian Yu back. For some reason, Su Ming reached out and rubbed the blood-eyed rabbit's chin, and it did not resist. The hind legs of a blood-eyed rabbit are a congenital genetic problem of the race and cannot be completely changed, but they can be significantly improved. The customized evolution I just quoted can enhance the blood-eyed rabbit's strength and defense, and the condition of its hind legs will definitely be several times better than it is now. After he finished speaking, King Xiao Ming and the blood-eyed rabbit looked at Liu Lin almost simultaneously. She did not hesitate after hearing this. She took out her phone and patted Wang Jinbao on the cheek, signaling him to collect the money. Then, the next second, she saw that Wang Jinbao already had the payment code ready, and she could not help but raise an eyebrow. Make the transfer 2.7 million. Receive 2.7 million credit points. Junior, here is yours. Su Ming stepped forward with a straight face, but in reality he was trying to suppress his inner excitement. Received 1.3 million credit points. After paying, Kaiyan Yu let go of Wang Jinbao, signaled him to arrange the goods, and then looked at Su Ming and asked, "About how long will it take for my blood-eyed rabbit's evolution serum to be ready?" The core of the Mountain Earth Stone Man is quite difficult to process and will take 5 days. Today is Wednesday, so you can just come and pick it up next Monday. During this time, do not feed the blood-eyed rabbit monster meat or spiritual plants, just feed it some ordinary food. Kaiyan Yu nodded silently upon hearing this and suddenly patted Su Ming on the shoulder. "Keep at it, the president of our White Cloud City Breeders Association is only a senior breeder. We have not had a master level one yet." Su Ming was a bit dazed by this, and when he turned back, Kaiyan Yu and the blood-eyed rabbit had already gotten into the car. This person, she was actually willing to trust me once only because of Wang Jinbao, right? After all, customized evolution and refining evolution serum are two different things. He had thought he was bringing Wang Jinbao along to make money, but in the end it was because of Wang Jinbao that the other party was willing to trust him. This is truly the power of connections. Shaking his head, Su Ming did not dwell on it. A breeder who wants to make a name for themselves and earn money cannot do without others helping to promote them, and to promote and earn money, connections are even more important. It is the same logic as Wang Jinbao promoting his family's material company. Nearby, Wang Jinbao walked over after finishing his phone call. "Does this refining take so long? Do you need to keep an eye on it?" Su Ming was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, "No need." "Did not you say upstairs that you wanted to try out your evolved black scorpion tomorrow? Why do not we head out to the wild tomorrow and test it out?" Wang Jinbao made an okay sign without hesitation. "I have called people to transport the goods. They should be here in a moment, so let us wait here. The Mountain Earth Stone Man's core is a bit heavy. I had them bring a larger pot for you, but do you really not need to buy a batch of specialized experimental equipment?" "Buy specialized experimental equipment." Hearing this, Su Ming decisively shook his head. He had only saved up about 1.6 million credit points in total, enough for the evolution materials for Dabao's elite-grade evolution. But if he were to buy a set of experimental equipment, 1.6 million would only be enough to buy the cheapest, and it might not even be enough. "No need, I still think a pressure cooker and an induction stove are more useful." Wang Jinbao agreed with that sentiment. Indeed, same results and saves money. After waiting for about an hour, Wang Jinbao's employees arrived. When Su Ming saw the core of the Mountain Earth Stone Man, a mixture of irregular crystal and mud, he understood why Wang Jinbao had suggested waiting here. "This thing weighs over 100 pounds. If it really does not work, should we wake up your Dabao?" The materials themselves are not as important as the ratio of the refining process. Wang Jinbao understood this well and asked Su Ming cautiously. "It is fine, just have the people from your company put this into the large bucket they brought." Wang Jinbao did not say anything, but patted his chest towards Su Ming before going over to his employees. The moment he saw his employees, the look on his face turned cold. "Do not listen to anything you should not hear. I do not need to teach you that, do I?" After the words fell, seeing that the two employees ignored him, Wang Jinbao nodded silently and turned to look at Su Ming. "Let us go, Su Ming. We have to go ahead and unlock the door." Early the next morning, as the sky began to brighten. Slurp slurp. Still deep in sleep, Su Ming frowned slightly, turned over and continued his slumber. Slurp slurp. He waved his hand aimlessly to swat at the noise, but Su Ming did not wake up. Until... Oh, what is that awful fishy smell? Awakened by the stench, Su Ming opened his eyes to see a ferocious monster at his bedside. Its pupils shrunk to the size of grains of rice, its eyes dominated by whites, baring its fangs at him. Seeing this creature he had never encountered before, Su Ming's pupils slowly contracted. Where did this monster come from? Where is my Dabao? Just as Su Ming was wondering what to do, the monster's pupils suddenly dilated, and the corners of its mouth curled up as if it were smiling. Meow. Is the master scared? Hearing the meow, Su Ming was momentarily stunned before probing cautiously. The Dabao. Suddenly, the creature's data sheet popped up. Beast White Shadow Cat. Talent Elite. Level 7 Servant.
Abilities: extreme speed, terror eyes. Evolution requirements. Description: due to cultivation mutation, its personality has become cruel. It has strong territorial awareness, intense aggression, brutal attack methods, and loves to hunt. Is it really Dabo? After confirming the situation, Su Ming's eyes widened slowly. How did a single portion of culture fluid turn it into this? It is not like it evolved. Let me see your claws. Curious, Su Ming poked at Dabao's head to examine it, then started pulling at Dabao's paws. The paws had grown significantly and were much sharper. It was not that the cat's paw pads had grown, but the extended claws, they even looked like they were forged from refined iron. Meow. Are not I amazing? Su Ming nodded silently. The changes are significant. If its size and appearance had not stayed mostly the same, I would have thought you had evolved. The look you gave me just now must have been the terror eyes ability. Dabo blinked. Meow. Master is so smart, but I could be even scarier. How, what do you mean? No, let us not. We will head out to the wilderness later, you can test its power then. Hearing that as Dabo said it could be even stronger, Su Ming rejected the invitation to experiment without hesitation and dangled the prospect of going to the wilderness. Sure enough, upon hearing about going to the wilderness, Dabo immediately sat upright from its previous lounging position. But just as Su Ming was getting out of bed to enjoy the class monitor's perks and order food, a series of violent knocks sounded at the door. Su Ming, hurry up and open the door, Su Ming. Hurry. Is that voice Wang Jinbao? Confused, Su Ming did not care about anything else. He scrambled into his slippers and ran to the door in his pajamas to open it. As it turned out, Wang Jinbao was wearing the same pajamas and slippers as him. What is wrong? Why the rush? Seeing Su Ming open the door, Wang Jinbao gulped, but before he could catch his breath to speak, the head of an unfamiliar cat-like monster poked out from beside Su Ming. Its face was hideous, its mouth slightly agape to reveal pale teeth, especially those eyes with pupils shrunk to mere pinpricks, filled with a bone-chilling ferocity. In a split second, Wang Jinbao, caught in that gaze, seemed to lose the ability to speak and kept slowly moving to the side. What is the matter with you? Why did your face suddenly go so pale? Sensing something was wrong, Su Ming followed Wang Jinbao's gaze and looked down, only to see Dabo staring at Wang Jinbao and making a move as if to pounce. Recalling that Dabao's profile had changed, Su Ming was startled and grabbed a handful of fur on Dabao's neck. Get inside, Dabo, no biting people. As soon as Su Ming gave the order, Dabo licked its lips, returned to normal, glared at Wang Jinbao with dissatisfaction and turned back into the room. Only after Dabo left did Wang Jinbao's expression improve, though he was still breathing heavily. Your Dabo changed so much too. I felt like that was not a white shadow cat anymore, I felt like it was going to eat me. Knowing the situation, Su Ming gave an apologetic smile. Sorry, the little guy was probably just teasing you. It woke me up by licking me this morning and scared me the same way. Hearing this, Wang Jinbao clicked his tongue in wonder. I finally understand why you used the cat fruit. This effect is way too insane. The white shadow cat was already ferocious and now it is even more so. At first, I did not even recognize it as your Dabo. It is changed even more than my black scorpion. Your black scorpion? Su Ming's face showed sudden realization. It seems Wang Jinbao's black scorpion also underwent a significant mutation, which is why he came to find him. Let us go, let us take a look at your black scorpion. Su Ming stepped out, closed the door behind him, and followed Wang Jinbao to his dorm room. The moment the door opened, Wang Jinbao spoke up. Here, take a look. He wants me to look the moment we open the door. Su Ming looked at Wang Jinbao suspiciously, then cast his gaze toward the room, but the moment he saw the black scorpion, Su Ming froze. The black scorpion previously looked like a larger version of a normal black scorpion from before the spiritual energy revival, but now it seemed its eyes had turned reddish purple. Furthermore, many sharp spines had sprouted on its body. Every piece of armor on its entire body was covered in dense, varying-sized spikes, and even its tail stinger had turned a deep, dark purple. Seeing Su Ming, the one who prepared the culture fluid, also stunned, Wang Jinbao could not help but find it amusing. You were stunned too, huh? Su Ming rolled his eyes after regaining his composure. Do not be ridiculous. I only got my breeder's certificate yesterday, how could there be so many people looking for me? Wang Jinbao understood, of course, so after the small talk, he got straight to the point. Then can you see if there is anything wrong with my black scorpion? I only saw it move a bit when I woke up this morning and then it has not moved since. Has not moved. Su Ming's first reaction was that it was dead, but the black scorpion's tail was resting on its back, so it clearly was not. Do not worry, let me check. Beast Black Scorpion Empty Stomach. Talent Elite. Level 8 Servant. Ability Deadly Poison. Evolution Condition 1. Description: a neutral monster with strong territorial awareness. After consuming the special culture fluid, the toxin in its tail stinger has become deadly. Its burrowing speed and underground movement are several times faster than before, and its ground movement speed has increased significantly, but it has no desire to move when hungry. Empty stomach, it does not want to move when hungry. Seeing this status, Su Ming opened his mouth, his expression turning speechless. It is hungry. The current black scorpion does not want to move when it is hungry. It does not want to move when it is hungry. Wang Jinbao blinked in confusion, seemingly confirming he had not misheard. P.S. I implore readers to click the reminder button and add the book to your shelves. If you are willing, you can also leave a book review. Thank you. Is it a side effect or something? Facing Wang Jinbao, who was a bit confused, Su Ming explained. It does not count as a side effect. Just take it out for a few fights and it will be fine. Let us head out to the wild after breakfast. Sure. About 30 minutes later, the two of them, having finished washing up and eating breakfast, arrived at the school gate with their respective beast companions. I really feel full of energy after a good meal, Tusk. Su Ming, that nutrient solution of yours is truly effective. My black scorpion's speed is clearly much faster than before, and I feel like it can take the initiative in attacks now. Su Ming turned his head to see Wang Jinbao pinching the black scorpion's tail and laughed. Maybe you can let your black scorpion try burrowing later. For instance, the assassin mantis we encountered last time could be instantly killed by your black scorpion now. The black scorpion understood what Su Ming said and excitedly waved its pincers at him. Yes. But before it could wave them twice, Dabao suddenly darted over, slapped its claw down and gave it a glare. Meow. What do you think you are doing? Dabao's fierce gaze scared the black scorpion so much that it did not dare to raise its pincers again. Wang Jinbao watched this scene in amazement. Your Dabao is even more protective of its master than before. Compared to my black scorpion, I am actually more curious about how your Dabao is doing. Su Ming smiled embarrassedly. Seeing the aggrieved look on the black scorpion, he speechlessly patted his own Dabao on the head. The black scorpion was just being happy and thanking me, you silly thing. Dabao turned its head away. Meow. Meow. Not listening. No one is allowed to bare their fangs and claws at you. Su Ming, who roughly understood what Dabao meant, did not know whether to laugh or cry. Let us go, let us head out to the wild at the end of the road. But are we really not going to call Yang Li and Zhao Guang? Hearing this, Wang Jinbao immediately shook his head and waved his hands to reject Su Ming's suggestion. Although we have a good relationship with them, you will regret it once the class duel starts. Besides, I am sure those two probably snuck into the wild long ago. We have the class duel in just a few months. Class duel. Hearing this term, Su Ming finally reacted and slapped his forehead. I almost forgot about that. Having confirmed the situation, the two of them walked along the side of the road with their respective beasts, chatting as they walked. But when they reached the signboard they had seen 2 days ago, they found that it had been moved, and they noticed handprints in the mud nearby that were a size smaller than those of an adult man. Seeing this, Su Ming raised an eyebrow. It really is them, right? These are the prints from Zhao Guang's riot monkey, are not they? Definitely. Besides us, who else would dare to wander out of school and into the wild? Wang Jinbao confirmed Su Ming's question, but just as the two were about to enter the wild, both Dabao and the black scorpion stopped in their tracks and moved to block their respective masters. The two were stunned for a moment, looked at each other, and then their expressions turned solemn. Something's wrong, there are others here. Wang Jinbao squinted his eyes. Other students have come too. Could it be Wang Hui and Li Li? By the way, my black scorpion's perception and sense of smell have also improved quite a bit, Tusk. Hearing this, Su Ming looked down at Dabao, who was tugging at his pant leg. Let us go in first. Anyway, beast tamers from inside the city are not coming this way. It is probably someone from another class. Or maybe it is the class monitor of class 4. Dabao, do not worry about those strangers, let us focus on our own business. Dabao let go of Su Ming's pant leg and called out happily. Meow. Fight, fight. Receiving the command, Dabao immediately led the way while the black scorpion consciously brought up the rear. Soon, they entered the forest. Compared to last time when they could hear some insect chirping, this time they could barely hear anything. After walking a distance with their beasts, the atmosphere became less serious, and they began to chat quite lightheartedly. Su Ming, about the evolution solution for Cayenne Yuyu's blood-eyed rabbit, will it burn too much if you just leave the fire on like that? No, the core of a warrior-level mountain rock man is very hard. It is not that easy to damage. Suddenly, Su Ming stopped talking, and Wang Jinbao also curiously twitched his nose as if smelling something. A fragrance, it smells like flowers. A plant-type monster or a spiritual plant? Su Ming was surprised. They took a different path this time. He did not expect to run into something so quickly. The two quickly covered their noses and mouths. They did not know what was emitting this fragrance and could not be sure if it was a monster or a spiritual plant. Dabao twitched its nose and darted into the bushes. By the time Su Ming heard the rustling, he saw Dabao coming out with a 20-centimeter flower that looked a bit like a rose in its mouth. Monster Rose Monster. Potential Common. Level 2 Servant. Ability None. Evolution Conditions. Bestiary Introduction, a common plant-type monster in the forest. It has no offensive capabilities, almost zero defensive means, and a long growth cycle. It relies solely on absorbing sunlight and moisture to improve itself. During growth, it emits an enchanting fragrance that is non-toxic and calming, but it undergoes a qualitative change when it reaches the elite level. Wang Jinbao blinked. Rose Monster. The powder at the butt of this thing should be worth a few thousand credits. Hearing it was worth thousands of credits, Su Ming immediately signaled Dabao to drop it. Let us keep moving. Hearing that his master did not want it, Dabao spat the rose monster out. It tilted its head to look, smashed the rose monster to pieces with a single claw, and then went back to leading the way. However, when the black scorpion passed the shattered remains, it instinctively grabbed a petal with its pincer to taste it. As soon as the petal entered its mouth, the black scorpion started foaming and spat it all out. When Wang Jinbao turned back to see this, his face was the definition of speechless. You are so gluttonous, serve you right if you eat yourself to death. Burrow and follow us later, I want to see how fast you are. Wang Jinbao did not pay any more attention to the black scorpion and continued walking with Su Ming. The black scorpion, having finished spitting, noticed it could only see a shadow of its master, so it dug into the ground and burrowed inside. Wang Jinbao was chatting with Su Ming when a huge hole suddenly appeared behind him, startling him. A thorny black scorpion crawled out. Hiss. So fast. Wang Jinbao stared blankly at the hole the black scorpion had made. They should have walked over 100 meters. It had not even been 3 seconds for the black scorpion to burrow and move underground, right? Looking at the black scorpion that had emerged from the ground, Su Ming was lost in thought. That fast? This is also beyond my expectations. Why do not you have your black scorpion follow right behind us? Maybe we can use it to lure out some enemies. Wang Jinbao's eyes lit up at these words, and he could not help but give Su Ming a thumbs up. Great idea. The two of them and the beast walked on the ground while underneath, right behind Wang Jinbao and Su Ming, a black scorpion was lurking, ready to strike at any moment. Rustle. Su Ming and Wang Jinbao became alert the instant they heard the sound, and Dabao even halted its advance, its head tilted slightly backward, ready to wheel around and fight at the slightest command. Do not be impatient, the black scorpion is behind us. Do you hear the sound of soil being loosened? Rumble. Subtle tremors and sounds shifted from beneath their feet toward the back. Let us keep moving forward. Upon hearing this, Dabao turned its head to look at Su Ming with some displeasure, then lowered its head slightly and continued walking forward. Seeing Dabao acting aggrieved, Su Ming could not help but chuckle. You silly thing, the next one is yours. This time we are just testing the changes in the black scorpion. Meow. Really? Watching Dabao stop in its tracks and turn to look at him, Su Ming amusingly scratched its chin.
Of course, it is just that low-level wild monsters do not understand what we are saying, perhaps in the eyes of that guy behind us. We are already meat on the chopping block. While Su Ming was talking to Dabao, Wang Jinbao, though he did not turn around, kept his attention fixed on the movement behind them, unable to suppress a sense of anxiety. Suddenly, a muffled thud came from behind them, as if something large had broken through the ground. The moment the sound rang out, Wang Jinbao and Su Ming hurriedly turned around, and the meter-high bushes about a dozen meters to their rear left kept making noise.
Yes.
Hearing this sound, the expressions in Wang Jinbao and Su Ming's eyes changed abruptly.
Wait, is that a snake? Dabao, go check it out.
Meow wow.
Death wish.
Just as the pale figure was about to charge out, a spike-covered black scorpion crawled quickly out from behind the bushes, holding a snake's head in its pincers.
Monster forest python died from poison.
Talent common. Level 7 minion.
Ability none. Evolution conditions.
Dex description: a relatively rare type of python monster in the forest. Although non-venomous, its constricting ability is significantly enhanced. The female python lays eggs in the nest and the male is driven out. Other than that, these snakes generally do not leave their nests too far, and they prefer to chew their food into fine pieces with sharp teeth before swallowing.
Yes.
The black scorpion raised its pincers to show off its spoils to the stunned Wang Jinbao, and Dabao, having realized what was happening, walked over curiously. Soon, a python nearly 8 meters long and as thick as an adult's thigh with skin resembling green grass was pulled out by the two beasts. Wang Jinbao stared blankly at the scene, feeling his heart pounding against his chest in excitement. My god, in just 10 seconds, such a massive forest python was taken out by my black scorpion. Hearing Wang Jinbao talk to himself, Su Ming chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. The training effect is pretty good, right? I forgot to tell you, the black scorpion's poison is now a potent neurotoxin. See the python's upper jaw that was pierced through. The first strike from the tail hook probably pierced its brain, and the subsequent screaming was the injection of the toxin combined with its struggle, which actually accelerated the spread of the poison. In just over 10 seconds, all the nerves in its body were poisoned and destroyed. These words resonated deeply within Wang Jinbao. He had never imagined that training could achieve results so close to evolution. It was simply unbelievable. Suddenly thinking of customized evolution, Wang Jinbao looked at Su Ming with burning eyes. My black scorpion should be able to break through to the elite level by next week. Can you customize a path for it then?
No problem.
Just as Su Ming was smiling and agreeing to Wang Jinbao's request, the black scorpion had already started eating. Dabao stood to the side, clearly unhappy, making low whimpering sounds. It could not eat, not because the black scorpion would not let it, but because the snake's body was riddled with potent venom. Watching the black scorpion eat only the viscera and ignore the meat, Dabao felt it was such a waste, but being able only to watch, it furiously dug at the mud with its claws. After the training, not only were the black scorpion's abilities enhanced in all aspects, but its eating speed had increased and it had become much pickier. Wang Jinbao watched as his black scorpion started to ignore the monster's intestines and nodded slowly. Finally learned not to eat that crap, realized you only want the good stuff, huh? The black scorpion paused with its pincers holding the snake's heart and gallbladder, then continued eating in big gulps. The more Wang Jinbao looked at his black scorpion, the more satisfied he was. No one understood the importance of a gifted trainer better than him, a merchant whose family sold monster materials. With that thought, Wang Jinbao blurted out, "Damn it, I lost out big time again." Su Ming, who was busy soothing Dabao, heard this and asked curiously, "What is wrong?" "I feel like I gave that woman Cayenne Yu too low a price. Only 1.3 million. I can already see her blood-eyed rabbit punching its way to victory like crazy." Looking at Wang Jinbao's indignant, chest-thumping display, Su Ming could not quite wrap his head around it and did not know how to respond, staying silent for a long moment before saying, "Did not you say on the road earlier that you two were childhood sweethearts? Looking at you now, it does not really seem like it." Wang Jinbao's expression stiffened, and his eyes took on a speechless and hesitant look. It was this reaction that made Su Ming realize something. Did she like to bully you when you were little? As soon as he said this, Wang Jinbao's face flushed red at a visible speed, while nearby, the black scorpion had almost finished eating the nutritious internal organs of the forest python. Seeing that the black scorpion was nearly finished, Ming chose to shift the topic directly. Let us look for this python's nest. Forest pythons usually do not leave their nests and hunt near their homes, but your black scorpion dragged it out from underground. If that area behind the bushes is the python's nest, no monster would be eating out in the open in such an uncertain, dangerous situation. Having said that, Ming patted Dabo on the head. Dabo, surge. When Dabo heard that the snake's nest was nearby, its angry, unhappy expression vanished in an instant, and it dashed directly into the bushes where the python had emerged. Wang Jinbao was confused by this scene. What are you looking for its nest for? Will there be good stuff? Wait, do you mean something occupied its nest, forcing it to hunt outside? Facing his friend's question, Ming nodded slowly. Exactly. Unlike other snake-type monsters, forest pythons are monogamous. The python couple raises their children until they can hunt independently and then leave the nest to them. Huh, are you serious? Wang Jinbao felt a sense of disbelief upon hearing this. Do cold-blooded creatures like snakes even have this kind of situation? Tesk, you breeders really are more knowledgeable when we are out in the field. All I know is how to value and sell materials. Seeing Wang Jinbao shaking his head, Ming chuckled but did not answer. Soon Dabo, who had gone out to find the python's nest, returned. Meow meow. A snake, a very, very red snake. A very red snake? Ming could not help but say out loud. Beside him, Wang Jinbao turned his head directly to look at the python's corpse. Do snakes also have this kind of love that transcends species? Ming frowned slightly. It is possible but not certain. It is also possible that the snake took over the python's nest and drove the python out. Let us go outside and take a look. Wang Jinbao nodded in agreement and kicked the black scorpion, which was lying still after finishing its meal. Black scorpion, time to work. Seeing that it had to work again, the black scorpion raised its chili in protest before turning and quickly burrowing into the soil. Dabo, lead the way and let us go take a look. Dabo licked its lips and immediately walked to the front to lead the way. The two followed Dabo back for about tens of meters, then changed direction and walked for nearly another 100 meters, until a tree hole came into their view. Wang Jinbao subconsciously looked up at the height of the tree and exclaimed, "These snake fangs are truly durable, hollowing out such a thick tree." Ming ignored Wang Jinbao and carefully looked into the hole. There seemed to be a draft inside the tree hole and he could faintly smell a fishy stench. Soon, Ming saw the situation inside the hole clearly. Just as Dabo said, there was indeed a bright red snake coiled motionless inside. However, judging by the way it was coiled, the snake was only about 4 meters long and 1/3 the thickness of the python. One part of its body was bulging. It looked like it was indeed laying eggs. Monster red fire snake laying eggs. Talent elite. Level 5 servant. Ability fire poison. Evolution condition. Field guide, a solitary poisonous snake. Creatures bitten by it feel a burning pain as if their bodies were on fire. Most fire snakes like to reproduce with other snake species to adjust and produce offspring with larger body sizes. Ming blinked. This was his first time seeing such a situation. However, while his own Dabo could enter the hole, the space inside was cramped, and Dabo might not be able to utilize even a fraction of its strength. For some reason, Ming looked at Wang Jinbao. Huh, what is it? Wang Jinbao, who was still confused and waiting for Ming to direct his pet beast to finish the battle, looked bewildered when he saw Ming looking over. There is a red fire snake inside laying eggs. It probably will not be drawn out. My Dabo can go in, but it definitely will not be able to maneuver in there. Upon hearing this, Wang Jinbao immediately understood what Ming meant. Go, black scorpion, do not use poison this time, just drag that red fire snake into the mud. Dabo lay on the ground, feeling bitter. It understood the situation, but it was not happy about not getting a chance to fight. Inside the tree hole, the red fire snake in the middle of laying eggs pensively looked toward the entrance. It could feel something watching it just now, but the hole was too small for most creatures to enter. So it did not pay any mind. After all, this was not the first or second time this had happened. Just as it was about to continue laying eggs, it suddenly felt the soil beneath it shift. Instinctive alertness made it want to move away immediately, but a giant Keela was faster, clamping onto its coiled tail.
Hiss.
Before it could let out a few cries to call for the python, its entire body was dragged into the soil in the next second. Only then did it realize the enemy was a bizarre-looking scorpion. Feeling the sharp pain in its tail, it twisted its body and opened its mouth to bite the opponent, but to its surprise, it was blocked by the other empty Keela of the black scorpion. The underground space was dug by the black scorpion, and by relying on instinct, the black scorpion dragged it backward by its tail. Plus, being in the middle of laying eggs, the snake simply could not exert any force. Failing on the first attempt, the red fire snake wanted to try again, but this time the black scorpion's movements were faster, and its Keela, covered in dense spikes, directly clamped onto the red fire snake's head. In the next second, the sound of bone cracking rang out repeatedly, and foul-smelling blood continuously splashed from the wound on the red fire snake's head.
Hiss.
The black scorpion hissed back, and with both pincers working together, it dragged the increasingly sluggish red fire snake back the way it came. When the black scorpion confirmed the location and started digging to go out, the red fire snake suddenly moved, its head crushed, looking menacingly at the black scorpion crawling out. On the ground, seeing the black scorpion digging out, Wang Jinbao was just about to say something when a red figure suddenly popped out and bit onto the black scorpion's leg.
Hiss.
The black scorpion was confused and simply climbed out through the excavated hole. Ming, do you think that egg, what the hell? Wang Jinbao, who was in the middle of talking, was shocked to see a deformed snake biting onto the leg of his black scorpion. A white flash went by, the snake's head was severed from its body, and the body fell back into the pit. Seeing this, Wang Jinbao's eyelid twitched violently. Are you stupid? You did not kill that snake, you just let it bite your leg. The confused black scorpion heard itself being scolded and subconsciously looked at the spot it felt strange earlier, where a snake head was still making chewing motions. At this moment, the black scorpion finally realized why its hind leg felt strange. It was because the snake had bitten it. Ming watched as the black scorpion used its Keela to pinch off the snake's head, then examined the area where it had been bitten. It is fine, your black scorpion crushed the snake's brain. This red fire snake's ability to attack was completely disabled, and it did not pierce through your black scorpion's carapace. Wang Jinbao naturally saw that the red fire snake's head was deformed. It was only holding onto the black scorpion through remaining nerve reflexes. I know, I am just a bit annoyed. Looks like I need to teach it better about delivering the finishing blow when we get back. Looking at the extremely smooth cut where the red fire snake was severed, Wang Jinbao looked at Dabao, who was already eating. As your Dabao's claws also become sharper, the cut is so clean.
Yes.
Watching the two pet beasts, one eating meat and the other eating internal organs, Ming nodded slowly. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the two beasts had only eaten part of it, leaving behind a large amount of meat. The purpose of doing so was simple. They definitely would not just be killing these two monsters today, so tasting a little of each was enough. However, the black scorpion was a bit different. The snake's organs were not large, so even if it ate them all, it would digest them quickly. After all, it was alert while burrowing in the soil, so the energy consumption must be higher. When Dabao had eaten its fill, it licked its claws and gently patted the black scorpion's head. Before long, the two of them and the cat continued strolling through the forest, though this time they were not moving as quickly as they had at the start. They were putting more mental effort into staying alert to their surroundings. I have no idea where that group of people went after coming in. There is not a single sign of them. Wang Jinbao, who had been walking for a while, felt it was a bit strange. When they entered the forest, he was certain that besides Zhao Guang and his group, another team of students had come in as well. Yet even now, they had not seen any movement at all, which is very odd. Yeah, I also think it is quite strange. Dabao, who was walking leisurely in front, suddenly had its fur stand on end. It immediately stopped in its tracks to block the two people behind it. Meow. There is something here. Dabao's warning served as an alarm for the two. The black scorpion beneath the ground sensed that the footsteps above had stopped, so it slowed its pace until it came to a halt 50 centimeters behind them. Wang Jinbao looked around nervously, carefully observing his surroundings, but even after scanning the entire area, he could not find anything that looked like a monster. "Su Ming, do you see where the monster is?" Su Ming did not answer. With a serious frown, he slowly shook his head. "Do not rush, I am looking." A bizarre scene unfolded. Su Ming had carefully scanned their surroundings several times, yet not a single monster entry popped up. Seeing Dabao in such a state of high alert, Su Ming trusted his pet's instincts. If it is not around them, could it be above them? The moment this thought crossed his mind, Su Ming felt his scalp tingle. If that were true, did not that mean it had been watching them the whole time? Once this thought appeared, it spiraled out of control. Su Ming placed his index finger in front of his lips. Wang Jinbao thought he was signaling for silence and immediately quieted down, and then he saw Su Ming's eyes seem to be looking upward. He did not understand at first, but a second later, fine cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. No wonder he had not seen it, and no wonder Su Ming had not mentioned his white shadow cat. If it really was above them, any suspicious move could cause it to attack immediately. Su Ming saw it, a massive, dark brown spider. Its 8 legs were curled up as it hung from a branch. At a rough glance, each leg looked to be about a meter long. The fuzz on its abdomen was moving rhythmically, making it look a bit like a reptile monster was up there. Because it was hanging upside down from the branch, its 8 dark brown compound eyes seemed to be watching Su Ming and the others as well. Monster venomous bird hunting spider. Talent exceptional. Level 10 servant. Ability highly toxic. Evolution conditions. Bestiary entry. A hermaphroditic spider that does not weave webs but possesses a much larger body. The mouthparts beneath its compound eyes inject a massive amount of highly corrosive, toxic venom into the enemy upon biting. Because it loves to eat birds, it hangs at the top of trees to camouflage itself, using its abdominal fuzz to mimic the appearance of a crawling monster to lure bird-type monsters into landing. It has fast reaction speeds, and its 8 legs are like long spears. Gulp. After reading the panel, Su Ming was plunged into extreme shock. Level 10, only one step away from the elite rank, and its talent is exceptional. Su Ming was not entirely sure what that implied, but he knew for certain that his Dabao could never be a match for this kind of enemy. This was a total suppression in both level and talent. He admitted that his Dabao had become much stronger after training, but facing a monster like this, Su Ming had no confidence. No wonder Dabao suddenly had its hair stand on end for no reason. They had entered this spider's hunting range. At that height, though it was only 7 or 8 meters, Su Ming believed it could drop down in just a second or two. "What do you see?" Wang Jinbao watched as cold sweat ran down Su Ming's face. Already feeling a bit panicked, he now felt completely numb. Su Ming tilted his head slightly toward Wang Jinbao and said with a strained, whispered laugh, "It looks like a level 10 venomous bird-hunting spider, and its talent seems to be quite good too. We are standing right underneath this spider. If it wanted to, I fear we would be impaled by those spear-like legs in an instant." Wang Jinbao. Upon hearing this, Wang Jinbao's heart turned cold. If anything went wrong, the two of them and their 2 beasts would end up in the spider's belly. "How did it come to this? There is a monster like that crawling above my head," Wang Jinbao muttered to himself. "Su Ming, is the spider looking at us right now?" "No, it is set in a hunting posture. It does not seem to have much interest in us. The fuzz on its abdomen is waving. It should be preparing to lure bird monsters to feed. This type of spider loves to eat bird-type monsters. Let us pretend we do not know anything, try to act calm and keep walking as if nothing is wrong." Wang Jinbao nodded slightly, agreeing with Su Ming's plan. After all, there was no better way to handle this. Dabao was somewhat unwilling, seeming like it wanted to give it a try, but Su Ming glared at it with a stern look, forcing it to back down. The two of them and the cat continued walking at a steady, unhurried pace. What they did not see was that the venomous bird-hunting spider hanging at the top of the tree glanced at them quietly before looking away. It was not until they had walked over 10 meters away that Su Ming and Wang Jinbao could finally breathe a sigh of relief. At this distance, even if the spider came down now, they would have enough time to react. If it were just a ground battle with one party in the light and the other in the dark, Dabao and Wang Jinbao's black scorpion might just have a chance at victory. Seeing that they had escaped the most dangerous area, Wang Jinbao spat on the ground. "How far is this? About 4 kilometers, and we are already seeing a level 10 monster that is almost an elite. Are you kidding me?" Are we only going to see elite-level monsters in another 4 kilometers? No way, I am going to report this issue to Instructor Liu later. Su Ming just shook his head and gave a bitter smile at Wang Jinbao's words. It will not do any good if you say something. The wilderness is just like this. We can only blame ourselves for ignoring the danger above our heads. We got lucky this time, just be more careful next time. Just as Wang Jinbao was thinking about whether he could trick that venomous bird-hunting spider into coming down to kill it, the forest behind them suddenly made a violent sound. Dabao zipped back to a position behind the two, staring intensely at the spot they had just left, its gaze flickering toward the treetops. Meow woo woo. I am going to find out what bug meat tastes like today. Holy cow, did that dead spider suddenly change its mind and decide to hunt us? Wang Jinbao looked serious and gently stamped the ground twice, signaling his black scorpion to be ready for a surprise attack. Twitter chirp. The sudden chirping of birds left the two of them stunned. So right after they left, the spider caught some prey. The moment that thought appeared, with a thud, a bird's carcass fell directly to the ground and the venomous bird-hunting spider followed, dropping down and landing right where they had first spotted it. P.S. Readers, please click to urge more chapters, add the book to your shelf, and if it is no trouble, leave a review. The author begs you. The venom-hunting spider just glanced at them before turning back to its prey. A bird-like monster about 60 centimeters tall, looking somewhat like a sparrow from before the era of spiritual energy recovery, but with a bright red beak. The bird monster had a straight, piercing wound in its chest, with blood and internal organs spilling out uncontrollably. Still alive, it kept twitching. All of this damage had been caused by the barbed legs of the venom-hunting spider. But when Su Ming looked closely at the beast's entry in the index, his expression changed. Beast Redbeak Skybird. Talent Elite. Level 6 Servant. Ability Keen Eye. Evolution Requirements. Index Description: a common type of aerial bird monster. They are friendly with low combat ability. The bright red beak is just a color characteristic with no special effects, making them a popular type of monster among humans. A tamed beast. This is a tamed beast. Could this be the tamed beast of that unknown team? A level 6 elite talent monster, the squad leader of class 4, or the vice squad leader. Wang Jinbao watched as the red-beaked sky bird stared fixedly at them. Its chest heaved violently, and with every rise and fall, more blood flowed out. Su Ming, something is wrong with this bird. Why does it keep looking at us? It looks like it is asking us for help. Su Ming was silent for a moment. This might be a tamed beast rather than a wild monster. Remember when we arrived and found out that besides Zhao Guang's group, there was another team here? Wang Jinbao was clearly stunned by this, and he could not help but take a deep breath. Good grief, what a total waste. Did the owner of this tamed beast not tell it not to bite everything it sees in the wild? Woo woo woo. Su Ming looked down at Dabao, who was crouching low, realizing this might really be an opportunity. The venom-hunting spider had completely ignored them to focus on feeding. At that moment, the near-dead red-beaked sky bird finally passed away. Dabao, move closer slowly. Once you reach a position where you can strike true, go for it. Dabao did not respond but slowly crept forward with cat-like steps toward the feeding spider. Dabao did not make a single sound as it moved. Just as Dabao was about 5 meters away from the venom-hunting spider, the fur on the spider's body bristled, standing straight up. Dabao, who had been watching the spider intently, did not hesitate. Before the spider could turn around, he seized the gap and pounced. The black scorpion underneath the ground also moved the moment it sensed Dabao leave the ground, no longer hiding as it rapidly closed in on the spider's position. Hiss. The venom-hunting spider let out a dangerous sound, and without hesitation, its last leg thrust toward the leaping Dabao. Dabao's pupils constricted. He swiped with his front paw, his sharp claws emerging from their pads and gleaming coldly, cleanly severing the spider's hind leg. Thick, purple-black fluid sprayed from the severed stump. The pain in its leg pierced the spider's nerves. It immediately dropped its food and turned to face Dabao, who had just landed. When it saw the creature that had ambushed it now biting its severed leg, its brownish, compound eyes clouded over with a bloodthirsty red, and its mandibles clicked in a continuous, angry hiss. Still squawking, you have had your leg cut off and you still dare to make noise. Black Scorpion, strike it. Seeing the venom-hunting spider still making such a racket, Wang Jinbao could not help but shout in frustration. Sensing the vibrations beneath it, the spider did not hesitate to lift one of its remaining legs, ready to pierce the ground. Seeing this, Wang Jinbao's heart tightened. With a bang, a pitch-black whip burst from the ground with incredible speed, striking the spider square in the face and sending it flying. Wang Jinbao could not help but laugh out loud. "Nice work, Black Scorpion." Ming also saw the opportunity and shouted, "Dabao, go. Do not attack its head, prioritize removing the rest of its 7 legs." Whoosh! Upon hearing the command, Dabao turned into a white blur. Like a ghost, he swept past the spider the moment it landed. Another leg was severed by Dabao, the momentum sending the broken limb flying into the air. Hiss. Feeling yet another agonizing pain, the spider's eyes fixed on the black, barbed whip as it burrowed back into the dirt, before turning back to look for King Xiao, who was waiting for an opening. Its compound eyes were largely blinded by the black scorpion's strike, leaking fluid all over the ground, which made both Ming and Wang Jinbao feel disgusted. Does not seem like this guy is much of anything, does it? Hearing Wang Jinbao acting as if the victory was already in the bag, Ming shook his head without hesitation. Do not be fooled. In a pinch, the venom-hunting spider can control all 4 of its limbs simultaneously. Understand what that means? Control 4 limbs at once? Wang Jinbao looked startled. No wonder you chose to take them off one by one, so that is the problem. Realizing the severity of the situation, Wang Jinbao immediately put aside his earlier thoughts and became serious. Now that the opponent has suffered a huge loss, it is definitely keeping an eye on both the ground and your Dabao. I will continue to have my black scorpion initiate the attacks. Your white shadow cat can use some feints on the surface to distract it. By the way, I remember this thing does not shoot silk, right? Ming looked at Wang Jinbao with surprise and nodded in agreement. No problem. This guy really does not shoot silk. It traded away the ability to spin silk for terrifying close combat capabilities. Dabao, circle around this guy and make your steps heavy. At the order, Dabao quickly began running around the spider, vaguely forming a white circle that trapped it within. With 2 beasts on the field and with the spider itself fully aware of the situation, its danger perception becomes useless. Even if it knows there is an enemy lurking underground, so what? Dabao's movement and noise completely masked the slow approach of the black scorpion underground. As blood continued to drip from the spider's wounds, its eyes turned completely red, reaching a breaking point. It charged straight towards Ming and his group. This was something neither of them expected. If it cannot quickly finish off their beasts, it chooses to finish off them instead, right? Goodness, Ming, get back. Before Wang Jinbao had even finished speaking, Ming had already started retreating, pulling him along. At that moment, the black scorpion, which had been closing in, moved rapidly the instant the spider made its move. Underground, the black scorpion is slightly faster than the bird-hunting spider on the surface, making sneak attacks incredibly effective, just like right now. If the black scorpion was just aiming for the bird-hunting spider's mouth, at this very moment, with the black scorpion following right behind it underground, it suddenly ejects its tail. The dark purple tail hook plunges directly into the opponent's abdomen, and after the successful strike, the black scorpion jerks its tail back, immediately burrowing even deeper while its body is still underground. The impact of the black scorpion's attack sends the bird-hunting spider crashing onto its backside, causing it to tumble over backward. Seeing the perfect opportunity, Dabao launches a swift attack from the side, landing a fierce claw strike right on the spider's exposed abdomen. The sharp cat claws cut through the spider's flesh like a blade slicing through paper, accompanied by a harsh, screeching sound. A massive amount of dark purple blood, mixed with the toxin the black scorpion had just injected, sprays out from the wound in the bird-hunting spider's abdomen. Ming and Wang Lin, who had already gained some distance, were overjoyed at the sight. Critical hit, critical hit. Dabao, pull back immediately. Watch out for any final struggle before this monster dies. Black Scorpion, stay right under the bird-hunting spider's tail. Do not let it run away, stick with it. The bird-hunting spider, which had been surrounded, felt as if it had suddenly been released. With its remaining blurry compound eyes, it noticed the big cat that had been circling it suddenly retreat and sit off to the side, while the scorpion beneath the ground had gone quiet, seemingly digging even deeper. The agonizing pain in its abdomen and the leaking of its internal organs made it feel hateful and desperate. It was only one step away from reaching the elite level, where it could have easily killed this white cat and the insect hiding underground. Watching the bird-hunting spider tremble, Su Ming sensed that something was wrong. "Wang Jinbao, I have a bad feeling. Get your black scorpion and my Dabao to team up for another hit." Confused, Wang Jinbao asked instinctively, "What is wrong? Does not it look like it is dying? What else could go wrong?" "I have been watching it shake and I am afraid it might pull a last-second breakthrough and kill us instead. Better to finish it off for good." Once these words were out, Wang Jinbao was left speechless, realizing Su Ming was right. "Black Scorpion, go to the side and show your tail to distract it." As Wang Jinbao shouted his command to draw the spider's attention, Su Ming secretly gave Dabao a signal. The next second, the black scorpion's tail poked out from the ground over 6 meters behind the bird-hunting spider, the sound of movement echoing as something broke the earth again. The bird-hunting spider instinctively twisted its body, alert to the movement behind it. At that same moment, Dabao moved, charging toward it at high speed, aiming for the spider's bleeding abdomen. Just as Dabao got close, ready to pounce and strike, the bird-hunting spider, which had only half-turned, suddenly paused. Seeing this, Su Ming's pupils contracted into needle points. Dabao pulled back. Though confused, Dabao followed Su Ming's command instantly. In the next second, the bird-hunting spider, which had been turning backward, suddenly snapped back around and lunged with 2 of its legs, missing the retreating Dabao by only 20 centimeters. If Dabao had not retreated at that exact moment, it would likely have been severely injured or even killed. Thinking of the potential outcome, Su Ming panted heavily, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Wang Jinbao, seeing the scene, was stunned. "This monster knows how to set traps. Is it really that cunning?" "Not exactly." Su Ming, having regained his composure, looked at the spider's abdomen. It was already dying. That violent, sudden movement just now opened up its abdominal wound further. It was trying to take one of us down with it in a final suicidal move. Hearing this, Wang Jinbao felt a chill run down his spine. It is not even an elite-level monster yet, and it is this smart. Looks like we need to speed up our training. With a fatal abdominal wound made worse and 2 broken legs, the spider was finished. The bird-hunting spider, already nearing its end, collapsed after a few minutes, turning belly up as its remaining 6 legs curled into a ball. Monster bird-hunting spider dead. Talent excellent. Level 10 servant. Ability venom. Evolution conditions. Bestiary entry. Only after seeing the death status on the screen did Su Ming finally let out a sigh of relief. "It is dead, let your black scorpion eat it. My Dabao probably would not like this stuff." That is what Su Ming thought, but Dabao ran over, rubbing its head against his leg with a whimpering sound, leaving Su Ming stunned. Wang Jinbao raised an eyebrow. "Your shadow cat is not what you said it was. It actually seems interested in eating." Though arthropods do not have much meat, if it really wants to eat, it can only have the meat from those 2 severed spider legs. Su Ming was left speechless by his Dabao's expression. "If you want to eat, go ahead, but do not touch the red-beaked empty bird or the rest of the spider carcass. Just gnaw on those 2 legs. We will have a proper feast next time." Always curious about what insects tasted like, Dabao got its wish, let out a happy meow and trotted off toward the severed legs. "Meow. No problem." But just as Wang Jinbao and Su Ming let their guard down and their pets began to eat, 2 men and a beast suddenly charged out from right in front of them. A thin man and a man with a regular build and a hooked nose, accompanied by a pet beast. "My pet, it is here. That is my red-beaked empty bird." One of the thin men with a scar on his hand rushed over to the carcass of the red-beaked empty bird, and upon seeing the bite marks on its chest, his eyes turned red instantly. "Damn it, did your pet kill my pet?" Wang Jinbao. The black scorpion, in the middle of eating, froze and turned to look at Wang Jinbao in confusion. Dabao, who thought the spider leg tasted like chicken, stopped gnawing on the outer shell, licked its paw, and turned to look at the man who had spoken. "Ha, accusing me, you idiot, are you serious?" As a wealthy young master, Wang Jinbao was not used to being insulted like this, so he immediately retorted with an angry look. The man was indeed intimidated by Wang Jinbao's aura for a second, but only for a second. Wang Jinbao's temper flared, but Su Ming held him back. I suggest you take a good look. This bird-hunting spider killed your pet. We avenged it for you. Is there anything else you want to know? Once these words were spoken, the thin man's companion, the one with the hooked nose, spoke up. If that is the case, then this bird-hunting spider should belong to us, right? After all, it was our red-beaked empty bird that fought to the death to severely wound it, and you just picked up the spoils. We are all classmates. This is a reasonable request, do not you think? Su Ming's pupils shrank as he heard their shameless demand. He glanced at their pet and spoke without hesitation. You have really pushed your luck this time. Dabo slaughtered their pet. P.S. I beg the readers to hit the urge to update button, add the book to your shelf, and if you do not mind, please leave a review. The author is begging you. The hooked-nosed man's beast was a bear that looked just a bit bigger than Dabo. It had a strange appearance, a bit like a horse's face. It was 2.5 meters long but only 1 meter tall at the shoulder. It looked like a bear, but its build was more like some of the dog-type monsters seen nowadays. Beast horse-faced bear. Talent common. Level 7 servant grade. Ability thick skin. Evolution requirements. Bestiary entry, one of the mutations originating from sun bears during the cataclysm of the spiritual energy recovery. It retains its premutation habits, having a deep love for honey, insects, and small mammals. Its movements are rather clumsy, but it has a high tolerance for pain. To humans, this is a lethal monster, but to other formidable predatory monsters, its excellent fat reserves make for a delicious meal. Wang Jinbao on the side was stunned. Is he really going to kill the other party's beast right now? Su Ming, this is a bear after all. My black scorpion can coordinate with you. Shall we do it together? Seeing that Wang Jinbao did not recognize this bear and still wanted to help him, Su Ming found his words quite comforting. He shook his head slowly. No need. This bear is called a horse-faced bear, a type of. In front of stronger predatory monsters, it is a fine dish. Some high-end restaurants serve dishes made from this monster. Wang Jinbao paused, feeling somewhat incredulous after hearing Su Ming's words. He was not well-read and had not studied much beyond things related to his family's business. In his memory, a bear-type monster comparable to a lion or a tiger could actually end up on a dinner table. As the two chatted, Dabo had already charged over at the first command. The skinny man who was still holding the red-billed empty bird saw the cat turn into an afterimage in the distance. He was so scared that he dropped the carcass of his beast, scrambled up on all fours, and ran behind the hook-nosed man. Li Chi, quick, that white shadow cat is coming for you. Tell your bear to kill it. Li Chi kept a straight face and nodded slightly. He had heard of the white shadow cat's reputation, but after all, his beast was a bear. Its size was nearly double that of the white shadow cat. It was like the white shadow cat only had one chance to make a mistake, while his horse-faced bear had countless. Li Chi was decisive enough. Seeing the white shadow cat charging at him, he immediately shouted, "Horse-faced bear, meet it head-on and slaughter it, show off a bear's dominance." Roar! Hearing its master cheering it on, the horse-faced bear let out a roar and charged directly toward the incoming white shadow cat. Meow! I will eat you! Dabao's pupils suddenly contracted. The effect of its fearful gaze erupted, and its pale eyes stared like the gaze of a grim reaper. The charging horse-faced bear felt like it had been electrocuted upon seeing those eyes. Its entire body suddenly stopped and its pupils trembled violently. Squelch! The sound of claws entering flesh rang out, splashing a streak of bright red blood into the sky. The horse-faced bear collapsed, emitting a miserable howl. Ow roar! Scarlet liquid flowed continuously from the wound where its right forelimb connected to its body. As the blood gushed out, one could see the scratched white bone exposed in the wound. Having succeeded, Dabo circled behind the horse-faced bear with its back to Li Chi and the others. It sat down on the ground, elegantly licking the blood off its paws, its eyes filled with a human-like mockery. Meow. Is that all you've got? Meow. My hunt has only just begun. Last a little longer. The skinny man's face turned pale at the sight, and he could not stop shaking his companion Li Chi's arm. Why, your beast is not a bear. How was it knocked over by a cat in an instant? Li Chi's expression stiffened, his face turning extremely gloomy. How would he know when you ask him that? Maybe this white shadow cat is a bit different. You saw clearly that my horse-faced bear killed a monster on its own on the way here. Do not make a sound now. Let me focus on commanding, understand? Must say the relationship between these two seemed quite good, which left Wang Jinbao amazed. Su Ming, do you think they are just ignorant? Su Ming hesitated for a moment upon hearing this. I suppose so. I was pretty much the same before, only building up my confidence in the past few days. Seeing that Su Ming and Wang Jinbao were completely ignoring them to chat, and that Su Ming was not even commanding the white shadow cat, letting it do as it pleased, Li Qi was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged. Li Qi looked at the horse-faced bear's basically ruined right arm. Running on 4 legs was clearly impractical now. Since 4 legs would not work, he would use 2. Bastard, how dare you look down on me, horse-faced bear, stand up. Hearing its master's angry voice behind it, the injured horse-faced bear, which was equally enraged at the white shadow cat, ignored its injured right forelimb and used its hind legs to stand up straight. Beautiful, show your spirit. With Li Qi's cheering and the rage from its own injury, the horse-faced bear's fear of those eyes dissipated instantly. It let out an angry roar at Dabao behind it, and at that moment it looked like a truly ferocious bear. Dabao paused its paw licking for a moment, then licked its lips instead. Meow. Do you prefer not to run or not to live? Every step the horse-faced bear took created a muffled thud. Watching it approach, Dabao slowly lowered its body, its cat eyes becoming increasingly piercing. Due to lack of experience and the fact that Dabao had its back to the skinny man and Li Qi mistook Dabao's posture for a sign of fear and could not help but brag to the skinny man. How about that? Did you see? I said a bear is a bear and a cat is a cat. Even with spiritual energy recovery, can a cat really kill a bear? Does he think his cat is a tiger? The skinny man could not help but nod in agreement. Kill this cat and it should be worth some money as compensation. I will rely on you to help me find a new beast out here in the wild. No problem. The 2 men were not exactly whispering, they had no intention of hiding their conversation. Hearing this, Wang Jinbao fell into deep thought. After a moment, he took 2 steps back. He did not even dare to look at how grim Su Ming's face might be right now. He knew very well that Su Ming came from a special background and was an orphan. He and his white shadow cat probably saw each other as everything they had in life, unable to tolerate even the slightest grievance or insult. The behavior of these 2 from Class 4 was infuriating from the start, and now that they had not realized the situation, they were being this blatant. If earlier he thought Su Ming would at most kill that beast, now he felt Su Ming might silence them permanently. So he chose to back off and not interfere with Su Ming's decision. The situation was indeed as Wang Jinbao suspected. Upon hearing the hooked-nosed man's unscrupulous words, Su Ming's eyes were filled with ferocity. The rules of this world are simple. Declaring the intent to kill someone's beast right in front of them is a declaration of a death match, and killing someone's beast is creating a blood feud. Su Ming did not care what these 2 people were thinking, but people must be responsible for what they say. Misfortune comes from the tongue, and poison enters through the mouth. Su Ming watched Li Qi silently. Li Qi, who was busy boasting to the lanky guy about how powerful his beast was, suddenly shivered, and following his intuition, he looked over to find Su Ming staring intensely at him. Hey, know what fear is now? Fear? Su Ming uttered a single word, then suddenly made a move that caught everyone off guard. He lifted his foot and took a step forward, followed by a second, then a third, walking steadily toward the lanky guy and Li Qi. Seeing this, Wang Jinbao immediately realized his guess was right and could not help but mutter. It has only been a few days, and I am already experiencing murder and robbery. Though the goods are just a plate of meat. With that thought, Wang Jinbao summoned the black scorpion hidden underground, whispering something to it quietly. On the battlefield, the horse-faced bear approached Su Ming's white shadow cat step by step. The white shadow cat crouched low, motionless, its gaze locked firmly onto the horse-faced bear's throat. Even though this was a fight, Su Ming's ominous, pressing advance gave Li Qi an unexplainable sense of tension. Hey, you are the class monitor of Class 1, right? What is the meaning of this? Are we done fighting? Su Ming did not answer. At that moment, Dabao, which had been crouching still, suddenly let out a dangerous whimper, immediately drawing the attention of both the hook-nosed man and the lanky guy. Ignore him. Once we finish off his beast, everything else will be easy. No sooner had the lanky guy finished speaking than Dabao moved. The distance of over 4 meters from the horse-faced bear vanished in an instant, and like a white ghost, it suddenly appeared in midair behind the bear. It landed softly without a sound, then hurried to Su Ming's side and stayed close to him, never once looking back at the horse-faced bear which was still walking. This scene left both men stunned. Seeing the horse-faced bear walking toward them, the lanky guy could not help but warn. "Li Chi, your beast is walking toward us. What is going on?" This bizarre scene made the lanky guy feel uneasy. Recalling how that white shadow cat had suddenly appeared behind the bear in the air and landed, he felt increasingly anxious. Li Chi noticed something was wrong too, but he could not and would not imagine that his beast was already dead. After all, was not it still moving? "Horse-faced bear, not toward us, toward that white shadow cat, did you hear me?" Li Chi, still failing to react, continued to shout orders at the horse-faced bear, and the bear's total lack of response seemed to confirm the lanky guy's suspicions. While Li Chi was busy shouting orders, he started backing away, step by step, with a nervous expression. "Do you want to shout a couple more times to see what happens?" An emotionless voice reached Li Chi's ears. Only then did he realize that Su Ming and the white shadow cat were standing just a short distance in front of him to the right, and his pupils involuntarily contracted. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, Li Chi finally panicked. What do you want?" Su Ming did not answer, just stood there staring at him coldly, which made Li Chi feel an inexplicable chill and torment. Horse-faced bear, come protect me, horse-faced bear." Suddenly, the horse-faced bear, which had been walking forward in small steps, stopped. Just as Li Chi thought his command had worked and the bear was about to turn around to protect him, a hint of relief and a faint smile appeared on his face. The horse-faced bear's head suddenly fell from its neck, hitting the ground with a thud and rolling away. Scarlet liquid shot into the sky from the stump, making a gurgling sound like a fountain. The ease in his eyes and the faint smile on his face vanished in an instant. Li Chi's pupils could not stop trembling, his body shivered uncontrollably and his face turned deathly pale. He kept gulping, unable to stop himself until he slowly turned his head to look at Su Ming. When he saw that Su Ming and the white shadow cat were still standing there, unmoving, his condition stabilized slightly. I will go. Is that okay? We are leaving." It is our fault. We are leaving right now." Li Chi, coming to his senses, did not wait for permission and hurriedly tried to take the lanky guy behind him to leave. However, when he turned around, the lanky guy was nowhere to be seen. Li Chi's pupils narrowed to pinpricks. Where is he? Where had he gone? Why had he disappeared? Li Chi knew better than anyone at that moment, but human desperation in the face of the end made him blurt it out instinctively. He ran away. Every time you shouted for the horse-faced bear to protect you, he took a few steps back. Hearing this, Li Chi looked at Su Ming in disbelief. The fear was now replaced by desperation and resentment. "Why did not you stop him? Why?" Su Ming shook his head slightly. "Is this your last word?" Last word? What do you mean?" "What do you mean? My beast is already dead. What else do you want?" Su Ming said nothing. His expression was extremely indifferent, and indifference toward life. He lightly flicked his finger and Dabao rushed forward. Before Li Chi could speak again, he felt the world spinning. Finally, hearing a dull thud, he saw his own swaying body toppling forward. He opened his mouth slightly as if wanting to say something, but the spark of life was extinguished at that very moment. Wrestle. Dabao, having just landed, glanced over briefly before returning to Su Ming's side. This caught Su Ming off guard. If that is the case, then the noise was not an enemy, but Wang Jinbao's black scorpion. The facts were exactly as Su Ming thought. It was indeed the sound of Wang Jinbao's black scorpion, and the creature even had a big meatball skewered on its tail. The black scorpion, carrying the meatball, emerged and met Su Ming's gaze. It paused for a moment, tossed the meatball to the ground before itself, and excitedly raised its pincers. Seeing this, Su Ming was slightly surprised, but before he could ask, Wang Jinbao's voice came through. "Do not forget what my family does. We trade in beast materials. In the world today, countless people die in the wilderness every day. Heaven only knows how they died. Anyway, it will not be long before the smell of blood here attracts monsters, so I will just consider it practice." Su Ming stared at the nonchalant Wang Jinbao and suddenly laughed. "You are right, that is fine." "Yeah, it is fine." The two looked at each other, and laughter echoed across the area. By the way, you said this meat is delicious, is that for real? Indeed, aside from the fat layer under the skin, the rest is quite tender. That is precisely why this kind of monster is hard to survive. Even the strongest wild horse-faced bear ever recorded was only of elite rank. Hearing this, Wang Jinbao smacked his lips. Hey, to be honest, I really like eating this kind of meat. Have Dabo cut a piece off for me to take back to the senior dorms to cook tonight. Remember to get one that has a good mix of fat and lean. Su Ming raised an eyebrow when he heard this. You sure know your food. Lifting the meat up, Dabo stepped forward immediately. Its claws sliced through the skin with ease, separating the fat as precisely as a knife. When it was time to make the cut, Dabo turned to look at Su Ming. Meow. How much should I cut? Wang Jinbao understood what Dabo meant and quickly spoke up. Not too much, not too much, 10 pounds will do. That is enough for me to eat with some chili stir-fry for 10 days. Su Ming nodded slowly. Wang Jinbao immediately walked over to crouch down next to Dabo. A large chunk of meat was easily sliced off by Dabo. Wang Jinbao caught it steadily and could not help but smile after standing up. It is my first time eating something like this. I hope it tastes as good as you say. Dabo then cut another piece for Su Ming. It could tell that its owner also wanted to try the taste. Meanwhile, the black scorpion shot a look of disdain at Wang Jinbao before going about its own business of gutting the horse-faced bear. Taking the meat Dabo brought over in its mouth, Su Ming estimated the weight to be about 20 or 30 pounds. Alright, eat up quickly. The smell of blood is too strong here. We need to leave as soon as we are done or the scent will attract more monsters. As soon as Dabo took a bite, its eyes lit up. The chewing sounds continued incessantly, and the black scorpion even burrowed directly inside with only its tail and rear half sticking out. About 10 minutes later, Su Ming and Wang Jinbao stopped chatting. This was enough time for the wind to carry the scent of blood further away. If his hunches were right, there were already monsters on their way. Let us go, Dabo. Lead the way, we need to hurry back. Dabo, its face stained with blood and its mouth glistening with grease, nodded repeatedly. Meow. No problem. After several actual combat experiences, the black scorpion was able to skillfully manage its enhanced body. In less than a second, it burrowed into the ground, consciously taking on the role of rear guard. Not long after the two humans and one cat left, a giant bird with a wingspan of up to 6 meters circled above this area, letting out continuous, loud cries. As the calls rang out and spread, rustling sounds began to echo throughout the nearby woods. Even Su Ming and Wang Jinbao, who had already walked some distance away, could clearly hear the shrieks. Su Ming then saw his Dabao's fur stand on end upon hearing the cries, and his expression turned serious. We need to pick up the pace. King Sale Manju start running. Before Wang Jinbao could react, he was forced to run behind Su Ming. What is with that bird call behind us? Can you tell what kind of monster it is? Listening to the wind created by their running, Su Ming shook his head slowly, but his tone was extremely heavy. I am not that good, I cannot tell, but my Dabao's fur stood up. The last time that happened was when the venom-hunting spider was right above our heads. Hearing this, Wang Jinbao's face turned visibly pale. Are you saying that bird is also level 10? Level 10, Su Ming hesitated for a second before decisively shaking his head to deny it. Impossible, we have walked almost a mile from there and can still hear the shrieks. For it to exert this much pressure on Dabao from such a distance. It is definitely an elite class monster. Upon hearing it was an elite class bird monster, Wang Jinbao's face changed colors repeatedly. If he did not need to run to keep up, he would definitely be spewing profanities right now. I will say it again, where did this even come from? They said the safe zone had no elite class monsters, so why is there a giant elite class bird running around? We cannot report this to Instructor Liu yet, otherwise there will definitely be trouble. We are carrying a huge chunk of meat into the school. Su Ming was slightly stunned. Wang Jinbao had a point, but the consequences of not reporting it were even greater. Ouyang Li and the others are also out there. His Omen Crow definitely could have discovered this monster ahead of time, so they must be on their way back much earlier than us. There is surveillance at the entrance of the senior department, plus our situation. This meat might spark suspicion. I guess we will not be able to eat it after all. As he finished speaking, Su Ming threw the meat he was holding to the side without hesitation. Wang Jinbao, despite showing heartache on his face, followed suit and threw his away too. After all, things you get for free always taste better than things you pay for. Once our beast companions evolve to the elite class, we will come back and slaughter this mangy bird and take its internal core, damn it. Never willing to take a loss, Wang Jinbao could only vent his frustrations verbally for now. After running for who knows how long, the two, red-faced and panting, finally stopped running only after the shrieks faded. Heavy panting filled the air. Dabo observed the surroundings vigilantly, and after confirming there was no scent of monsters, it rubbed against Su Ming's leg with some heartache. Meow. Master, are you tired? It is all right. That bird did not follow us. We can continue in a minute or two after catching our breath. Su Ming said this and looked at Wang Jinbao, who was retching. After a moment of hesitation, he whispered, "Why do not you try losing some weight?" It was unclear if Wang Jinbao heard him, but he kept retching, vomiting up what had not been digested from breakfast. After about a 4-minute break, the two continued their journey back. At this rate, I reckon in about a week we can get our beast companions to break through to the elite class and become intermediate beast masters. Wang Jinbao, still flushed, did not know what he was thinking about. Your identity as a nurturer probably will not be hidden for many more days. By then, you will be the most popular guy in our senior department. Hearing this, Su Ming could not help but laugh out loud. The most popular guy. How many families can afford a single nurturing session? You have the ingredients at home, but the cost of just mixing the nurturing fluid alone would make them cringe, not to mention the materials they need to provide themselves. If I really want to make money off them, I will have to wait until they largely reach the intermediate beast master level and start forming teams to hunt for money. Right now, it is just a pipe dream. Wang Jinbao did not refute him but nodded in agreement. You are right, looks like we are approaching the intersection, there is more sunlight. Hearing this, Su Ming's expression shifted. Let us go, let us speed up. Once we get out, we will head straight to the office building to report the situation to Instructor Liu. Yeah. Beiyan City, Senior Department, Office Building, Principal's Office. Liu Jun looked solemnly at the breathless Xiao Guang and Aoyang Li. Aoyang Li, are you saying that within the safe zone, 10 miles out, your beast companion spotted an elite-class bone-eating vulture from afar, and then you immediately retreated at full speed? Did you see any sign of the class monitors or deputy monitors from Class 1, Class 3, or Class 4 when you were retreating? P.S. I guarantee 6,000 words updated daily. Please do not hoard chapters, it really hurts the book. The author begs you. Please do not hoard chapters. Click to urge updates, add to your bookshelf, I am begging you. If you like it, feel free to leave a review. The author is deeply grateful. Upon hearing Liu Jun's words, both of them were momentarily stunned. Huh, Wang Jinbao and Su Ming went to the wilderness too, and Li Li's group? Xiao Guang was bewildered. Is everyone really that competitive and hardworking? They only rested for one day and already headed back out to the wilderness. Aoyang Li pushed up his glasses and pondered for a moment. We were the first to enter the wilderness, we have no idea who else went in after us. Even if Wang Jinbao and Su Ming did go in, they did not choose to come find us. We did not encounter any signs of other people in the wilderness. Liu Jun wore a pensive expression upon hearing this. He could confirm that the monitors and vice monitors of all 4 classes had left the school and headed into the wilderness area on the outskirts. If things do not go well, how am I supposed to explain this to the students' parents? At that moment, Liu Jun felt a wave of numbness spreading across his scalp. His body began to feel inexplicably agitated, and his breathing became rapid. After a long while, Liu Jun let out a heavy sigh. How about this, you two go back and rest first. I will handle the matters regarding the wilderness. Hearing this, Xiao Guang and Aoyang Li exchanged glances and nodded silently. We understand, then Instructor Liu, we will be leaving now. Just as the two were saying goodbye and preparing to leave the office to return to their dorms, the office door was violently burst open from the outside with a loud bang. Liu Jun, who was already incredibly annoyed and planning to head to the wilderness to blow off some steam, felt the veins on his forehead bulge at the commotion. What is going on? Do not you know how to knock first? Liu Jun stood up in a fit of rage, but his expression froze the moment he saw Su Ming and Wang Jinbao standing at the doorway, gasping for breath. Realizing that it was the monitor and vice monitor of Class 1 who had returned, Liu Jun's anger vanished in an instant, and he felt much more at ease. With the monitor and vice monitor of 2 classes already back, that just left the ones from Class 3 and Class 4. Hurry, you two, help them inside and help them catch their breath. Hearing this, Zhao Guang and Aoyang Li did not hesitate. They stepped forward, each supporting one of them, and began rhythmically patting Su Ming and Wang Jinbao on the back. As soon as they opened the door and saw Zhao Guang and Aoyang Li looking ready to leave, they knew that dumping the horse-faced bear meat had been a wise decision. Zhao Guang and Aoyang Li had indeed arrived at Instructor Liu's office to report the situation before them. Cough, cough, Instructor Liu, there is an elite-tier avian monster. We were quite far away, but my white shadow cat's fur stood on end the moment it heard the cry. It is definitely an elite-tier monster. Liu Jun stood up, looked Su Ming and Wang Jinbao over, and nodded slowly. Zhao Guang and Aoyang Li already mentioned this. It is an elite-tier bone-eating vulture. Have you seen the monitors from Class 3 and Class 4? Upon hearing this, both were taken aback and, as if prearranged, slowly shook their heads one after another. We did not see them. We had just finished killing a forest python and a red fire snake when we heard the noise, so we rushed back. At this point, Su Ming paused, his expression turning serious. If it is a bone-eating vulture, the situation must be that some monster's carcass attracted it, which is why it flew over. And the bone-eating vulture's favorite food is bone marrow, human bone marrow. As soon as these words were spoken, Liu Jun fell into silence. This was the scene he feared most, that someone had died in the wilderness attracting the bone-eating vulture. The bone-eating vulture has a very keen sense of smell and can detect the scent of blood within a dozen kilometers, but this is limited to humans. If it is the scent of monster blood, the vulture does not have such a good nose. Zhao Guang's eyes widened. Clearly, Su Ming's words had delivered quite a shock to his understanding of things. That thing specializes in eating human bone marrow. What, then, an elite-tier bone-eating vulture? How many people would that thing have to eat? After he said this, the scene went so quiet you could hear a pin drop. No, not necessarily. Humanoid monsters are also among the bone-eating vulture's favorite foods. For instance, your rampage monkey or the shadow demon rat we encountered last time were both humanoid or perhaps other monkey-like monsters. Saying this, Su Ming looked at Zhao Guang subconsciously. One look was enough to make Zhao Guang feel uneasy. Thank goodness I went with Aoyang Li, otherwise I feel like I would not have escaped death. Liu Jun, who had been silent, felt his heart sink after hearing this. You all stay here, I am going to take a trip to the wilderness to check things out. After saying this, Liu Jun strode out of the office, leaving the 4 of them behind. They found chairs to sit on, looking at each other without a word for a long time. After a while, Zhao Guang looked stammeringly at Su Ming, who had treated the office like his own home and had already started pouring water to feed his cat. Su Ming, is it really okay for you to use that cup to give your white shadow cat water? Meow. My master is feeding me, what business is it of yours? As soon as Zhao Guang finished speaking, Dabao, who was just about to drink, turned around and glared at him, nearly scaring him right off his chair. Su Ming frowned slightly and looked at the paper cup in his hand. It is a disposable cup, it should be fine, right? Seeing that it was indeed a disposable paper cup, Su Ming continued to feed Dabao. Zhao Guang looked at Su Ming's actions and scratched his face helplessly. I did not mean anything else by it, it is just, that office only has that one cup and it is a disposable paper cup that Instructor Liu used last. Su Ming, who was halfway through feeding Dabao, froze at those words. Even Dabao went still, its tongue stuck in the cup, unable to keep licking. Wang Jinbao could not help but laugh out loud. Zhao Guang, are you doing this on purpose? Could not you have just said it clearly? Why did you have to be like that? Zhao Guang's reaction was immediate upon hearing Wang Jinbao. Do not you dare slander me. I did not realize it the first time I saw it and Su Ming's cat just started drinking. Even if I had said it right away, I would not have been fast enough anyway. Zhao Guang stopped talking, but he looked at Dabao subconsciously after finishing, clearly still shaken by what had just happened. Dabao spit out the water in disgust, and Su Ming sighed helplessly. My hand was too fast. Dabao, drink later when we get back. We will wait here for Instructor Liu. Dabao had no objections to this. As long as it was something Su Ming said, it would follow through with it completely. Although it was disgusted that the cup had been used by someone other than its master, it could not beat that dark-skinned guy, so it would endure for now. Later on, it would definitely have to make him drink some of its own spit. Wang Jinbao noticed something amiss. Strange, why have not I heard a peep from the earth armor bear? Does not that thing cause the earth to shake when it moves? As soon as Wang Jinbao finished speaking, Aoyang Li, who was standing beside him, opened his phone to take a look, and shortly after he looked up and began to explain it to him. The Lord Tier White Jade Clawed Crane in our school, which is also Instructor Liu's beast, reached the Lord Tier while it was being raised at our White Cloud City Breeder Association some time ago. Su Ming, Wang Jinbao. After staring at each other in bewilderment, the two of them tacitly looked at Aoyang Li, who had said this. Aoyang Li frowned at being stared at like that. What is it? Did not you guys know? Wang Jinbao rolled his eyes directly. How could we possibly know? When I have free time, I am online helping handle my family's business. Su Ming is even busier. He has to help with breeding, customize evolution paths, and refine breeding and evolution fluids, so he has even less time. As soon as Wang Jinbao finished speaking, Zhao Guang's eyes widened and he could not help but speak up, and even Aoyang Li could not help but look over. Huh, so many business tasks. Did not you just pass your junior breeder certification yesterday? Aoyang Li's father is the president of the White Cloud City Breeder Association and also the only senior breeder in White Cloud City. That white Jade Clawed Crane was raised by his father, which is why he knew it so clearly. His bringing up the white Jade Clawed Crane was actually similar to Wang Jinbao's earlier actions, because he planned to spread the news during class next week to complement the student welfare policies he had discussed with his father. It should be able to generate quite a bit of popularity and revenue, but now, the orders Su Ming is receiving feel no worse than those of most intermediate breeders at the association. He only got his junior breeder certification yesterday, and today I hear he is already taking on customized evolutions. Unaccountably, Aoyang Li could not help but give Wang Jinbao a silent thumbs up. Having followed his elders in learning the ways of business since he was a child, Wang Jinbao's eye for talent was indeed unique. Wang Jinbao also noticed Aoyang Li's gaze and arched his eyebrows boastfully. Su Ming, have you considered joining the Breeder Association? It is an official organization, and for you. Yang Li was interrupted by Su Ming before he could finish. Sure, could you tell me about the welfare and benefits? This sudden, immediate agreement caught everyone off guard. Even Aoyang Li, who had issued the invitation, was momentarily stunned. After a few seconds of thought, Aoyang Li spoke. In addition to the benefits that a junior breeder should have, we will waive the commission on your breeding income, but the association will not provide tools such as laboratory equipment or refining gear. As soon as the words fell, Su Ming nodded and agreed without hesitation, sure. When Aoyang Li saw the hand Su Ming extended, he was still in a daze. This was his first time taking the initiative to build a relationship and try to win someone over like Wang Jinbao, and he had even prepared to lower his standards for Su Ming. But to his utter surprise, Su Ming agreed without any hesitation. After being stunned for a few seconds, Aoyang Li reached out his hand and shook it. Regarding your official status and credentials, I will have them delivered to you before tonight. From now on, you are a member of the Breeder Association. Su Ming nodded with a smile still on his face. He turned around, took out his phone, and began to edit his self-promotion profile on the forum. Before editing, Su Ming checked it specifically. Basically, hardly anyone believed him, most were questioning or belittling him. On the bright side, I love riding sheep did leave a comment with a thumbs up. Then people online cyberbullied her along with him, but it seems Liu Ting is not a pushover either. She managed to push this comment thread up over 1,000 replies. Seeing this, Su Ming could not help but mutter "Scarito" himself, and then he started working on modifying his profile. Senior year at White Cloud City High, a junior breeder who completed all assessments in under an hour. Prices are fair and reasonable. Currently invited to join the White Cloud City Breeder Association as a member. As for whether I love riding sheep, we'll have any doubts later. The rice is cooked, what is there to doubt? It is not like there will be a problem unless she is not satisfied with the evolution fluid I refined. After the edit, Su Ming sat on the office sofa and started resting with his eyes closed. Wang Jinbao was sitting next to him, though his black scorpion had been retracted into his beast space. The room became quiet again, except for Zhao Guang, who was busily messaging someone on his phone. Meanwhile, at the artificial lake behind the senior department kitchen, the white jade-clawed crane was here, cleaning the dirt off its feathers. Behind it stood a communication device that looked like a telegraph. The bird suddenly stopped cleaning as if it had received some sort of command and flew straight into the sky. With a gentle flap of its wings, it had already turned into a tiny white dot on the horizon. Downstairs from the office building, Liu Jun was waiting. Within minutes, he saw his beast descend in front of him. "Let us go, we need to pick someone up. There is trouble within a 10-mile radius. Some bird with a death wish has crossed the boundary." The white jade-clawed crane heard its master's words and immediately lowered its body, letting him stand on its back. With a flap of its wings, they vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye. In the sky, Liu Jun stood steadily on the back of the white jade-clawed crane. The force of the flapping wings and the wind generated by the high-speed flight did not seem to affect him at all, not even the hem of his clothing ruffled. From the office building to the 10-mile zone was about 10 kilometers, but in just about 2 minutes, the white jade-clawed crane carried Liu Jun to the destination. "Find that bone-eating vulture for me." Liu Jun's voice was not loud, but the white jade-clawed crane could clearly feel its master's fury. Upon receiving the command, it locked onto the target's location in just a moment. "Cree, what did you say? It is eating people." If his heart had gone cold when hearing the student's report at the office, now his heart felt as if it had died completely, followed immediately by boundless rage. "I want it alive, capture it alive." "Cree." The flying white jade-clawed crane nodded and shrieked, its eyes eerily filling with a greenish light. The previously audible sound of the wind suddenly stopped. In the next second, all the wind seemed to be controlled, gushing entirely towards the space above the bone-eating vulture. Suddenly, it felt as if the Earth's crust had begun to move. Countless trees were crushed into splinters and the ground sank. Leaves, bushes, branches, and other things were all pulverized into fine dust and swept away into the sky by the invisible wind. The terrified cries and roars of monsters echoed through the woods. Accompanied by mysterious splashes of blood mist and pulped flesh, there was clearly nothing in the sky, yet the location where the bone-eating vulture stood suffered such a horrific, uncanny disaster. The earth had a layer of topsoil stripped away by the invisible wind. 100-meter radius that had been a lush forest just moments ago became as dead and silent as a wasteland, while outside this patch, the lush green forest remained intact. In the center of the clearing, the bone-eating vulture was pressed deep into the ground by the powerful wind elements, with countless currents of wind swirling and blowing around its body. It was like countless sharp blades slicing into its body, the blood being whisked away by the wind. It was an elite-tier monster, enough to reign supreme within a 3 or 4 mile radius, but before a lord tier it was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Near it lay 2 lumps of rotting flesh, the last thigh bone it had been gnawing on, and the skeletons of several monsters whose flesh had been picked clean. If the elite tier is the start for monsters and beast tamers, initially allowing them to understand and begin utilizing their own elemental power, then the warchief tier above the elite tier is capable of unleashing the elemental power stored within their bodies, forming terrifying attack capabilities. As for the current situation, this is an attack method of a Lord-tier monster, further enhancing its elemental control, allowing it to manipulate the surrounding elements in scenarios matching its element, making its attacks increasingly powerful. And for domain-tier monsters or beasts above the Lord tier, they possess the ability to change the terrain even in non-matching elemental scenarios, making the environment suitable for their own elemental manifestation. Since domain-tier beasts already have the ability to begin altering terrain, there is no need to mention those even higher. Beast tamers are the foundation and the mainstream of this world. Liu Jun, riding on the back of the white jade-clawed crane, watched the bone-eating vulture which was still struggling in vain, the coldness in his eyes as sharp as a knife. "Cut a hole in its stomach and get everything it ate out for me." As the words fell, the situation of the wind on the field shifted immediately, changing from top down to left to right. The bone-eating vulture, which had been suffering 1,000 cuts, was now being disemboweled by the colorless, odorless, and invisible wind. It was just a small opening for the vulture. The wind poured in through this hole, taking everything out of the vulture's stomach. Looking at the heap of red and white mess, Liu Jun's eyes held a tinge of grief. This is what it means to be a beast tamer, a profession that looks glamorous and magnificent on the surface, but carries bottomless crisis and despair behind it. Bring everything back for DNA matching. What level is this bone-eating vulture? Upon hearing his master's words, the white jade-clawed crane immediately understood his meaning. A wisp of breeze cut a piece of the vulture's flesh and delivered it into the bird's beak. Cree. Level 17, level 17. Liu Jun, repeating it subconsciously, felt a sense of disbelief. A level 17 bone-eating vulture, how did it dare cross the minefield into the territory of a lord-tier beast? Liu Jun found it a bit strange at first, until he glanced at the remains of arthropods on the clearing below and paused. This kind of shell and form, is it a spider-type monster? The level should not have reached elite, but it is close. Did Li Qi and the others die fighting this kind of monster, and were they injured? And then the scent was carried by the wind and discovered by this bone-eating vulture, leading to this series of tragedies. He muttered his inner speculation to himself. Bone-eating vultures are known for loving human bone marrow, and it was not unheard of for elite-tier vultures to break into lord-tier territories to satisfy their cravings. The situation told Liu Jun this was the most likely scenario, as there were real cases, but he still felt like something was wrong, though he could not put his finger on it. The white jade-clawed crane hovered and waited for Liu Jun for a long time, but Liu Jun did not move. Finally, he sighed gloomily. There are no clues, so this is the only truth. Li Qi and Jiang Qin died on their way to explore the wilderness, injured by an unknown spider-type monster. The scent of their injuries attracted the elite-tier bone-eating vulture, resulting in their death. As he spoke, Liu Jun's face did not look good either. The school year had barely started for the senior department and 2 students had already died. Would not fewer people dare to apply for the Beast Tamer program next year? Zai. Looking at the dying bone-eating vulture held up by the wind, the monster core, flesh, stomach, and head of this villain could all be sold as materials. They could fetch about 1 million, which could serve as a condolence gift for the 2 children's parents. Being a beast tamer is not playing house, and from the moment one becomes a beast tamer, there is an unspoken rule. Deaths occurring during wilderness exploration have little to do with the school, which is why both the senior department and the beast taming university have always advised students to team up with people they know and trust. And if someone really wants to kill you, you cannot hide in school forever. Tapping the back of the white jade-clawed crane lightly with his foot, Liu Jun said with a complex expression, "Let us go back. Put all these things by the lake where you rest. I will have someone come to collect them." White jade-clawed crane. He seemed to sense his beast's slight reluctance, but he had no choice. He could not leave them in the wilderness to be devoured, could he? And he could not leave them at school for classmates to see the remains of their peers, and putting them in his recruit camp would be the same problem. Or leave them on the road. Thinking about it, the lake where his dad lived was the only temporary place he could put them. The white jade-clawed crane let out a slightly aggrieved cry, controlled the wind to carry the remains, and flew with Liu Jun back to the senior department. After dropping its master off, it took the pile of remains to its own dwelling. Dabai is sad, but Dabai is obedient. The following is the tier classification for this book. Beast levels: 1 to 10 servant, 11 to 20 elite, 21 to 30 war chief, 31 to 40 lord, 41 to 50 domain, 51 to 60 king, 61 to 70 emperor, 71 to 80 imperial, 81 to 90 mythical, only takes damage from laws e.g. law of force etc. 91 to 100 true ancestor. Beast quality tiers, common elite excellent epic legendary mythical. Beast tamer tiers: junior servant, intermediate elite, senior war chief, master lord, grandmaster domain, king, sovereign emperor, epic imperial, legendary mythical, monument. The parentheses indicate the evaluation criteria. A beast tamer's rank is determined by their strongest beast. A beast tamer can contract at most 6 monsters as beasts. Beasts can only be replaced while the person is still a junior beast tamer, and this requires the original beast to die. Breeder levels: Junior, Intermediate, Senior, Master, Grandmaster, Sovereign, Epic, Legendary, Monument does not currently exist. As you can see, the monsters in this book do not use skills, they use elements. Tier breaking is possible but not in small places. You cannot raise that level of monster without strength and background. Excluding those with special backgrounds around the male lead will not show his beasts having tier-breaking capabilities in the early stages. It is the same logic as a beautiful flower blooming in a barren land. Added over 2,000 words to the previous chapter. Text. Standing downstairs at the office building, Liu Jun rubbed his face in frustration. Li Qi, his father, is a squad leader at the Tiania security branch in Baiyun City, an elite rank beastmaster, seemingly on the verge of reaching the battle rank. Jiang Qin, his parents are also in management at the Tiania security branch in Baiyun City. The two were quite close at school, and they met with an accident together. My head hurts. 2 students dead just a few days after school started. What on earth am I supposed to do? If he had not seen Li and Wang Hui heading back to the office building on his way to the Shili district, he probably would still be out looking for people. Zai, let me just send a message to have them come to the school. Shaking his head, no matter how complicated Liu Jun felt inside, the priority was to appease the monitors and vice-monitors of the remaining 3 classes. It is not that students have not died in the wild a few days after starting school before. On the contrary, it has happened quite often at other schools or Beastmaster universities. But the key is that it happened in the first few days. That is a critical point, and it will lead to fewer students in an already small group or cause them to transfer to out-of-town high school Beastmaster departments. There is no way to perfectly avoid such unexpected situations. Monsters are of all kinds, and one just has to accept it when something like this happens. After sending the message, Liu Jun adjusted his emotions. He was certainly furious deep down about what had occurred. These villains in the wild have really gone too far and do not know their place. Once things are handled, I will have Dabai go slaughter every elite rank monster that likes eating humans. Upstairs at this moment, the 4 people resting with their eyes closed suddenly heard the door open. Assuming it was Liu Jun returning, they opened their eyes, only to find that it was Wang Hui and Li who had entered, not Liu Jun. Hey, did you guys also notice? Hey, do not drink that. Zhao Guang was stunned for a moment when he saw them, then watched as a flushed and panting Wang Hui picked up the disposable cup on the table and drank from it. Glug glug, phew, running wore me out. Setting the cup down, Wang Hui looked at Zhao Guang. Why, have you used this cup? No wonder it tastes a bit off. I was too tired and did not pay much attention, please do not mind. Zhao Guang opened his mouth and looked at Su Ming innocently, but since Wang Hui was willing to move past it, he figured it was better not to say anything. Noticing Zhao Guang looking at Su Ming, Wang Hui sensed something was wrong, but as smart as she was, she chose not to speak up so she would not feel awkward about it. Li, who was also panting, paused to rest for a while, catching her breath before asking. Did you guys also discover elite rank monsters? Where is the class 4 monitor? We happened to see them following us and Wang Hui when we went to the woods. As she finished speaking, the expressions of the 4 boys in the office changed. Following you too? What does that mean? Sensing something was amiss, Wang Jinbao squinted at Li. What else could it be? Those 2 were planning to go to the city, but they heard us say we were going to the wild on the road and just followed us. They have not arrived yet, right? Once they get here, I will report it directly to the instructor. Those 2 have ulterior motives. Wang Hui was the first to explain the situation, and Li nodded to confirm. It is exactly as Wang Hui said, but we managed to shake them off when we entered the forest. Strangely, hearing what Li and Wang Hui said, Su Ming and Wang Jinbao exchanged a subtle glance, feeling more and more at ease. They even felt a sense of righteousness welling up inside. Shook them off. What happened? I just came upstairs and heard you mention this. Did you run into Li Qi and the others? Seeing Liu Jun arrive, the 4 boys sitting down straightened up. After the 2 girls explained the whole story from start to finish, Liu Jun's expression changed repeatedly. He did not know much about what kind of person Wang Hui was, but he knew exactly what kind of person Li Li was. He and her father were brothers in arms who had been through life and death together. It was no exaggeration to say he had watched her grow up. The child lived under pressure with a very talented older brother, but she would not lie. After hearing their answers, Liu Jun had a clear idea and nodded slowly. "All right, I understand the situation. The 6 of you should go back now." Su Ming and Wang Jinbao exchanged a look and were about to leave the office with their respective beasts. "Wait a second, Su Ming and Wang Jinbao, hold on." Suddenly called out by Liu Jun, the two, who were already feeling guilty, did not dare to turn around immediately. After a pause of a second or two, Su Ming turned around and looked at Liu Jun in confusion. "Instructor Liu, is there anything else?" Liu Jun looked down at Dabao, then at Wang Jinbao's black scorpion. Hearing this, Wang Jinbao was taken aback. "It was running too fast, I forgot." Hearing this, Wang Jinbao was taken aback. "I was moving too fast and forgot." Liu Jun raised an eyebrow, his eyes seemingly containing flames of anger. "Go and fill in the muddy pits your black scorpion dug all over the school grounds for me." Realizing it was just this, Wang Jinbao's heart relaxed. "I understand, I will go right now." As the 6 of them left one by one, Liu Jun slowly sat in his office chair, calmly picked up his paper cup and began to drink water. Why does it taste strange? A faint stench and a faint fragrance. What is going on?" Liu Jun scrutinized the teacup in suspicion, and finding it odd, he decided to stop drinking the tea for the moment. He sat in the office for nearly 2 hours when the office door was suddenly knocked upon. Knock, 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 knock. The sound was urgent. Liu Jun, who was looking at some documents, called out without raising his head, "Come in." As the office door opened, 2 middle-aged men, one looking rather refined and the other with a scar on his face, walked into the office with red eyes. "Principal Liu, what happened to our children?" Liu Jun fell into silence upon hearing this, his own eyes beginning to redden slightly. Li Qi and Jiang Qin were wounded by monsters during their exploration in the wild. The smell of blood was carried by the wind and attracted an elitrank bone-eating vulture. These are the remains taken from the bone-eating vulture. We have matched them with the blood bank DNA from their high school entrance physicals, and we can confirm it is them. It was like a thunderclap in their hearts. The 2 men stood silently, quietly looking at the documents Liu Jun handed over. The atmosphere became quiet. After a long while, the man wearing glasses, who was Jiang Qin's father, looked at Liu Jun with bloodshot eyes. He said word by word, "Whose fault is this?" Liu Jun remained silent when faced with such an accusation. He could not provide an answer. Normally, it was just bad luck, but could you really say that to the parents? Regardless of the motives behind following those 2 girls, Li Li and Wang Hui, they are dead now. What else is there to pursue? Jiang Qin's father, I can tell you quite responsibly that this is no one's fault. You 2 are both employees of the Tiania Security Company yourselves. You know better than I do that such things happen countless times every day all over the world. I do not need to elaborate too much on it. I feel just as heartbroken when students lose their lives while exploring in the wild. Jiang Qin's father froze, and Li Qi's father was a brute who knew nothing but violence. Is it possible that it was murder for gain? Once those words were out, the expression on Jiang Qin's father's face changed slightly, and he could not help but tug on Li Qi's father's arm. Liu Jun, who had already heard the remark, immediately changed his expression. His eyes were like a hawk's, staring at Li Qi's father until it felt like he was being pricked by needles. The other man swallowed hard, and putting aside the pain of losing his son, he hurriedly said, "That is just my guess. After all, my job is to guard against such things for my clients." Liu Jun lowered his eyes, then nodded seriously after a while to acknowledge the statement. "I will investigate. Rest assured, the 2 of you, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Why do not you 2 go back and wait for news? Let me see you out." As soon as Jiang Qin's father heard that Liu Jun wanted to see them out personally, he hurriedly stepped forward to refuse. "No need, Principal Liu, you should stay at the school to keep the wild beasts in check. We can go back ourselves, we really can." Liu Jun stopped upon hearing this and watched the 2 of them leave. Until the sound of the door closing echoed, his eyes narrowed as he recalled how the man had barely managed to nod and repeat the same thing. For a student entering the wild for the first time, his first guess was murder for gain, and the look on Jiang Qin's father's face was too deliberate. With that thought, Liu Jun took out his phone and made a call. Check on the two people from our Baiyun City branch of Tiania Security. One is named Jiang Sheng, the other Li. Understand? Understood. Liu Jun hung up the phone and sat in his chair, lost in thought. Murder for gain, one is a security team leader, the other is from management. While Liu Jun was waiting for those two, Ming had returned to his dormitory to check on the refinement progress of the Mountain Stone Man core. It has been most of the day, it is already afternoon, and it is only boiled down to this. Looking at the Mountain Stone Man core soaking in the sap of the wind-calling tree, Ming checked the other materials after looking for a while. I am hungry, let us order some food. Ming, having realized that the business with Jiang Qin and Li Qi was over, suddenly felt very hungry. Just as he came to the living room to ask Dabao if it needed to eat, he heard the sound of splashing water from the bathroom. Taking another bath, why is this kid even cleaner than me? Ming muttered while ordering food and then heard a knock at the door. He opened it, and Wang Jinbao slipped in with his black scorpion in tow. You filled in the holes your black scorpion dug in the school that quickly. Hearing this, Wang Jinbao proudly kicked the black scorpion at his feet. After your cultivation, I have seen how powerful its digging speed is. Filling a few holes is easy work. But that is not why I am here. I am here because we probably will not be able to go out into the wild for a while. Everything will likely be locked down. Ming finished placing his order and nodded silently. Definitely. After all, 2 students died. I intend to stay at school for a while and check the news and maybe see if I can pick up some jobs online. Picking up jobs online? Wang Jinbao asked instinctively. Are you talking about posting your status as a cultivator on the web? Yes, I will see if anyone comes asking or places an order. No one ever complains about having too much money. By the way, are not you hungry? Facing Ming's sudden question, Wang Jinbao sized him up for a moment. I am hungry for sure, I just wanted to come and check on you. If there is nothing else, I will be heading back. Let me know if you need anything. Ming gave a slight nod to the departing Wang Jinbao and went online. Soon after, that white jade claw crane arrived with the meal. Meow. Master, do you want a bath? Ming, who was eating noodles, looked back at Dabao coming out of the bathroom. I will bathe after I eat. You rest, you have been quite tired out there today. After finishing the only meal of the day, the sky had already dimmed. After checking his phone for a bit, Ming and Dabao went to sleep. Time slowly flowed by. A new week had arrived, and the news about Li Qi and Jiang Qin had spread throughout the school. They said the two had gone to the wilderness as a team and were eaten by monsters, and even their remains were retrieved by the principal himself. Even more outrageous was that when their fathers came to the school to collect the bodies, the principal noticed something suspicious. Upon investigation, it turned out that these two, one a team leader and the other in management, had used their positions to frequently commit murder and robbery. They were immediately escorted away to serve on a suicide squad. On Monday morning, Ming got up early to prepare the materials for the Blood-Eye Rabbit's evolution fluid. Today was the delivery date. Since Kaiyan Yu was willing to trust him and hand over 1.3 million without hesitation, he needed to fulfill his promise. He had to deliver today. He scooped out the stuff from the large pot where the Mountain Stone Man core and the wind-calling tree sap had fully fused. It was a yellow, jelly-like substance, cylindrical because of the pot. After poking a hole in the top, the next step was to blend 200-year-old beast blood fruits into a paste and pour it in, placing the elite-level wind-chasing tiger inner core in the middle. Ming recalled the steps and went through them carefully. Just after the wind-chasing tiger's inner core was placed inside, the whole thing seemed to have a chemical reaction. The jelly began to melt rapidly from the inside, continuously flowing into the core of the wind-chasing tiger. The core, originally the size of a baby's fist, began to expand rapidly, doubling in size in the blink of an eye. Ming, holding the last ingredient, the blood jade radish, watched this scene unfold quietly. Before long, the wind-chasing tiger's core stopped expanding and the melting ceased. However, the energy contained within the jelly wrapped around the core like silk. The original yellow jelly had turned white. Su Ming began to juice the blood jade radish and finally poured the juice over the core. With a crisp crack like an egg shell breaking, the energy silk wrapping the core split and fell away, revealing the core inside. It is almost ready, but it is not quite there yet. I need to wait 10 minutes. He checked his phone. There was still an hour before class. Kaian Yu had sent a message 30 minutes ago saying she was on her way. Dabo was crouching next to Su Ming, watching the whole process. Its nostrils twitched as it wore a puzzled expression. Meow. Why is not there any scent at all? Su Ming, who was looking at his phone out of boredom, heard the sound and looked down at the puzzled Dabo, laughing instinctively. A stone monster's inner core is really just a piece of mud packed with very high energy. The wind-chasing tiger's inner core is pure condensed wind element, not meat. The wind-calling tree sap is vegetable, and the blood jade radish just has a strange appearance. It is also vegetable. The only 100-year-old beast blood fruit has no bloody smell at all, so you certainly would not smell a scent that counts as appetizing to you. Dabo tilted its head and curled its lip. Meow. What about mine, master? I want to eat too. You want to eat too? Su Ming instinctively checked his Dabo stats panel. Pet white shadow cat. Talent elite. Level 8 servant. Skills extreme speed fear gaze. Evolution conditions. Dexterity. Due to a mutation during cultivation, it has become cruel but is absolutely obedient to its master. It has a strong sense of territory, an extreme desire to attack, vicious combat methods, and enjoys hunting. It is already level 8. Su Ming was slightly surprised to find that Dabo had leveled up at some point. Surely it could not have leveled up while I was sleeping last night, but since it is already level 8, I can definitely make another batch. He rubbed Dabao's chin, and a smile appeared on Su Ming's face as he heard Dabo make a comfortable purring sound. I will make you a tube of vicious cultivation fluid then, alright. Hearing that there was more to eat, Dabao's eyes brightened immediately and it licked Su Ming's palm. Meow. Master is the best. Master could exchange it with that fatty, it will not cost anything. Su Ming thought about what it meant, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. You are actually pretty smart, but Wang Jinbao's black scorpion has 3 tubes, and last time we went into the wild, his black scorpion ate more than you. It would definitely be worth checking the condition of his black scorpion. If I feed it 1 more tube of poison cultivation fluid after it levels up, it might have already reached level 10, right? Su Ming said as he packed up what he had concocted. It was supposed to be evolution fluid, but it condensed into something like a medicinal pill. There really are so many ways to evolve a pet. Su Ming sighed, packed his things, and patted the distracted Dabo. Let us go, Dabo. If we go now, we should be able to run into Kaian Yu just in time. A dazed Dabo looked at Su Ming in disbelief, following behind him while incessantly asking questions. Meow. Has that scorpion reached level 10? Meow. What level am I at now, master? Meow. Am I about to be surpassed by it? Su Ming found it unexpected to hear this series of thoughts from Dabo. Why does Dabo seem to have more ambition than me? I was not even this desperate when I was advertising myself online. Su Ming could not help but start to comfort his Dabo, seeing it still muttering to itself. When I make you a tube of cultivation fluid today, you should be at level 9 after you eat it. And the black scorpion is not necessarily at level 10, that is just my guess. Meow. Master is the best to me. Seeing Dabo start circling around him, Su Ming found it quite amusing and could not help but tease it. But just as Su Ming walked out of the dorm building towards the school gate, he coincidentally ran into Wang Chunfa, who was coming the other way. HM class is about to start. Su Ming, remember not to leave the school. Su Ming, who thought he was going to be questioned about the situation, heard that instead. He nodded in response and the other man walked away with his bag. This situation only made Su Ming more convinced of his own inner thoughts. Beep beep beep. Spicy rabbit head, I am at your school gate, where are you? Evil silver gradient, I will be there in a minute. After replying to the message, Su Ming started running. Before he even reached the school gate, he could faintly see Kaian Yu waiting, having gotten out of her car, and the blood-eye rabbit, which was rubbing its paws in anxiety. Sorry, I am a few minutes late. This is the evolution, liquid for your blood-eye rabbit. I can stay for the whole process. I will take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Kai Yu was a bit baffled by what Su Ming handed her and what he said. How could the first part of his sentence sound so unsure while the second part was so full of confidence? And when the Blood-Eye Rabbit saw that the items for its evolution were in its master's hands, it crowded around impatiently, its breathing inevitably growing heavier. Are not you going to class? It is Monday today, go to class first. Su Ming froze and was about to say something, but a single look from her stopped him directly. Alright then, do not let it chew this stuff, just swallow it directly. Feed it a liter of water after it swallows. It is normal for the hind legs to ache during the process. Contact me if there is a problem. After finishing the instructions, Su Ming turned and left. The fact that she would be concerned about his class attendance was unexpected. After all, Kai Yu coming to him for an order was a recommendation from Liu Ting, but her determination to order was because of Wang Jinbao. Wang Jinbao must have told her about his cultivation abilities. Networking, that is what it is. Shaking his head, Su Ming did not dwell on it anymore. Class was more important. As long as she did as he said, there would not be any problems. Squeak. Kai Yu patted the Blood-Eye Rabbit, whose breathing was getting increasingly heavy. Eat it right here. It is almost time for class and usually there are no cars on this road. There is water in the car, go get it. Directing the Blood-Eye Rabbit to get the water, Kai Yu opened the package. She was almost stunned to see the three-colored pill, which was nearly the size of her own fist inside, blue-green, yellowish, and blood-red. If she could not see the halo on the surface of this thing, Kai Yu would have felt like she was being played. This was really the first time she had seen an evolution material like this. This sigh, never mind, I will trust little gold ingot for once. At this moment, the Blood-Eye Rabbit had taken a 5-liter barrel of water from the car's trunk and just happened to see the large pill in Kai Yu's hand. Without a second word, it opened its mouth with all its might. It had naturally listened clearly to what Su Ming said before he left. Do not chew. After feeding it the inner core, Kai Yu heard a loud gulp, and the Blood-Eye Rabbit immediately cut open the bottle with its claws and started drinking water. Kai Yu saw it very clearly. After her Blood-Eye Rabbit swallowed the core, its body was draped in a faint 3-colored glow. It was exactly the colors on the pill, blue-green, yellowish, and blood-red. And her Blood-Eye Rabbit started baring its teeth after taking the core. Based on the state of their mental link, she instinctively looked at the rabbit's legs. The hind legs, which had not matched the body, began to change, which made Kai Yu's heart tremble. Kai Yu instinctively stepped back from her Blood-Eyed Rabbit. Through their mental link, she could clearly feel the intense pain her beast was suffering at that moment. Especially in its hind legs, it felt as if everything beneath the skin, the bones, the fascia, the flesh, and the marrow was being crushed and reorganized. At first, Kai Yu was worried that something had gone wrong, but after receiving the feedback from her Blood-Eyed Rabbit, the hesitation in her eyes turned into firm resolve. Hang in there, Blood-Eyed Rabbit. Your hind legs have a congenital genetic issue, and this intense pain you are feeling now means that the DNA in that area is undergoing evolution. You must hold on, do not pass out. While Kai Yu was passionately cheering for her beast, Su Ming had already returned to the classroom and sat at his desk. Wang Jinbao's seat was right next to him. Seeing Su Ming return, he could not help but ask, how did it go? Did you give her the materials? Do you think the Blood-Eyed Rabbit can make it through? Su Ming, who had just sat down, stiffened for a moment before speaking slowly. I really hope her Blood-Eyed Rabbit can pull through and complete the evolution. This kind of turning an acquired trait into an innate one is different from our normal progressive evolution. If it does not make it, let alone improving, the rabbit's hind legs will be completely crippled. As long as Kai Yu does not let the rabbit fall asleep during the process, it should be fine. I have already messaged her. Even if she has to poke it with a knife, she cannot let it pass out. If it stays conscious, the evolution will definitely succeed. Hearing this, Wang Jinbao shivered. My black scorpion will not have to suffer like that, will it? Huh? Su Ming looked surprised. Insect-type evolution should be similar to molting, right? I have not formulated evolution serum for that type of monster before, so I am not sure. But I can say for sure it will not be like that, so do not worry. The two chatted back and forth. Their voices were not particularly quiet and their classmates were not deaf. Having heard the conversation from the start, some students could not help but chime in.
Su Ming, did you pass your junior breeder certification? Finally, they took the bait. Su Ming and Wang Jinbao's eyes lit up simultaneously. With a tacit understanding, they both stood up and turned to face the group of confused classmates sitting behind them. Su Ming said, "That is right. Last week, I completed the junior breeder exam in under an hour and was invited to join the White Cloud City Breeders Association. If any of you need beast supplements formulated or evolution serum brewed, as your class monitor, I can offer you a discount. And if I make a mistake during the process that ruins the materials, I will provide full compensation." As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, Wang Jinbao cleared his throat, the sound drawing everyone's attention to him again. "I have already entrusted Su Ming to formulate supplements for my black scorpion, and it has already reached level 10. I estimate it will break through to the elite stage and become a proper beastmaster within the next 2 days. I will be asking Su Ming to brew my evolution serum then as well. Likewise, if any classmates need materials, look no further than our Duabao materials group. We will definitely give you all a discount. Of course, if you have any leftover monster parts or materials you do not need, you can sell them to us as well. And I, Wang Jinbao, am willing to personally guarantee Su Ming's qualifications and skills as a breeder." Su Ming added, "My current order history includes 1 error-free evolution serum, 2 error-free supplement formulations, and 1 custom evolution project, the very one being performed at the school gate right now. This is my Breeders Association work permit and my junior breeder certification. Everyone is welcome to come to us." After saying this, Su Ming helpfully took his certification out of his pocket to show his classmates. Every single person in the class stared at the two standing there like performers, their mouths hanging open in pure shock. He passed the exam last week and he is already getting big orders for custom evolutions. And there is one happening at the school gate right now. Is this for real? The certification in Su Ming's hand is real. I scanned the code on it and it brought up his official profile. Yeah, I saw it too, except for the custom evolution project which has not been added yet. All the other records Su Ming mentioned are visible. My God, I am still worrying about how to train my beast and someone in our class has already achieved financial freedom. Is the custom evolution not added yet because it is still being processed at the gate? The comments from these few people were like a spark lighting the powder keg of the classroom. The once quiet room instantly turned into a buzzing hive of activity. At the classroom door, Wang Chunfa stood there, listening to the commotion inside with an astonished expression. He knew Su Ming had passed the junior breeder exam and had been happy for him, but he did not expect him to be taking on custom evolution orders so soon. So the securely wrapped package he was carrying this morning was evolution serum for a client. For some reason, Wang Chunfa felt a sense of intrigue. Since Su Ming was so confident, perhaps he should give the kid a hand. Having made up his mind, Wang Chunfa stepped into the classroom, coincidentally making eye contact with Wang Jinbao and Su Ming, who had just sat down, making them jump in surprise. The two could not help but look at each other. Good grief, was the teacher eavesdropping outside the door the whole time? Seeing the class go quiet the moment he entered, Wang Chunfa scanned the room. Since some of you are curious and some are skeptical, let us go to the school gate and see for ourselves. After all, hearing about something 100 times is not as good as seeing it once. Witnessing it with your own eyes is always better than any claim. At this, Wang Chunfa paused and specifically called out Wang Jinbao and Su Ming. Also, I hope students Wang Jinbao and Su Ming remember what they just said, offering discounts to classmates. Everyone up, let us head to the school gate. The situation escalating like this was something neither Wang Jinbao nor Su Ming could have anticipated. Su Ming, you are going to be rich for real now. Dabao, seeing Wang Jinbao excitedly tugging on Su Ming's sleeve, glared at him, scaring Wang Jinbao into pulling his hand away immediately. Your white shadow cat is even jealous of men, Wang Jinbao said, feeling speechless as he nearly had a panic reaction. Su Ming smiled. That is called being protective of its owner. Besides, if we are talking about getting rich, the materials for the supplements are expensive. The refining fee cannot compare to the cost of the materials themselves. Hearing this, Wang Jinbao gave him a look that said he knew it. I guessed you would say that. Remember, the higher the level of the monster, the more you should charge for custom evolution routes. It does not matter if it is several times the cost of the materials. Customization is where the real money is for a breeder. Su Ming fell into a brief moment of contemplation after hearing what Wang Jinbao said. That is indeed true. If high-level monsters want to evolve, they surely aim for greater strength, which makes them more willing to spend money. For people at that level, money might just be a string of numbers. When that time comes, perhaps they will pay with something else entirely. Just as Su Ming thought of this, his phone suddenly beeped, and Wang Jinbao, hearing the noise, hurriedly asked, "Quick, open your phone and see, has the evolution finished?" "Finished already? Is it really that fast?" Su Ming glanced at the time. Only about 10 minutes had passed. There is no such thing as an evolution that fast. Just as he opened his phone, filled with doubt, his pupils constricted. "Spicy rabbit head? It is not working. My blood-eyed rabbit is about to pass out from pain. I have been stabbing it with the knife in my car until the blade is chipped, but I have not even shed a single hair off it. Spicy rabbit head, what should I do now?" Just by reading these two messages, Su Ming knew that Qian Yu was probably crying from anxiety. "Oh no, I almost forgot that small-caliber bullets cannot even pierce the skin of an 18-level blood-eyed rabbit, so how could a knife be of any use?" Wang Jinbao, standing beside him, noticed the change in Su Ming's mood, and his own expression changed as well. "What is going on?" "The knife cannot pierce the blood-eyed rabbit's body at all. Without external pain stimulation, if this continues, the evolution will probably fail." Thinking that if it failed, the blood-eyed rabbit's hind legs would be ruined, it would not just be a loss of reputation and a client, but also a betrayal of the kindness Wang Jinbao showed in bridging this connection and the other party's trust. Su Ming immediately squatted down and patted Dabo on the head. "Dabo, head to the school gate as fast as you can. Use your claws to scratch the blood-eyed rabbit's face. The skin on its face is thinner. Whatever you do, do not let it fall asleep." Suddenly receiving the order, Dabo paused for a moment before darting off. "Meow. Do not worry, I will definitely complete the master's task." Wang Jinbao watched as Dabo bolted away and started to feel nervous himself. Can Dabo really do it? Should we just tell Wang Chunfa the situation? His tamed beast can definitely do it. Su Ming's brain raced for 2 seconds and he stepped forward quickly. Wang Jinbao hurried to follow. What is going on with you two? Why is your mood so off?" Noticing something was off, Wang Chunfa's expression soured. His first thought was that these two kids had been bragging in front of the students. But he could not wrap his head around it. One was a legitimate junior breeder who had joined the breeder association, and the other was a genuine rich kid. Why would they need to boast about something like this? Su Ming quickly organized his thoughts and spoke up. "Old Wang, it is like this." In less than a minute, Su Ming explained the important parts. Wang Chunfa paused for a few seconds after hearing it. "Oh, I see. I thought you two were just bored and bragging in class. All right, do not worry about this. It is just making sure the beast does not pass out. It is simple. Just relax and follow me. No rush, walk slowly." When he finished speaking, Wang Jinbao and Su Ming were stunned to see Wang Chunfa just standing there. Old Wang, are not you going to send out your tamed beast?" Wang Chunfa blinked. "Tamed beast, I already did. It has been staying at the school gate the whole time. Did not you notice? I already sent instructions to my beast through the contract. Do not worry, just relax and walk along." Su Ming. Wang Jinbao, for real. If anyone was the most confused, it was definitely Su Ming. He had been back and forth to the school gate quite a few times. Why had not he seen any beast profile pop up? But there was no use worrying now. The only one they had with strong melee capability was Su Ming's white shadow cat. Meanwhile, at the school gate, Qian Yu looked at the blood-eyed rabbit lying on the ground, twitching occasionally, its eyes about to close. Tears welled up in her eyes out of sheer panic. "Do not pass out, blood-eyed rabbit. You are not allowed to pass out. As long as you hold on, the evolution will be complete. Please do not pass out." As Qian Yu said this, she kept stabbing the blood-eyed rabbit with the chipped knife in her hand, but it had no effect at all. Just as she was losing hope, a strong gust of wind suddenly made her instinctively squint her eyes. Squinting, she thought she saw a flash of white light, and her blood-eyed rabbit's eyes seemed to widen a bit. "Wait, this cat, are you the white shadow cat that little gold nugget told me about? You are Su Ming's beast, right? Did he send you?" Dabo looked back at Qian Yu coldly and gave a chilly response. "Meow. What else?"
Sharp claws popped out from Dabo's paw pads, and Dabo immediately swung its paw toward the blood-eyed rabbit's face. A shocking scene occurred. Only a white mark appeared on the rabbit's face and a clump of fur fell off. Not even a drop of blood flowed. Witnessing this, Dabo could not help but widen its eyes, suddenly beginning to doubt itself. Back when I fought that four-tusked mountain boar, I could scrape off a whole layer of hair. Why cannot I even make a rabbit bleed? Kyan Yoyu's focus was completely different from Dabo's. If Dabo was here on a mission, what Kyan Yoyu wanted was for her blood-eyed rabbit to survive this evolution safely. Seeing that Dabo's claw swipe had an effect and that her blood-eyed rabbit responded, she hurriedly said, "The materials Su Ming customized include a battle leader level mountain rock human core. Now the energy from the evolution pill is overflowing to the skin's surface. Keep going, please do not stop." Dabo, this errand does not seem easy, master. Feeling helpless, Dabo had to push Kyan Yoyu aside and started frantically slapping the blood-eyed rabbit's face with both paws. It had some effect, but it was minimal, keeping the rabbit on the verge of sleep and consciousness. Just as Kyan Yoyu watched with hopeful eyes, a patch of the ground on the road moved. Yes, a patch of the ground moved. After that patch of ground came to life, it stretched its body, its skin turned pure white, and it slithered over. It was a white snake over 10 meters long, with a body about a meter thick. The moment it appeared, Dabo, who had been slapping away, suddenly puffed up its fur, curled its body, jumped back, and let out a frantic sound. Meow! What kind of monstrous aura is this? Kyan Yoyu was stunned by the scene, but when the giant snake crawled to the side of her car and reared its head up to look at her, she froze. A coldness that pierced her soul made her unable to move, even her mouth was trembling. If Kyan Yoyu felt this way, Dabo felt it even more intensely. Only another monster could feel the crushing weight of that monstrous power so directly. Dabo tried to strike a fighting stance, but the pressure from that battle leader level creature pinned it down, leaving it unable to move while its spirit was also being crushed. How did that smelly bear perform its patrol, not even knowing there is such a huge snake at the entrance of the master's school? Unlike Dabo, who was frantically cursing Liu Jun's earth armor bear, Kyan Yoyu finally realized. "Are you Teacher Wang's beast? I remember him saying his beast was a big white snake." The creature seemed to understand Kyan Yoyu and realized it had accidentally leaked its aura, scaring the girl and the cat. It immediately retracted its aura. As soon as the intense pressure vanished, Dabo opened its mouth to curse. "Meow. Just wait until my master helps me evolve, then I will beat you until you cannot even find your own scales." The snake just glanced at Dabo, ignoring it entirely, and coiled its tail around the blood-eyed rabbit on the ground, tightening and loosening it like it was performing CPR. The effect seemed quite remarkable. The blood-eyed rabbit's eyes widened. Seeing this, the heavy heart in Kyan Yoyu's chest was finally put to rest. Meow meow. Meow. Kyan Yoyu, now relaxed, heard the noise and looked back at the still cursing Dabo. She was shocked. Do Su Ming's beasts curse this foul-mouthedly? Then she noticed the white shadow cat crouching, growling in its throat. Though she had not raised cat-type monsters, she had certainly killed plenty. This posture and sound were clearly the precursor to a hunt. Wait, white shadow cat, do not attack. This is your master's teacher's beast, it is here to help us. Besides, you cannot beat it anyway. Look, its aura is battle leader level, 2 whole tiers above you. It might not be able to control its strength well. Dabo, ready to pounce, froze at these words, its eyes slowly widening as it looked at Kyan Yoyu. Meow. My master can order me around, how come you are ordering me around too? Seeing that the white shadow cat seemed to be aiming, Kyan Yoyu's heart skipped a beat and she took a step back. Just as Kyan Yoyu was preparing to call Su Ming to explain, Wang Chunfa arrived with the students of Class 1. The first thing Su Ming saw was the giant white snake, and his brain was buzzing. A big guy like this has been at the school gate the whole time, are you kidding me? Wang Jinbao was also confused. My black scorpion has been burrowing back and forth at the gate and never found it. Is not that more useful than your naked eyes? Suddenly, Su Ming seemed to see something different, his pupils shrinking into needles. How come there is a not-so-obvious little bump on the snake's head? If his eyes were not better than everyone else's, he might not have seen it at all. Beast White Evil Bump Snake. Talent Rare. Level 29 Battle Leader. Element water. Ability water element affinity. Evolution conditions. Profile introduction. A rare monster, its combat effectiveness doubles in water. Although non-venomous, its bite, constriction, and muscle strength exceed those of the same rank. In water, it can crush monsters of the same rank that do not have water element attributes. Note, the white evil snake has the potential to evolve into a flood dragon, but this evolution is extremely prone to failure. Failure results in immediate death. If the evolution is successful, a subtle small bump grows on its head. After success, it enters a period of slow growth. Ming blinked. He was more than just confused now. That evolution into the hellhound abroad was luck, but is someone here actually gambling their future? And it is his own class teacher. And most importantly, it actually succeeded. Teacher Wang, is this a successful evolution into a flood dragon? Wang Chunfa looked at Su Ming in surprise when he heard this, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. Success? Where is the success? It is a failure. But compared to others who died instantly, my white evil snake was lucky and survived, managing to keep its life. But as for growth, the last 6 months have not even topped 1 month of its past growth. Sigh. Su Ming. If it failed, did not the white evil snake communicate anything with you? Communicate? Wang Chunfa's eyes turned strange hearing this. It does not even know its own condition, yet you want me to give it suggestions? Did you see that little bump on its head? Hearing this and seeing Su Ming nod, Wang Chunfa could not help but chuckle bitterly. I am not the only one in this situation. Others have faced the same, but their hearts were too cruel and they tried to poke that bump on their beasts' heads, leading to their immediate deaths. It is not that no one thought this stage was the final step before turning into a flood dragon. Some have volunteered their beasts to top-tier breeders for experimentation, but without exception, all the beasts died. Wang Chunfa sighed. The rest of us just stay by our beasts' sides silently. Su Ming fell silent. So some people thought it was successful, but massive failed experiments made everyone else treat this as a failed semi-finished product. Alright, enough talk. How is that blood-eyed rabbit? Will not there be any issues with its evolution? You and Wang Jinbao better not have just been bragging. While the Q&A was happening, Wang Jinbao and others had already stepped forward, though most of the others were crowded around Cayenne Yu and were chased away by Wang Jinbao's black scorpion. Wang Jinbao spat in annoyance and glared fiercely at the people surrounding them, scaring them into retreating immediately. Su Ming, meanwhile, fell into deep thought looking at the evolutionary materials for the white evil bump snake. Level 31, 10 Centennial Beast Blood Fruit, 1 Water Element Snake Lord Core, 1 Ice Element Snake Lord Core, 1 kg Lord Level Dragon Saliva Crystal. Heavenly Mysterious Water, 1 kg each of Ice and Water Element Monster Blood, 100 g Water Lingjai. Steps as follows. Not to mention anything else, just the amount of Beast Blood Fruit would cost 10 million credits. He could not even guess how much the rest would cost, especially the Dragon Saliva Crystal, even a Lord level one, he did not even know what that was. But it definitely starts at 20 million. Su Ming felt a tingling sensation in his scalp. It was not that this could not be evolved, but who could have guessed these requirements? Adding on the countless failures of predecessors, everyone likely believes it is impossible. Perhaps that incident abroad will spark another wave of mythological frenzy. Su Ming was snapped back to reality by Wang Chunfa's voice. Looking at the blood-eyed rabbit's state, he noticed it breathing with difficulty from time to time and his mouth twitched. Regarding the blood-eyed rabbit, it seems to have some difficulty breathing every now and then. Would you mind telling your beast to use a bit less force? Wang Chunfa was stunned for a moment, and when he looked closer, it really was just as Su Ming had said. Under the CPR performed by his beast, the blood-eyed rabbit's eyes were indeed flickering between large and small. Be a bit gentler with your strength, do not squeeze it until something goes wrong. The white shatter pouch snake, having received the instruction, gave a helpless look back. It was a level 29 battle commander and the subject requiring rescue was only level 18, plus, it had not fought in a long time. Is not it normal for it to take a moment to control its strength? Although it made a little excuse to itself, the white shatter pouch snake's grip did lighten significantly, and the blood-eyed rabbit, which was about to pass out, began to let out painful cries at this moment. Is this evolution? Is it for real? Why does it look like CPR to me? Tusk, who knows? We are not breeders and beast evolutions are strange and varied. There is even a guy abroad who fed his beast evolution potion and then tossed it into magma to evolve it into a hellish two-headed dog. Why do not you try that too? Forget it, let us just see if it succeeds and what the results are. That is the main point. From the beginning until now, about half an hour had passed. During this time, Su Ming ignored what the students were saying and instead stared seriously at the blood-eyed rabbit, which was indicated to be finishing its evolution. It is almost over, no problem now. Teacher Wang, have your beast put the blood-eyed rabbit down. It is ending, right? Got it. Wang Chunfa nodded silently. He was not a breeder anyway, it was his student's client, so he would just do as he was told. The voices of the two were heard clearly by those present. As the white shatter pouch snake lowered the blood-eyed rabbit with its tail, the rabbit curled into a ball, its yellow luster deeper than the other three. The crowd would not let this important opportunity slip by, leaning in with wide eyes to watch the scene. After all, observing someone else's beast evolving is generally not allowed. Since there is a chance now, they definitely have to see it clearly. Su Ming glanced at the blood-eyed rabbit's hind legs, which were no longer twitching and had swollen by a size, as well as the earthy yellow fur on its body, and knew that this evolution was complete. Just as everyone expected the blood-eyed rabbit to stand up, the ground suddenly moved and began to vibrate slightly, startling everyone. What is going on? Am I hallucinating? Why does it feel like the ground is shaking? I feel it too, so strange. Why is this happening? The bustling voices began to turn chaotic. Wang Chunfa blinked and looked at the now moving blood-eyed rabbit. With a look of bewilderment, he let out a huh. Caiyan Yu was a bit confused, thinking it was just a coincidence, while the only one who did not understand, Wang Jinbao, subconsciously leaned towards Su Ming. Su Ming, what is going on? I see you are not surprised at all. Do you know what is happening? Beast Explosive Rock Moon Palace. Talent Rare. Level 21 Battle Commander. Element Earth. Ability Super Strength. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated Guide, evolved from a variant of the blood-eyed rabbit. It gave up its sharp claws and the ability to manipulate them skillfully in exchange for further improvements in power and muscle, as well as attack speed in its limbs. The hind leg issue has been improved and significantly enhanced. Su Ming looked at the blood-eyed rabbit's panel and nodded gently. After the blood-eyed rabbit evolved, relying on the energy from the evolution items and the change in its own genes. It leaped across 3 levels and went straight to level 21, entering the Battle Commander tier. The recent elemental reaction nearby was caused by the advancement. It is fine. Wang Jinbao blinked when he heard this. What level? Can you say that again so I can hear it? Su Ming understood instantly and raised his voice quite a bit. The situation just now was that the blood-eyed rabbit leaped 3 levels during its evolution. It went straight from level 18 into the level 21 Battle Commander tier, causing the surrounding elemental reaction. Those who did not understand what was going on heard Su Ming's loud announcement, and one by one they looked as if they had seen a ghost. Leap 3 levels and charged straight to the next major rank. In the 100 years since the spiritual energy revival started, it seems this has never happened, right? Is this really breeding evolution and not some DNA swapping variant? In an instant, people were looking at Su Ming with sparkling eyes full of hope. That is amazing, thank you Su Ming and little Jin Yuanbao. Caiyan Yu ran over to thank him and followed up with an unexpected hug for Wang Jinbao. Wang Jinbao, who had originally wanted to high-five Su Ming to celebrate and start collecting the money, froze. The explosive Rock Moon Palace moved too, flickering to Su Ming's front squeak. Su Ming observed for a moment. Its voice has become deeper. That is a normal phenomenon. It is now called Explosive Rock Moon Palace. Is not that a great name? Yeah, Caiyan Yu nodded excitedly and took out her phone, prepared to make a transfer. Su Ming was stumped and quickly waved his hands. I said clearly that there is no secondary charge, but if you insist on sharing the joy, that is not impossible. While waving his hands, his other hand took his phone out of his pocket and opened the payment code. Caiyan Yu did not mind this situation and directly scanned for 200,000 credit points. By the way, check how much it would cost to prepare the cultivation potion for my explosive Rock Moon Palace. Oh right, and this one too, my phantom butterfly. Buzz buzz. A large butterfly with a wingspan of nearly 2 meters appeared out of thin air above the crowd. The people who were already shocked by the cross-level evolution were even more stunned now. Beast Phantom Butterfly. Talent Excellent. Level 24 Battle Commander. Element Dark Wind. Ability None. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated Guide. This monster can only be raised from a young age. It is almost impossible to tame or contract as an adult. It can change into any color for camouflage. It has no attack capabilities, but the scales it sprinkles are highly toxic and hallucinogenic. Monsters of lower rank will die upon exposure, and those of the same rank will suffer severe impairment to their movements or even death. This monster can control the quantity and spread speed of its scales, and can cover 1 square kilometer with these terrifying scales in 1 minute. Su Ming's jaw dropped. No wonder Cayenne Yu was so generous and willing to pay so much money. To be honest, he was still a bit embarrassed about opening his phone to collect money earlier, but it turns out she had another battle commander tier monster. If this phantom butterfly were put into the forest in the wild at their school, would not the forest be covered in beast corpses in less than a day? In other words, not even a money printing machine makes money as fast as this thing. Wang Chunfa was stunned for a moment when he first saw the illusion butterfly, but once he realized what it was, a joyful smile spread across his face. Your scaled butterfly evolved into an illusion butterfly. Why did not you tell your teacher? Cayenne Yu looked blank for a moment. I did tell you, but every time I sent a message, it showed that the other person was not on your friends list. Yeah. Su Ming and Wang Jinbao could not help but laugh at the reply, while Wang Chunfa let out a few awkward chuckles. Well, Yu, why do not you send another request later? Your teacher has a favor to ask of you. Remember, you must send that request. Although Cayenne Yu did not know what it was about, the fact that Wang Chunfa was being so insistent meant it had to be something very important. Alright, I will keep that in mind. After agreeing to Wang Chunfa's request, Cayenne Yu looked at Su Ming with sparkling eyes. Could you see how much the growth serum for my 2 beast companions costs? Just calculate it by the month. By the month. Well, we have each other on our friends list and I have classes to attend as well. Once I have figured it out, I will send you a message. You can just bring the materials over then. After speaking, Su Ming examined the condition of the 2 beasts again and noted down the materials and methods needed to prepare their growth serum from his handbook. Alright, if there is nothing else, I will be going first. I will not disturb you, little Jinbao and the other students during class. Saying this, Cayenne Yu could not help but take another look at the completely transformed explosive Rock Moon Palace, especially the changes in its hind legs. That girl Liu Ting really did recommend a hidden gem of a beast tamer. It is a good thing I am not like those stubborn, old-fashioned people, otherwise my blood-eyed rabbit might still have not evolved to this day. Explosive Rock Moon Palace, let us go. Squeak. The explosive Rock Moon Palace responded, gave Su Ming a gentle hug, and then pounded its chest forcefully as it let go, which left Dabao feeling restless. Meow. What do you mean you have something to discuss? Is not my Dabao more capable than you? The other beast glanced down at Dabao but ignored it completely, leaping lightly to the side of the car. After this evolution, its build had grown significantly larger and its muscles had become much more toned. There was not enough room in the back seat, so it could only squeeze into the trunk. Cayenne Yu's departure was not the end of the matter, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say it was just the beginning. Wang Chunfa looked at his students with their burning eyes. Having been a teacher for so many years, it would be a waste if he could not tell what was on their minds. Alright, let us just have self-study for this class. I have some other matters to attend to. After finishing his sentence, Wang Chunfa left. As soon as he exited the room, the students swarmed over at once. Su Ming, could you take a look at my poison-quenching bird and tell me roughly how much it would cost to prepare some growth serum for it? Su Ming did not answer but asked in return, what is your budget? Seeing the person unable to speak and noticing how the once enthusiastic classmates had suddenly gone quiet, Su Ming and Wang Jinbao found that everything was well within their expectations. Enthusiasm is not something you can take at face value. Do you know if they are sincere, just caught up in the heat of the moment, or being led on by others? Seeing the scene begin to quiet down, Su Ming cleared his throat. How about this? Everyone give your families a call, ask them properly and discuss it with them. The cost of materials and the nutrient solution itself is not cheap. It could be tens of thousands of credits at the least and could easily run up to 100 or 200,000. No sooner had Su Ming finished speaking than Wang Jinbao jumped in to help promote it. After all, Su Ming earns the preparation fee, but he earns the money for the materials. Meanwhile, Wang Chunfa, who was walking away quickly, instructed his white serpent to return and continue its disguise, then strode toward the office building, heading straight for the principal's office. As soon as he pushed the door open, he saw Liu Jun scratching his hair in frustration and could not help but chuckle. The irritable Liu Jun was annoyed upon hearing this. "Are you crazy, you bald old man? How can you still laugh? If we do not get rid of that overlord in the lake, just wait and see how both of us die. You better think of a solution for me." Even though he was being scolded by his friend, Wang Chunfa was not angry at all. Instead, he laughed happily. "I saw Kaian Yu today." "You saw Kaian Yu, Kaian Yaoshen's daughter? What do you mean by that?" Reacting to Wang Chunfa's unusual behavior, Liu Jun asked. When Wang Chunfa saw that he had hooked the other person, his mouth curled into a smile. "Well, she has an illusion butterfly of warlord rank. It is the one that can control its scales and powder to sink to the bottom of the water." Upon hearing this clearly suggestive remark, Liu Jun's face changed instantly, becoming somewhat ingratiating. "Do you have Kaian Yu's contact information?" Wang Chunfa just raised an eyebrow without speaking, slowly taking out his phone, and was stunned when he did not see any friend request. Just wait a while. The girl said she would add me when she got back. No rush. When the time comes, we will have her scatter the powder into the lake and control it to enter the monster's nose and mouth. All monsters below warlord rank will die, and those at warlord rank will at least be crippled. When the monsters in the lake start dying in droves, do you really think that Overlord will be able to keep its cool? Liu Jun pondered for a long time before nodding slowly. "It is a viable plan. We can give it a try." "More than just viable, that scoundrel will not be able to hold back. I do not believe it can just sit there while the monsters in the water are all dying. By then, we only need to consider two things. First, whether we can protect Kaian Yu's illusion butterfly. I am afraid that scoundrel might act halfway through, and second, whether we can successfully trap that scoundrel. A whole overlord-level monster. If my white serpent eats its core, it might even have a chance to break through to the overlord rank." Upon hearing this, Liu Jun looked at Wang Chunfa and nodded silently. "Yes, we will discuss it with Kaian Yu later. In a place like White Cloud City, it is hard to come by an overlord-level monster core. We can offer her more benefits to ensure we get the core." After discussing this, the two sat in the office in silence. After a while, Wang Chunfa looked at Liu Jun tentatively. "Do you want to have that boy Su Ming check out your beast? His credentials as a tamer are of high quality." When this was said, Liu Jun raised an eyebrow, clearly interested. "What do you mean?" "Today, that boy took an order for a custom evolution for Kaian Yu's second beast, a blood-eyed rabbit. Not only did he fix its racial defects, but it also jumped from level 18 to a level 21 warlord in one go. Anyway, I have the idea of letting him look at my white serpent. Once he makes more progress, perhaps my white serpent will really have the possibility of turning into a dragon." Jijun fell into deep thought after hearing this. Currently, they only had two overlord-level beasts, a level 35 earth-armored bear and a level 31 white jade-clawed crane. They wanted to be sure they could kill the overlord at the bottom of the lake. This setup might not be enough. After all, if the opponent decides to play the coward, they really would not have a choice. It is difficult for the poison of a warlord-rank illusion butterfly to cross such a large level gap, especially when they are on the opponent's home turf. Unaccountably, Liu Jun reacted. "So you, the homeroom teacher, are the one leading the charge in skipping class." As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Jun changed the subject and continued, "Forget it, it is just one cultural class. It cannot compare to the students having a chance to improve their own strength. Next time there is something like this, remember to report it to me in advance. You go contact Kaian Yu. I will deal with the problem in the woods once and for all." Wang Chunfa looked at his phone and gave an okay sign. Meanwhile, Su Ming and Wang Jinbao were tallying the orders, specifically the ones who intended to buy materials and have growth serums prepared. "Let me see, 7 orders in total. Including discounts, the materials should sell for about 850,000 credit points. What is your fee for the preparation?" Wang Jinbao, having closed his computer, looked over at Su Ming, who was petting his cat. Growth serum for servant rank monsters? It is simple. Let us count it as 50,000 each, which is 350,000. Each batch can produce 2 to 3 servings, which is much cheaper than what is on the market. Did you scramble the order of the materials? Wang Jinbao asked while sending the required materials list to his family's employees. I did. Even if someone has ulterior motives, it will not do them any good. If they really use the materials according to the list I gave, it would end up poisoning their beast to death. Su Ming and Wang Jinbao locked eyes and laughed in unison. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Su Ming was currently in his dorm preparing growth serums for his classmates, as well as for Liu Jun and Wang Chunfa. 7 days later, both he and Wang Jinbao's beasts had reached level 11. The two also took a leave of absence this morning to go to the city and apply for their intermediate beast tamer credentials. Elite rank is the true beginning for a beast tamer, as this is the most important stage for a beast evolution. The kitchen in his dormitory had already been renovated by Su Ming. Liu Jun had even personally hired people for the job, as more and more people were looking for him. Since the original kitchen was not spacious enough, they knocked down the wall between the kitchen and the storage room that he usually did not use, then remodeled it. And just as he was watching his various pots and boilers, his phone rang in his pocket. Beep beep. Hello Jinbao, where are you now? I am downstairs at the dorm. Get ready to open the door, I have got everything you needed ready. Alright, take your time. Su Ming hung up the phone. Looking at Dabao's impatient eyes, he could not help but reach out and pet it a few times. Cannot wait, do not be anxious, I promise you will evolve today. Meow. Are we finally evolving? Yes, we are just waiting for Wang Jinbao to bring the materials up. Su Ming laughed happily. After Dabao broke through to the elite rank, its size had doubled to nearly 3 meters. It would likely grow even more after the evolution. Beast White Shadow Cat. Talent Elite. Attribute Wind. Level 11 Elite. Abilities Extreme Speed, Fearful Eyes. Evolution Requirements. Level 11 Elite. Century-Old Wind-Walking Grass, Elite Rank Wind Elemental Core, Century-Old Beast Blood Fruit, Elite Rank Bloodthirsty Tiger Heart, Elite Rank Bloodthirsty Tiger Spinal Marrow. Usage Steps. Number of times evolvable, 1. Handbook Introduction. Due to training mutation, its personality has become cruel but absolutely obedient to its master. It has a strong sense of territory, an extreme desire for aggression, brutal attack methods, and enjoys hunting. When a beast or monster reaches level 11 and enters the elite rank, its attribute is confirmed. Dabao's was Wind, which was well within his expectations. Click. I was just about to knock, why did the door open by itself? Wang Jinbao, carrying a few bags, pushed the door open and walked in looking confused. I never actually locked the door, I just pulled it shut. Su Ming rolled his eyes and stepped forward to take the things from Wang Jinbao's bags. After handing over the bags, Wang Jinbao looked at Dabao and feigned contemplation. Su Ming, we are intermediate beast tamers now. Have you thought about what your second beast companion will be? A second beast companion is gained through the feedback received when the primary beast of a beginner beast tamer reaches the elite rank. Becoming an intermediate beast tamer means the primary beast cannot be changed, and one can communicate simple thoughts with their primary beast. Hearing Wang Jinbao's question, Su Ming was stunned for a moment, and then his face was filled with helplessness. A second beast? No rush. I want to raise Dabao to the warlord rank first. Heaven knows how much money it costs just to get from the elite rank to the warlord rank. Wang Jinbao looked at Dabao, remained silent for a while, and then nodded slowly. This white shadow cat gets jealous so ridiculously easily, it is better not to say the wrong thing. I was thinking of waiting until my black scorpion evolves before contracting another one. When the time comes, I will have to trouble you, you busy person, to help me keep an eye out. Su Ming took the bag and nodded slowly. All right, the money has been transferred. Please remember to check your account. Great, I am going home now. I will bring the beast my family picked out for me tomorrow to show you. After sending Wang Jinbao off, Su Ming took out the items from the bags under Dabao's impatient gaze. Spirit Item, Century-Old Beast Blood Fruit. Handbook Introduction, fruits formed by spirit plants mutated by the bodies and blood left behind by monsters fighting to the death after the recovery of spirit energy. One can also hunt monsters to feed the plant and shorten the maturity cycle. Consumption can improve the strength of monsters or beasts in all aspects. Recommended for strength type and defense type monsters. This handbook description is different from what I saw on the official website. This thing can actually be artificially intervened and forced to ripen. Meow. It smells so good, master, I want to eat it. Looking down at Dabo, whose eyes were almost staring into the century-old beast blood fruit, Ming smacked its head in annoyance. This is not for you to nourish your body, it is to be kept as a material for your evolution. Do not be in such a hurry, just be patient. As soon as Ming finished speaking, Dabo sat obediently on the ground, quietly watching him unpack the other items, though the drool constantly dripping from the corner of its mouth betrayed its true thoughts. As the second package was opened, an exquisite box appeared containing a pale green bead. Spirit item, Elitrank Wind Elemental Core. Handbook Introduction: a core formed within the body of an Elitrank monster, containing the elemental energy of that monster. It can be used for carving ornaments or incorporated into evolution materials. So this is a monster core. After taking just 2 looks, Yimo's Ming placed it back in the box and opened the last one. Spirit item, century-old windwalking grass. Handbook Introduction: a plant born naturally after the recovery of spirit energy, growing in mountains and streams where wind blows throughout all 4 seasons. As for the remaining pile of bloody stuff and that piece of meat, Ming could not be bothered to take them out. Using these 2 materials primarily involved extracting the blood essence of the bloodthirsty tiger. Once extracted, all that would be left is a pile of useless residue that needs to be thrown away. Materials are ready, time to start the stove and light the fire. Taking the 3 items, Ming headed straight for the kitchen, with Dabo following closely behind as usual. After checking the growth serum that was being prepared in the boilers and confirming everything was in order, Ming started a new pot, prepared a measuring cup, and got ready to refine the evolution serum for Dabo. Let me see. First, mash the wind-running grass into a paste, stir it evenly into the heart and spinal marrow of the bloodthirsty tiger and add just enough water to submerge it. Once the water boils, add the inner core. The energy from the inner core will help extract and absorb the materials in the pot. After 25 minutes, add a whole century-old beast blood fruit, then add more water to cover it again. Ming watched as Dabo followed the instructions step by step. Once the lid was on, he went to check the preparation of the other nutrient solutions. This one is ready to be taken out. Ming labeled the 3 test tubes of nutrient solution he had extracted, placed them on the rack, and continued to check the others. Unlike Ming, who was multitasking, Dabo kept its eyes fixed on its own portion of the evolution solution. Its big eyes were filled with anticipation. Meow. Master, is it ready yet? Not yet, it needs a little longer. Ming subconsciously turned around to check the situation. About a minute later, meow. Is it not ready yet? Ming, who was adding ingredients to other solutions, felt a sense of helplessness. Not yet. Meow. Then how much longer? How much longer? The question made Ming pause, still a little while. Rest assured, you will get your evolution today. Dabo did not make another sound, but the way it kept tracking Ming's movements betrayed its impatience. Master is coming back this way, he is really adding ingredients to my evolution solution. Dabo am finally about to evolve. About half an hour later, all the solutions had been poured and set aside by Ming, leaving only Dabo's evolution solution. Ming stood before the boiler and Dabo, unable to wait any longer, climbed onto the table and rested its head on its paws to watch. Meow. It smells so good. Meow. Master, will I look cooler after I evolve? Ming, who was busy drawing the drops of crimson liquid into a test tube, pondered for a few seconds. I think so, I am not entirely sure, but you will definitely be stronger. Dabo was taken aback by the answer but quickly brushed it aside. Stronger is good enough, whether I look cooler or not does not seem that important. Wearing professional gloves, Ming picked up the filled test tube and held it against the light. The liquid inside was pure and crimson, looking at a glance like water with food coloring added. Su Ming knew well that this was the perfect extraction, where the spiritual plants, flesh, and inner core had reacted to release all their energy into the water medium. This is how it should look, clear, transparent, and perfectly blended. I see the boiler is just as good as professional equipment. As long as the technique is right, the results can be just as effective. Su Ming smiled and measured the temperature of the solution with a thermometer. 87 degrees, a bit high. It is perfect timing. I will take these nutrient solutions to the classmates downstairs and we will start your evolution as soon as I get back. With a smile, he patted the intently watching Dabo, inwardly marveling at how fast this day had come. He took out the reagent box, packed the solutions, gave Dabo a few more rubs and headed out with the box in hand. Even after Su Ming left to make the delivery, Lin kept its eyes locked on the evolution solution. Meow. It is 87 degrees. What should I do if I am afraid of getting burned? Dabo stretched its head out but recoiled in fear. Its eyes flickered with reluctance and finally it cautiously stuck out its tongue to take a tiny lick. Meow. Why is it so hot? It does not feel like that meat paste from last time. Dabo scraped its burned tongue in surprise. Su Ming had not told it that the meat paste from last time had cooled quickly on the surface, even though it was still hot inside. Since Dabo had licked it layer by layer, resting between each lick, the temperature had stayed within its comfort zone. But with a liquid, it was different. After watching for a while, Dabo habitually turned on the kitchen faucet to cool its tongue, then went back to licking the glass wall of the test tube, repeating the process many times. Confirming the temperature had dropped, Dabo could not wait any longer. It used its paws to take the vial, bit off the stopper, tilted its head back and down the whole thing. As the evolution solution entered its stomach, a fierce, burning sensation surged through its body, and its once clear cat eyes were instantly veiled in a crimson hue. A chilling growl escaped Dabo's throat. It spat the test tube into the sink and immediately jumped down to press itself against the floor. Grrrr. Crimson energy radiated from within Dabo, and even its fur was soon coated in a faint red glow. So hot, so hot, so hot. The sound of its bones shifting crackled like popping beans, and Dabo's body began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Worried about damaging the kitchen, Dabo hurriedly scrambled out, splayed itself across the living room floor, and let out rising plumes of steam. A wave of intense sleepiness washed over its nerves. It wanted to sleep, but recalling the incident with the blood-eyed rabbit, it did not dare to, so it bit down firmly on the nearest table leg. About 10 minutes passed before Su Ming returned from his delivery. Wait, what is going on? Why is the room filled with fog? Su Ming walked through the door, utterly confused by the thick white mist. He saw a glowing red mass sprawled on the living room floor, accompanied by the sound of something gnawing on wood. Meow. Master, I am so tired, but I do not dare sleep. Su Ming froze for a second, then rushed over to check Dabo's condition. He chuckled helplessly and pulled at its cheeks. You little glutton, sigh asterisk, your evolution is different from the blood-eyed rabbits. It is okay to sleep. The rabbit's case was a special situation. The previously wilted Dabo's eyes went wide at these words. Go to sleep, go to sleep. Not sleeping will actually hinder the effect of the solution on your body. This is a normal evolution, not a radical genetic transformation like Cayenne Yuhyu's rabbit. Before Su Ming could finish comforting it, Dabo's head slumped and it fell fast asleep, so instantly that Su Ming was left speechless. Looking at the ruined table leg, Su Ming sighed deeply. The air was thick with the scent of blood. I need to air this place out. Dabo's evolution is still unique compared to other beast pets. It will last until tonight before the process is finished. Su Ming was not entirely certain, but following what was written in the manual was sure to be fine. Looking at the sleeping Dabo and the ruined table, Su Ming silently poured a glass of water, sat on the sofa, and took out his phone to read the news. There was nothing much to do, and reading the news was the best way to pass the time. It allowed him to observe the state of the world, especially since the ocean had become a forbidden zone. However, as Su Ming opened his phone to find a video that suited his taste, he subconsciously remembered the account he had followed previously. Hey, has Eagle Nation continued their exploration during this time? I heard a king-tier beastmaster died. If they are going to keep exploring, the lineup must be even more massive. As soon as that piece of news came to mind, Su Ming got excited and immediately pulled up the followed account from his list. Su Ming had originally just wanted to take a look, but once he clicked in, there actually was something. Eagle Nation makes a major move, deploying an epic tier Beastmaster to solve the mystery of the disappearance of the first two teams.
Yeah.
The water he had just taken into his mouth was sprayed out entirely when he saw this news, landing straight on the evolving Dabo. Su Ming initially wanted to wipe it off, but after a moment of thought, he decided against it. Dabo is in the middle of evolving, it is better not to disturb him. Epic tier Beastmaster? No way is Eagle Nation that reckless, skipping the Grandmaster tier and going straight to Epic. This information shocked Su Ming deeply. What is the strength and status of an Epic tier Beastmaster? Let us put it this way, it would not be an exaggeration to describe them as the lifeline of a nation, even a major one, much like the Beast Tide launched by the Emperor tier monster he saw before. An Epic tier Beastmaster only needs one contracted beast to slaughter an entire Beast Tide clean, leaving none alive, including the Emperor tier monster that initiated it. Su Ming was surprised to find an attached video below, and checking the time, it had been posted just a minute ago. And was not it said that once monsters reach the Emperor tier, they emit a strong magnetic field that renders even the most powerful electronic equipment useless? How did this person manage to capture the video? Su Ming did not understand, but he clicked on the video anyway. It looked like a bird's-eye view, probably filmed from the sky, and there was a huge shadow on the ocean's surface being filmed. Su Ming could not determine the exact size, but the shadow seemed to be pushing a ship forward. Beast Skycy Giant Beast. Talent Epic. Level 71 Emperor tier. Element Water. Abilities Water Element Law Beginner, Water Element Domain. Evolution Conditions. Codex Introduction. The prototype before the spiritual energy recovery was a blue whale. Now it is a pioneer of the ocean. At 100 Zhang in size, it remains a hegemon in the unknown ocean, possessing no weaknesses and having unpredictable attack patterns. In the video, the shadow was moving slowly, but in the next second its speed suddenly increased, creating giant waves over 100 meters high on the sea surface. It could cause such a disturbance just by moving without even using its elemental power. What would it be like if it actually fought? Su Ming could not imagine it, but the reality was that as the Skycy Giant Beast accelerated, the seawater within tens of nautical miles centered on it all began to boil. Dense water columns shot up into the sky, the sea surface was dyed blood red, and a giant fish monster was launched into the air by the water columns. After seeing the monster's appearance clearly, Su Ming felt goosebumps all over his body. It looked like an octopus, deep green all over. It had too many legs, so many that one could not even make them out. It was as if the head in the middle was stuck full of tentacles, and the tentacles branched out into new tentacles with countless dense black dots on each one. After being lifted by the water column, Su Ming saw the monster's head clearly. It had bright eyes, not just one but a huge patch of brownish-brown eyes. Monster Sea Demon Corpse Squid. Talent Rare. Level 63 Emperor tier. Element Water. Abilities Water Element Control Proficient. Evolution Conditions. Codex Introduction. A terrifying monster that evolved after devouring unknown objects and undergoing horrific mutations. It likes to attack everything that appears on the surface of the sea, and uses its tentacles to tear and swallow them, whether living or dead. It especially likes to swallow the carcasses of larger monsters. It has millions of teeth and can wrestle with monsters twice its size. The ink it sprays contains extremely dangerous contact neurotoxins, but can be used for human medicinal purposes. In the video, the moment the Sea Demon Corpse Squid was pushed into the sky, the Skycy Giant Beast, which had been hiding in the sea, began to rise to the surface. It was dark blue all over, with whiskers on its mouth, and a pair of large eyes with vertical pupils on its head. In its slightly opened mouth, one could see countless pale teeth. Even more strangely, its body was not that bloated. Inexplicably, the feeling this big guy gave Su Ming was not that of a whale but something else, but he could not put his finger on it for a moment. The Skycy Giant Beast, having surfaced, opened its mouth wide, waiting for the Sea Demon Corpse Squid to fall. From the angle of the aerial filming, the size was just right. Seemingly feeling the instinctive fear brought by the crushing of the life hierarchy, a waterspout suddenly appeared on the sea surface, and it formed in that instant. The sea demon corpse squid followed the waterspout, trying to return to the ocean, while the sky-sea giant beast silently watched this scene without stopping it. However, bursts of blue light began to shine from the sky-sea giant beast. Not only the sky but the surrounding space seemed to be dyed blue in that moment, and the sky-sea giant beast, surrounded in the middle, seemed to be the core of the entire world at that instant. The originally turbulent sea surface became calm, and the end of the waterspout connecting the sky and the sea was inexplicably transferred into the mouth of the sky-sea giant beast. The blue light particles in the air accurately passed through the seawater and submerged into the body of the sea demon corpse squid, and a huge mass of pitch-black ink was forcibly stripped from the body of the sea demon corpse squid, which had been struggling. After the poisonous ink was stripped away, it directly lost its vitality and remained motionless and was sucked into the mouth of the sky-sea giant beast. The video ended there. Ming had not yet snapped out of it, silently recalling the scene he had just seen. Even though it was a level 63 Emperor tier monster, when it encountered an Emperor tier monster with the same attribute, it displayed a sense of helplessness like a child facing its father. The culprit is the sea demon corpse squid that appeared in the video. This kind of monster likes to attack everything on the surface of the sea. Looking at the last line of text that appeared, Ming took a deep breath. While Ming was still savoring it, the sky had unknowingly turned pitch black and Dabao in front of him began to show signs of movement. The scarlet energy swirling around Dabao began to retract, seemingly about to return to Chen body. Ming stared at it for 2 seconds before looking away unnaturally, turning to the scenery outside the window which had already turned dark. It is already dark. It was not until Ming had been looking out the window for a while and all the red mist on Dabao had been absorbed by Dabao that he shifted his gaze back. When he saw Dabao clearly now, he was stunned. He had assumed Dabao would become larger, but instead, it had shrunk, excluding the tail, which was 3 meters long. It was over 4.5 meters including the tail. Besides the change in body size, the most intuitive change was Dabao's paws. The fur around the paws and a portion further up had all turned a scarlet color, including the claws, which had also turned scarlet. Furthermore, there was a blood-red mark in the center of its forehead. Ming could not understand what this mark meant, but he felt it looked very beautiful, and the tip of its tail also carried some scattered red fur. Apart from these areas, the originally pale white fur had turned into a normal white. Now, Dabao had not just become handsome but beautiful, a sort of wicked beauty. Ming had not expected this. His Dabao was a male cat. How did he evolve to look like a female cat? I have to say it does look better this way, but this sprawled out pose is not very elegant. After circling around Dabao to observe these changes in appearance and just preparing to check Dabao's current panel, he suddenly noticed something wrong with Dabao's tail. Confused, Ming gently nudged it. 2 tails. At this moment, Ming was truly bewildered. If it is said that wild monsters exist in the explosive Rock Moon Palace, then this current evolution form of the white shadow cat simply does not exist. It has never appeared anywhere in the world. Because from the day he contracted with Dabao, he had been crazily cramming all knowledge about white shadow cats. It was also at that time that his liberal arts level improved very quickly, because he would occasionally look at information about other monsters. Beast Blood Shadow Cat Demon. Talent Excellent. Level 13 Elite. Element Wind. Abilities Bloodthirst Soul-Eye. Evolution Conditions. Reach level 31 Lord Tier 1x Fire Element Lord Tier Monster Core 1x Lord Tier Burning Fire Earth Dragon Core 4x Fire Sunstones 1L Earth Fire Liquid. Steps are as follows. Codex Introduction. Cat demons are monsters from legends. It is said that every 100 years a cat cultivates, it grows a tail. It grows one every 100 years until it has 9. Legend has it that when it has all 9 tails, it can ascend to the immortal ranks. In reality, it grows a tail every time it ascends a major tier. But cat demons are not benevolent, viewing killing as a pleasure, and the Blood Shadow Cat Demon is the worst of them. It is rumored that no cat demon has ever lived past having 2 tails. After finishing this series of codex introductions, Ming was completely confused. Compared to the previous talent improvements and level upgrades, these improvements were not worth mentioning in the face of this codex introduction. Cat Demon 2 Tails.
So have I bred and evolved a legendary monster. There was not much surprise, more of a sense of complexity and bewilderment. Since Dabo evolved into this shape and has this introduction, it actually indirectly points to another fact. Demons, ghosts, monsters, dragons, phoenixes, and other divine beasts and spirits that exist in myths and legends might all be real. With his thoughts reaching this point, Su Ming scratched his head. Why am I thinking so much? It is better to go to sleep early. As for whether anyone will discover clues when Dabo is let out in the future. There might truly be no one exactly like Dabo, but speaking of tails, let alone 2 tails, there are cat-type monsters with 3 tails. As for whether it is a cat demon, Su Ming is not sure. He only heard his classmates mention it in class. Everyone is a student, so it is normal to like discussing these things. After all, this is the line of work they are in. Although Dabao's evolution was complete at this time, he was still fast asleep, so Su Ming simply washed up and went asleep. The next morning, Su Ming in his deep sleep felt an itch on his nose. Although he had not opened his eyes yet, having experienced the previous situation, he could already guess that it was Dabao being mischievous. This time the mischief was real mischief. Opening his eyes, Su Ming grabbed the 2 tails that were swaying back and forth across his face. Meow. Master, you're awake. Su Ming, who had been about to say something, paused upon hearing this voice. Dabao, your voice seems to be even crisper and more pleasant than before. Never mind, that is not important. How is it? Are you satisfied with this evolution? No sooner had Su Ming said this than Dabao pounced on him, pressing down on Su Ming and licking his face. Meow. Satisfied, so satisfied, Master. Meow. Master, do you think my tails look good? They look good. Your evolution was finished last night and I saw all the changes in you. You have become better looking and even more powerful. Just then Su Ming's phone suddenly rang. Dabo, whose eyes had also become scarlet due to the evolution, had in displeasure in those cat eyes that carried a hint of ferocity upon hearing the sound. I just finished evolving, and a call comes in right after. As luck would have it, Su Ming, who had just taken his phone from the nightstand, turned his head and happened to see this, so he reached out and began to pull Dabao's face gently. I finally understand why cat demons do not live past 2 tails. Just look at that gaze of yours, Tusk Meng. And about the evolution liquid yesterday, you dared to drink it recklessly while I was away. If you go out and eat random things later, will not you eat yourself to death? The more Su Ming talked, the more he could not stop, so he simply put down his phone and rubbed both of them together. Dabao remained motionless, letting Su Ming manhandle it, meowing pitifully. Meow. I know I was wrong, I will not do it again next time. Seeing Dabao admit its mistake, Su Ming released it and picked up his phone. When he saw that the caller was Wang Jinbao, he remembered that this guy was supposed to show him the new beast his family had prepared for him today for his expert opinion. Hello, Su Ming, I am downstairs at the dorm. Get up, stop sleeping. I have brought the monster. All right, bring it up. I did not lock the door, just come straight in. After saying this, Su Ming hung up the phone and prepared to change clothes to wash up. Before he left, he specifically warned Dabao. I am going to wash up. Do not scare the new monster Wang Jinbao is bringing, you hear me? Meow. Understood. Seeing Dabao's positive attitude in correcting itself, Su Ming felt relieved to go to the bathroom to wash up. Until the sound of water began to play in the bathroom, Dabao's originally docile gaze changed instantly. Those eyes, which were already scarlet, seemed to emit a faint glow at this moment. Meow. New monster, let me see what that little Jinzi has found as a new underling for me. Dabao lazily strolled behind the front door and lay down, its 2 tails twitching occasionally as it kept a fixated gaze on the entrance. Licking its lips to moisten them, Dabao waited silently. Knock knock. Within minutes, a knocking sound echoed and the door swung open a second later. The black scorpion darted in first, followed closely by Wang Wubing. Su Ming, are you just getting up and washing up? Wang Jinbao, who had let himself in, had not even finished his sentence before he spotted the big cat lying by the door. Its size did not match the elitrank Dabao he knew, and it even had 2 tails. Are you Dabao? Did you complete your evolution yesterday? Thinking of the materials he had personally delivered yesterday and seeing Dabao's current appearance, Wang Jinbao could not help but rub his hands together.
Oh my, this looks absolutely amazing. Look at these claws and tails and that bit of red fur between its eyebrows. Even its eyes are a bright, piercing red. Ming really is a genius when it comes to evolution. Dabao did not quite understand and it did not care to listen either. As soon as Wang Jinbao entered, it stood up, eyes locked onto the multi-legged bug following behind him. Meow. What is this thing, a centipede? Behind Wang Jinbao followed a red centipede over 60 centimeters long, with a line running along its back from head to tail. The moment Dabao looked over, the centipede, which had been curiously raising its head and twitching its antennae to inspect the room, froze. It instantly curled around Wang Jinbao's calf, trembling, and buried its head into its own body. Feeling his calf suddenly tighten, Wang Jinbao's mouth twitched. You were quite something at my place, were not you? Why are you such a coward the moment you see Dabao? Get down. Wang Jinbao did not dare pull it off by hand as he had not formed a contract with this monster yet. But since this centipede was sent by Cayenne Yuyu and had been raised by humans from a young age, it was not afraid of people. Otherwise, he definitely would have had the black scorpion carry this guy to Su Ming's place. Seeing the centipede's state, Dabao gave it a disdainful flick with its tail. The trembling creature went limp as if it had died, flipping over to expose its belly. Meow. What is this? Just a piece of trash. Dabao turned around with a scoff and headed back to the living room. It had expected Wang Jinbao to find a decent monster as a new beast, but this, a total coward. Not even half as good as the black scorpion that dared to bare its claws at me back then. As Dabao walked away, the black scorpion followed, looking stunned. Hiss. Meow. Tell your master to go to my master for a custom evolution. The fee is not much, just a few million will do. The black scorpion did not hesitate upon hearing this, turning its head to look at Wang Jinbao, who was poking the centipede, and relayed the message through their mental contract link. When Wang Jinbao heard the childish, innocent voice in his head, his mouth twitched involuntarily. Good grief, a few million? You do not even negotiate, just telling me to pay up like that. Ridiculous. Just then Su Ming walked out of the bathroom, wiping his face with a towel. You are here. Is this centipede the monster your family prepared for you? Yeah, Cayenne Yuyu sent it to my place. Give me an appraisal, see what this thing is worth on the market. Also, could you customize an evolution for my black scorpion too? Su Ming was a bit surprised. Sent by Cayenne Yuyu, you want me to take a look just to appraise it? A custom evolution is easy enough. Well, I am a businessman. If you tell me roughly what it is worth, I will know where I stand. Plus, I need to see if it is a good fit. Su Ming did not argue, turning his attention to the centipede that was still playing dead. I never knew you were into insects. Fine, let me take a look. Seeing Su Ming approach the centipede, Dabao zipped over to his side to move in sync with him. Monster Red Fire Black Striped Centipede playing dead. Talent Rare. Level 4 Servant. Ability Fire Poison. Evolution Requirements. Bestiary entry, a hybrid of the red fire centipede and the black striped centipede, inheriting the potent fire poison of the former and the sturdy constitution of the latter. This monster likes to play dead to lure prey and assist in attacks. It feeds on birds and rodents, and when not hunting, it stays in warm soil. How is it? Faced with Wang Jinbao's inquiry, Su Ming remained silent. Elite talent monsters go for a few 100,000 and excellent ones usually break 1 million, but a rare talent monster like this would sell for several million on the market. Su Ming looked at Wang Jinbao silently, his expression complicated. Wang Jinbao looked baffled. Why are you looking at me like that? Is it valuable? A few million or so. Wang Jinbao. The talent is that high, really? Su Ming shook his head slowly. I am not entirely certain, but it is definitely high talent. Go ahead and form the contract. This thing likes to play dead, but its close combat ability is quite strong. To his surprise, this left Wang Jinbao feeling uneasy. Why would that woman give me such a good monster? Something feels wrong. Su Ming stared at Wang Jinbao, falling into deep silence. He knew girls could be naive, but now he realized that a man being this dense was a rare specimen indeed. Just go ahead and form the contract. You can think about the rest later. Wang Jinbao nodded slowly. True, they gave it to me for free. Why would not I take something this valuable? Wang Jinbao held out his finger, intending to stick it right into the centipede's mouth, but Su Ming grabbed his hand. What is wrong? The confused Wang Jinbao looked up at Su Ming instinctively, only to see Su Ming tilt his head. A second later, his finger was sliced open by something razor-sharp. He did not even feel the pain. This thing has fire poison. If you let it bite you, the pain will be the death of you. Oh right, go ahead, drink. Wang Jinbao realized what was happening and placed his finger on the centipede's mouth. As the blood dripped, the creature stopped playing dead and its mouthparts latched onto his finger, beginning to suck. About a minute later, Wang Jinbao's face turned pale and he spoke slowly. Heart-to-spirit communion, bond forged in blood. Hearing Wang Jinbao start the chant, Su Ming immediately stepped back with Dabao to make room, the black scorpion following suit. As Wang Jinbao finished his words, the red fire black-striped centipede let out a sound. A crimson circle appeared, enclosing both man and monster. As Wang Jinbao continued to speak and the centipede hissed, the circle began to glow. Within the red circle, many mysterious and obscure runes began to emerge. From this day forward, we shall live and die together, supporting and advancing as one. As Wang Jinbao finished speaking, he withdrew his hand, and the red circles and runes on the ground began to take full form. At this moment, the red fire black-veined centipede spat a mouthful of thick blood onto the contract array, causing it to glow intensely until it finally transformed into beams of light that surged into the bodies of both Wang Jinbao and the centipede. With the contract successfully signed, Wang Jinbao stood up shakily with a pale face, intending to lean on the table for support, only to find that the table had already rotted away. Confused, he nevertheless quickly sat down on a chair. Su Ming, why does this table of yours feel like it was gnawed to pieces by something? Noticing something amiss, Wang Jinbao examined the bite marks on the table legs and muttered to himself. Su Ming did not reply, instead operating the tablet next to the door. Yeah, my Dabao gnawed on it yesterday. Dabao told me you wanted a custom evolution for your black scorpion, right? It will not cost you millions, let us say 1.5 million. Wang Jinbao, who had just sat down and had not yet recovered his wits, felt his legs go weak upon hearing this. That harsh. Su Ming glanced at the bewildered Wang Jinbao before clicking to confirm the furniture order on the screen. It is fair, your family is well off, so I will definitely go for the best when it comes to custom evolution. I guarantee you will be satisfied beyond measure. I would not put in this much effort for anyone else. Nearby, the black scorpion, who had been training its new little brother, heard Su Ming and slapped the red fire black-veined centipede aside with its claw before rushing to Wang Jinbao's side. Hiss. Through their mental link, Wang Jinbao could hear his beast's words clearly, and the corners of his mouth could not stop twitching. What a super discount you have got there. You silly thing, from now on you are not allowed to talk to me about business matters. Though he scolded his black scorpion, Wang Jinbao had already taken out his phone and transferred the money to Su Ming. He trusted him, considering their current relationship and the precedent set by Cayenne Yu. Moreover, he believed Su Ming was not the type to rip off close friends. They were brothers who had been through life-and-death situations together. Tell me the materials, I will have my family send them over. Wait, I remember you mentioned something about evolution during Monday's culture class a week or so ago, right? Su Ming glanced at the black scorpion and nodded slowly. Yeah, back then I asked if you wanted a custom one or the standard public route. 1 elite grade poison type internal core, 1 portion of soul severing grass, 1 portion of elite grade scorpion type monster molt, 1 elite grade blood poison frog venom sac, and finally 1 portion of centennial beast blood fruit, along with 10 kilograms of venomous swamp mud. While typing, Wang Jinbao continued to ask, help me take a look at what materials are needed for my red fire black-veined centipede's cultivation fluid and how much it will cost. Su Ming thought for a few seconds. Let us just consider this round of cultivation formulation a free service for your custom evolution. The cultivation method I have designed is meant to enhance the fire poison and the hardness of the centipede's shell, which also includes the sharpness of its mouthparts and its many legs. Already accustomed to Su Ming's methods, Wang Jinbao nodded calmly. I will give you my employee's contact information. If you need any materials, just tell him. You can just put it on the company tab. Upon hearing this, Su Ming looked at Wang Jinbao with great surprise, hesitating for a few seconds before nodding slowly. All right, I will add them. By the way, this is the cultivation fluid needed for the homeroom teacher and the principal's beasts. To be honest, I am not even sure if this fluid will work for 2 Lord-tier beasts and 1 top-tier war chief beast. Picking up the bag on the coffee table, Su Ming handed it to Wang Jinbao. Since you are free now, why do not you help me deliver these? Wang Jinbao was stunned for a moment, then laughed and rubbed his hands together. Got it, I will go deliver them right now. You keep busy. How long will the evolution fluid extraction for my black scorpion take? Come get it tomorrow. Su Ming paused and continued. 1 is for external use and 1 for internal. Use them under my direction. Holding the cultivation fluid, Wang Jinbao smiled and made an OK sign. Let us go, Scorpion Centipede. We have got medicine to deliver. In a flash, the red fire black-veined centipede climbed onto the black scorpion's back and curled up on its tail. After Wang Jinbao left and the door clicked shut, Dabao looked at Su Ming, clearly confused. Meow. Why did not you go yourself, master? I do not really need to bolster that relationship since I have already joined the Beast Tamer Association, an official organization, but Wang Zhang Family Company is still private. It is beneficial for his company to get closer to official personnel, which is also good for us. Plus, did not you want to eat a centennial beast blood fruit yesterday? Someone will be sending one over in a while. A centennial beast blood fruit. Dabao blinked in confusion, then realization dawned and its mouth curled up as it circled around Su Ming. Meow tilde. Master truly is the best tilde. Office building. Wang Jinbao carried the bag of cultivation fluid tightly, but when he arrived at the grade director's office, he found Wang Chunfa missing. Not here, are they in the principal's office? Filled with doubt, Wang Jinbao went to the top-floor principal's office. The door was open. He had heard voices while on the stairs, but once he reached the top, it went silent. Walking to the doorway, Wang Jinbao saw Liu Jun and Wang Chunfa, one sitting in a chair and the other on the sofa, both looking at him. Liu Jun's gaze locked onto the bag and Wang Jinbao's hand immediately. Who is that? The cultivation fluid for our 2 beasts in that bag. Yeah, Ming is still formulating cultivation fluids for other students and did not have time. I happened to be free, so I offered to help deliver them. Liu Jun and Wang Chunfa raised their eyebrows in unison and exchanged a knowing look. After a few seconds of silence, Liu Jun nodded gently. Thank you for the trouble, just leave it there. By the way, what level beast tamer is your father again? Without any hesitation, Wang Jinbao answered earnestly. A senior beast tamer, and his strongest beast is level 30. Hearing this, Liu Jun frowned. Not enough. Go back and tell your father to put in some effort, spend some money and boost his standing. He will not be able to handle the upcoming responsibilities at that level. Wang Jinbao, who had been feeling anxious, beamed with joy at these words and nodded repeatedly. I understand. Goodbye, Principal. Goodbye, Teacher Wang. Watching Wang Jinbao leave, Liu Jun silently pulled a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Cannot say otherwise, this little fat kid Wang Jinbao has a much sharper brain than his old man. Wang Chunfa did not speak, just reached out his hand, and Liu Jun rolled his eyes and tossed the pack of cigarettes over. Who is to say? At first we thought Su Ming had a bright future, but now it looks like he is bringing the whole Wang family toward an even better one. Hey, you could call this mutual success. Liu Jun glanced at the cheerful Wang Chunfa, his expression becoming somewhat speechless. These merchants have a keen sense for business opportunities, even knowing that the state is about to start recruiting leading material suppliers across the country. I just do not know how many tough nuts there will be this time, compared to the last coordination of beast tamers. That does not matter. Even if Wang Jinbao had not come, I was planning to find someone to notify Wang Duobao anyway, as his family runs the largest material company in White Cloud City. Liu Jun took a puff of his cigarette, exhaled, and continued. So, what did Kaianyoyu say? Is she free tonight? Yes. Wang Chunfa replied, extinguishing his cigarette butt. Just have your people set up a cordon. There are not as many people out at night, so if there is any noise in the city, it will be easier to cover up. Liu Jun nodded silently. This cultivation fluid will not be used now. We need to leave. Put your beast into the beast space. Let us travel light and go to that lake on the east side of the city. Tell Kaianyoyu to get ready. It is past 4 p.m. now. We act at midnight. There is no movement from the lake yet, so we will catch that villain by surprise. At this point, Liu Jun paused. Perhaps we will need your white snake to act as bait by the lakeside to lure the villain out. I will not move until he emerges. Wang Chunfa nodded solemnly. I understand that. I can distinguish the severity of the situation. Let us go. On the way, Liu Jun contacted the reporter. Tell the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th teams already stationed at White Cloud Lake on the east side to advise all beast tamers intending to leave the city to turn back, and those who have already left must be driven back. Tell them there is going to be a beast wave simulation exercise over the next 2 days, and no beast tamers are allowed in the wild to avoid accidental injury. If Cayenne Yu arrives first, remember to let her in, do not block her, you understand. As soon as Liu Jun finished speaking, a firm and powerful response came from the phone. Yes, guarantee completion of the mission. After hanging up, Liu Jun looked at Wang Chunfa, who was driving, and asked, how did the discussion with that girl Cayenne Yu go? If it really works out, is she willing to give us the Lord Tier core? Hearing this, Wang Chunfa took a hand off the wheel to rub his face, leaving Liu Jun quite confused. Just say it. The girl did not want anything at all, which made me feel quite embarrassed. Did not want anything? Liu Jun's eyes widened. The free stuff is always the most expensive. Let us see what she wants from us later. With that, both men fell silent as they drove toward White Cloud Lake. Meanwhile, in the senior dormitory area, Su Ming had just received a series of materials from Wang Jinbao's employee and returned to his dorm. Dabo here. As soon as he entered, a bright red fruit followed a beautiful parabolic arc toward Dabo. A red and white tail caught the incoming beastblood fruit. Meow tilde. Thank you, master. As the centennial beastblood fruit entered its mouth, bright red juice trickled down the corners of Dabao's mouth. Seeing that Dabo had finished it, Su Ming walked toward the kitchen. One for external application, one for oral intake. He took a huge empty shell out of a box and pushed it into a large boiler, then fished a container out of the box and poured the pitch-black mud inside into it. Finally, he added water to submerge it and began heating. With the external application heating up, that left the oral medicine. He used tweezers to pick up the blood poison frog's venom sac and placed it slowly into a beaker, topped it with soul-severing grass and covered it to heat. Truthfully, every time he performed these tasks, Su Ming felt like he was cooking a meal. After eating the fruit, Dabo finished cleaning the floor of the living room and went back to its room to sleep. After all, the centennial beast blood fruit was a hardy spiritual plant with many uses, including feeding it directly to a beast to boost its strength and blood vitality. As time passed, Su Ming wore a gas mask to perform the final adjustments and bottling in the kitchen, then walked out of the dorm holding a hot, foul-smelling purple-black reagent in a box. Wang Jinbao, open up. Your black scorpion's evolution fluid is ready. Quick, come in, I have been waiting. Oh, why are you wearing a gas mask? The door was opened quickly. An excited Wang Jinbao ushered Su Ming inside while rubbing his hands. The black scorpion followed closely by his side. Hiss. Ignoring the black scorpion, Su Ming handed the reagent to Wang Jinbao and placed the box on the floor. This stuff smells horrific. Take leave and go home tonight, open the dorm windows for ventilation and come back tomorrow. Su Ming looked around the room and walked to the coffee table. Move this table out. Wang Jinbao nodded, and the black scorpion immediately ran over. Hiss. The red fire, black-veined centipede, having just joined the group, looked confused as it sprawled on the sofa. Su Ming just glanced at it. Remember to take this thing too, or it will die for sure. That box contains the external application. It is quite toxic. My boiler cannot handle it, so you will have to deal with it. Wear protective gear and make sure you coat your black scorpion evenly. Oh, now did not you say it was highly toxic? Su Ming opened the box in front of the black scorpion, compared the quantities and nodded slowly. The evolution fluid is toxic, but not this part. After you have applied it evenly, leave the reagent for your beast. Take that centipede and go. Let the black scorpion eat it itself. I am leaving now. No sooner said than done. Su Ming left Wang Jinbao's room without a second thought. This external mud is supposed to be smelly. I opened it and did not smell anything, although this evolution fluid does not look like anything good. Hiss. As soon as Wang Jinbao finished speaking, the black scorpion showed its dissatisfaction, to which Wang Jinbao could only helplessly soothe. It is good stuff for you. After putting on his protective gloves, Wang Jinbao reached into the black mud and pulled out a handful, only then realizing how wrong and ridiculous his initial thoughts had been.
Sniff sniff. A herg.
Su Ming, who heard this from the doorway, could not stop shaking his head. No way around it. The better the formula, the worse the smell. Gotta suffer a little for success. Everything at the school seemed to be proceeding methodically, while the east side of White Cloud City was shrouded in heavy, ominous clouds. It is getting dark. Have the beast tamers outside the city been persuaded to return? Report, every beast tamer who left through regular procedures has been tracked and advised to return to the city. Liu Jun nodded slightly. Your first and second teams must hold the exits tonight. Also, make sure the city inspectors are diligent on their patrols. Do not cause any unnecessary trouble for me. There is no room for mistakes tonight.
Yes.
Principal Liu, about how much longer until we start? Kaian Yu, who was nearby grooming her rock-crushing moon palace, asked after seeing Liu Jun finish giving his orders. I must say, ever since Su Ming helped it evolve, this rock-crushing moon palace is much more confident than the blood-eyed rabbit used to be. The old blood-eyed rabbit needed my illusion butterfly to coordinate with it just to ensure its attacks would hit. Now that it has evolved into a rock-crushing moon palace, it can handle its own mobility completely. It might not be blindingly fast, but it is certainly not slow, which is a massive improvement over its former sluggish self. Most importantly, its strength and defense are, in a word, ridiculous. If it lands a solid hit on a vital spot, even a commander-level beast that is not focused on physical prowess has a chance of being taken out in a single punch. Kaian Yu could not be happier. The successful evolution of her blood-eyed rabbit had finally resolved a long-standing worry of hers. You have really brightened up ever since your beast's successful evolution, have not you, kid? Liu Jun said with a chuckle, steering the conversation toward casual topics. It will not be long, maybe another 2 or 3 hours. How long are you planning to stay before heading back to Magic City? Hearing this, Kaian Yu's eyes flickered. Wang Jinbao's family were merchants dealing in materials, and was not her own family also in the business of trading monster cubs? It was clear that Liu Jun's words were just a lead-in to his real question, a simple way to build rapport with someone he knew. I will be leaving in a while. You know how university breaks are, Principal Liu, they last a month or two. Besides, this is not what you really wanted to ask, is it? Liu Jun smiled without saying a word. He rubbed his palms together, head bowed slightly, his gaze deep. Kid, be honest with me, you are the core of this plan, so why are not you asking for anything in return? The way you are acting makes it awkward not just for me, but for your old homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, as well. Give me the bottom line so I can hear it out and process it properly. Kaian Yu's eyes shifted. Since he brought it up, she would now be the one holding the initiative. Actually, it is nothing much. I just heard that our family intends to consolidate the beast material merchants in various regions, much like what they did with the breeders and monster dealers. I was thinking, is not the Wang family the only material merchant we have in White Cloud City? As soon as she said this, Liu Jun's expression went completely calm. The sight of that composure left Kaian Yu stunned. This was entirely different from what she had anticipated. No hesitation, no conflict, no surprise, and certainly no displeasure. How could he be this calm? Could he have guessed it? So Kaian Yu is here for this too. Well, this just got interesting. Glancing at her without giving anything away, Liu Jun feigned hesitation. I understand what you are getting at. This is no small matter, let me go back and think it over. If it is really feasible, I will help you submit a report. For now, focus on tonight's plan and do not let anything else distract you. At these words, Kaian Yu paused for a moment before bursting into a smile. I understand. The subtext was clear. It might be possible, but it all depended on whether tonight's operation succeeded. With the matter settled, Kaian Yu felt much more at ease. The only thing left was to handle the upcoming plan. She waved her hand and the illusion butterfly hidden in the air flapped its wings and descended. Kai, do you see that level 30 white shatter snake lying on the shore over there? When you spread the toxin powder later, remember to steer clear of where it enters the water. It is on our side, so do not hit it by mistake. The illusion butterfly glanced at the white shatter snake, its 2 antennae twitching twice. Liu Jun watched this silently, thinking to himself that girls like Kaian Yu are a rare find in this era, already thinking of the man's family before even marrying into it. Everything was proceeding with intense secrecy. The team he had deployed kept scanning the surroundings. They had already cleared out a wave of monsters during the day, but the night was the prime hunting time for most beasts. That was exactly what they were worried about, so people with their beasts moved through the forests around White Cloud Lake with the utmost caution. Time slipped away as the moon hung high in the sky, its light casting a silvery sheen over the lake. In the woods by the lake, Liu Jun gave a solemn, slight nod. The white shatter snake, which had been hiding its aura on the bank, moved, unleashing its full level 30 commander level pressure. It slipped into the lake. In the sky, the illusion butterfly revealed its hidden form. As its wings flapped repeatedly, countless translucent particles fell into the lake, shimmering like silver under the moonlight. As the powder hit the water, the antennae on the butterfly's head began to wave. The powder, initially drifting on the surface, sank into the depths one after another. Once the scattering began, it did not stop. It continued until the lethal toxic scales had spread across the entire lake bottom. Seeing the plan unfold almost perfectly, Liu Jun felt his heart race. The illusion butterfly was the assassin, while the white shatter snake served as the bait on the shore. As the main force for tonight, he had to keep his full attention on every ripple in the lake. A few minutes later, the corpses of servant-level monsters began to surface. The count continued to rise at an alarming rate. In less than 15 minutes, the surface was almost blanketed with the bodies of servant and elite-level monsters. Suddenly, the corpses on the lake were displaced by something underneath. Liu Jun's gaze hardened. The commander-level beasts hiding in the depths will not be able to hold back much longer, will they? Let us see how many more are in this lake besides the two we dragged out a while back. His roar. A roar somewhere between a hiss and a growl shattered the silence of the night. The illusion butterfly in the sky sped up its antennae, maneuvering the toxic scale powder to avoid the fighting white shatter snake and drifting it toward the enemy. A massive snake head emerged from the lake, clamping onto a 5-meter-long catfish. Large amounts of blood dripped from the bite marks, staining the water red. With a crunching sound, it flung the catfish onto the bank. The white shatter snake's mouth began to inexplicably spout fresh water, washing away the blood, all while its eyes remained fixed on the lake. Suddenly, a giant bubble shot from the snake's mouth into the water, causing a surge of gas to rise to the surface. Without hesitation, the snake submerged back into the lake. The pristine surface, apart from the blood, became muddy as thick sludge rose along with the bubbles. A few minutes later, the snake dragged a battered 7-meter-long lobster with 2 pairs of claws onto the bank. A level 22 black mud catfish and a level 27 four-clawed ironshell shrimp. This lake really is hiding quite a few villains. Liu Jun squinted. 2 commander-level beasts dead in under 20 minutes. It looks like the Lord-level beast at the bottom will not be able to stay hidden for another hour. As the toxic scales rained down from the sky, the activity in the lake intensified and more carcasses of aquatic monsters began to surface. In the woods along the lakeshore, people stood guard with their tamed beasts at regular intervals, specifically to prevent any monsters from sneaking out of some corner and escaping onto land. There were 2 more commander-level monster carcasses on the shore, adding the 2 from earlier that made a total of 4. Having 4 commander-level monsters in one lake is about enough, assuming there really is a leader among them. After the white ghost rat snake dragged the 4-clawed iron-armored shrimp onto the shore, it wanted to head back into the lake, but just as its head touched the surface, a sense of extreme dread forced it to jerk its head back, twist its body, and scramble away. The moment it turned to flee, an enormous turtle 8 meters in length burst out of the water and onto the shore, snapping its jaws onto the snake's tail as if to drag it back to the bottom of the lake. Hiss roar. The bones in the white ghost rat snake's tail were instantly crushed, and a massive amount of blood, accompanied by scales, sprayed everywhere like it was worthless. Seeing this, Wang Chunfa's heart clenched. It really is a turtle. Mystic armored silver turtle, drag it up here for me. Seeing the main target appear, Liu Jun immediately communicated with his beast space to release the white jade lustrous-clawed crane. A brilliant cyan totem appeared out of thin air above the forest, its runes taking shape in an instant. A beam of white light streaked out, appearing above the mystic armored silver turtle in a flash. Its sharp crane claws locked directly into the turtle's tail, and the evening breeze instantly whipped up into a gale. The mystic armored silver turtle, which had been planted on the shore, was lifted directly by the gale and flipped over. Earth-armored bear. Another earth-yellow magic circle manifested on the ground. Even before the beast emerged, a series of sharp earth spikes erupted from the soil, targeting the turtle's four limbs with clear precision. The mystic armored silver turtle, already flipped by the wind, had just let go of its bite and was preparing to turn over when it was pinned by the spikes.
Yes.
Seeing his beast's tail reduced to a bloody mess and almost bitten clean off by the turtle, Wang Chunfa hurriedly opened his beast space and withdrew the white ghost-wrapped snake.
Kaian Yu did the same.
Who caused the most damage to White Cloud Lake? Without a doubt, it was her illusionary colorful butterfly. The mystic armored silver turtle was flipped onto its back. Seeing the white jade lustrous clawed crane preparing to dive, the lake's surface, already rippling from the wind, erupted into columns of water that shot toward the crane in the sky. Liu Jun narrowed his eyes. Do not let it stay near the lake. The spikes on the turtle's shell suddenly elongated, forcing it to flip over. The moment its limbs touched the ground again, a massive bear paw swatted it into the nearby forest.
Roar.
The earth-armored bear opened its maw and let out an angry roar. The ground trembled and the trees in the forest began to collapse, with the wind from above blowing the falling trees away. In an instant, a massive clearing of yellow mud was cleared out. The mystic armored silver turtle shook its head in the middle of the clearing. It was clear that the bear's strike had done some serious damage. A level 31 Lord class, so it was a commander level that hid at the bottom of the lake and made a breakthrough, was not it? Based on the feedback his beast transmitted through their mental link, Liu Jun understood the monster's situation.
Roar.
The mystic armored silver turtle, known for its defense, quickly recovered its state. Seeing the earth-armored bear charging toward it, it let out a roar in response, intending to meet the charge head-on. In the sky, the white jade lustrous-clawed crane saw that the spikes on the turtle's shell were gathering water and immediately let out a shrill cry.
Screech.
The earth-armored bear, preparing for the clash, heard its partner's warning and immediately commanded the earth to rise before it, bracing its feet while slamming its paws onto the ground. With a violent tremor, a massive earthen wall rose in front of the charging turtle, and the water elements gathered on the shell fired instantly at the bear. It was clearly trying to hit or wound the opponent before the wall could rise. Seeing this, Liu Jun spat. Damn, a 1,000-year-old turtle sure has a lot of tricks up its sleeve. The water jets were extremely fast. The earth-armored bear had no time to dodge, but the white jade lustrous-clawed crane in the air suddenly flapped its wings. Invisible wind blades shattered the water jets, and a counterwind wall formed in front of the bear. Realizing it had almost been outsmarted, the earth-armored bear's eyes turned blood red. It stripped soil from the ground and condensed it onto its body. Within moments, its size inflated significantly. Fueled by earth energy, the running bear was even faster than before. The mystic armored silver turtle glanced upward at the crane. In that exact instant, the white jade lustrous-clawed crane turned into a stream of light, its sharp claws latching onto the turtle's left hind leg and ripping out a piece of bloody bone before flying back into the sky.
Roar.
The excruciating pain of the bone being extracted cost the turtle its chance to charge and dodge, and its left hindquarter collapsed, though the bleeding stopped instantly. It never expected that by trying to keep an eye on the aerial lord, it would end up losing a bone. Sensing the disturbance on the ground and knowing it could not escape, the turtle opened its mouth and fired a 2-meter-thick water jet at the bear.
Roar.
With a thunderous roar, the earth-armored bear's armor disintegrated, instantly gathering into a dense, solid boulder that flew toward the turtle at breakneck speed. The torrent of water failed to disperse the boulder, which slammed directly into the turtle's open mouth. The immense force caused its head to shake uncontrollably from the impact. As it used water energy to stop the bleeding and recover, a stone spear erupted from the ground, piercing its jaw and forcing its head upward. The bear that had been charging just seconds ago was now, in the turtle's eyes, high in the air, descending with fists covered in reinforced stone armor and spikes. When a monster reaches the Lord class, its intelligence is comparable to that of a human teenager. The impact of this sight was fatal to the mystic-armored silver turtle. It tried to ignore the spear in its jaw to flip and dodge, but failed to notice the white streak that once again flashed by, extracting the bone from its right forelimb. Roar! The next second, the spiked stone fist descended with an angry roar, causing the earth for hundreds of meters to tremble. Roar! With a thunderous bear roar, the ground within a 100-meter radius began to tremble. Countless deep gray, razor-sharp and sturdy stone spikes shot up from the earth, piercing through the limbs of the mysterious silver-armored turtle. A heavy stone fist descended from the sky, slamming violently into the turtle's head. At the moment of impact, the stone spike beneath the turtle's jaw snapped with a crisp crack. But the next second, even more and sharper stone spikes erupted to replace them. As the stone fist landed with full force, the earth seemed unable to bear the immense pressure, cracking and caving in. A radius of several dozen meters centered on the turtle's head sank several meters deep, becoming riddled with fissures. Thick, crimson blood gushed from the turtle's head. The blood carried an extremely pungent, fishy stench that spread rapidly in all directions, carried by the fierce wind. In the distance, Liu Jun, waiting for news from his beast, suddenly gasped in surprise. It did not die even after that punch, which was infused with a massive amount of wind elemental energy. Tusk, you really have to hand it to turtles for being stubborn. Nothing else compares. Who else is as tough as a turtle? Its chin is smashed through, it is still alive, and it is still breathing. Liu Jun shook his head while the earth-armored bear was also deeply surprised. This thing was the toughest enemy it had ever fought without exception. Despite bleeding non-stop from its head and jaw, it was still able to mobilize its own water elemental energy to form a film to staunch the bleeding, and its limbs were still paddling as if it were trying to escape. Roar! Extremely dissatisfied with the turtle's attempt to escape, the earth-armored bear opened its gaping maw and bit down on the creature's neck, pulling hard. Seeing this, the white jade claw crane swooped down in a fierce dive. Its sharp talons cleanly severed the turtle's tail and carried it up into the sky. Gravely wounded, all of the turtle's actions were driven by a primal instinct to survive, but it certainly had a resilient life. With a loud tearing sound, the four legs that the turtle had been using to struggle suddenly went limp, and a large amount of blood poured from the stump of its neck. The earth-armored bear spat out the head it had been holding and roared at the white jade claw crane circling above. The crane immediately landed and began using its sharp talons to pry open the turtle's head and extract the internal core. It then flew rapidly toward Wang Chunfa's position with the core. Liu Jun had instructed that this core be given to the white shatter snake as soon as it was recovered after the battle, hoping to help it break through to the Lord rank. If that did not work, the internal organs of the mysterious silver-armored turtle would also be prioritized for the white shatter snake. The white shatter snake, also a war chief rank, could kill others of the same level like slaughtering chickens, but against the turtle which had just broken through to the lord rank if the white jade claw crane, also a lord rank, had not intervened. It would have been sitting duck. A lower rank beast fighting a higher rank of the same attribute gets its strength suppressed to the greatest extent. While the white jade claw crane went to deliver the core, the earth-armored bear began using its earth elemental spikes, along with its mouth and claws, to dismember the turtle. This shell is very tough. It can be taken off and used by the master for defensive measures or to deter others in the territory. It is useful and intimidating, so I can go out less often. The turtle was 8 meters long, with the shell alone measuring 6 meters in length and 5 meters in width. Hanging it up in the camp would certainly look impressive. The earth-armored bear patted the ground, causing a platform to rise and lift everything it had dismantled, carrying the spoils back the way they came under its control. By the lake, Liu Jun felt refreshed as he learned through their mental link that the Lord rank turtle had been successfully dismantled. After all, this lake was only a few dozen miles from the city. If left unchecked, who could handle a flood if this turtle grew up? Pass the word down. I am paying for everyone's late-night snack tonight, pork trotter rice with chicken legs. As soon as the message was sent, the chat group erupted in praise for the boss. Liu Jun laughed as he read them just as Kaian Yuyu walked over. Principal Liu, since everything is finished, I will head home now so my family does not worry. Liu Jun nodded slightly. You go ahead. No sooner had he spoken than Liu Jun left before Cayenne Yu could, leaving her slightly helpless. Judging by his attitude, her request had likely been granted. Little golden nugget, do not you have to thank your big sister properly. Meanwhile, Wang Chunfa watched his beast's tail wound with deep heartache. It was a bloody mess and was still bleeding non-stop. This is the suppression of a lower-rank beast by a higher-rank beast of the same attribute. Once a lower rank is wounded by a higher rank's elemental power, its own elemental capabilities drop significantly for a short time. Screech. Wang Chunfa, still feeling pained, heard the sound and his face flushed with excitement. It is done, the core is here. The white shatter snake naturally heard the crane's cry, lifted its head, saw a fist-sized water-blue orb falling toward it, and immediately opened its mouth to catch it. Wang Chunfa stepped back immediately to observe his beast's condition. The moment the core was swallowed, the bleeding from the snake's tail stopped instantly, and a dense layer of water elemental energy emerged to accelerate the healing. At that moment, the white shatter snake coiled itself up, and a faint blue glow began to appear on its pale white body. Just then, there was movement in the nearby woods. The ground trembled slightly and trees eerily parted to the sides. A stone platform reeking of blood moved out on its own from the cleared path. The earth-armored bear followed right behind. When it saw the white shatter snake glowing blue, a flash of light crossed its eyes. It went from walking on all fours to just sitting down on the ground. It grabbed a leg of the turtle from the stone platform and started gnawing. Seeing this, the white jade claw crane in the sky let out a cry and flew off to patrol the surroundings. With such a commotion and so many monsters dead, especially a lord rank, the scent of blood had already spread. There were no monsters stirring in the woods, so in this situation, showing a new lord rank presence as a deterrent was the best move. It meant a new king had slain the old one to take the throne. That was how monsters understood it. While marking the territory, the white jade claw crane was also checking for any remaining war chiefs or even hiding lord rank monsters. That information was equally important. Shortly after, Liu Jun arrived at Wang Chunfa's side, his face beaming with a smile as he looked at the white shatter snake. It looks promising. Even if it does not break through to the lord rank this time, it is close. It will reach level 31 within a month or two. Yes, and that is under normal circumstances. I have not even used the cultivation solution Su Ming prepared for my white snake yet. I can try it once I get back. Liu Jun watched the white snake with its bulging head, pondered for a moment, and asked, "Are you going to stay here and keep watch over your pet, or are you heading back?" What a silly question. Obviously, I am staying with my white snake. How could I just leave it? Hearing this decisive answer, Liu Jun sighed. Have you considered contracting a second beast? If you only rely on this white snake, you will inevitably find yourself in a tight spot at times. The expenses for this white snake from its first evolution to now have far exceeded those of monsters of the same rank. Just for this batch of cultivation solution from Su Ming, the materials and fees alone cost over $1 million. Once it breaks through to the lord rank, maybe think about getting a second beast. At these words, Wang Chunfa fell into deep thought. The situation was exactly as Liu Jun described. Ever since his white snake's first evolution, which was when that bump grew on its head after reaching level 14. The materials required for its cultivation were several times more expensive than those for other beasts of the same rank. Back then, he had borrowed a lot of money to cultivate his beast. It was thanks to him and Liu Jun being brothers who would die for each other and Liu Jun's constant help that he was not hounded by creditors earlier. It seemed he finally had some breathing room now. Having gone from broke to debt-ridden and finally to having money, it was indeed time to think about a second beast. Did not he see that Liu Jun already had 2 lord rank beasts? With the white snake on the verge of breaking through to the lord rank, the knot in Wang Chunfa's heart loosened. Fine, we will pick a good day and head over to the shop owned by Cayenne Yu's family. If that does not work out, we will just go wander the wilderness. Seeing his old friend come around, Liu Jun could not help but give Wang Chunfa a firm pat on the shoulder. Right, I will go with you when the time comes. Wang Chunfa nodded silently, then suddenly remembered something. It is Tuesday today, are not you supposed to be in class, principal? Liu Jun. Meanwhile, in the senior dormitory building, Su Ming opened his door to find the black scorpion from Wang Jinbao's room knocking at his entrance.
His.
Before, the black scorpion had uneven spikes all over its body after cultivation, but now it was covered in uniform bristles and its chelae had become much larger. Even the sharp tips of its chelae had turned a dark purple, though not as dark as its stinger. Excluding the tail, its body length had grown to 4 meters, and when it stood on its legs, it reached about the same height as Dabao's shoulders. Beast Black Blood Ghost Scorpion Hungry. Talent Excellent. Level 13 Elite. Elements Earth Poison. Abilities Deadly Poison Earth Burrowing. Evolution Condition 1. Bestiary Entry, a highly territorial neutral monster. After evolution, its toxicity is greatly enhanced. It has a faint, ghostly face on its abdomen. The mouth of the ghost face can secrete a dark red, sweet-smelling poison blood. It moves through the underground with ease like a fish in water. It can control its own toxins to be released through the bristles on its body, and everywhere it goes, the ground withers and nothing grows. The tips of its chelae have gained the ability to inject poison upon piercing a target. Su Ming could not help but laugh as he finished reading the black scorpion's stats. In the middle of the night, did you just come here immediately after evolving? Are you showing off, or is there something else? To his surprise, the scorpion shook its head and began communicating with Dabao. No one knew what was said, but Dabao, who had been grumpy about being woken up, saw its eyes light up after listening to the scorpion. Su Ming was surprised by how quickly Dabao's attitude shifted, and he became curious about what the scorpion had said. Meow meow. It says it wants you, the master, to look at how to prepare the cultivation solution, and then it wants you to call its owner and make him pay. Hearing Dabao's translation, Su Ming could not help but laugh out loud. Wang Jinbao's black scorpion was quite interesting. It was a fun one. However, even though it was the middle of the night, if he called Wang Jinbao and woke him up, he would probably be too excited to sleep anyway. Alright, I will call Jinbao. Su Ming agreed without a second thought and took out his phone to call Wang Jinbao. He expected to have to call a few times. After all, people needed to sleep. To his surprise, the call was picked up within 2 seconds. Su Ming was stunned. "We're not you sleeping." As soon as he finished speaking, a rather resentful voice came from the other end. "I was, but then my dad whipped me out of bed, telling me to serve tea to Kaiyan Yuyu. But the moment I poured the tea, my parents and Kaiyan Yuyu went into the study, and I have no idea what they are talking about. I do not know why Kaiyan Yuyu came to my house so late, and it got me a whiplashing. And you, why are you calling me at this ungodly hour?" Su Ming fell silent after hearing Wang Jinbao's complaint. Kaiyan Yuyu went to Wang Jinbao's house in the middle of the night, what is going on, and discussing things with his parents in the study. What are they discussing when she will marry in and doing it behind Wang Jinbao's back to give him a big surprise? That cannot be it, right? Shaking his head to clear away the trivial thoughts, Su Ming got to the point. Your black scorpion finished its evolution in the middle of the night. It came to knock on my door as soon as it finished, waking me and Dabao up. It wanted me to give you a call. It needs you to bring the materials and the money over so I can prepare its cultivation solution. Actually, forget the money, just bring the materials. After Su Ming finished, the other end was silent for a few seconds, and then he heard the sound of clothes being put on. Wait for me, I am driving to the company to get the materials. Send me the list of what you need. By the way, what does my black scorpion look like now? Send me a video. Mom, Dad, my scorpion finished evolving. I am heading to school. The call cut off there, and Su Ming began recording a video of the black scorpion. Just show off your physique normally. Do not use any abilities or skills, understand?
His.
Meanwhile, at Wang Jinbao's house, Wang Duobao did not react immediately as his son opened the study door and ran off. By the time he realized what happened, the sound of the front door closing already echoed through the villa. Hey, that brat, he has no manners. Could not he see we were discussing something important? Kaiyan Yuyu, who was sitting with Wang's mother, smiled and said, "Uncle, do not blame him. His beast was probably evolving at Su Ming's place and he must have just received a call about it finishing." Su Ming, Wang Duobao pondered. That brat did not tell me he made a new friend. Wait, can that kid even make friends? With that face he always uses to show off his wealth. He can actually make friends looking like that. Kaiyan Yuyu, who wanted to put in a good word for Wang Jinbao, could not get a word in and smiled awkwardly. Uncle, let me explain. Wang Duobo listened blankly to Kaian Yu's explanation, scratching his already balding head in disbelief. So you are saying the evolution of your blood-eyed rabbit was also triggered by the evolution serum crafted by this Su Ming? It is possible for a blood-eyed rabbit to evolve into a rock-burst moon palace, but only master-level trainers are usually capable of such a feat. It seems this Su Ming is incredibly talented. No wonder the kid is so motivated. Ah, I am truly relieved and delighted. Mother Wang, standing nearby, caught the gist of the situation and smiled happily. Having been married for so many years, she had learned a thing or two about reading people from Wang Duobo. A merchant who only knows how to make money is the most useless kind, like fish on a chopping block, especially in this era after the spiritual energy recovery. By the way, Wang Duobo suddenly remembered something. Jinbao mentioned this to me when he got back today. He said I should hurry and help my armored rhino break through to the Lord rank and evolve. Do you think that kid wants me to go and meet this Su Ming? Hearing this, Kaian Yu paused for a moment. After thinking for a few seconds, she nodded confidently. Yes, without a doubt, Su Ming's ability is truly impressive. The Aoyang family has already started trying to win him over, hoping his talent as a breeder will boost the influence of the Breeders' Guild. After all, there are many capable and affordable freelance breeders out there. The Breeders' Association is an official organization, but here in our small Baiyun city, its influence is not as strong as in the big cities. But if we bring in some fresh blood who is young, talented, and diligent, things will definitely change. Mother Wang listened to Kaian Yu's astute analysis and could not stop herself from patting her hand gently, her face beaming with a persistent smile. Once you and Jinbao both graduate from college, you can come back and settle down. Then the four of us old folks can finally retire and enjoy our golden years. Kaian Yu's face flushed a deep red at those words. Unlike the conversation between the two women, Wang Duobo, as the head of the family, had already shifted his focus to his beast-taming affairs. When he was young, his beasts were seriously injured while he was hunting down rivals in the wild to save his own life. They had carried those ailments ever since, and it was not just the armored rhino, his other beasts were in similar states. Why else would his family be the sole power in Baiyun City? No fancy tricks, just raw, relentless grinding. After weighing the pros and cons, Wang Duobo made a shushing gesture and pulled out his phone to make a call. The study went quiet and Wang Duobo spoke again. If this actually works, the brothers who went through hell and back with me will finally have a good life. I will definitely have something to brag about then. As he finished, Kaian Yu and Mother Wang exchanged looks and could not stop beaming with laughter. Meanwhile, in the senior year department. Thank you so much. It is really hard work for you to be mixing cultivation serum for my beasts so late at night. Su Ming, who was busy sorting materials, looked up at Wang Jinbao as he massaged his shoulders, rolled his eyes and pulled his hand away, pointing at Dabao, who was already staring at him with vertical pupils. Realizing the situation after being warned, Wang Jinbao laughed awkwardly. I was just too happy, and it is already 5 in the morning. Since your master is willing to stay up late to mix serum for my black scorpion. Cannot I be happy with your master for a bit? Dabao let out a scoff, swiped Wang Jinbao's little centipede aside with its tail, and sauntered back to its little nest. Su Ming could not help but shake his head. It is only because it is you, Wang Jinbao. If it were anyone else, Dabao would already be biting. It is not that late. I usually sleep at 8 or 9, so just consider this waking up early. Come back with breakfast in an hour. You should head back to the dorm for now. Wang Jinbao did not say much more, gave a thumbs up and left excitedly with his two beasts. You look great and you are so powerful. Tusk, I cannot wait to see you crushing the competition. Yes. The black scorpion habitually raised its front claws to respond to Wang Jinbao. Once the sound of the door closing faded, Dabao quickly scrambled out of the room and snatched the beast blood fruit from the bag. Su Ming was stunned for a second, then quickly grabbed Dabao's chin. No, this beast blood fruit really was not a leftover I snuck in. I need it later. You already ate a century-old one yesterday. You cannot eat the materials I have to use. Dabao, which was ready to start chewing, had to let go, licking its lips with lingering desire. Meow. So when can we sneak another one later? Su Ming carried the bag toward the kitchen. Maybe when there is a chance.
Cultivation serum materials are not the same grade as evolution materials. You can just fib about one of the evolution ingredients. Dabao nodded with a naive look. It laid nearby, keeping him company while he mixed the serum in the kitchen. About 40 minutes passed and the black scorpion serum was ready, just 2 small vials. Just as Su Ming finished and was about to lie on the couch to check his phone and wait for Wang Jinbao, a rapid knocking on the door rang out. Does Jinbao have something urgent? Su Ming raised an eyebrow and signaled for Dabao to open the door. The white and red cat tail hooked onto the door handle with precision. As soon as Wang Jinbao entered, he started shouting. Su Ming, hurry, your big chance for a fortune is here. Holding the serum, Su Ming was confused. He walked out and looked at Wang Jinbao with a weird expression. What do you mean? Kaiyan Yu told my old man about you. He just called me and said he wants you to help take a look at his beasts. Su Ming froze. Kaiyan Yu is really efficient. Wang Jinbao's father's beasts must be at least battle head rank. This really was a massive opportunity in every sense. Let us go, what are you standing there for? Go to your place, just leave the serum for now. Without any hesitation, Su Ming returned to the bedroom, grabbed his coat and led the way out. Wang Jinbao followed behind Dabao, closing the door as he told Su Ming about his father's beast situation along the way. Su Ming's expression turned strange after listening. That is some fatherly love right there. He even told me about his dirty past of backstabbing his peers. So, you are saying your father had a battle head-level snow wolf that died in a battle, and his remaining armored rhino and black ghost tiger were severely injured, leaving them with permanent damage that has kept them stuck at level 30 ever since. Riding in Wang Jinbao's car while the sky was just beginning to brighten and the roads were still quiet, Su Ming soon arrived at Wang Jinbao's home. How should I put it? It was massive. The main gate alone was 5 meters high. Beyond the gate lay a garden and a lawn, and at the very back stood a 3-story detached villa about 700 or 800 meters away from the gate. Is this what the life of the wealthy is like? As Su Ming was admiring the garden, he spotted 2 behemoths lying on the lawn, staring at Wang Jinbao's car. Once they saw the vehicle enter, they stood up immediately. One was a rhinoceros, 8 meters long and 5 meters tall at the shoulder, clad in black heavy armor. Most terrifying was the jet black horn on its head. Even with a broken tip, it was still 2 meters long. Judging by the rhythm of its breathing, the heavy plates on its body were shifting slightly. What was most peculiar was the rhinoceros's chest, which should logically have been one of its most heavily armored areas. Instead, it lacked any armor and bore a huge, ugly scar. Beside the armored rhino stood a pure black tiger, over 5 meters long and visibly taller than 3 meters at the shoulder. The tiger had no tail and one of its eyes was closed with a prominent scar right over that spot. It must have been blinded in battle or had its eye gouged out by an enemy. Unlike the armored rhino, which had better protection, this black tiger's body was covered in scars of all sizes. In some places, chunks of flesh were missing, though the skin had since healed. Other scars remained as white, sunken marks. It looked so brutal. No wonder the aftermath of those severe injuries left such deep-seated trauma that it could not progress any further. To even cling to life after something like this is just pure luck. Wang Jinbao, who had stopped the car, sighed upon hearing Su Ming's words. Yeah, when I was a kid, these 2 were just about to break through to the commander level, but now they are stuck here, unable to move forward at all. My old man's best beast was that heavenly snow wolf. Whenever he got drunk, he would tell me it had rare innate talent, but sadly it died out in the wild. I do not know if that is true or not. Now some of the snow wolf's remains are buried in that mound behind them. The enemies did not even spare the wolf's body. Hearing this, Su Ming felt quite conflicted. Those who lack ruthlessness do not build big businesses, and since Wang Jinbao was his best friend, he was definitely on his side. Yo, little Su is here. Do you want to come inside for a cup of tea first? Wang Jinbao's father greeted them with a smile as soon as he saw Su Ming get out of the car. For some reason, seeing that smile made Su Ming feel like he was looking at Wang Jinbao. Uncle Wang, you are too kind. Let me check the condition of your beasts first. We can talk over tea later. Seeing Su Ming decline the invitation and prioritize the checkup, Wang Duobao had a very high opinion of him. Hearing what others say cannot compare to the reality of seeing and experiencing things firsthand.
Alright then, little Sue, take a look. Where should we start? I will have the old guy cooperate with you. Beast Armored Rhino. Talent excellent. Level 30 Battle Leader. Elements Metal Earth. Abilities Heavy Armor Charge. Evolution Requirements. Illustrated Guide, lives in areas connecting mountains and jungles. It likes to rub its heavy armor against mountains to scratch an itch. It is a gentle herbivorous monster. The heavy armor on its body allows it to fear no enemy, and the horn on its head is its most powerful weapon, capable of piercing any rock. If it pierces an enemy of the same level, it is certain death. On the battlefield, its charge is a terrifying meat grinder. Su Ming nodded silently and turned to the armored rhino that lacked its chest armor. Let us start with the armored rhino. Just tell him not to resist. The upcoming check might make him a bit unhappy. Wang Duobao stood by Su Ming and listened quietly, then nodded slightly at the rhino. It immediately lay down obediently while the black tiger moved closer as Su Ming began the examination. Su Ming did not pay any mind to that, instead lowering his head to inspect the wound on the rhino's chest where the heart-protecting scale was missing. Wang Duobao gave the black tiger a look and it stopped in its tracks immediately. At the rhino's chest, the area smelled foul. Though the skin was not rotting, Su Ming knew this meant the beast's blood vessels there were necrotic and unable to heal themselves. Right inside this spot was the heart. This suggested that the root cause of the rhino's illness was likely heart damage sustained in battle. How could it even have survived something like that? This was the most severe wound on its body, but beneath the armor it was also scarred and pitted, having lost all ability to self-repair. A brief observation was enough to determine two things. Uncle Wang, the armored rhino, is currently unable to supply nutrients to its armor to repair itself, and its heart and internal organs have suffered severe, long-term damage. We can try to break through to the Lord rank using the energy from the breakthrough to attempt repairs. Even if the breakthrough succeeds, it might not fully heal, and regardless, it will not be able to evolve again in the future. Attempting evolution would mean certain death, no exceptions. The moment he said this, everyone was shocked, and the corner of the black tiger's mouth began to twitch. Dabao, who was following Su Ming, heard the movement and lunged forward, glaring at the black tiger with a furious, violent expression. Meow. You wanna fight? This is why cat demons have such a hard time surviving. If they do not like someone, they fight regardless of whether they can win or survive. Down. Realizing his beast was acting up, Wang Duobao scolded the black tiger. The armored rhino also nudged the tiger away with its head and moved its body to lie down between the tiger and Su Ming. Sorry, little Su. So for my old friend here, there is still hope for a breakthrough. It just cannot evolve ever again, right? Wang Duobao's voice was very soft. Not only was he not upset by Su Ming's words, but he was also extremely cautious and gentle as he probed for an answer. Su Ming paused, observing everyone present. They all seemed to be just like Wang Duobao, cautious and full of hope. Yes, but there is a chance the breakthrough will fail. It seems the damage to its internal organs was caused by a lack of timely treatment, leading to progressive failure. We can attempt the breakthrough, but it can never evolve again. Even so, given its current state, even a successful breakthrough would be cheating fate. Speaking of which, Su Ming's expression became complicated. With an injury like this, it does not have many years to live, does it? Wang Duobao's eyes reddened instantly. Like someone in a trance, he looked up at the sky, repeating good, good, good over and over. After a few minutes, he grabbed Su Ming's hand affectionately. What materials do you need? Expenses? Whatever it is, just tell me. Uncle has plenty of money. Do not be afraid to name the price. I will have someone get them right now. Su Ming was silent for a moment before saying, 2 tons of metal and earth stone, 10 liters of bone-generating blood, 10 hundred-year-old beast blood fruits, 1 lord-level inner core of metal element and 1 of earth element, 1 portion of spinal marrow, 1 portion of heart, half a kilogram of 1,000-year-old blood flesh ganoderma, and 1 liter of geocore magma. The fee is 5 million. The quote of 5 million was the highest Su Ming had ever given. And this was not even for a customized evolution. It was for nurturing, specifically to ensure the heavy armor rhino could recover as much as possible and achieve a breakthrough. Upon hearing this quote, Wang Duobao nodded without the slightest hesitation. All right, take a look at my black ghost tiger as well, and I will have the materials delivered together later. You brat, did you write down the materials for your rhino uncle? Facing his old man's questioning, Wang Jinbao nodded repeatedly. You sound like you are talking nonsense. Su Ming, you go ahead. Just let me know if there is anything the beast needs to cooperate with. Turning his head to look at Wang Jinbao, Su Ming nodded slowly, then leaned down and gently patted Dabo. Do not be too nervous, Dabo. Beast Black Ghost Tiger. Talent Excellent. Level 30 Battle Chief. Element Dark Wind. Ability Ghost Shadow. Evolution Requirements. Field Guide, a well-deserved king of the forest that only dwells in deep mountains and old forests. When it roars, all forest spirits and monsters dare not disobey. When it moves, it leaves layers of afterimages, sometimes to the point of being indistinguishable from the real thing. It is a top-tier assassin in dark environments. These monsters love to hunt creatures within their territory, and sometimes they kill just for fun, even when they are full. After reading the panel, Su Ming walked directly in front of the black ghost tiger. Even though the beast was still dissatisfied with what he had just said, he did not show a hint of fear. Lie down, I mean flat on your side, not just crouching. Black Tiger, do as he says. As soon as Su Ming's voice faded, Wang Duabao did not hesitate to order his beast to comply. Watching the black tiger lie down, Su Ming was finally able to see the scar on its belly. It covered almost half of its stomach, and the scar was a purple-black color that did not match the skin. Looking at this, it seems like it was caused by an underground attack from a beast similar to a black scorpion. At first, he thought this black ghost tiger would be in better shape than the heavy armor rhino, but now it seems no better. Luckily, its heart, the most important organ, sounds relatively strong. If the heart is normal, it can withstand the metamorphosis of evolution. If it were like the heavy armor rhino, it would basically die upon evolving because the internal organ damage is too severe, the kind that even a breakthrough to the Lord rank could not reverse. Su Ming then walked to the black ghost tiger's rear. This guy had no tail and it had been broken off at the root. Looking at the scar on its rump, it looked more like the tail had been ripped off by an enemy. Soon he arrived at the last spot, which was the black ghost tiger's closed eye. Open this closed eye. This time the black ghost tiger learned its lesson. Without waiting for Wang Duabao's command, it consciously opened its eye. The situation was about what Su Ming expected. The eye socket was pitch black. This eyeball had been gouged out alive. Seeing this, Su Ming hesitated. What if the evolution stimulation ends up affecting its brain? Missing an eye and a tail, this is a real mess. Little Su, that eye could not be saved at the time. To avoid complications with the treatment, we just had it removed through standard procedures. Removed by standard means? That is fine then. We can try to evolve it after the breakthrough, but there should only be one chance. If the next evolution succeeds, we can continue. If it fails, it will be the same as the heavy armor rhino. Then do not think about evolution anymore. Seemingly hearing that there was still a chance for evolution, Wang Duabao's heart immediately relaxed, and a happy smile even began to appear on his face. To him, the heavy armor rhino and the black ghost tiger were not just beast and master, but like his own brothers and family. The three of them had risked their lives together back in the day, and his current status and position were all earned by the three of them fighting with their lives. To keep the heavy armor rhino alive, he was willing to spend 100 million credits to find a king-rank healing beast tamer. He had also sought out this same person for the black ghost tiger, costing him tens of millions. That amount of money was a bit painful for Wang Duabao at the time, but it was not enough to break his foundation, and now it is even less of an issue. Now, hearing that his old friend could live normally and would not die prematurely because of its underlying conditions, Wang Duabao felt happier than during the new year. Little Su, list the materials and let Wang Jinbao write them down. Su Ming nodded silently and tugged at the corner of the big black cat's mouth in front of him. This big-headed cat's breath was awful. It had no regard for personal hygiene at all. 5 century-old beast blood fruits, 5 wind-drain fruits, 5 heavenly mountain fruits, 2 liters of geocore nectar, 1 wind attribute lordrank monster internal core, 5 liters of bone-generating blood, and 1 whole century-old blood jade tai sui. The price for this nourishing solution is the same as the heavy armor rhino, 5 million. Wang Duabao listened silently and gave a look to Wang Jinbao, who had finished taking notes. A second later, Su Ming's phone chimed. Received 10 million credits. Hearing the notification, Su Ming tried his best to suppress his inner emotions. Just get the materials delivered. Jinbao, remember to set up a few large pots. Let us just do it here in the courtyard.
Set up pots. Once these words were out, Kai and Yu, Wang Duobao and Wang's mother were all confused. What does making a nurturing solution have to do with setting up pots, and large ones at that? Wang Jinbao understood what Su Ming meant but looked confused. Is it okay? We are in the courtyard and there are a lot of people around. It is fine. This nurturing solution is not just for cultivation, it is also for healing. If someone else tries to use it for either purpose, they might suffer massive internal hemorrhaging and die in a matter of seconds. Because the required dosage and conditions for every beast are different, just copying the process is useless and will only end up killing the beast. Su Ming's words were an explanation, but they were also a choice of trust. Little Su, you are willing to do this because you trust your uncle. Naturally, I will not let such a thing happen, even if it would not work if it got leaked. At this point, Wang Duobao had already turned to look at his wife. Wang's mother, quick to catch on, took out her phone and began preparing to have the household staff stay inside the villa and hand over their phones and other electronic devices. As for what happens if someone refuses or if a problem is discovered later. The two's actions could not escape Su Ming's eyes. In that case, there is no need to think too hard. If you reflect on Wang Duobao's history of building his fortune, I am afraid that person's entire family would end up as fertilizer in this courtyard. Sure enough, if you want to be a good businessman, especially a monopolistic businessman who is a local overlord, you cannot even dream of it if you are not ruthless. Little Su, the materials are already being retrieved, but what is the deal with the large pots? It is my first time hearing that this stuff can be matched with a large pot. While Wang Duobao asked, he gestured symbolically with his hands, which looked strangely amusing. P.S. According to reader feedback, pure strength is useful. Once developed to the emperor level, the ability a monster or beast is best at will evolve into a law, so pure strength situations do exist. The author apologizes to the readers, and the end of chapter 62 has been revised. About an hour later, a large, enclosed cargo truck drove into the grounds of Wang Jinbao's manor. The moment the driver stepped down, Wang Jinbao immediately hurried over to meet him. Go inside the villa and stay there, do not come out until I call for you. Also hand over all your phones and electronic devices. Do not do anything you should not be doing, understand? Without hesitation, the middle-aged man immediately took his phone out of his pocket. He had been working for the Wang family for over 20 years and knew exactly what kind of person Wang Duobao was. As long as you did not mess around, not only would you be safe, you could actually make a lot of money. I understand, young master, I know the rules. After taking the phone, Wang Jinbao gave a blank nod, signaling for the man to leave. Old employees are just better. They understand as soon as you speak and catch on instantly. Unlike that new guy last time, that kind of idiot is rare to find in this world. Su Ming also stepped forward to help Wang Jinbao unload the items in the bags and the large boilers they would need. All that remained were some iron crates filled with goldstone earth. What should we do with this goldstone earth? Patting the iron crate, Wang Jinbao turned to look at Su Ming. If you know how to operate the machinery, just tilt the truck bed and dump the crates out. It does not matter if the crates break or the stuff spills, it is meant to be applied topically to the armored rhino. Hearing this, Wang Jinbao did not hesitate. He jumped into the truck and started operating it. Got it, a little truck like this is a piece of cake. While Wang Jinbao was unloading, Su Ming began preparing the boilers. After glancing around, he looked at Wang Jinbao, who had finished unloading, and said, Jinbao, go fetch a water hose and make sure the inside is clean. Without a second's hesitation, Wang Jinbao, who had just stepped off the truck, took off running. This sight made Mother Wang's eyes turn red. Honey, were you and your friends like this back in the day? Wang Duobao, who had been watching in a daze, felt a flash of melancholy on his face. Yes, but now they are all gone one by one, leaving before me. Only old Li is left, and his last beast could not hold on yesterday and passed away. He told me when I contacted him today to ask him to come over. It is thanks to the help of all these old brothers that I have been able to get to where I am today. Now that my own brat can make such a capable and trusted friend, as a father, I am really happy. As the old couple talked about the past, Kai and Yu stood by, quietly holding Mother Wang's arm and listening, occasionally wiping her tears. Su Ming looked up at Wang Jinbao, who was sweating profusely, and clicked his tongue while shaking his head. Looks like having such a huge yard at home is not all it is cracked up to be. Wang Jinbao nodded helplessly. In the past, if someone said that to me, I had have cursed them out, but now I believe it. Do you need me to help out? No, you go tell your Uncle Rhino to pry open those iron crates filled with gold stone earth. Once he lies down on it, he is not allowed to move, fall asleep, or relieve himself. Otherwise, we will just have to haul in another 2 tons of the stuff. Hearing this, Wang Jinbao smacked his lips. Su Ming began his work while Wang Duobao and the others turned and headed toward the armored rhino and the black ghost tiger. Trust is mutual. Su Ming was willing to trust the Wang family, and they naturally would not let him down. Although Wang Duobao had been ruthless while building his fortune, he was still human and possessed a heart. He could see that his son was genuinely serious about Su Ming, which reminded him of his own past. Coupled with what his future daughter-in-law had said, he was extremely satisfied with his son's judgment, a situation in which he felt he could not have done better himself. Most importantly, he was basically set for money. It had become just a series of numbers to him. God knows how much he had earned over the 20 years he had monopolized the materials industry in White Cloud City. Time passed slowly. Dabao lay at Su Ming's feet drooling, while the black ghost tiger lay in front of Wang Duobao drooling as well. You have to admit, feline creatures have a lot in common. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. During this time, Su Ming and Wang Jinbao took turns stirring the mixture in the large boiler. Through their combined efforts, it transformed from a thick paste into something much thinner. Wait, Su Ming, what is this? Why did the paste turn into porridge? Wang Jinbao said, stirring vigorously, then turned to look at Su Ming, who was taking a break on his phone. Is not that normal? Different materials trigger reactions when mixed. We learned chemistry in high school, did not we? It is something like that. All right, take it over and let your Uncle Rhino drink it. And do not let him leave the bed made of goldstone earth, okay? Wang Jinbao's mouth twitched uncontrollably when he heard this. Can we just not do that? My old man calls him that, and now you are doing it too. And this thing does not even have wheels. How am I supposed to move it? Su Ming, who was preparing a new pot for the black ghost tiger, paused for a moment and nodded silently. You have got a point. Have your Uncle Black Tiger move it over instead. Wang Jinbao. Oh, by the way, remember to tell your dad that it is normal to feel pain after eating it. It will feel painful, itchy, and comfortable all at once. Wang Jinbao, who was about to head back, stopped and looked back at Su Ming curiously. Painful, itchy, and comfortable. What kind of feeling is that? Su Ming, who was mashing fruit into jam, glanced at him. The taste of a belt whipping your hide. Wang Jinbao opened his mouth, but in the end, he did not say a word and just lowered his head and walked away. Soon, persuaded by Wang Jinbao, the black ghost tiger walked over, opened its mouth, bit down on the pot, and headed back, step by step, with its head hung low. Su Ming just gave it a glance. It was lucky this thing could be covered with a lid, otherwise, the armored rhino would probably have to swallow a few big gulps of the black ghost tiger's saliva, which might even affect the potency of the medicine. Sure enough, as the black ghost tiger opened its mouth and slowly lowered the boiler, a large puddle of drool poured out of its mouth, leaving Wang Duobao speechless. I think I might have been a bit rash. Dad, did you remember what I just told you? Seeing this, Cayenne Yu hurriedly added, It is true. When my blood-eyed rabbit evolved, calling it excruciating would be accurate, but it succeeded in the end. Black ghost tiger, you might need to step in later to keep the armored rhino awake. Having experience in this area, Cayenne Yu looked at the black ghost tiger after speaking, while the black ghost tiger looked at Wang Duobao. Sniff sniff. This smell is quite unique, first fragrant, then fishy. All right, I have taken in what you said, put it down, I am not that stubborn of an old man. Old friend, you have got to hold on. The armored rhino nodded, opened its mouth to bite the boiler, lifted its head and guzzled it down. Afraid of wasting a drop, it even used its tongue to lick it clean. As the boiler hit the ground with a clang, the armored rhino's eyes turned red instantly. A few seconds later, the goldstone earth underneath it began to react strangely. It was as if there were magnets on the rhino's body. The earth began to cling to its flesh and the tattered armor it wore. Even though it was just raw material at this moment, it seemed to come alive.